Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 7. Dense inscriptions appeared faintly on the young man's skin, overlapping layer upon layer, seemingly suppressing his power entirely. From the two's conversation, it was clear that this young human was a tough nut to crack. He hadn't chosen to sign a slave contract to save his life like Harriman had. In this way, Sumyubai didn't have to worry about him dying along with Louisa. Sumyubai's gaze turned toward Louisa, who was holding the whip. A cold glint flashed deep in his eyes, and suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he spoke. "What is this? Forgive the unsightly display, Mr. Yoi." Marcus stepped forward with a laugh and gave Louisa a look. "Louisa, put this guy into your small world first. Don't keep you're waiting. Don't be in such a hurry." Sumyubai quickly raised a hand, looking the young human up and down, and asked with interest, "To think it's a human true god, that is truly rare." As he spoke, golden light flickered within his pupils. Eyes of the profound heaven, Gale Sword godly young human freelance bounty hunter stateless. Lawmaster stage vitality, 28 stars divine soul early stage lower god divine body. Early stage lower god combat power early stage lower god laws, wind element law, wind velocity law, wind rhythm law, wind cutting law. A rare genius among humans capable of breaking through to the Lawmaster stage. Is Mr. Yui also interested in humans? Louisa flipped her wrist, put away the whip, and walked towards Sumyubai with a cat-like, swaying gait. Her eyes held a hint of seduction, and her complexion was not as pale as Marcus's or Victor's. On the contrary, it was somewhat rosy. "I am indeed a bit interested. I happen to be short of an errand boy." Sumyubai glanced at Louisa, ignoring her charms entirely, compared to Vivian, whom he had met on Hanyuan Star. Louisa's base conditions were far inferior. Blood Rose Louisa Vampire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Vampire Prince Top Tier Vampire Creature Lawmaster Stage Vitality, 2198 stars Divine Soul. Early Stage Middle God Divine Body Early Stage Middle God Combat Power. Early Stage Middle God Laws, Soul Seduction Law, Blood Regeneration Law, Blood Erosion Law, Blood Curse Law, Blood Devouring Law. I wonder if Miss Louisa would be willing to part with him. Price is not an issue. Seeing that Sumyubai's gaze hadn't lingered on her at all, Louisa frowned slightly, put away her flirtatious demeanor, and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yoi. You should know the importance of human blood food to us vampires." Marcus also added, "Mr. Yoi, this Liyun has already caught the eye of the blood ancestor. We dare not sell someone that the old master wants. Then forget it." Sumyubai waved his hand. On the surface, he remained calm, but in his heart, he noted the name Blood Ancestor. However, he did not ask any questions, merely taking one last look at Liyun with a hint of regret on his face. A bunch of scum. Seeing himself being discussed like a piece of merchandise, Liyun immediately began to curse loudly. But the moment he opened his mouth, he suddenly vanished from where he stood, clearly having been pulled into Louisa's internal small world. Bound by restrictions, Liyun had no power to resist Louisa's world force. Just like when Sumyubai had collected those slaves on the abandoned planet, their consent was not required at all. "Mr. Moon Knight, let me introduce you. This is Louisa, a renowned beauty of our Blood Realm Secret Realm." Marcus gestured toward Louisa, offering a brief introduction. Before turning his gaze to Brian, who stood beside Sumyubai, he asked with a hint of curiosity, "This must be Brian, I presume?" There was a clear note of joy in Marcus's voice. He had already discerned that Brian was a Lich King. With such a Lich King, who was well versed in the laws of death and summoning, the casualties of the Blood Clan in this upcoming decisive battle would surely be significantly reduced. "Yes," Sumyubai nodded slightly. "Since Miss Louisa has returned, let us begin. I do not have much time to waste here." As he spoke, Sumyubai turned to look at Brian and instructed, "For the upcoming operations, cooperate well with Marcus and the others." "No problem." Brian grinned, revealing a chilling smile. Soon, the Blood Clan within the Blood Realm Secret Realm began to mobilize. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Brian and Victor followed Marcus to the blood pool on the central continent, but Sumyubai did not accompany them. according to the plan. He still had other preparations to make at this time. Of course, these so-called preparations were merely what the Blood Clan believed. The reason Sumyubai had found an excuse to slip away was entirely because he still needed to head to the werewolf tribe. According to the schedule, Goldtooth should be arriving soon. With a flash of teleportation, he arrived at the exit of the Blood Realm. Sumyubai focused his mind, left the Blood Realm's secret realm, and returned to the cosmic starry sky. He had just transformed back into Jinmi and released the Star Dome when the starry sky in the distance suddenly twisted slightly, and a small spacecraft instantly appeared. Soon, the spacecraft came to a halt. A white light flashed, and the figure of Goldtooth stepped out. Waving his hand to retract the ship, Goldtooth flashed over to the front of the Star Dome. Sumyubai happened to be walking out of the ship with Frost, the Angel Sisters, and the 3 Signal Light brothers, Mr. Jinmi. Your speed is truly impressive. Goldtooth glanced at the Star Dome, filled with envy. It is you who are too slow. We have been waiting for a while now. Frost crossed her arms and pouted. At this moment, Goldtooth noticed that Victor's figure was missing, and he immediately looked at Sumyubai with some confusion. Victor has already returned. Sumyubai smiled slightly. My subordinates have also infiltrated the Blood Clan alongside him. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Goldtooth's eyes. Is it that Lich King at the intermediate god stage? That's right. Sumyubai nodded slightly. I imagine the Blood Clan has already begun their operations, so we must hurry. Ha 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 ha. I already notified Bellis to prepare for war. As soon as we arrive, the show can begin. Goldtooth grinned, revealing a mouthful of golden fangs that looked particularly glaring in the pitch-black starry sky. Thinking of the expressions the Blood Clan would have once they discovered that Victor and the Lich King were actually on their side, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The Blood Clan probably still thinks they can completely occupy the Blood Realm's secret realm this time. Right, with that thought, Goldtooth waved his hand. Mr. Jinmi, let's go. In his view, every action the Blood Clan took would only hasten their own destruction. This time, the werewolf tribe was guaranteed to win. Chapter 499. A Race War to the Death. Bonus Chapter, Blood Realm Secret Realm, Central Continent. As the Blood Clan and the werewolf tribe officially began their maneuvers, elites from the other 8 continents were continuously teleported to this location. Regarding this, neither race detected anything unusual, because previous great battles had been the same. As soon as one side made a move, the other would immediately react. It was just that this time, each side believed they had powerful helpers sufficient to take down the other in one fell swoop. As more and more elites were teleported in by both sides, an aura of grim slaughter instantly permeated the entire central continent, causing the blood mist in the sky to ripple slightly. By now, neither race bothered to hide their intentions, accelerating their teleportation speeds as more and more troops were committed to this battlefield. Whether it was the werewolf tribe or the Blood Clan, their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. As ancestral enemies, they had lost count of how many times they had experienced such great battles. Within the blood pool at the center of this continent, the vast majority of the blood had been left behind by the elite warriors of these 2 races. The high-ranking officials of both sides had yet to appear, but the fires of war had already been ignited. The truce that had been so difficult to achieve within the Blood Realm's secret realm was now completely torn to shreds. Along the edges of the central blood pool, the werewolf tribe from the north brandished their gleaming, razor-sharp claws, charging violently toward the Blood Clan army in the south. A large number of werewolf players entered a state of frenzy, their amber pupils bloodshot, dropping to all fours to transform into giant wolves, roaring as they charged into the enemy ranks. Their sharp wolf claws and fangs displayed their wild nature, and they unleashed various skills recklessly. Some grew in size, while others crackled with roaring thunder. The Blood Clan was not to be outdone. The moment the war ignited, all Blood Clan members reverted to their true forms, their hideous faces protruding long, thick-tongued spikes. Their crimson pupils were filled with nothing but a craving for blood. Countless Blood Clan soldiers flapped their leathery wings, charging toward the werewolf army like a tidal wave. Their tongue spikes became blurs, and once they locked onto a target, it was a fight to the death. Boom, bang, crack. The central continent instantly erupted into an apocalyptic battle. Every moment, Werewolf players and Blood Clan players fell into pools of blood. Some werewolf players had their blood drained, becoming mummies, while some Blood Clan players had their wings and limbs torn off, becoming human blood sticks. Those qualified to participate in this decisive battle were at least Tier 5 players or higher, led by their respective Saint Destruction level commanders. The two races engaged in fierce slaughter. This was a massive war the likes of which Samurai had never seen before. A life and death struggle between two races. Although the werewolves and Blood Clan within the Blood Realm Secret Realm were merely inconspicuous branches of their respective races, the cruelty of this war far surpassed that of the national wars in the God-forbidden land. Even the documentaries of world wars that Samurai had seen back on Blue Star could not be compared to this battle in the slightest. The number of troops deployed by both sides was far more than billions. Various powerful skills flew through the air, locked in a state of absolute life or death struggle. 7th tier epic level players were at most considered squad leaders here, and they could be seen everywhere. The number of 8th tier legendary level players was countless, and even they could die on this battlefield from the shockwaves of clashes between stronger beings. Only upon reaching the 9th tier mythical level could one truly be considered a powerhouse among the armies, with various domains unfolding one after another and colliding crazily. In mythical level battles, a small vacuum zone would almost always appear in the surrounding area, and no weakling dared to approach. 10th tier Saint Extermination level players were the commanders of the armies on both sides, although the vast majority of them did not have much insight into the path of laws. Their combat power when fully unleashed was incomparable to that of mythical level players. What truly influenced the scales of regional victory were those Saint Extermination level commanders with 5 or more patterns. They could mobilize massive amounts of law energy, clearing an entire battlefield with a wave of their hands. Of course, such powerhouses could not slaughter at will during the war, because they also had opponents of the same rank, facing evenly matched rivals. Even a Saint Extermination level existence with 9 patterns had to restrain their power and stop using large-scale skills to avoid being caught off guard by their opponents. In addition, various magic tech weapons also appeared on the battlefield. Unlike the small-scale arrow towers, artillery, or elemental magic towers in the Forbidden Land of Gods, the magic tech weapons used in this war were far more powerful. Storm thunder tanks, light elemental energy cannons, dark elemental annihilation cannons, space bombs, and so on. The variety of powerful magic tech weapons was dazzling. The most powerful attacks among them could even severely injure a 10th tier Saint Extermination level powerhouse if hit head-on. Kill, tear these vampire scum to pieces. From now on, the Blood Realm Secret Realm will belong entirely to our werewolf race. I've long been sick of these giant bats. Crush them for me. Drain the blood of these beasts. The Blood Realm Secret Realm belongs to the noble vampire race. You are nothing but a bunch of animals. Death is your only destination. Taste my bloody devour. This was prepared specifically for you. The shouts of battle were deafening, echoing throughout the entire central continent, mixed with wild wolf howls and the sonic waves of the vampires. The blood mist that already permeated the continent suddenly became even thicker. The increasingly dense scent of blood was like some kind of highly seductive poison, driving all the creatures here into a frenzy. Roars, screams, collisions, explosions. All kinds of sounds filled the battlefield. The central continent, ignited by the flames of war, had already become a massive meat grinder. It seemed that unless a winner was decided, this endless war would never cease. On the shattered earth, countless streams of blood gathered into the central blood pool. The blood pool rippled, circle after circle, radiating a peculiar kind of energy. This energy gradually spread, and soon it enveloped the entire central continent. More and more corpses appeared on the battlefield, under the influence of the dense death energy of the undead realm. These corpses did not disappear immediately. The vast majority of them were players below the 9th tier mythical level, and as they still had lifespans, they would not die completely. However, under the effect of the blood pool's energy, they could not leave the battlefield after death. With flashes of blood-red light, the soldiers of the two races who died on the battlefield were resurrected on the spot. The energy of the blood pool granted them the ability to be reborn, but the death penalty was not reduced in the slightest. Here, apart from winning the war, only complete death could bring true release. The flames of war were ignited on the central continent and soon swept across the entire Blood Realm secret realm. Offensive and defensive battles were also unfolding between the other 8 continents, however. Compared to the epic war on the central continent, the intensity on the other 8 continents was clearly much lower. But what would truly decide the outcome of this war were the true gods at the Law Master realm in the center of the blood pool. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The edges of the blood pool only had slight ripples, but the center of the pool was surging with waves. Violent energy seemed to have gathered here, occasionally whipping up blood waves tens of thousands of meters high above the blood pool. More than 20 figures stood opposite each other, clearly divided into 2 camps as their gazes met. Violent killing intent collided fiercely. To the south were the true gods of the werewolf race, led by Bellis and Goldtooth. To the north were the true gods of the vampire race, led by Marcus, Louisa, and Victor. Ash extermination on the werewolf side and Brian on the vampire side seemed somewhat out of place in their respective camps. The real war was about to begin here. Extra update for today, Chapter 500. The vampires will win. How could the werewolves lose? Bellis's appearance was completely different from what Sumubai had imagined. Standing beside the tall and sturdy Goldtooth, he looked like an underage werewolf, standing less than 1.5 meters tall. He was already extremely thin and frail, and his hunched posture only added to this impression of fragility. But the cold light seeping from his narrow eyes beneath his hood made one feel an involuntary chill. Unlike the vast majority of the werewolf race, Bellis's build clearly wasn't meant for melee combat. His arms were noticeably shorter, and he held a staff that radiated a sinister aura. From this guy, Sumubai even felt a hint of a threat that not even Marcus had brought him. Lord of Shadows, Bellis, werewolf race, Frost Prison, Divine Kingdom. Werewolf King of Cunning, top tier werewolf creature, Law Master realm, vitality 3,333 stars. Divine Soul, early stage median god, Divine Body, early stage median god, combat power, early stage median god, laws, Shadow Element Law, Shadow Curse Law, Shadow Erosion Law, Shadow Stealth Law, Shadow Deception Law. The Bay, a mutant species among the werewolf race, is synonymous with being insidious and cunning. They often possess an extremely high talent for shadow, and the Bay King is the most outstanding among them. Above the center of the blood pool, dozens of law lords from both races stood facing each other. Their violent auras swept through the surroundings, causing the massive waves of the blood pool below to churn. Bellis's eyes flickered with cold light as he looked at Marcus, the strongest of the Blood Clan, a cruel and cold sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Are you Blood Clan members in such a hurry to throw your lives away? HMPH, I didn't expect you to have helpers as well. Marcus's gaze was completely drawn to Jinmi, the form taken by Sumubai. Upon discovering that he was completely unable to see through the other party's strength, his heart tightened involuntarily, but immediately after, he noticed that other than Sumubai, the other unfamiliar faces in the werewolf camp were beings who hadn't even reached the realm of Law Lord. For a moment, Marcus's hanging heart settled down. The werewolf race was truly naive. Did they think finding one helper would be enough? Marcus did not believe the other party could invite anyone too powerful, otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. The other side only had one helper, while his side had to doubt furthermore. Victor had broken through to the realm of a median god. This time, no matter how one looked at it, the advantage was with him. Thinking of this, Marcus turned his gaze to Brian, who was standing to the side. Mr. Brian, are you ready? What he was asking was not actually Brian, but Yui, because before this, Sumubai had said he needed to make some preparations to prevent the werewolf race's law lords from being defeated and fleeing. To this, Marcus and the others naturally had no reason to refuse. What they wanted was for all the true gods of the werewolf race to fall here. Brian did not speak, merely nodding slowly. Seeing this, a curve appeared on Marcus's lips. His gaze swept over the werewolf gods as he said in a deep voice, "Today is the day you die." Bellis sneered disdainfully. "This day next year will be the anniversary of your deaths." Ginya, standing to the side, chimed in. "The Blood Realm secret realm will welcome its true master today." As his voice fell, he gave Sumubai a look. "Mr. Jinmi, are you ready?" "Ready immediately." Sumubai glanced at the cooldown time of the Wheel of Time and Space and counted silently in his heart. 1, 2, 3. The next moment, a ripple of time and space swept through the surroundings. All the true gods present froze for an instant, and even the vast blood pool below paused for a brief moment. Time and space lockdown. Notification. You have locked down the time and space within a radius of 1463 kilometers. Unless you permit it or the other party possesses the power to break the lockdown, they cannot leave by any means. And outsiders cannot enter through teleportation-type methods. Lockdown duration, 10 days, 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 59 seconds. Everyone noticed this sudden lockdown, but no one felt surprised. It was as if everyone believed this was all part of the plan. This point could be seen from the expressions on the faces of the median gods. Belus and Marcus. The staff in Belus's hand pointed directly at Marcus, and a beam of black light, deep to the extreme, shot out instantly. Marcus also tore off his disguise, reverting to his hideous and ugly True Blood clan form. His fleshy wings trembled, and a dense blood-red light surged from his body, colliding with the attack. Mr. Brian, leave Belus to me. Let your undead army slaughter to their heart's content. Both of them released their respective world powers at the first opportunity. The two forces collided, forming a distorted spherical space. The violent world power formed a barrier, distorting the sound inside and the vision from outside. From the outside, dark black light and scarlet blood light were constantly clashing fiercely within this distorted spherical space. Two true gods at the peak of the early median god stage were attacking with all their might. Yet they did not affect anything outside the distorted space in the slightest. Their power was firmly bound by their respective world powers, pouring entirely onto each other. Victor, hurry up and hunt down those lesser gods, Mr. Brian. Leave that flaming poser on the other side to you and ui. No problem. Right. Louise's voice was no longer affected, as she had also reverted to her True Blood clan form. That ugly appearance was truly nauseating. Without waiting for Victor and Brian to respond, she had already swung her whip and charged straight at Jinya. In her view, as long as she and Marcus held off Belus and Jinya, the others would never be a match for Ui and his group. In this battle, the Blood Clan would surely win. You stinking bitch. I've wanted to rip that disgusting tongue of yours out for a long time. Jinya roared, his entire body suffused with a metallic luster. He instantly transformed into a mecha battle wolf, ignoring Louise's long whip, and raised his claws to strike at her face. He was even more confident about this battle. Not only did they have Jin and Mai on their side, but even the Blood Clan's helper was an undercover agent sent by Amar, Jinmi. In this battle, how could the werewolf race possibly lose? The divine power and law power of the two collided crazily, since their world powers had not yet been released. A violent shockwave erupted instantly. The surrounding space shook violently, and the blood pool below sank several tens of thousands of meters deep, directly forming a bowl-shaped depression. Retreat quickly. The one-eyed wolf, loyal to his master, immediately stood in front of Sumubai. But did Sumubai need his help? A powerful world power was released instantly, covering the entire blood pool in a flash and even spreading to the battlefield surrounding the blood pool. The aftermath caused by the fierce battle between Jinya and Louisa was quelled into nothingness before it could even reach Sumubai. At the same time, Jinya, Louisa, Brian, and Victor all released their world powers simultaneously. However, the former two were targeting each other, so their world powers collided directly, and soon, just like Belus and Marcus, they formed a distorted spherical space, and so, the remaining lower gods of both clans were in for a miserable time. This is bad. The world power of that Lich King on the other side is incredibly strong. Damn it. That show-off burning with flames is too powerful. Under the suppression of his world power, the circulation speed of my divine power has actually dropped by more than half. Mr. Brian, be careful. Mr. Jinmi, we're counting on you. Chapter 501. The Undead Scourge descends. In reality, the reason these lower gods felt such intense pressure was entirely because they were simultaneously enduring the suppression of three different world powers. Whether it was Sumubai Brian, or the Vampire Clan's Victor, the world power they released was suppressing every true god present without discrimination. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many of them, and that Sumubai and Victor had spread their world power over a vast area, The situation for these lords of law at the lower god stage would have been even worse. Even so, their strength was significantly suppressed, and the consumption required to mobilize their divine power and laws had increased exponentially. The only ones who truly understood the plan were the few individuals at the middle god stage. These lower gods were kept completely in the dark, because both Bellis and Marcus had the exact same idea: to let Sumubai act out his role as much as possible, then strike at the critical moment to directly cripple the opponent's top combatants. Before that, they certainly could not expose their hands too early, even if a portion of their own lower gods were severely injured as a result. It was a sacrifice they were willing to make. Although neither side stated it explicitly, Sumubai could hear from their words that they were willing to pay the price of a few lower gods' lives. The werewolf clan's trump card was the undercover agents Victor and Brian, while the vampire clan's trump card was the hidden UI. Both sides were tacitly aware of their own schemes, and they fell perfectly into Sumubai's trap. But what Sumubai wanted was not just to cripple a few lower gods. The moment the three worlds exerted their suppression, the angel sisters beside Sumubai were enveloped in black and white light. The next moment, the chaos angel Lanyu descended onto the battlefield. Strange ribbons instantly coalesced, and the longsword in her hand ignited with black and white intertwined flames, turning into a streak of light as she charged into the vampire camp. "My lord, I'm heading in." On the other side, a spatial rift tore open in front of the Signal Light brothers, and the blood-slaughter demon god Patty was reverse summoned to the scene. Only with Sumubai's consent could he enter this time-space locked area without obstruction. Violent divine power surged into the sky. Patty skipped the second stage and entered the third stage directly. His pupils turned purple-black in an instant, and his combat power reached the peak of the lower god stage. Ha 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 ha. So many people to hack this time. I love it. Patty shouldered his greatsword and laughed as he charged into the vampire camp. The appearance of the peak lower gods caused the expressions of the dozen or so vampire lower gods, who were already suppressed by the world power, to change drastically. Just as they wanted to call for help from Brian and Victor, their hearts sank. "You werewolf beasts. Take a hit from your grandpa Victor." Victor transformed into a giant blood-colored bat, his body saturated with thick, viscous blood energy, and he had already lunged into the werewolf camp. On his way, he brushed past Patty and Lanyu, but he had no intention of attacking them at all, acting like a complete stranger. This made things miserable for the lower gods of the werewolf and vampire clans. They had no choice but to go all out to confront their respective powerful enemies. Brian also transformed into a mist of black fog, colliding with Sumubai, who was burning with raging flames. As their world powers clashed, the two fought further and further away, their figures gradually disappearing into the center of the blood pool. Boom. The fierce battle did not cease because of their departure. Instead, it intensified. The most dangerous areas were naturally the two distorted elemental spaces. At the edges of these spaces, the world power vibrated so violently that even the lower gods outside dared not approach. Inside the spaces, Bellis and Marcus exhausted all their means, unleashing a century-defining battle for the first time. Both believed they had hidden trump cards, so they wanted to exhaust the other's divine soul and divine power as quickly as possible to create favorable conditions for Jinni and UI to strike suddenly. In the other space, Golden Tooth and Louisa held the same thoughts. The battle between them was even bloodier, as they frantically mobilized their divine power and the power of laws to bombard each other. For a time, these four middle god stage powerhouses were truly enraged, with no time to concern themselves with matters outside. After all, in their view, this battle had no suspense whatsoever. Although they noticed the departure of Sumubai and Brian, they didn't think anything of it, because everything was going according to plan. The reason for their departure was to summon the Scourge Legion to sweep the battlefield outside the blood pool. Bellis and Marcus both believed this, and Sumubai and Brian were indeed doing exactly that. Once their world powers were fully expanded, they directly encompassed the entire blood pool, and even a portion of the battlefield by the pool was shrouded within. The soldiers of both clans on the battlefield had just felt the terrifying power of suppression when, the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. Crack, crack, crack. The space at the edge of the battlefield suddenly tore apart piece by piece, and the dark, Overwhelming army of the undead scourge poured out from the spatial rifts in an endless stream. 44,400 Lich Lords and Death Knights, leading over to billion scourge troops, descended into the Blood Realm secret realm from Sumubai's small world. Because the numbers were simply too vast, even though the world power greatly accelerated the speed of their arrival. Such a massive scourge army could not join the battlefield all at once. Kill. The command to slaughter was issued by the Lich Lords and Death Knights. The undead scourge troops that rushed out of the spatial rifts first were already waving their weapons and charging into the vampire army. This charge immediately stunned the vampire army. Why is it like this? Didn't Prince Marcus say we had a middle god stage Lich King on our side? Why would the werewolf clan summon so many undead creatures? It's too terrifying. These undead simply cannot be killed. Is this kind of perverted lifesteal effect for real? No. What kind of undead creatures are these? Why do those who die at their hands turn directly into skeletons? Turning into skeletons is one thing. I've seen that before. But why does one corpse turn into two skeletons? Damn it. These skeletons are simply endless. For a moment, all sorts of screams echoed throughout the entire vampire camp. Under the augmentation of multiple SSS rank skills, Sumubai's scourge of the undead army was simply not something these vampire soldiers could withstand. In contrast, the soldiers of the werewolf camp were now experiencing a massive boost in morale. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, the reinforcements mentioned by Lord Demon Wolf God have arrived. Everyone, charge with me. Kill all these stinking bats that only know how to suck blood. With such a powerful scourge legion helping us, our werewolf race will surely wait. What the hell? How is this possible? The joy of the werewolf race came to an abrupt halt as they encountered the exact same situation as the vampires. One after another, patches of space were torn apart, and countless undead creatures surged out from the rifts, joining the battlefield. But this time, the targets of these undead creatures' slaughter were the werewolf camp. Chapter 502. Suppressing an entire army with one's own strength. Bonus chapter. Look everyone. It must be the Lich King that Prince Marcus mentioned. Hold on. The skeletons on our side are clearly stronger. Ha 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 ha. It's time for our counterattack. Everyone, follow the undead army and charge. Kill. We must wipe out all these filthy beasts in this battle. These undead creatures that descended later naturally came from Brian, don't forget. Before Brian broke through to become a master of laws, his class was also the Lord of Death. Although he didn't have the Death Codex back then, only a Book of Death. The bonuses for his Scourge Legion weren't as perverted as Sumubai's, but this guy was a genuine intermediate God Realm powerhouse. The undead creatures he summoned were superior to Sumubai's in both quantity and quality. Roar! A violent dragon roar resounded across the battlefield from several massive spatial rifts. Gargantuan bone dragons flew out. These bone dragons were all wreathed in dense, stagnant death energy and the power of death-type laws. Under the augmentation of these powers, every single one of them possessed strength at the Tier 10 Saint Extermination level. The intervention of Brian, a Lich King at the Intermediate God Realm, immediately boosted the confidence of the vampire camp. The morale that had been severely hit by the ravages of the Scourge Legion instantly recovered to its peak. Under the influence of the blood mist permeating the entire Blood Realm secret realm, the soldiers of both races had long since become bloodthirsty. So much so that they didn't even notice that the undead creatures on both sides didn't seem to attack each other, but were instead consistently slaughtering the soldiers of the opposing side. Even if someone suddenly regained some clarity and discovered this, they were quickly suppressed by the iron hooves of the scourge of the undead, dying miserably under various attacks. As a massive influx of the scourge of the undead flooded the battlefield, the war entered a white-hot stage. Every minute and every second, players were dying. Soul absorption effective, soul points count 0. Soul absorption effective, soul points count 0. Soul absorption effective, soul points count 100. Soul absorption effective, soul points count 1000. The system notification sounds rang incessantly in Sumubai's ears, and the soul points within the Death Codex skyrocketed crazily. Brian stood with his hands behind his back atop the head of a shadow bone dragon, suppressing all the werewolf armies on the central continent with his own strength, including numerous Tier 9 mythical level and Tier 10 Saint Extermination level generals. they could only retreat step by step in the face of the terrifying scourge of the undead he summoned. On the other side, the vampire army, led by a group of Tier 9 and Tier 10 generals, gradually felt as if they were managing to hold their ground. Seeing this, Sumyubai remained completely unruffled. After all, he was only at Tier 7, it was normal for his Scourge Legion to have a gap compared to Brian's. And it wasn't as if the Scourge Legion was his only means. I haven't tried this skill yet. Sumyubai sat upright on the throne atop Frost's head. He raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, releasing a massive pile of corpses from his spatial ring. Among them were elders from the Korya Kingdom, the two Saint Extermination level players he met when he first arrived in the undead realm, and that peak Saint Extermination level Emperor of 10,000 Skeletons Yahello. More numerous were the elite members of the Demon Wolf pirate group he had killed in the Cosmic Void back then. Over 1,000 corpses surrounded Sumyubai with a thought. Powerful soul energy and stagnant death energy surged forth. Death resurrection. The next moment, all these corpses opened their eyes, their aura instantly recovering to the peak state they held in life. Notification. You have used death resurrection to forcibly revive 1,208 corpses. Because the corpses are intact, they will be able to exert 100% of their combat power from when they were alive, lasting for 48 hours. The number 1,208 was not Sumyubai's limit, it was simply all the corpses he had. Of course, after this time, Sumyubai would never lack corpses to use again, and the combat power of these revived corpses was actually far beyond their peak in life. Because after being resurrected by Sumyubai, these corpses could also enjoy the augmentation of all his skills: double Supreme Undead Aura, double Soul Snatching Aura, double Scourge Power, various Cataclysm traits. The combat power of these corpses was now several times stronger than it had been when they were alive. Roar! Yahello, who already possessed peak Saint Extermination level combat power, roared at the sky and led the 1,000+ resurrected corpses into the battlefield. Their targets were those Tier 9 mythical level and Tier 10 Saint Extermination level vampire generals. Not only that, as Sumyubai's gaze swept across the battlefield below, streaks of stagnant death energy instantly condensed and surged into the bodies of various Death Knights and Lich Lords. During this process, the helmet piece of the Calamity of Eternal Silence continuously supplied a massive amount of stagnant death energy. Boom! In an instant, nearly 3,000 powerful auras erupted across the battlefield. System prompt: you have consumed 926,000 points of Deathly Silence Chi, strengthening to 1,926 targets. The enhancement magnitude is 10%, with a duration of 10 minutes. Under the augmentation of the Occupational Catastrophe trait, the effects, number of strengthened targets, and duration of the SSS grade skill Deathly Silence Chi were all doubled. Since the targets being strength and were already powerful, the consumption was also astonishing. However, for Sumyubai, who possessed an infinite power bank, this was not even worth mentioning. With these corpses, and the addition of the strengthened Death Knights and Lich Lords, the Tier 9 and Tier 10 generals within the vampire army could no longer block the advance of the Scourge Legion. In an instant, the vampire camp, much like the werewolf camp, began to retreat steadily. 2 Scourge skeletons rose from the corpses of the vampire players. Because they were not weak to begin with, their quality far exceeded that of the Scourge skeletons born in the Forbidden Land of Gods. As the number of Scourge skeletons grew, the vampire camp began to collapse. Before leaving, Sumyubai had cast Soul Amplification on Victor. While summoning the Scourge Legion to slaughter the two armies, he had been monitoring the situation of the divine battle in the center of the blood pool through Victor's perspective. Following his instructions, not a single lesser god from either side had died yet, though many had lost their combat effectiveness. In the eyes of Bellis and the others, this was seen as Sumyubai deliberately holding back, and the plan was proceeding perfectly. Consequently, the battle between the four became increasingly intense, entering a white-hot state. That's about enough. With a thought from Sumyubai, Frost roared as it charged into the battlefield. It was time to complete the advancement quest. Today's bonus chapter is served. Chapter 503. The Descent of the Death God, Field Death 6 Advancement Quest. To become a true master of death, you must personally experience a vast amount of death within 180 days. Completely kill 100 million living beings to experience the power of death. Quest restrictions. 1. The targets must be true living beings, and their strength must not be lower than tier 4. 2. Targets killed by summons and contracted creatures do not count toward the total. 3. If the quest is not completed within 180 days, the quest data will be wiped, and you must start over. For Sumyubai to break through to tier 8, he needed to complete 2 advancement quests in total. He had long since met the requirements for the most difficult one, the Path of the Extreme Legend, and had even far exceeded them. Now, he only needed to complete the Field Death 6 quest to successfully break through. As an advancement quest for the Master of Death, one must personally experience a vast amount of death. Targets killed by summons and contracted creatures would not be counted toward the quest. For the previous to Field Death quests, Sumyubai had relied on the skill Destroy Corpse and Erase Traces. This time, he was prepared to make some changes. Master, my hands are getting itchy too. Frost roared as it charged into the battlefield, opening its mouth to spew a breath of deathly silence, dragon breath, engulfing all the vampire soldiers in its path. Go ahead. Sumyubai waved his hand, and he, along with the throne behind him, floated into the air, letting Frost run wild. Looking at the sea of the Scourge Legion below, Sumyubai looked toward the distance. The central continent was vast, with the flames of war burning everywhere, and many areas had not yet been attacked by the Scourge Legion. The next moment, his figure vanished from where he stood. Death domain shift. At the edge of his vision, Sumyubai's throne suddenly appeared, hovering above the battlefield. Speed it up. The front line needs reinforcements. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In this battle, we must exterminate all those filthy werewolves. Prince Marcus said that the vampires will surely win this battle. Surely, holy crap. Who is that? Sumyubai did not hide his aura in the slightest, so his sudden appearance instantly caught the attention of the vampire soldiers below. Damn it! Where did this show-off come from? To dare to charge into our rear guard alone. He must have a death wish. Ranged units, take aim. Shoot that show-off down for me. As the generals issued their orders, a barrage of ranged attacks descended upon Sumyubai like a downpour. At the same time, more than a dozen Tier 9 mythical grade vampire powerhouses soared into the sky, instantly surrounding Sumyubai. More than a dozen similar domains unfolded, instantly shrouding Sumyubai within them. The domains of these mythical grade vampire powerhouses were almost all related to blood. Some could suppress life recovery effects, some could cause the target's blood to boil, and some could even prevent an enemy's wounds from healing. However, they had clearly underestimated Sumyubai's strength. Facing the siege of over a dozen Tier 9 mythical grade powerhouses, Sumyubai didn't even stand up. He just leaned lazily against his throne, his gaze sharpening. Soul-snatching domain activate. This was a profession skill converted from vampiric aura and further promoted through freeloading. Back in the forbidden land of gods, Sumyubai's soul strength was not high, so he had basically never used it. After arriving in the undead realm, although his soul strength improved quickly, his combat power increased even faster, and the enemies were too strong, making the domain almost useless. In the current situation, using the soul-snatching domain was perfectly appropriate. The moment the domain unfolded, a heart-palpitating power erupted from within Sumyubai's body. Dark purple energy light instantly swept across the surroundings, colliding with the domains of the dozen Tier 9 mythical grade powerhouses in an instant. HMPH, naive. Do you really think you can resist us all by yourself? Before the vampire mythical grade powerhouse could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his voice came to an abrupt halt, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Their dozen or so domains had not provided even the slightest bit of obstruction. That dark purple energy light simply ignored their domains, silently and rapidly spreading outward in all directions. There was not even a ripple of movement. Their domains were like fragile bubbles, instantly swallowed by the dark purple energy. The expressions of these mythical grade blood clan powerhouses remained frozen in a state of wide-eyed shock. It was not that they had lost their minds, but rather that their souls had already been extracted by Sumyubai's soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain. System prompt. You have successfully extracted 1 million soul points. System prompt. You have successfully extracted 1 million soul points. A series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears as the dozen or so mythical grade blood clan powerhouses who had swarmed him fell in an instant. Their expressions locked in place. They turned into corpses and plummeted toward the ground below. During their descent, two disaster skeleton kings emerged from each of their bodies. However, because of the birth of these disaster skeleton kings, the corpses of these mythical grade blood clan powerhouses became tattered and ruined. After all, the disaster skeletons had literally crawled out from within their remains. Using death resurrection on such corpses would certainly result in a significant reduction in their combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, Sumyubai still waved his hand, collecting these corpses into his spatial ring. Even if their combat power was diminished, the explosive force of destroying corpses and eliminating traces would not be affected. When it came to corpse bombs, the more, the better. The gap between these Tier 9 mythical grade existences and Sumyubai was simply too vast. The effectiveness of the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain in extracting soul points was entirely dependent on the strength of the souls involved. Sumyubai was now only a single step away from condensing his divine soul to him. These mythical grade blood clan members were no different from infants after draining their souls. The soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain did not stop spreading, quickly covering a vast expanse of the battlefield. Dark purple energy flickered, and the blood clan soldiers caught within the domain began to stare blankly, their eyes turning dull. Within the coverage of the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain, no one could escape. Faintly, wisps of invisible soul energy were extracted and converged into Sumyubai's body. These blood clan players, having had their souls drained, did not even have the chance to respawn. They died completely. One disaster skeleton after another climbed up from their corpses, brandishing their weapons as they charged into the battlefield ahead, forming a pincer attack with the advancing scourge of the undead army. Having activated the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain, Sumyubai now appeared like the god of death descended upon the world. He sat atop his throne high in the sky, looking down coldly at the billions of blood clan members below, his icy eyes devoid of any emotion. Every second, countless blood clan soldiers were drained of their souls, becoming members of the Scourge Legion. When the domain expanded to its limit, the throne beneath Sumyubai would shift to another part of the battlefield to continue extracting the souls of the blood clan soldiers, the only ones capable of putting up any resistance. The Tier 10 Saint Extermination grade blood clan generals were currently unable to break free, for a time. The number of kills required for the advanced quest experience Death 6 grew rapidly under the influence of the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain. Chapter 504. The improvement brought by the Path of the Ultimate Legend. The quest required killing creatures of at least Tier 4, and this battlefield was filled with such existences. As for the requirement of 100 million, it was nothing under the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain. Before long, the system notification Sumyubai had been anticipating finally rang in his ears. Congratulations on successfully traversing the Path of Legend and meeting the conditions for breaking the limit. Congratulations on completing all advanced quests. Your XP cap has been increased. In an instant, a beam of golden light erupted from Sumyubai, piercing through the blood-red mist and appearing exceptionally dazzling on this battlefield filled with killing intent. Immediately following, another series of system notifications sounded. Congratulations to player White Knight for leveling up to 210. For dimensional attributes Kung 6400. Skill points Kung 1. Free attribute points Kung 2500. Congratulations to player White Knight for breaking through to Tier 8. Compatibility with the Death Sovereign profession has increased. Unlocking partial profession powers. Power is currently merging. Please wait patiently. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully breaking the limit. Based on the difficulty of the Path of Legend and your own potential, your base for dimensional attributes have increased by Kung 300%. 30%. Sumyubai's pupils constricted, and he was so surprised he nearly stood up from his throne. The magnitude of the improvement after completing the Path of the Ultimate Legend was actually 3 times that of the Path of the Ultimate Epic. Such a reward far exceeded his expectations. Sumyubai quickly realized that the reason for such a massive boost, aside from the effects of the Path of the Ultimate Legend, must also be related to the infusion of origin power from last time. Potential was one of the most important factors in determining how much one could improve with each breakthrough. Now, having leveled up from 209 to 210, Sumyubai's base sovereign power was already approaching 10 million. One had to realize. This was his base attribute. How could it be described as anything less than exaggerated? I wonder if the amplification effect of the calamity of eternal silence will still be as high with such high base attributes. Sumyubai suddenly recalled what Frost had said. With a thought, he summoned the detailed panel for the calamity of eternal silence. Sure enough, as his base attributes grew stronger, the bonus from the calamity of eternal silence had decreased significantly compared to before. Between the increase and the decrease, his improvement in comprehensive attributes was not as massive as he had imagined. However, previously, more of his power had come from equipment, whereas now it originated from within himself. The two were not in the same league. Sumyubai clenched his fists slightly, clearly feeling that his control over his power had become much more intuitive. This was something that equipment upgrades could not provide. Just as he was about to close the calamity of eternal silence panel, his gaze suddenly rested on the power of eternal silence. Current power of eternal silence, 480.76 points. This was the power of eternal silence he had devoured while slaughtering the members of the Demon Wolf Pirate group, which he hadn't had the chance to use yet. Looking at the nearly 500 points of eternal silence power on the panel, a thought suddenly occurred to Sumyubai. Can the calamity of eternal silence set become even stronger? When he first condensed the calamity of eternal silence set, he had only consumed the minimum requirement of 20 points of eternal silence power. Logically speaking, consuming more eternal silence power should have made the calamity of eternal silence set even stronger. Thinking of this, Sumyubai immediately let his thoughts stir. Notification. Do you wish to continue injecting more eternal silence power into the Saint Extermination grade calamity of eternal silence set? Notification. Injecting an additional 480 points of eternal silence power will raise the calamity of eternal silence set to the limit of the Saint Extermination grade, capable of perfectly amplifying the attributes of Saint Extermination grade creatures to the maximum. Hearing the system notification ringing in his ears, a look of wild joy instantly appeared on Sumyubai's face. As expected of an exclusive set obtained after a free upgrade, to think it could perfectly amplify the attributes of a Saint Extermination grade creature at its limit, it was simply terrifying. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumyubai immediately injected 480 points of eternal silence power into the calamity of eternal silence set. The eternal silence power was gone, but for Sumyubai, it was easy to obtain more. Since he wanted to improve the set's effects, he might as well max it out in one go. The surface of the Crimson Ash extinction armor was instantly swallowed by a black hole. Sumyubai immediately felt his strength increase once again. This black hole that devoured everything flashed and vanished, and Sumyubai remained in the ash extinction catastrophe state. It changed. However, the bonus effects of the calamity of eternal silence set had already been restored to the data from when it was first condensed, and this time, even if Sumyubai's base attributes were on par with a Saint Extermination grade creature, the bonuses from the calamity of eternal silence set would not be reduced in the slightest. By then, the strength of the divine body he would condense by absorbing the set's power would be far beyond imagination. Feeling the surging power within his body, a sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. I wonder if I can start condensing a divine body ahead of time when I break through to the 9th rank. Condensing a divine body and a divine soul was something only those at the peak of the 10th rank Saint Extermination grade needed to do. Before that, one still needed to comprehend a path of law to the 9 pattern limit. But who was Sumyubai? The number 1 cheat of the myriad worlds. When had he ever followed the conventional path step by step? He had already comprehended a 9 pattern limit path of law back at the 7th rank epic grade. Why would he need to wait until the peak of the 10th rank Saint Extermination grade to start condensing a divine body? Regarding this, although Sumyubai had great confidence, it was only confidence after all. The human race was inherently too weak. Even if he had successfully walked the path of the ultimate epic and the ultimate legend, his base attributes still could not compare to those of Saint Extermination grade creatures. The reason he could bluff his way through now was entirely due to the power of the world. However, the main effect of this power was suppression. If they were to actually fight, He would have almost no way to deal effective damage to an existence at the Lost Sovereign Realm without divine power. Whether he could start condensing a divine body early would depend on the third step of breaking the limit, the most important step, the improvement of the mythical path. Condensing a divine body will still take some time, but condensing a divine soul is something I can do right now. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes, and a system notification rang in his ears once again. Congratulations to player White Knight for breaking through to an 8th rank legendary creature. Based on the difficulty of the legendary path and your own potential, your soul strength and soul quality have both been improved. Soul quality: early stage lesser god strength, early stage lesser god. The breakthrough to the 8th rank legendary grade, while not enough to push Sumyubai's soul quality a step further, had completely shattered the bottleneck in his soul strength. Boom! In an instant, Sumyubai felt a roar in his mind, as if his soul were about to leave his body. Notification: both your soul quality and soul strength have reached the early stage lesser god level. Your soul is currently transforming into a divine soul. The system notification rang again, and Sumyubai clearly felt his soul becoming increasingly solid, his thoughts becoming clearer and clearer. If the breakthrough from the 6th rank to the 7th, and the 7th to the 8th, was an improvement in life grade, then the transformation of the soul into a divine soul was a leap in the level of life. Chapter 505: Divine Soul, Divine Power. Summoning the Skeletal Dragon King. Bonus chapter. Creatures possessing a divine soul, while not yet true gods, already possess the combat power of a demigod to a certain extent. The 11th rank Lost Sovereign Realm is known as a true god in the myriad worlds. All ranks below it are merely ordinary creatures, and a true god is no longer a creature in the conventional sense. Just like Victor, during the battle on the abandoned planet, his divine body was blasted into a mist of blood by Brian and the other two, yet he was able to reform it in an instant. This terrifying ability is simply not something a Saint Extermination grade creature can comprehend, unless both the divine soul and the divine body are annihilated until not even a speck of dust remains. A true god always has hope of recovery. Brian is a living example of this. To break through to the 11th rank Lost Sovereign Realm and achieve the status of a true god, one must pass 3 hurdles: condensing a divine body, condensing a divine soul, and the most important one, fully comprehending a path of law. Now, Sumyubai had only just broken through to the 8th rank, yet he had already cleared one of the hurdles to becoming a true god. The process of condensing a divine soul did not take as long as he had imagined. Before long, Sumyubai awoke from the ethereal, transcendent feeling of his soul's transformation. At the same time, the system notification reached his ears once again. Notification: your soul has successfully transformed into a divine soul. Divine soul quality: early stage lesser god. Divine soul strength: early stage lesser god. On the soul interface, the word soul had changed to divine soul. Although there was no improvement in quality or strength, Sumyubai clearly felt the difference. Most importantly, after condensing a divine soul, he finally possessed the power to threaten a true god. Divine power: the divine soul has the ability to condense divine power. Only by mobilizing divine power can one inflict damage upon gods. Though the divine power currently contained is insufficient to sustain a major battle, the divine soul and the divine body complement each other. Possessing only one of them results in the ability to condense very little divine power. However, for Sumyubai, being able to inflict effective damage on a true god for the time being is already enough. Sumyubai slowly raised his hand, and a formless divine power adhered to his palm. As his palm gently swiped downward, a terrifying energy exploded instantly. Boom! A massive, thunderous roar resounded across the battlefield, and a terrifying palm print manifested upon the earth. The palm print was several thousand meters in length and width, with a depression in the center reaching hundreds of meters deep. Yet, the ground at the very edges of the palm print did not show even a single crack. This was the effect of absolute control over divine power. This strike was not Sumyubai's current limit. It was merely a casual attempt he had made. The palm of divine power did not manage to crush any living creatures either. This was because the vampires below had long since had their souls drained by the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain, and even their corpses had become tattered and ruined due to the birth of the scourge skeletons. Under this palm, The corpses of these vampire soldiers were directly annihilated, leaving not even a trace behind. Is this the power of a true god? Sumyubai raised his palm to look at it, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The attempt just now allowed him to truly feel the terror of divine power. But when fighting against a master of laws, no one would use divine power in such a simple manner, because the cost-effectiveness of dispersed divine power is simply too low. Withdrawing the divine power back into his divine soul, Sumyubai flipped his hand and summoned the Death Codex, current soul points, for 0.358 billion of 5 billion, still a little short. Glancing at the soul points, Sumyubai was about to teleport to the next battlefield when a series of system notifications rang in his ears once again. Power fusion complete. Congratulations to player Baiyi for officially breaking through to an 8th tier legendary level class. A portion of the Death Sovereign's power has been unlocked. Your class bonuses have changed. Click to view details. You have learned the new skill Summon Skeleton Dragon King. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to the 8th tier. Reward main attributes come 500,000, soul essence come 100. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement is about to be made. So fast. Sumyubai was slightly taken aback. This time, the fusion of the Death Sovereign class power was much faster than he had anticipated. Is it because I condensed the divine soul? He whispered softly. A vague guess forming in his mind, however. This was clearly a good thing, so he did not dwell on it too much. He opened his skill panel directly, and before checking the new skill, Sumyubai acted on a thought. Catastrophe. Target. Summon Skeleton Dragon King. Attach catastrophe trait. Notification. You have lost 0.9 soul power. Immediately following, a perfect skill book turned into a stream of light and vanished. And the skill level was directly raised to the maximum. Summon Skeleton Dragon King, SSS. Max, active skill, skill effects. 1. Summon a Skeleton Dragon King possessing a boss panel. The rank of the Skeleton Dragon King is determined by the player's base main attributes. 2. Each Skeleton Dragon King comes with 10 elemental bone dragons 1 tier lower than itself, and 100 bone dragons 2 tiers lower than itself. 3. The Skeleton Dragon King possesses self-awareness, can act independently, and possesses 10% of your summon control range. Each Skeleton Dragon King possesses extremely powerful individual combat strength. Catastrophe trait. 1. The minimum threshold for the Skeleton Dragon Kings you summon is the early stage of the Saint Extermination level. 2. Skeleton Dragon Kings can fuse with each other to possess even greater combat strength. Another type of commander unit. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He was about to summon 2 Skeleton Dragon Kings to take a look, but his movements suddenly stalled. Notification. The Skeleton Dragon King is a boss-type unit. Your summoning space branch has been unlocked. Initial boss summoning space. Notification. Because you have successfully created a small world, influenced by the law of Scourge World, your base boss summoning space has been increased to 80. Current boss summoning space. 0 for hundredths. Boss summoning space. Sumyubai frowned. Aren't Death Knights also boss panels? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized that the reason Death Knights could possess boss panels was entirely due to the catastrophe trait. They themselves were still commander units. Besides that, there was one more point that left him somewhat puzzled. The system notification clearly said the boss summoning space was increased to 80. So why did the panel show 400? Extra update provided today, Chapter 506. Hill of Thunder, God-forbidden land. No. Ever since the Northern Radiance Empire and the Light Federation surrendered, players from other countries have been in a state of panic. However, what the players were worried about was not whether their own countries would surrender, but rather that they would surrender too late, resulting in increasingly worse treatment. The Shenlong Empire had received so many system rewards, even becoming their third-class vassal commoners would be far better than the current situation. What is the concept of 50% of the treatment? If nothing else, just the experience gained from grinding monsters alone would be enough to make everyone envious. But now, the roles have long since reversed, and the initiative is completely in the hands of the Shenlong Empire. As for the Saint Temple Empire, which was once on par with the Shenlong Empire, it has now fallen apart. After all, the Saint Temple Empire does not have the ability to cross national borders. At this stage, Whoever gets too close to them and ends up being attacked by the Shenlong Empire will suffer greatly. The cautionary tales of the Sakura Kingdom and the Koryu Kingdom are still fresh in everyone's memory. Therefore, apart from the Saint Temple Empire, the high-level officials of all other countries are now agonizing over how to get the Shenlong Empire to accept them. But to surrender, how can one do so without first showing enough sincerity? To put it bluntly, if you don't bring out resources that satisfy the Shenlong Palace, it's all just empty talk. Inside the 100-nation conference space, there are many distressed leaders of small countries every single day. These people had no idea that after Bai Yi and Hui Jian left, the Shenlong Empire no longer possessed the ability to cross national borders. They were terrified that one day, if the Shenlong Empire were displeased, it would send a massive army to crush their borders. Therefore, the level 9 mythical tier powerhouses of various nations had been busy self-strategizing during this period. Some had even made up their minds, preparing to hand over all the resources in their treasuries to the Shenlong Palace, begging only for a chance to surrender. Of course, not all small nations were like this. Those that had previously been close to the Shenlong Empire had long since been successfully accepted. This had caused the territory of the Shenlong Empire to expand once again. For the players, the expansion of territory meant having access to more leveling resources. The Forbidden Land of Gods was not as vast as the myriad worlds, and traveling through teleportation arrays was very convenient, provided one was willing to spend some money. Speaking of money, would players of the Shenlong Empire ever be short of it? Under the influence of multiple rewards, every player in the Shenlong Empire could be considered wealthy. A mere teleportation fee was, to them, just a drop in the bucket. Most importantly, after stacking multiple rewards, the XP gained from killing monsters for Shenlong Empire players had increased to an exaggerated 2000%, 20 times the experience points. What kind of concept was that? Even Sumubai, that cheating player, had never enjoyed such treatment. This was the rule of the Forbidden Land of Gods. In the early stages of the game, the difficulty of leveling up for all players was extremely high. But as the continent moved toward unification, nations capable of annexing others could obtain generous rewards, rapidly reducing the difficulty of leveling up. According to the normal script, the No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods should have been a three-way standoff between the two major superpowers, the Shenlong Empire and the Sanctuary Empire, along with the Illuminati Federation and the Bayou Empire. However, due to the appearance of a bug-level existence like Sumubai, the Shenlong Empire had started its path of conquest ahead of schedule. Consequently, even before the mainstream players of the Shenlong Empire reached the third rank, they already had a 20x XP bonus. Coupled with the talent effect of grand strategy, the levels of the Shenlong Empire players were far ahead of the rest. Although they did not possess strength as monstrous as Sumubai's, their current leveling speed was not slow in the slightest. Shenlong Empire, Thunderous Hill. This was a level 60 map, and when Sumubai left, he had even used Yu Yi to freeload and upgrade the wild monsters here. Naturally, the trio of Yu Yi would not level up in such a low-level map. And even players with SSS tier talents like Sanchi Kingfeng had long since gone to higher-level maps. Following Sumubai, their current strength had long since surpassed normal development by many times. Whether it was their equipment or skill configurations, none of it was what one should have at this stage. Currently, the ones leveling here were a squad from the Dark Knight mercenary group. The leader was a female player named Jinjia. If not for Sumubai, Jinjia would still be able to stand at the very pinnacle of the Shenlong Empire. When the Blue Star region level leaderboard first opened, her name had once appeared in the 9th position. Her talent was absolutely the top tier among all SS tier talent players in the Blue Star region. The proud and aloof Jinjia had once rejected the recruitment of Feng Xiaoxiao, determined to make a name for herself in the Forbidden Land of Gods through her own strength. But as Sumubai became increasingly monstrous and triggered more and more announcements, Jinjia gradually began to doubt her life. Yet, she only regarded Bai Yi as a goal to pursue. It wasn't until she heard that even Sanchi Kingfeng had joined Sumubai's ranks that she finally let go of her obsession, accepted Feng Xiaoxiao's invitation, and became a member of the Dark Knight mercenary group. However, because she joined too late, Sumubai had not noticed her, and thus her talent had not been freeloaded and upgraded to SSS tier. But Jinjia had managed to catch the last train, just as Sumyubai was leaving. She successfully received the Death's Gift and became one of Sumyubai's believers. At this moment, the squad was besieging a level 70 epic tier boss, with Jinxia's strength, assisted by several members of the Dark Knight mercenary group. It stood to reason that no accidents should occur. After all, with the wealthy Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce backing them, their configuration could be described as extremely luxurious. However, an accident still happened. The intelligence was wrong. There were actually 2 epic tier bosses here, and the second one was an 80-level existence. In an instant, the entire squad fell into a dilemma. Fight. They definitely couldn't win. Run. They were reluctant to give up on that level 70 boss, which only had a quarter of its health remaining. Sister Jinjia, if it's really not working, let's just give up. Yeah, let's wait until we go back and call for more people. Then come back to kill these 2 bulls. At worst, we just fight it again. It's just a waste of time. In the squad chat channel, the members spoke up one after another to persuade her. These 2 bosses looked 70% similar to rhinoceroses, but their bodies were 10 times larger, and the rhino horns on their heads crackled with lightning. Moo! The 2 rhino bosses were clearly a male and a female, and at this moment, their eyes were blood red as they pursued Jinjia and the others. Listening to her teammates, Jinjia clenched her fists, her face full of unwillingness. But for the sake of her teammates' lives, she finally nodded helplessly and said in a low voice, "Retreat." When she said this word, the figure sitting on the throne at the Heaven's Pride tournament couldn't help but flash through her mind, and a trace of longing flickered deep in her eyes. If she could have 1% now, even 1/10,000th of the leader's strength, she wouldn't have returned in defeat this time. Right, brothers. The wind is picking up. Let's bail. Once we've gathered enough people, we'll come back to deal with these 2 guys. The teammates immediately released their respective crowd control skills, preparing to retreat. Jinjia looked at the 2 bosses with unwillingness, waving her staff to prepare an ice wall to block the path. But the next moment, her figure suddenly stalled, and she stood frozen in place. "Captain, get out of the way." Seeing Jinjia about to have intimate contact with the boss, the team members were shocked. Immediately afterward, everyone present opened their mouths wide, staring at Jinjia with round, wide-eyed expressions. What the hell? How did the captain suddenly become so fierce? It seems we don't need to run anymore. Chapter 507, Divine Descent State. Just as the level 80 epic grade boss was about to collide with Jinjia, a thin wall of ice suddenly condensed in front of her. Bang. The next moment, the rhinoceros boss slammed violently into the ice wall. Everything that followed left all the team members completely stunned. Before this, Jinxia's ice wall had been nowhere near strong enough to block the BOSS's charge. But this time, the ice wall didn't even show a single crack. Conversely, the rhinoceros boss had slammed into it so hard that it became dizzy, letting out a low, pained growl. Immediately after, the team members noticed that Jinxia's status bar had changed. Behind her name, a set of parentheses had suddenly appeared. Jinjia Divine Descent State. What kind of skill is this? A team member widened his eyes, staring at the suddenly surging power of Jinjia, frozen in place for a moment. Haven't both her burst skill and power of death already been used? I never expected the captain to have such a trump card. The rest of the team members were equally baffled. But as elites of the Dark Knight mercenary group, they quickly reacted, decisively abandoning the idea of retreating and turning back to join the battlefield, buying time for Jinjia to cast her skills. Is this a divine descent? Jinjia looked at the boss blocked by the ice wall, her eyes shining with brilliance. Just a moment ago, a system notification had suddenly echoed in her ears. Notification. The deity you worship has heard your prayer. Following that, Jinjia was astonished to find her attributes beginning to skyrocket. Notification. You have received a divine gift from the Sovereign of Death. Bai. He has bestowed a sliver of his power upon you. This notification was the reason Jinjia had been frozen in place. The magnitude of the boost brought by the Divine Descent state was simply incomparable to any burst skill. Jinjia was shocked to discover that all her skills had been enhanced, and her attributes had increased significantly. Sovereign. Just how strong are you now? She couldn't help but murmur to herself. A divine gift. Just a sliver of power had granted her such a terrifying boost. An image of the figure on the throne couldn't help but surface in Jinxia's mind once more. But this time, that figure had become even more majestic. Like a god looking down upon the world. At this moment, the other team members returned to the battlefield, one after another releasing skills to buy her an opportunity. Jinxia tightened her grip on her staff, her gaze burning like a torch. This time, she had full confidence in defeating the two bosses before her. At the same time, a system announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire Forbidden Land of Gods. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Empire player Baiyi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to break through to the 8th rank. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. The regional chat channel became lively once again because of this. A big shot is a big shot. No matter where he goes, it's the same. Is the 8th rank legendary grade really that easy to break through to? This cheater Baiyi really has no bottlenecks. Advancement quests are simply effortless for him. Although Big Shot Baiyi is no longer on the Blue Star region level leaderboard, I'll make a blind guess. His level will definitely soar to 239 immediately. Do you even need to say that? Guaranteed. Baiyi, normal procedure, basic operation. Don't get excited. Why is everyone standing up? Sit down, sit down. I want to kneel before him. Can he hurry up and accept or surrender? I really envy those players who get 50% of the Dragon Empire's treatment. I estimate it won't be long before Baiyi becomes the strongest person in the entire human race. Too small. Your perspective is too small. Let me say it. The strongest in the myriad worlds. Who agrees? Who opposes? Dragon God Palace. Within the valley, the communicator on Feng Yuan's wrist flickered with light, projecting a virtual image of Huijian, Old Man Feng. The virtual projection of Huijian waved his hand in front of Feng Yuan a few times. Why did you suddenly freeze up while halfway through speaking, you guy? Don't tell me your senility is acting up. Cough, cough. Aren't you older than me? Feng Yuan coughed twice and slowly spoke. The Myriad Worlds game announcement just said that little friend Baiyi has broken through to the 8th rank legendary grade. So fast. Huijian frowned upon hearing this. That brat didn't choose the most basic path of legend, did he? He was not a native of the No. 7 Forbidden Land of Gods. Nor was he a player from the Blue Star region. So he could not hear the Blue Star region system announcements. With his spirit, it is impossible for him to have chosen the most basic path of legend. Feng Yuan shook his head, his eyes filled with complex thoughts. Although he was certain Baiyi would choose the extreme path of legend, the speed of this breakthrough was simply too fast, making him somewhat unable to believe it. Not long ago, Baiyi had asked him about the method to open the path of legend. Not only did he find a lawmaster of the Median God realm to help so quickly, but he also met all the requirements. This was simply incredible. Alright, there's no need to worry about the Baiyi brat. This guy cannot be explained by common sense. Huijian waved his hand and continued. What about my proposal from just now? It's fine for an old guy like you to hide in the Forbidden Land of Gods. You've already experienced what you needed to experience anyway. But Xingjun is different. He is still young. How can he not come out and venture into the world? Little friend Baiyi has triggered consecutive Myriad Worlds announcements. The human race is likely already being targeted. I'm afraid. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly locked, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Afraid, Huijian snorted coldly. Can fear solve the problems of the human race? As he spoke, his gaze was fixed directly on Feng Yuan, saying word by word, Old Man Feng. The Forbidden Land of Gods cannot cultivate true powerhouses. You should know this better than anyone. Hearing this, Feng Yuan remained silent for a long time. Think about it carefully. In less than 10 years, the barriers of all the Forbidden Lands of Gods will be gone. By then, it won't be a matter of coming out voluntarily, but of passively enduring the ravages of the Myriad Worlds. Huijian left behind one final sentence before ending the communication. Feng Yuan continued to stare at the spot where the holographic projection had vanished, lost in thought. After a long while, he flipped his wrist and produced an exquisite Divine Dragon token. Putting the Divine Dragon token away, Feng Yuan looked up at the firmament, starlight flickering in his eyes. I hope you can truly grow up. Thunderclap Hill. Under the relentless bombardment of Jinxia, Two epic tier bosses crashed to the ground, exploding into a pile of gold coins and items. The members of the Dark Knight mercenary group gathered the loot scattered across the ground while asking curiously, "Captain, what kind of skill is the Divine Descent state?" "Yeah, I never expected you to have such an ace up your sleeve. That state you were in just now was simply too overpowered." Facing the questions from the group, Jinjia checked her status panel, her eyes filled with fanaticism. "I don't know the specifics myself, but that state was bestowed upon me by the guild leader." Having said that, she paused and added, "I believe this must be the second stage of the power of death." "The power of death? You mean that second stage burst skill we get after becoming the guild leader's believers? Does that mean we can also activate the Divine Descent state?" Hearing this, the teammates exclaimed in surprise. After all, everyone had witnessed how overpowered the Divine Descent state was. Who wouldn't be excited at the thought of possessing such a powerful skill? Jinjia nodded. "As long as you are a believer, it should be possible to receive the guild leader's divine gift. However, we still need to research how to trigger it specifically. I will report this matter first. I'm sure the Vice Guild leaders know more about it." Chapter 508, Divine Gift. Bonus Chapter, Undead Realm, Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Central Continent of the Blood Realm Secret Realm. Above the battlefield, Sumyubai sat atop the Throne of Death, opening his skill list. When he saw the changes to Death Edict, he finally understood why the boss summoning space was 400 instead of 80. Death Edict. SSS passive skill. No level. Skill effects. 1. All summoning skills are instant and have no cooldown. 2. All summoned creatures' attributes are increased by 200%. 3. Normal summoning space limit increased to 30 times. 4. Commander summoning space limit increased to 10 times. 5. Boss summoning space limit increased to 2.5 times. 6. All summoned creatures will revive once at full status on the spot after death. Issue the edict and mobilize your undead army, just like the changes that occurred when he first unlocked the commander summoning space. This time, upon unlocking the boss summoning space, Death Edict had gained a new effect, coupled with the bonus from his catastrophe class trait. This was what had boosted Sumyubai's boss summoning space to 5 times its original capacity. Sumyubai moved his mind to close the skill list, intending to wave his hand to summon the Skeleton Dragon King, but he suddenly froze. Vaguely, he felt as if he had heard some kind of sound. The sound felt extremely ethereal, like some form of prayer. This is... Just as a hint of doubt arose in Sumyubai, information suddenly surfaced within his divine soul. The next moment, he understood. These were the prayers of his believers. As long as he was willing, he could use the power of faith as a medium to descend a portion of his power across realms onto his believers. I remember that this wasn't supposed to be possible until reaching the 11th tier, right? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Could it be because I possess a divine soul? Regardless, he was prepared to give it a try. Immediately after, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Do you wish to bestow a divine gift upon this believer and descend a sliver of power across realms? Notification. Since the believer is located in a divine forbidden land, you can only descend power up to the Saint Extermination level at most, and the consumption of soul power will be significantly increased. The fact that the descended power could not exceed the Saint Extermination level was not a problem. There were no fanatic believers in the divine forbidden land, and Sumyubai didn't think anyone at this stage could withstand power of that caliber. Moreover, his own power might not even be at the Saint Extermination level yet. Although Sumyubai could now slaughter Saint Extermination creatures like cutting vegetables, that was due to the support of laws, world power, and various catastrophe traits. In terms of raw attributes alone, he was currently no match for a Saint Extermination creature. As for the consumption of soul power, it was not even worth mentioning, since it wasn't consuming his maximum capacity. And for Sumyubai, who was constantly absorbing essence of divine soul, he had as much soul power as he needed. As he willed it, he immediately felt his soul power depleting rapidly. Notification. You have consumed 87 points of soul power. 87 points of soul power. Was this consumption high? For Sumyubai, it was certainly not high, But this was only for descending a sliver of power. What if he were to bestow divine gifts upon a large number of believers? Even if soul power could be recovered, the consumption would definitely be staggering. The restrictions of the divine forbidden land were truly too great. After the divine gift, Sumyubai could even sense the existence of that believer through his divine soul. Jinjia. This name sounds somewhat familiar. Sumyubai shook his head with a smile and quickly cast the question to the back of his mind. After all, there were 200 believers in the divine forbidden land. The only ones he was truly familiar with were the few veterans like Fujiuchanjia. Right now, what Sumyubai really wanted to try was something else. Since he could now perform cross-realm divine gifts to believers after obtaining a divine soul, did that mean he could also take over the bodies of Yuyi and the others across realms? Thinking of this, Sumyubai immediately focused his mind. The next moment, he gained an additional perspective. This perspective was none other than that of Yuyi. It really works. Sumyubai was overjoyed. After leaving the divine forbidden land, he had lost the ability to take over the bodies of Yuyi and the others due to the distance. Now that he had condensed a divine soul, this ability had finally been restored. Of course, at the current stage, there was nothing in the 7 forbidden divine land that required him to take over Yuyi and the others. However, having the ability but not using it, and not having the ability at all, were two completely different concepts. At the very least, he could now summon the wheel of time and space through Yuyi and the others in the forbidden divine land at any time, granting them the ability to cross national borders. However, Sumyubai did not make Yuyi do anything this time. After confirming the success of his attempt, he immediately exited the takeover state. Far away in the forbidden divine land, Yui's figure stiffened for a moment before instantly returning to normal. Since he was leveling up alone, no one noticed. But Yuyi knew very well that the sovereign had just descended. This also meant that the sovereign now possessed godlike means. Thinking of this, Yuyi transformed into a stream of light and vanished from where he stood. If he wanted to become the sovereign's helper as soon as possible, he had to level up quickly. Around the area where Sumyubai was located, the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain remained active. No vampires dared to approach this region shrouded in dark purple energy. After exiting the takeover, Sumyubai waved his hand and opened an incredibly massive portal. Summon Bone Dragon King. Roar. The next moment, successive dragon roars echoed out as bone dragons, each over 100,000 meters in length, flew out of the portal and descended upon the battlefield. They all possessed the status panels of early-stage Saint Extermination level bosses, with HP as high as 36 trillion. Soon, these Bone Dragon Kings shrank to a length of 100 meters, distributing themselves around Sumyubai and lowering their proud heads in unison. Sumyubai's gaze swept across the group of Bone Dragon Kings, and with a thought, he commanded, "Large, today's bonus chapter is here, chapter 509. Don't worry, I don't mind you, Merge." Although the Bone Dragon Kings had no idea how to merge, as Sumyubai's thought took hold, the bodies of the Bone Dragon Kings that were blocking out the sky began to flicker with a grayish-white light. Immediately after, the distance between every 3 adjacent Bone Dragon Kings unconsciously closed. Roar times 399. Amidst the continuous, violent dragon roars, 133 grayish-white spheres of light suddenly appeared around Sumyubai. For a moment, only one last Bone Dragon King, which hadn't found a partner to merge with, remained standing there, looking bewildered. "Master, this..." The Bone Dragon King opened its mouth, speaking in human language with a hint of grievance. "It's fine, I don't mind you." Sumyubai smiled and waved his hand, offering a consolation that wasn't really much of a consolation. The soul fire within the Bone Dragon King's pupils flickered as it looked enviously at its peers wrapped in the grayish-white light. A moment later, the grayish-white light dissipated, and 133 two-star Bone Dragon Kings appeared in the world. This was not an ability the Bone Dragon Kings originally possessed, but rather one derived from Sumyubai's unique Cataclysm trait. When had this thing ever followed the rules? Merely by merging 3 early-stage Saint Extermination level Bone Dragon Kings. The strength of the 2-star Bone Dragon King had already risen to the mid-stage of the Saint Extermination level. And it didn't end there. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and spoke softly. "Continue." In an instant, Another 40 for grayish-white spheres of light appeared. And adjacent 3 to Star Bone Dragon Kings began to merge once more. This time, the original 1-star Bone Dragon King finally had a companion, because another 2-star Bone Dragon King had been left without a partner to merge with. Master, this. The latter also looked at Sumyubai with a pitiful expression. Before Sumyubai could speak, the 1-star Bone Dragon King patted its back with a bone wing and said earnestly, "Don't worry, Master won't mind you. Soon, the light dissipated, and 40 for 3-star Bone Dragon Kings appeared. Just as Sumyubai had expected, the combat power of the 3-star Bone Dragon Kings had already reached the late stage of the Saint Extermination level, and their HP had reached a terrifying 98 trillion. Continue. Sumyubai leaned back on his throne with interest. He wanted to see if the merging ability brought by the Cataclysm trait could continue further. To his pleasant surprise, it actually worked. 14 grayish-white spheres of light shone, leaving to bewildered 3-star Bone Dragon Kings staring at each other. Master, this time, it was the previous 2-star Bone Dragon King that comforted them. Can they merge a total of 3 times? Sumyubai looked at the 18 Bone Dragon Kings flying around him, feeling quite satisfied with the effect of this Cataclysm trait. Bone Dragon King for star level 300 Saint Extermination level boss HP, 142 trillion, 142 trillion. Combat power, peak Saint Extermination level. Law of death and destruction 9 pattern ultimate. It even comes with a law path. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes, and then he suddenly realized, for Saint Extermination level combat power, the most important thing was the comprehension of a law path. The fact that the 4-star Bone Dragon King could have peak Saint Extermination level combat power naturally meant it had comprehended a certain law path to the 9 pattern ultimate. However, this was also the highest level that the Myriad Worlds game granted to summon creatures. Going further, like the summons with true god combat power that Brian summoned, they could only possess a law that he himself had fully comprehended. As for the level of the 4-star Bone Dragon King, after multiple merges, it had broken through the limitations of a summoned creature and reached the maximum level directly. Go. After this battle, I don't want to see a single living vampire here. Sumyubai's gaze swept across the 18 Bone Dragon Kings, his voice exceptionally cold. Slaughtering a race that treated humans as blood food, he felt nothing but endless gratification in his heart. Yes, Master. The Bone Dragon Kings roared toward the sky in unison. Below on the battlefield, summoning gates opened one after another. Immediately after, 9th Order Mythical level Elemental Bone Dragons and 8th Order Legendary level Ordinary Bone Dragons flew out of the portals one after another. The merged Bone Dragon Kings had perfectly inherited the summoning quantity. Each 4-star Skeleton Dragon King could summon 270 Mythical Grade Tier 9 Elemental Bone Dragons and 700 Legendary Grade Tier 8 Standard Bone Dragons. For a moment, the sky above the battlefield was completely blotted out by the massive legion of bone dragons. Little ones, the Sovereign has commanded. Kill them all without mercy. At the command of the Skeleton Dragon Kings, the Bone Dragon Legion roared and charged toward the distant battlefield. Since there were no more bloodkin here, if they wanted to slay enemies and earn merit, they had no choice but to leave the range of the soul-seizing and spirit-snatching domain. Only then did Sumyubai examine the changes to his class bonuses brought about by his breakthrough to the legendary grade tier 8. 1. You have taken the second step on the path to becoming a Death Sovereign. Each level up grants an additional Kung 2000 to all attributes and Kung 20. 0 to free attribute points. 2. You are now able to withstand more power. Your sovereign power increases by an additional 0 points with each level up. 3. You have progressed further on the path of the Death Sovereign and have further mastered the ability to absorb soul points to strengthen your own soul. At this stage, you have gained a certain understanding of this ability, so the absorption conversion rate has increased to 10%. The increase is this significant. Sumyubai felt slightly surprised. Although, compared to his current monstrous base attributes and exaggerated combat power, the upgrade effect of the Death Sovereign class at Tier 8 was not particularly obvious. But he was a player with a cheat. Could others even compare to him? Just these 30 levels at Tier 8 alone would bring the Death Sovereign class an increase of over 1 million points in base primary attributes. And when combined with various other bonuses, It was truly not low at all. After all, this was only Tier 8, before breaking through to become a true god. There was still the mythical grade Tier 9 and the Tier 10 Saint Extermination grade, which provided the greatest improvements. Once they fully crossed these two thresholds, players with sovereign-type classes would inevitably far surpass all other players. Just as Shichuji had once said, the power of sovereign-type classes only grew more significant as one reached the later stages. Sumyubai couldn't help but recall when he first entered the world game, thinking that the 3x attribute growth and bonuses provided by the Death Sovereign class were already strong enough. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but smile. He really was easily satisfied back then. Closing the class bonus panel, the system notification sounds in Sumyubai's ears also stopped at this moment. Notification. Soul absorption is in effect. Soul points Kung 5. Notification. Soul absorption is in effect. Soul points Kung 6. Notification. Your soul points have reached the limit. Finally, the 5 billion soul points were complete. Sumyubai immediately summoned the Death Codex and opened it directly. The off-white pages turned, and ancient, mysterious inscriptions leaped onto the paper. Sumyubai had long understood that these were inscriptions manifesting the laws of death. If one's comprehension was sufficient, every time it was opened, there was a chance to gain insight into a path of death-type laws from it. In the past, he had missed these opportunities either because his strength was insufficient or because his soul could not contain any more pots of law. Now that he had successfully condensed his divine soul, he was already capable of comprehending more pots of law. So, he naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. The moment the Death Codex opened, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Golden light flickered within his pupils, and the golden vertical eye at the center of his forehead opened as well. Eye of the Profound Heaven, Chapter 510. The Essence of Supreme Rules. Although he wasn't sure if the Eye of the Profound Heaven would have any effect on comprehending the pots of death-type laws, trying it wouldn't cost him anything. Sumyubai activated the Eye of the Profound Heaven and cast his gaze upon the ancient inscriptions on the Death Codex. Zhu Shengchen had suggested that before one's soul was strong enough to bear any number of pots of law, it was best to first move toward a specific Great Tao of Rules. Although Sumyubai could freeload his way into promoting pots of law, those he comprehended himself were clearly more valuable, because the pots of law he comprehended himself could be freeloaded into being promoted to a Great Tao of Rules. Even though Sumyubai had no intention of trying that for the time being, who would ever complain about having too much of this stuff? Whether it was the effect of the Eye of the Profound Heaven or because Sumyubai's comprehension was simply to heaven-defying, this time, the inscriptions on the Death Codex gave him a feeling completely different from the past. As these inscriptions turned into streams of light and merged into his forehead, Sumyubai suddenly had an epiphany. In an instant, the first SSS grade skill he had ever learned surfaced in his mind, Death Gaze. This was also the attack skill he used the most. Scenes from the past flashed by one after another, from the first time he tried Death Gaze in the Forgotten Land, to the battle at the Sakura capital where it failed to take effect on mythical grade powerhouses. Finally, it led to the far northern ice plains of the Cold Abyss Star, where he crushed two undead race Saint Extermination grade players. Every use of Death Gaze had given Sumyubai a deeper understanding. Skills in the world game were, in reality, partial effects of the power of laws. The stronger a skill was, the closer its essence was to the laws. SSS grade skills were naturally the existences closest to the essence of laws. Although Sumyubai's eyes were open at this moment, his thoughts had long since been immersed in the sudden enlightenment regarding the pots of law. It felt as if a long time had passed, yet it also felt like a single instant. He suddenly recovered from the state of enlightenment. The Death Codex in his hand had closed again at some point, and the soul points required to open it next time had suddenly skyrocketed to a terrifying 50 billion points. For other Tier 8 players who had obtained the Death Sovereign class, accumulating such a large number of soul points might take a very long time. But in Sumyubai's eyes, 50 billion wouldn't take long at all. The players of the two races on this battlefield were more than enough. The next moment, two consecutive system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending a path of law. Notification. You have learned the new skill Death Destruction. The original skill Corpse Explosion has been overwritten. Death Ruin was the skill originally intended to be unlocked upon opening the Book of Death this time. What surprised Tsumubai, however, was that this skill turned out to be the ultimate version of Corpse Disposal. Corpse Disposal had evolved from the C-rank Corpse Explosion through 3 stages of Cataclysm, eventually becoming an S-rank skill. Although the Cataclysm trait made it Tsumubai's most potent large-scale AO skill, its effectiveness would be significantly diminished if the corpses were too small in size. Now, the ultimate version, Death Ruin, had finally solved this problem. Tsumubai took out a perfect skill book, used it, and immediately inspected the skill's effects. Death Ruin SSS Max, active skill. Wherever your gaze falls, all shall be reduced to ruin. Skill effects. Consumes deathly silence chi to transform corpses and remains into weapons. 1. Can detonate up to 670 to corpses or remains simultaneously. Effective against any corpse or remains below tier 11. 2. Each corpse will deal death-type damage to all enemies within a radius of 0 or 30 x meters. X is the body length of the corpse or remains. The final rune radius is the maximum of 301. 3. Ruin damage is equal to 30% of the target's maximum health during their lifetime, 500% of your own spell power. 4. Corpses within the ruin radius will be detonated simultaneously, causing death-type damage equal to 30% of their lifetime health. The ruin radius for chain-detonated corpses is 50 meters. Casting range is equal to line of sight. Instant release, cooldown of 10 minutes, consumes 1% to 20% of maximum mana. Cataclysm trait can be used on corpses of any level. Tsumubai was very satisfied with the effects of Death Ruin. However, the Cataclysm trait was something he had possessed since it was S-rank. So Tsumubai immediately focused his mind. Cataclysm. Apply Cataclysm trait. Notification. You have lost 9 soul power. Cataclysm trait. 1. Effective against corpses and remains of any level. 2. You can compress the ruin radius at will. When the density of corpses or remains detonated within a small area reaches a certain level, even a true god will suffer damage. Although it was only one additional effect. For an SSS rank skill to be able to inflict damage upon a true god was already terrifying. Tsumubai nodded in satisfaction, closed the skill list, and opened his law interface. Law's current law paths. 4. Currently can accommodate 5 law paths. Continuing to improve your divine soul will allow for more law paths. 1. Law of soul control current comprehension, 99.99% 9 pattern ultimate. 2. Law of causality current comprehension, 0.01% 0 pattern. 3. Law of cataclysm world current comprehension, 12.35% 1 pattern. 4. Law soul annihilation. This law path is a branch of the soul rules. As your comprehension increases, you will be able to annihilate an enemy's soul with a single glance. Current comprehension, 11.76% 1 pattern. 11.76%. The effect of the epiphany is truly astonishing. Tsumubai's eyes lit up, but a flash of confusion also crossed his face. Shouldn't the law comprehended from the Book of Death be a death-type law? Why is it a soul-type law? Whenever such questions arose, Brian had an opportunity to shine. As the saying goes, an elder in the house is like a treasure. Although Brian didn't know much about the information regarding the rulers of rules, he was quite insightful when it came to the paths of laws. After all, he was once the lord of the Frost Prison God Kingdom, wasn't he? His vision was even superior to some of the weaker upper gods. Soon, Brian's voice echoed in Tsumubai's mind, giving him a deeper understanding of the supreme rules. Although the death rules and soul rules were both part of the great Tao of rules, the former actually encompassed the latter. In other words, the soul rules were effectively just a part of the death rules. Of course, it was not only a part of the death rules but also a part of the life rules. Both life and death are inextricably linked to the soul. This point was not difficult to understand. Is this the essence of the supreme rules? Tsumubai narrowed his eyes, harboring a few conjectures. Could it be that the 9 supreme rules are all composed of the fusion of multiple ordinary rules? No wonder they are called supreme rules. Chapter 511. Next, it's time for the Lord of Laws, bonus chapter. After comprehending the law of soul annihilation, Sumyubai also understood the principle behind Death Gaze. This SSS rank skill was essentially suppressing the target's soul, thereby causing a reduction in all attributes. As for the true damage, it was brought about by annihilating a portion of the target's soul. If the soul is annihilated, isn't that exactly what true damage is? It was just that Sumyubai's strength was very low at the time, and he could only borrow a sliver of the law of soul annihilation. So the annihilation effect was not particularly strong. But now that he had comprehended the law and condensed his divine soul, the effect was vastly different. Back then, when Brian stared the peak Saint Extermination level Emperor of Myriad Skeletons, Yahello, to death, he had used the law of soul annihilation. Sumyubai did not hesitate in the slightest. He locked onto this newly comprehended law path in his mind and focused his intent. Cataclysm, target law of soul annihilation, apply cataclysm trait. His soul power, which had a cap of over 10,000, poured out like a flowing river. A moment later, the system notification finally sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: you have lost 9.0 points of soul power. Law of soul annihilation current comprehension, 11.76% cataclysm trait. 1. When you invoke this law, the effect is doubled. 2. Your comprehension speed when studying this law is doubled. 3. The portion of the target's soul annihilated by you can only be restored by a soul sovereign or a rule-based treasure. Under the gaze of the mystic heaven pupil, that line of small text appeared once again. Currently, the position of soul sovereign within the myriad worlds is temporarily vacant. However, this time, Sumyubai no longer arrogantly assumed that no one could restore the soul he had annihilated, because the life sovereign also fully mastered the laws of the soul. Although his title was not soul sovereign, his status was even higher than that of a soul sovereign. Waving his hand to close the law interface, Sumyubai took a deep breath, cast his gaze toward the distant battlefield, and the throne instantly vanished from where it stood. Death Domain Leap. Although he could still comprehend another path of law, Sumyubai decided to wait until this battle was over. His current priority was to reach level 239 first. Then open the Death Codex once more to accept the advancement quest. Opening the mythical path was not urgent for now. But in this battle within the Blood Realm's secret realm, he could easily complete feeling death 7 inches along the way. In the central continent alone, there were over 10 billion players from both races combined, and with the 8 surrounding continents, one could only imagine how many werewolf and vampire players existed. Even for a god of slaughter like Sumyubai, this was his first time conducting a massacre on such a massive scale. However, both of these races were targets on his death list, so Sumyubai felt not a shred of mercy as he slaughtered them. As Sumyubai descended onto this battlefield, dark purple energy surged and covered the area. Enveloped within the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain, the tier 5, 6, and 7 vampire soldiers below had no power to resist whatsoever. The moment the dark purple energy swept over them, the expressions on the faces of these vampire players froze. Their eyes completely lost their luster, and their bodies collapsed directly to the ground. Click, click, click. Following that, pairs of scourge skeletons crawled up from their bodies, deployed by Sumyubai to other battlefields using the Shroud of Death. At the same time, a series of system notifications regarding the extraction of soul points rang in Sumyubai's ears. With the extraction effect of the soul-sucking and spirit-snatching domain, the vampires who died after having their souls drained by Sumyubai provided him with double the soul points. As Sumyubai continuously used Death Domain Leap to relocate, the soul points within the Death Codex were rising rapidly. However, these tier 5, 6, and 7 players were to low level and could not provide Sumyubai with any XP. Nevertheless, the tier 9 mythical grade and tier 10 Saint Extermination grade generals who died on the battlefield quickly brought Sumyubai's EXP to the cap. Notification: you have thoroughly killed a tier 10 professional, gaining double the XP of a level 300 Saint Extermination grade boss. Notification: overlevel bonus is in effect. Invader buff is in effect. Far ahead of the pack is in effect. EXP increased by an additional 350%. Notification: according to your distribution settings, you will receive 100% of the XP. Frost was already at max level and no longer needed EXP, So Sumyubai changed the XP distribution back. Notification, you have gained 1.17 quadrillion EXP. Notification. You have thoroughly killed a tier 9 professional, gaining double the XP of a level 269 Saint Extermination grade boss. Notification. You have gained 10.49 trillion EXP. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 211. For dimensional stats come 9,500. Skill points come 1. Free attribute points come 22,500. Notification. You have further fused with the power of the Death Sovereign. Sovereign power come 20,000. Congratulations to player White Knight for reaching level 239. For dimensional stats come 9,500. Skill points come 1. Free attribute points come 22,500. Notification. You have further fused with the power of the Death Sovereign. Sovereign power come 20,000. Notification. Your EXP has reached 100% of level 239. You must break through to tier 9 before you can continue to absorb EXP and level up. Leveling up had never been a problem for Sumyubai. Every time he broke through, he could quickly reach the cap for that tier. All this time, what had stopped him from reaching the max level directly was always the tier bottleneck. If not for the existence of advancement quests, he could have reached level 300 before leaving the 7 Divine Forbidden Land. But the existence of advancement and breaking limits was also the fundamental reason why the human race could catch up to those powerful existences on the myriad races ranking. Regarding this, Sumyubai naturally had no complaints. In any case, whether it was advancement quests or breaking limits, for a bug level player like him, the difficulty was just that. Glancing at the soul points absorbed by the Death Codex, a cold glint flashed in the depths of Sumyubai's eyes. Next, the Scourge Legion would be fully unleashed to plow through the central continent completely. However, Sumyubai retreated from the battlefield and returned to the space above the blood pool. He would leave the small fry to the Scourge Legion. What he had to deal with next were the law sovereigns of the werewolf and vampire races. Extra update delivered today, my dear patrons. 3 chapters a day has become the routine. Please send some gifts. Chapter 512. Upon on hard to ride Blood Realm Secret Realm, Central Continent. Under Sumyubai's instigation, the werewolf and vampire races launched a decisive battle, both sides attempting to completely annihilate their opponents and gain full control of the Blood Realm Secret Realm. During the time Sumyubai spent advancing, the flames of war had already spread to every corner of the Central Continent. Every minute and every second, werewolf and vampire players were falling to their deaths. Endless blood energy was absorbed and flowed into the blood pool at the center of the continent. The blood pool subsequently generated more blood mist, shrouding the entire continent. Under the influence of this blood mist, the soldiers of both races had long since become bloodthirsty and completely lost their sanity. Their only goal was to kill all enemies, if not for the involvement of Sumyubai and Brian. With the werewolf and vampire races being evenly matched, no one would know how long this war would have lasted. Their overall strength was almost evenly matched. Otherwise, the two great races could not have remained deadlocked in the Blood Realm Secret Realm for so long without a clear victor. Under Sumyubai's instigation, the leaders of both races became convinced they had the certainty to thoroughly defeat the other, which led to this war of extermination. However, before the war began, the soldiers of both races never imagined that the other side would also have external reinforcements. Moreover, the reinforcements on both sides appeared to be even stronger than they were themselves. Whether it was the Undead army summoned by Brian or the Scourge Legion and Bone Dragon Legion summoned by Sumyubai, they were forces the werewolf race and the blood race could not withstand. The former, naturally, goes without saying, its strength had already recovered to the level of a mid-level god. And slaughtering these werewolf players, who had not even reached the level of a master of laws, was completely effortless. Although Sumyubai's Scourge Legion was slightly weaker in terms of attributes, one must not forget that they were all bolstered by the Cataclysm trait. Warrior-type skeletons with 5 times the health, Archer-type skeletons that ignored physical defense, and Mage-type skeletons that ignored magical defense, led by Death Knights and Lich Lords. These 3 types of units coordinated perfectly, forcing the blood race soldiers into a steady retreat. What was even more terrifying was that the death of every single Blood Race player would result into new Scourge skeletons being added to the Scourge Legion. As more and more Scourge skeletons were born from the corpses, Sumyubai's Scourge Legion gradually formed an overwhelming momentum. Now, with the addition of 14 4-star Bone Dragon Kings with peak Saint Extermination level combat power, many front lines on the Blood Race side had already begun to collapse. The 10th tier Saint Extermination level generals of the Blood Race now had no time to spare to provide support, as Frost and the corpses resurrected by Death Resurrection were currently hunting them down. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of clashing bones rang out incessantly, bringing a chilling atmosphere to this battlefield. The countless army of skeletons pushed forward all the way, continuously destroying one Blood Race stronghold after another. With the forced resurrection effect of the blood pools, Blood Race players could resurrect quickly after death, but waiting for them was an endless ocean of skeletons. Often players who had just resurrected would be struck by countless attacks before they could even regain their senses, dying instantly on the spot. The number of the Scourge Legion grew the more they fought, and their speed of advancement became faster and faster. Roar! The roars of giant dragons echoed across various parts of the battlefield, led by the 14 4-star Bone Dragon Kings. Nearly 4,000 9th tier mythical level elemental bone dragons and over 30,000 ordinary bone dragons officially began their hunting time. Bone Storm, Elemental Dragon Breath, Death Hell. Under the carpet bombing of various AO skills, the blood-red color and madness in the eyes of the Blood Race players gradually faded away. These guys were actually beaten back to their senses, however. It was of no use. Regaining their senses only accelerated the collapse of the front lines, because the minds of the Blood Race soldiers, having shaken off the influence of the blood pools, were now completely filled with fear. This was understandable. After all, anyone who encountered the Scourge Legion would have their scalp go numb from their terrifying numbers that only increased the more they fought. By the time Sumyubai had an epiphany regarding the law of soul annihilation, the war on the central continent had already been raging for a day and a night. By now, the Scourge Legion and Brian's undead army had already surpassed the soldiers of both races in number, firmly occupying half of the entire central continent. But this massacre showed no signs of stopping. The 4-star Bone Dragon Kings immediately occupied the teleportation arrays leading out of the central continent. Any player from either race attempting to flee the battlefield through the teleportation arrays could only see despair in their eyes when faced with the peak Saint Extermination level 4-star Bone Dragon Kings. The Master had said that after this battle, he did not want to see a single living Blood Race member. Incidentally, the werewolves didn't need to live either. A true shut the door to beat the dog. If someone were to look down at the central continent from high above at this moment, they would surely be shocked by the scene on the battlefield. Wisps of ghostly blue soul fire flickered violently, densely lighting up half the continent. There were surely more than 10 billion of them. Even Brian, as the Lich King, was stunned by the Scourge army summoned by Sumyubai. Master's Scourge skeletons are truly unreasonable. The soul fire within Brian's pupils swayed slightly. Although he had seen it many times, he still couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he saw two Scourge skeletons crawl directly out of the corpse of a single Blood Race player again. How could one corpse possibly contain two skeletons? How on earth did the Master manage to do it? Brian figured he would never be able to understand this question in his entire life. Just as he was struggling with this confusion, Sumyubai's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Brian, come here, dear patrons. I am taking a day off today. Chapter 513. Could he still have a trump card? Blood Realm, Secret Realm, above the blood pool. This day could be called the darkest day in the lives of the Masters of Laws from the werewolf and blood races. The existence of mid-level gods from both races were all locked in fierce combat within space distorted by the power of the world. Whether it was Bruce and Marcus, or Goldtooth and Louisa, their strengths were evenly matched. A single day was absolutely not enough to determine a victor. At the level of a Master of Laws, when facing an opponent of equal strength, it was perfectly normal for a battle to last for several months. For beings at this tier, a few months of time meant nothing at all. In the center of the true god battlefield, the edges of the two distorted spaces constantly clashed, and no low-level god dared to approach. Of course, they had no chance to approach either. because the opponents of these low-level gods possessed the strength to completely crush them. Although both races had over a dozen low-level gods, the vast majority of them had vitality ratings of only single-digit stars. They had only comprehended one complete path of laws and were at the very bottom of the 11th tier masters of laws. In fact, not just the werewolf and blood races, but looking across the entire myriad worlds, this type of low-level god accounted for the vast majority. The strongest low-level god on the werewolf side possessed combat power at the peak of the low-level god stage, with a vitality rating as high as 99 stars. Looking at the vampire side, the situation was somewhat miserable. Their strongest lower god was only at the mid-stage lower god level of combat power. Of course, this was because the vampire race's original strongest lower god had now broken through to the middle god realm. That's right, it was Victor, whose soul had already been controlled by Sumubai. Consequently, the lower gods of the werewolf race suffered, although it was only a small gap in rank, and Victor's injuries had not yet fully healed. This did not prevent him from crushing the group of werewolf lower gods. The suppression from his world power alone was enough to make these lower gods suffer immensely. Previously, on the abandoned planet, the reason Brian and his two companions were able to defeat Victor was that none of them were ordinary peak-level lower gods. Moreover, at that time, Victor's world power had been suppressed by Sumubai, and it had even been turned against him to stifle his combat strength. What did the werewolf lower gods have? They had nothing. Facing Victor, who was fighting at full capacity and completely disregarding his own defense, they were beaten into a state where they had no power to retaliate. The first to be severely wounded was the peak-level lower god of the werewolf race. Once he fell, the remaining lower gods completely lost the ability to resist. On the other side, the vampire lower gods were not faring any better, facing Lanyu, who wielded a portion of the authority of chaos, and the cheating Patty. They had grievances they couldn't even voice. Bang, bang, bang. Lanyu's face was as cold as frost, while Patty's eyes were filled with a thirst for slaughter. Both were firing on all cylinders, repeatedly shattering the divine bodies of these vampire lower gods. Many of the vampire lower gods' divine bodies had already been blasted into clouds of blood mist multiple times. But because of the space-time lockdown barrier, they could not escape and were forced to reform on the battlefield. The Signal Light brothers hid far away, watching this one-sided divine battle with rapt fascination. They were mostly observing Patty's combat, after all. As fellow members of the demon race, the probability of learning something from a powerhouse of their own kind was much higher. However, the three brothers were only at the 10th stage Saint extermination level, making it nearly impossible for them to clearly see every move Patty made. Even though they tried their best to widen their eyes, they could still only barely catch glimpses of afterimages. And this was only because Patty possessed overwhelming combat power and was attacking quite casually. The lower gods of both races were being wantonly ravaged by Victor and the others, their expressions gradually shifting from initial terror to numbness. Their gazes didn't even look at the enemies ravaging them, but instead stared blankly at the powerhouses of their own side wreaking havoc in their opposing camp. Tell me why. Are you really just focused on killing the enemy and ignoring your own side? If this continues, no matter which race's lower gods they are, there will be no way out. The only good news was that, so far, not a single lower god from either side had fallen. Victor, Lanyu, and Patty seemed to be holding back, merely beating the lower gods until their divine bodies were on the verge of shattering and their divine souls were severely damaged, forcing them into a deep slumber. Once a lower god fell into a slumber, the three would shift their targets, showing no intention of delivering a killing blow. As the battle drew to a close, the lower gods of both races, now in deep slumber, drifted above the blood pool. The Signal Light brothers finally had work to do. They tirelessly gathered these slumbering lower gods together. After Lanyu emerged, the sisters Yulan and Lingyu also joined in to help with the task. Inside the distorted spherical space, Bellis and Marcus were already fighting with true ferocity. Both believed they had hidden trump cards, so they were doing their best to exhaust the others' resources, creating the best opportunity for Yui and Jinmi to strike. As for the battle outside, while they could sense it, they couldn't afford to be too distracted. After all, their opponent was no weakling. A moment of carelessness could easily lead to being seized upon by the other. Of course, they were still very concerned about the life and death of their own race's lower gods. Both Bellis and Marcus could sense that their kin were still alive and well. In their eyes, this was proof that the helpers they had recruited were doing their jobs. Boom! Bellis swung his staff, mobilizing several types of shadow laws, which collided with Marcus's blood-red light. Both retreated a distance, their internal divine souls and divine power surging violently, fighting until now. Coupled with this last all-out clash, both had reached a brief window of vulnerability. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for. It was also the best moment for their external reinforcements to strike. Marcus, today is the day you die. A wicked smile flashed across Bellis's face. With a movement of his divine soul, he sent the prearranged signal to Jinmi. HMPH, is that your last word? Marcus was not flustered in the slightest, a cold sneer also appearing on his face. Likewise, he sent the same signal to Yui. Their gazes collided in midair, the depths of their eyes filled with the joy of impending victory. Sure enough, the next moment, a powerful surge of world power violently collided with the spherical distorted space. This power was so strong that it was not the least bit inferior to the world power of the two. Ha 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 ha, Marcus, prepare to die. Bellis laughed loudly. The next moment, Brian's figure appeared within the spherical distorted space. However, the position where he appeared was right beside Marcus. Marcus was slightly stunned. Mr. Brian, why is it you? Where is Ui? He went to help Louisa. Brian spoke coldly, directly swinging his staff and beginning to condense his power. Seeing this, Marcus didn't say anything more, once again mobilizing his divine power and law power, preparing to take down Bellis first. But soon, he discovered something wrong. Why didn't this guy Bellis look anxious at all? Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. Could it be that he still had another trump card? Now, Bellis also erupted with full force. Just as the attacks of the three were about to collide, a sharp shout suddenly erupted from his mouth. In an instant, Marcus felt his soul tremble, and he looked at Brian beside him with a face full of horror. You! But it was already too late. The world power of both Brian and Barris pressed down simultaneously, causing his form to freeze instantly. Although his attack had blocked Barris, he had never expected that Brian would turn against him. Boom! Chapter 514. I still have leverage. Brian's attack targeted the soul. Marcus felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, and for a split second, it went completely blank. The attack he had been condensing dissipated along with his consciousness. Immediately following, the subsequent attacks from Barris and Brian landed on him one after another. Bang! Marcus's divine body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. This blood mist contained his soul power, and under the impact of Brian's soul strike, it appeared exceptionally distorted. Boom! A sheet of black divine power surged from the surface of Barris's body, crazily eroding the blood mist filling the sky. Law of dark erosion. At the same time, the soul fire within Brian's pupils flared up, and a powerful soul force swept across the surroundings. Law of soul annihilation. Ugh! Faintly, a roar from Marcus could be heard from within the blood mist. The next moment, the blood mist gathered together, reforming into a divine body. But at this moment, Marcus's aura had clearly dropped by a significant margin. It was evident that he had been severely wounded in the previous attack. Why? Marcus's soul trembled as he looked at Brian in disbelief. The trembling was not out of fear, but out of rage. He could not fathom why Brian, who was clearly a member of Moonlight, would suddenly strike at him. Oh no! Thinking of this, Marcus's expression changed drastically. If Brian had turned on him, then what about Moonlight? It's over. Damn you, Victor. Is this the helper you brought back for the vampires? This is clearly a trap set by the werewolf clan. Marcus understood everything in an instant, but it was too late to say anything now. Now that he was severely wounded, the vampire's cause was lost, unless a miracle occurred. But would there be a miracle? Clearly not. Brian had no intention of answering his question and attacked again alongside Barris. One of them eroded Marcus's life force, while the other annihilated his soul. At the same time, the powerful forces of the world were constantly battering Marcus's own world power. Severely wounded as he was, he had no strength to resist. Crack! His world power was easily breached, and the small world within his body began to shake violently. The world powers of Barris and Brian drove straight in, rampaging through Marcus's inner world and causing frantic destruction. A median god's soul is fused with their inner world. The moment the inner world is completely destroyed is the moment the soul dissipates. I have waited for this day for too long. Barris wore a sickly smile on his face. He didn't even bother with his staff, reaching out directly to grab Marcus's long tongue. Bang! With a crisp sound, this disgusting blood-sucking organ was ripped out by force. For a moment, a large mouthful of divine blood gushed from Marcus's mouth, but as soon as it flowed out, it was annihilated by the terrifying divine power. Barris casually tossed Marcus's tongue aside, the dark divine power surging from his palm, shattering it instantly, while his short wolf claws suddenly pierced through the other's heart. Thump thump, thump thump. The next moment, a crimson heart appeared in Barris's wolf claws. You fool! Mr. Brian has always been an honored guest of our werewolf clan. Barris grinned and swallowed Marcus's heart in one gulp. At the Lawmaster realm, the presence or absence of a heart does not affect one's survival. But at this moment, there was no hope left in Marcus's eyes. The situation was exactly as he had imagined. This meant that Louisa was likely facing the same situation on her end. The vampires within the Blood Realm's secret domain were completely finished. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Barris extended his tongue to lick the divine blood from the corner of his mouth, a chilling smile on his face. I want you to watch with your own eyes as the vampire scum in the Blood Realm's secret domain are slaughtered to the last by my werewolf clan. As he spoke, Barris once again mobilized all his divine power and law power. With this strike, he intended to make Marcus completely lose his combat capability and fall to the brink of eternal slumber. However, at this very moment, Barris suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils filled with disbelief. Squelch! A skeletal hand suffused with the aura of death and extinction instantly pierced through his chest. Hand of death. At the same time, his soul instantly felt the impact of a powerful soul force. This power definitely exceeded that of a mid-stage median god. This sudden attack caught Barris completely off guard. His expression now mirrored Marcus's from moments ago. He turned his head toward Brian in horror, his voice trembling as he said, "You." However, Brian maintained his deadpan face, devoid of any expression. With a mere thought, he manipulated the hand of death to crush Marcus's heart. Only this time, he no longer hid his strength. His combat power as a mid-stage median god erupted completely, and the hand of death instantly shattered Barris's divine body. Who told this guy to be attacking Marcus with all his might, leaving himself completely defenseless? Not to mention, he had been locked in a fierce battle with Marcus for a day and a night, and was not at his peak state. Facing a sneak attack from the more powerful Brian, he was instantly severely wounded. Ha 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 ha! Barris, you stupid dog! Seeing this scene, Marcus burst into laughter. Did you really think they came to help you? Shut up, you scum! Barris's divine body reformed, and he glared viciously at Marcus before turning his head to look at Brian, growling in a low voice. Was 50% of the profits not enough to satisfy your appetite? If you feel it's not enough, we can negotiate 80%. No, all of the profits are yours, just spare me. His life hanging by a thread, Barris was in a complete panic. But faced with his terms, Brian remained silent, his expression blank as he struck out once more. Marcus, weakened to the extreme, let out a disdainful sneer. You stupid dog! You really are ridiculously foolish. If they just kill us all, they won't just get all the profits, they can claim the Blood Realm's secret domain for themselves as well. Compared to Barris, Marcus had already calmly accepted this outcome. The vampires within the Blood Realm's secret domain were indeed finished, but the werewolf clan wouldn't be able to escape either. For Marcus, this ending was at least far better than a total victory for the werewolves. He just hadn't expected that after fighting with that idiot dog Barris for so many years, the result would be that he had merely been working for someone else's benefit. Mr. Brian, I don't want it anymore. I don't want any of it. The Blood Realm's secret domain is all yours too. Just spare me, and you can have all the other werewolves. Barris continued to beg for mercy. However, Brian had no intention of stopping. Only Marcus remained on the sidelines, continuing to twist the knife. Stupid dog, save your breath. Now that your life is in someone else's hands, What right do you have to negotiate, using something that is already within their grasp as a bargaining chip? I can't believe you'd even say that. Hearing this, Barris became truly desperate. After his divine body reassembled once more, he hurriedly spoke up. I have a bargaining chip, for the first time. An expression finally appeared on Brian's face, and his movements paused for a split second. I know the whereabouts of a Book of the Dead. What? Marcus's pupils constricted. He clearly hadn't expected Barris to actually have a bargaining chip. But to his surprise, Brian seemed completely uninterested. Bang! The next moment, Barris's divine body was shattered once again. Brian let out a disdainful snort. That's it. The Book of the Dead. If he could find another one in all the myriad worlds, he would consider it his loss. Chapter 515. And BU bonus chapter. What is wrong with this world? Why would Brian, this Lich King, have no interest in the Book of the Dead? This thought flashed through the minds of Barris and Marcus simultaneously. But it was clear that Brian would never tell them the reason. Soon, Barris fell into the same severely wounded state as Marcus, teetering on the edge of falling into a deep slumber, just as Brian prepared to strike again. The communicators on all three of their wrists suddenly vibrated at the same time. These were items from the Myriad Worlds game, although they possessed no attributes. They were standard equipment for every player. Even for a true god, it was no different. The next moment, without anyone answering, 3 virtual projections appeared out of thin air. These 3 projections came from each of their respective communicators, yet they all displayed the same figure. The moment they saw this figure, the pupils of Barris and Marcus shrank violently. What happened? Immediately afterward, their souls trembled. It was because a terrifying, extreme killing intent had suddenly erupted from Brian. This intense killing intent instantly made the two of them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Raphael, the figure that had suddenly appeared in the virtual projection, was none other than the current Lord of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Raphael. Only the Lord had the authority to broadcast a virtual image to all members of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. However, the projection could not see the scene here, nor could it hear what the players were saying. Likewise, what the projection said could only be heard by the respective owners of the communicators. The only purpose of this authority was to notify all citizens. Barris and Marcus looked at the murderous Brian in shock, their hearts trembling. The Lord was a top-tier expert among peak median gods. Ordinary median gods were not even a match for a single blow from him. How did this guy seem to have a grudge against the Lord? Who exactly was he? As Raphael's projection began to speak, the doubts in their hearts vanished instantly. However, the way they looked at Brian was now completely filled with shock. At the same time Brian made his move, another spherical distorted space also underwent a change. Goldtooth and Louisa were fighting even more crazily than Barris and Marcus. The former's body shimmered with a metallic luster, completely disregarding defense, looking every bit like a man fighting for his life. The whip in Louisa's hand had long since disappeared, replaced by countless blood-colored tentacles. At this moment, she had completely transformed into a vampiric monster, with a long, tongue-like stinger protruding from her mouth, her fleshy wings fully unfurled, and scarlet tentacles extending from her body. Divine power, the power of laws, and the power of the world. 3 powerful forces collided incessantly, causing this space to twist continuously. Terrifying energy surged violently. Yet it was firmly confined within a very small area. Both of them were using their full strength from the start, leaving no room for error. You stinking hack. Today I'll settle all our old and new grudges at once. HMPH, just based on you. You don't have that ability. From their conversation, it was clear that they seemed to have some deep-seated hatred from the past. Just as the two were about to strike with full force again, a powerful force of the world suddenly appeared. This power was even greater than that of the two of them. The spherical distorted space they had formed began to shake instantly, faced with this sudden, terrifying power. Goldtooth and Louisa were not surprised at all. Instead, a look of joy appeared on both of their faces simultaneously. It's here. The next moment, Sumubai appeared in this space, accompanied by 2 other figures. The next moment, the expressions of Goldtooth and Louisa froze simultaneously, because they both felt a powerful suppression. This was the power of the world being suppressed. And it wasn't just being suppressed by one force of the world, but three. Two of them were clearly stronger than their own. The distorted space formed by the stalemate of Goldtooth and Louise's world powers began to shake violently. Bang! The next moment, the spherical distorted space shattered completely, replaced by a barrier formed by the world power of Sumyubai and his two companions. Who are you people? Where is Murdachin? Goldtooth's pupils constricted as he looked toward Victor, his eyes filled with inquiry. Victor, what is going on here? Where is Murdachui? Louise's gaze also fell upon Victor. Because Sumyubai had not transformed into Ui or Jinmi this time, he appeared in his original form. Patty was also appearing before them for the first time. So the only person the two of them recognized now was Victor. Coincidentally, they both assumed Victor was on their side. However, Victor did not respond to either of them, instead waiting silently for Sumyubai's orders. Seniorin, I'll leave it to you. Sumyubai turned his head to look at Patty beside him. Originally, he had intended for Victor to launch a sneak attack, but the soul event within Patty had just happened to awaken. Why go through all that trouble then? If one can simply crush the opposition, there is no need to resort to underhanded tactics. A small matter. And nodded, lifted Patty's great sword, and vanished from his spot in an instant. The next moment, his figure appeared directly in front of Louisa. Louisa's pupils widened to their limit, and her divine body exploded into a sky full of blood mist. Immediately following, terrifying hellfire roared to life, rapidly incinerating Louisa's divine soul. A shrill, miserable scream rang out. The sky full of blood mist contracted rapidly, but it could not reform into a divine body for a long time, forced to remain in place while being scorched by the hellfire within the blood mist. Louisa's ferocious and twisted face vaguely emerged. She looked at the demon before her in terror and said with a trembling voice, "Who exactly are you?" and did not speak, merely intensifying the flames. On the other side, Goldtooth sensed that the situation was dire and immediately sought to flee the area to rendezvous with Bellis. He suddenly had a feeling that he had been deceived. All that talk about 50% of the profits. All that talk about having a grudge against the Blood Clan. Excuses. They were all excuses. The other party's target had always been the entire Blood Realm secret realm, however. Under the suppression of 3 strands of world power, every move Goldtooth made was under Sumyubai's control. The moment he moved, a figure wreathed in blood-colored flames blocked his path. Goldtooth's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Victor, have you lost your mind? You're actually burning your divine soul." Burning one's divine soul was the final resort of a true god. Once this process began, it could not be stopped. Even if one managed to defeat the enemy, the end result would be the total annihilation of one's own soul. Unless one was prepared to die, it was impossible to burn one's divine soul. Furthermore, even if someone controlled the soul of a true god, they would never allow them to use such a method. Because once the divine soul burned to a certain degree, the effects of soul control laws would be erased. In such a scenario, the controlled true god would break free and immediately attack their controller. But how could Goldtooth possibly understand a bug-level existence like Sumyubai? With the catastrophe trait, even if Victor's divine soul were burned to nothingness, it would be impossible for him to break free from the control. During the previous fierce battle, Goldtooth had consumed a vast amount of divine power, and now he was under immense suppression. Facing a Victor who was burning his divine soul, how could he possibly be a match soon? Just like Louisa, he was beaten until his divine body shattered. However, Victor was still far inferior to him and could not prevent Goldtooth from reforming his divine body. It was just that the result of reforming was simply being shattered once again. Before long, both of them were beaten into a state of unconsciousness, waiting for Sumyubai to deliver the final blow. Victor held one person in each hand, his divine soul still burning. The expression on his face was twisted by the excruciating pain of the soul burning, yet he had no complaints. Because this was Sumyubai's order, and he had to execute it, just as Sumyubai was preparing to dispel the barrier formed by the world power. The communicators on the wrists of Victor and the 2 people he was holding suddenly vibrated. The next moment, a virtual projection of Raphael appeared. Extra chapter provided today, Chapter 516, Teacher. You wouldn't want, you You are actually the former lord of the Frost Prison Kingdom. On the other side, Bellis and Marcus had their pupils widened to the size of saucers, staring in shock at the Brian before them. Their trembling voices perfectly synchronized. These two bitter rivals, who had fought for who knows how many years, finally synchronized for once as they faced their doom. Just a moment ago, the current lord of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Raphael, had issued a proclamation to all true gods at the Lawmaster stage. The content consisted mainly of 2 points. First, he displayed a signature of a divine soul, and then he immediately issued a bounty. Anyone who could kill the person whose divine soul signature matched perfectly would be granted an audience with Raphael and receive generous rewards. Even if one only provided their whereabouts, once confirmed, one could directly obtain a massive amount of resources. At that moment, Bellis and Marcus were stunned, because they were shocked to discover that this divine soul signature being hunted by Raphael was so familiar. And they could feel it right now. Isn't this damn person the Brian right in front of them? Although this guy was strong, he was only marginally stronger than the two of them. What kind of virtue or ability did he have to be hunted by an order from the Lord of the Divine Kingdom? One must know that those who could become the Lord of a Divine Kingdom were, without exception, the strongest among their peers. Even Raphael, who had picked up the position by chance, was no exception. Aside from Brian in his prime, he was the strongest existence in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Otherwise, even if Brian had fallen, the throne of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom would not have fallen to him, because the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom belonged to the undead realm. The succession of the Lord must be approved by the Realm Lord. Only a true powerhouse could gain the recognition of the Realm Lord, sit in that position, and obtain the supreme power to rule a vast divine kingdom. Just as Bellis and Marcus were filled with doubt, what Raphael said next directly resolved their confusion. Although this statement was ostensibly addressed to all citizens of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, in reality, Raphael only intended for Brian to hear it, because he knew very well that even though Brian had reshaped his divine body, he was currently still a player belonging to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Changing one's nationality was certainly not something that could be accomplished so quickly. A warm smile graced the face of Raphael's projection, yet his voice was exceptionally cold. Teacher, I am very close to unraveling the secret you left behind. Having said this, Raphael paused, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. If you don't return soon, it will be too late. Teacher Brian, you wouldn't want your many years of hard work to become the catalyst for your rebellious disciples' breakthrough, would you? As his voice faded, Raphael's virtual projection dissipated instantly. Following this, the scene where Bellis and Marcus tremblingly questioned Brian took place. As veteran lords of laws within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, they were well aware of the kingdom's past and knew exactly how Raphael had obtained the position of sovereign. Precisely because of this, Raphael had not bothered to hide anything in his words. There is no such thing as an airtight wall. Almost all the true gods of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom knew what he had done back then. After all, the murder of a sovereign was no small matter. There were always those who would investigate the ins and outs and bring the truth to light. But so what? The myriad worlds have always respected strength. Although Brian's disappearance had caused a massive uproar in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Raphael had used iron-fisted methods to clear away all obstacles and successfully gained the recognition of the Underworld Realm Lord to become the current sovereign. Every true god who questioned or resisted him was either cruelly murdered or imprisoned. After such a long time, Brian, the previous sovereign, had been almost forgotten, and Raphael's position as sovereign had been firmly secured. Now that he had suddenly issued such a bounty, it immediately caused a sensation throughout the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. True gods at the Lord of Law's level across various regions successively distributed Brian's divine soul aura, mobilizing their clansmen, followers, subordinates, and slaves to search for Brian's whereabouts. The former sovereign, what was that? Was it more important than a personal audience with the current sovereign and a massive amount of resources? He was just an old fellow whose divine soul had been severely damaged, whose divine body had been completely destroyed, leaving only a phylactery, and who had only just awakened not long ago. Killing him was no big deal. If one could find Brian first, perhaps they could even force some valuable information out of him. Holding such thoughts, The vast majority of true gods within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom sprang into action. Only a very small number were uninterested or unwilling to make a move against Brian. This was also normal. Those true gods at the Lord of Law's level who had once supported Brian had long since been killed or imprisoned. Even those who had luckily escaped were either living under assumed names or had already left the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. The remaining true gods naturally did not care whether Brian lived or died. Only Bellis and Marcus, having confirmed Brian's identity, wore strange expressions. It seems Raphael's intelligence is not up to par either. You're telling me that this guy in front of us, who is capable of crushing us, only just awakened? Which true god can recover to the combat power of a mid-stage intermediate god immediately upon awakening? Could it be that when he was beaten into a deep slumber, he left behind a law-level soul treasure as a contingency? To hell with that. Do you really think that mysterious intermediate god who beat Brian into a deep slumber was blind? The two mortal enemies couldn't help but glance at each other, both seeing a hint of something unusual in the other's eyes. Their own fates were already sealed, and they had both accepted it. Being able to die at the hands of the previous sovereign was not exactly an ignominious end, but the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom that followed would likely be plunged into a bloody storm. Even Raphael, the current sovereign, might fall from his pedestal because of this. Thinking of this, a figure appeared in both of their minds simultaneously. However, the figures were not the same. In Bellis's mind, the figure of Ash Extinction emerged. In Marcus's mind, the figure of Moonlight appeared. Although the figures were different, they were actually both Sumubai, and their thoughts were exactly the same. In their view, now that Brian was following this divine race prodigy, as long as the other party supported him, he would inevitably be able to take back what he had once lost. Just as the two were contemplating the turmoil that would soon befall the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, a mocking voice suddenly rang in their ears. Brian, it seems your rebellious disciple is trying to force you out. Before the words had even finished, Sumubai's figure appeared instantly beside Brian. Immediately following, Victor, with his divine soul burning, flew over while carrying the sleeping Golden Tooth and Louisa. Although he had long guessed that Victor's soul must have been controlled, seeing this scene still made Marcus's pupils shrink. Burning his divine soul, no one answered his confusion. Brian moved his divine soul, and the law of soul annihilation was immediately invoked. The two great intermediate gods, who were already on the verge of sleep, closed their eyes peacefully. Master, I want to. Brian had just started to speak when Sumubai smiled and waved his hand to interrupt him. Is that secret really so important? It is an opportunity to break through to the upper god stage. A flicker of memory flashed through Brian's eyes, but he immediately shook his head. If I hadn't met you, Master, this opportunity would certainly be important. But now, having said this, the killing intent in his eyes could no longer be concealed, and he continued through gritted teeth. Now, I only want to grind Raphael to dust. And while I'm at it, take back the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom that belongs to you, Master. Chapter 517. Patty's Confusion, an opportunity to break through to the upper god stage. Sumubai's eyes lit up. He patted Brian's withered shoulder and said earnestly, I have to talk to you about this. How could such an opportunity not be important? Hearing this, Brian was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing what he meant. That's right, the Master possesses heaven-defying methods. If such an opportunity were to fall into the hands of my Master, wouldn't it be an opportunity that could elevate him to the ruler of Rule's realm? Thinking of this, Brian immediately grew excited, his eyes shining as he looked at Sumubai. Master, I want to go to Frost Prison Star right now. Sumubai raised an eyebrow. What is the difference between you going now and throwing your life away? But if Raphael unravels the secret, that opportunity will be wasted. So, what you need to do now is to refine the nether ruined soul restoring dew as quickly as possible and restore your strength as much as you can. Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Rest assured, Raphael definitely hasn't unraveled that secret yet, otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to force you out prematurely. Upon hearing this, Brian slapped his forehead. That's right. If that rebellious disciple had already obtained the opportunity for a breakthrough, he wouldn't need to worry about me returning to my peak at all. I apologize, Master. I was just blinded by hatred. It's fine. Sumubai waved his hand. Don't worry. You will be able to return to Frost Prison Store openly and above board very soon. As his voice fell, everyone withdrew their world power at Sumubai's signal. The spherical distorted space dissipated instantly, and the figures of Sumubai and the others appeared above the blood pool. The great battle here had already ended, and the blood pool no longer surged with giant waves, though the undercurrents remained turbulent as the war had not yet fully subsided. And Sol had gone silent again after dealing with Louisa, and Patty had regained control of his body. At this moment, he was saying something to the three Signal Light brothers, looking somewhat agitated. Sumubai was not surprised by this. Anyone would have a headache dealing with those three guys. Seeing Sumubai emerge, Patty glared at Amon and the others before flashing over to stand in front of Sumubai. Brother Bai, sorry for the trouble during this time. It's no trouble at all. As for you, you've made 2 trips in a row. Thank you. Sumubai smiled slightly. If the three Signal Light brothers hadn't become his believers, it really would have been quite troublesome, but after becoming believers, everything was under his command, so there wasn't much trouble to speak of. As for the issues with their brains, that didn't really matter for the time being. Oh ha ha, you're too polite. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. Patty grinned broadly. Usually, teacher doesn't even wake up once in several years. Look at how much time has passed, and he's already woken up twice. Speaking of this, he looked at Sumubai with burning eyes. I'm starting to suspect that you've been favored by the goddess of luck. Hearing this, Sumubai was slightly stunned. Was the frequency of An's awakening really that low? Then why did it happen these 2 times? Could it be luck? Thinking of this, Sumubai couldn't help but glance at the somewhat reserved Signal Light brothers in the distance, recalling their unique nature. When the three are together, their luck value increases significantly, and they also bring good fortune to those around them. Coupled with the fact that he possessed a portion of the goddess of luck's authority, it didn't seem so hard to understand why An was able to wake up twice in succession. Seeing Sumubai lost in thought, Patty laughed and said, haha, just a joke. But next time there's an activity like hacking people, don't forget to call me. I can't beat those old guys in the Hell Realm, and it's hard to go all out against the young ones. It's much more satisfying to hack away with you. Plus, I can learn quite a lot from teacher. As he spoke, he turned around and waved his hand, shouldering his great sword and taking a step forward only to find that he had truly only taken 1 step. I'd rather Bai, could you please lift that blockade? I need to leave for a moment. The anti-summoning duration has long since passed, and I still have things to do in the Hell Realm. A flash of brilliance crossed Sumubai's eyes. One had to admit, the value of the space-time blockade was truly terrifying. To think it could forcibly detain someone even after the demon race's exclusive anti-summoning duration had ended. However, since Patty had matters to attend to, Sumubai did not insist on keeping him. With a thought, he granted Patty the permission to leave the blockaded area. The next moment, a spatial rift leading to the Hell Realm tore open in front of Patty, sucking him directly inside. Watching Patty's disappearing back, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. If he remembered correctly, when Patty first appeared at the Soulbone Frost Fortress, his first state vitality was only 9 stars. At that time, the only law he had fully comprehended was the law of slaughter, but now, Patty's first state vitality had risen to 15 stars, and his law of dark elements had jumped directly from 7 vein to a state of complete mastery. Is this what a protagonist's destiny is like? Sumubai whispered softly, the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly. No wonder Patty wanted to come more often. As long as An could wake up repeatedly, his strength would inevitably advance by leaps and bounds. However, Sumubai did not envy this. Patty's so-called protagonist's destiny was nothing compared to the bug-level advancement talent of catastrophe. Sumubai was certain that even if An's soul remained in a waking state, his own rate of improvement would still be faster than Patty's. Besides, since the other party was one of his own, the faster they improved, the better. Chapter 518, Fanatic Fan, Bonus Chapter Master. I am going back to continue restoring my soul as well. As soon as Patty left, Brian spoke up impatiently. Sumubai nodded slightly upon hearing this and took him directly into his internal small world. Immediately afterward, his gaze fell upon the sleeping Louisa. World power rippled, instantly breaking through the barrier of Louise's defenseless internal small world. The next moment, Sumyubai's figure vanished from where he stood. When he appeared again, he had already entered the interior of Louise's small world. Rumble. This place had already become a ruin, and the ground was still in the midst of collapsing. The entire small world had become fragmented and dilapidated. The edges of the world were vibrating violently and shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was because Louise's soul had suffered heavy damage. As her slumber deepened, the entire small world would gradually collapse until it became a singularity, retaining only the function of preserving the final wisp of her soul. It was just like Brian when he had first awakened. If not for the massive amount of top-tier materials and the essence of the divine soul with cataclysmic properties provided by Sumyubai, it would have been impossible for him to recover to the lower god realm so quickly. As for the small world within his body, it could only be reshaped once his soul had been restored to the middle god realm. There were no treasures in Louise's small world. It was unclear whether they had been destroyed in the previous fierce battle or if they had never been stored there in the first place. Some lords of laws were in the habit of keeping their treasures in spatial rings, and it was highly likely that Louisa was that type of true god. Otherwise, it would be impossible for all her treasures to have been destroyed in that battle, as the power of the world targeted the small world itself, not the items within it. Perhaps Saint Extermination-grade items were easily destroyed under the turbulence of world power, but a dignified existence at the middle god realm surely wouldn't lack even a single law-grade treasure. Would she, however? The reason Sumyubai had entered was not for treasures, but for a person she had taken into her small world before the great battle began. That human true god at the Lord of Law's realm, the Gale Sword god Liu Yun. Rumble. The collapse of Louise's small world continued. Sumyubai did not need to search at all. He discovered Liu Yun's location immediately. This, naturally, was thanks to the cataclysmic properties of the top-tier system map. Liu Yun, at the lower god realm, was exceptionally conspicuous on the mini-map. After locating Liu Yun's coordinates, Sumyubai vanished from his spot in an instant. Teleportation. Who are you? Looking at this player who had suddenly appeared before him, a look of vigilance immediately surfaced in Liu Yun's eyes. When Sumyubai had appeared at the Blood Clan's base earlier, he had used the Moonlight persona, so Liu Yun did not recognize him. Of course, if he had recognized him, it would only have made Liu Yun even more vigilant. Because in his understanding, the identity of Moonlight was a collaborator of the Blood Clan. After the small world collapsed, Liu Yun knew that Louisa had been severely wounded. It was precisely because of this that the dense divine power inscriptions on his skin were also gradually cracking. Seeing that he was about to recover his divine power, only for someone to forcibly enter this small world, Liu Yun immediately felt that things were looking bad. The situation of the human race in the myriad worlds was not good. Even if the other party was an enemy of Louisa or the Blood Clan, it did not mean they would spare him, a human. Thinking of this, a flash of determination crossed the depths of Liu Yun's eyes, and he made a decision in an instant. But the next moment, he was stunned. Sumyubai's thoughts stirred, and the helmet component of the calamity of eternal silence faded away, revealing a handsome face, a god. The first thought that flashed through Liu Yun's mind was this: because while other races could transform into human form, they would always retain some of their racial characteristics. The only ones who could look exactly like humans were the gods. Moreover, he could not see through the strength of the young man before him at all, so the probability of the other party being human was very low. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's heart sank. Sumyubai took in every change in Liu Yun's expression and said with a soft laugh, "Don't be nervous." Immediately after, Liu Yun stood up abruptly, his pupils dilated, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother Bai." From the moment he saw that Liu Yun would rather die than sign a slave contract, Sumyubai had never intended to hide his identity from him. Therefore, Liu Yun had seen some of Sumyubai's basic information. The name Bai, due to the two Myriad Worlds announcements, was famous throughout the entire Myriad Worlds, not to mention among humans. Ever since Sumyubai obtained the title of human prodigy, it had caused a sensation throughout the entire human race. Following the two subsequent Myriad Worlds announcements, Liu Yun's initial desire to catch up had turned into deep admiration. Therefore, his eyes were currently filled with deep fanaticism. No, is that really necessary? The corner of Sumyubai's eye twitched slightly. This was his first time meeting a fanatical fan of his own. And for a moment, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Big brother Bai, don't you know what those two previous Myriad Worlds announcements meant? You are practically the idol of all humans now. Although he knew through the Myriad Worlds announcements that Bai was only at the 7th rank, this big brother from Liu Yun was truly heartfelt and came out incredibly smoothly. If he knew that Sumyubai had already broken through to the 8th rank so quickly, he would only be even more fanatical. Forget it. Let's get out of here first. Sumyubai's thoughts stirred, and the power of the world swept out, instantly shattering the divine power inscriptions on Liu Yun's skin. Following that, he took Liu Yun and left Louise's internal small world. Big brother Bai, I finally got to see you in person. I didn't expect you to be this handsome. Stop right there. Sumyubai rolled his eyes. He really couldn't handle this kind of fanatical fan. Tell me first, which God-forbidden land do you come from? God-forbidden land. Liu Yun was startled and shook his head. I don't come from a God-forbidden land. Now it was Sumyubai's turn to be stunned. He didn't come from a God-forbidden land. Does that mean there are other humans in the Myriad Worlds? But given the initial attributes of the human race, how on earth did they survive in the Myriad Worlds? Sumyubai couldn't help but become curious. Without waiting for Liu Yun to answer, he narrowed his eyes. Golden light flashed in the depths of his pupils, and the golden vertical eye on his forehead opened instantly. Eye of the profound heaven. At the same time, the Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters also arrived at Sumyubai's side, carrying dozens of lords of laws who had fallen into a deep sleep. Just as they approached, Sumyubai suddenly had a strange feeling in the dark. It was as if something extremely powerful yet ethereal had been triggered. At the same time, Liu Yun's detailed information appeared before Sumyubai's eyes. This time, it was much more detailed than what he had seen at the Blood Clan's base. However, the vast majority of it was not important to Sumyubai. What caught his attention was that Liu Yun was born on a planet called Tianquan. The name of this planet was not important. What truly drew Sumyubai's focus was that Tianquan was actually located within the Myriad Demon domain. The reason Liu Yun had crossed domains to reach the undead realm was entirely because he wanted to find him. Seeing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. Even a human like Liu Yun knew he was in the undead realm, and had even pinpointed it to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Wait, and what about Harriman? How did he know he was in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom? What about the other races? They must know too. Thinking of this, Sumyubai felt fortunate that the hidden effect of Calamity of Eternal Silence was powerful enough. Unless a rule sovereign arrived in person, no one would be able to discern his identity. As he continued to examine Liu Yun's detailed information, Sumyubai suddenly widened his eyes, because he saw an unexpected name. Today's bonus chapter is here, Chapter 519, Fragmented Visions. Liu Yun had possessed an extremely strong talent for the sword since childhood, but suffered from a lack of guidance from a renowned master, until he met the shadow-chasing sword god Huijian, and officially embarked on his path to rise. The appearance of the name Huijian left Sumyubai feeling deeply surprised. That old geezer was only at the Saint Extermination level, so how? Sumyubai suddenly widened his eyes. His gaze locked onto the words shadow-chasing sword god in the information, and he suddenly realized the truth. That old geezer Huijian had never once said that he only possessed Saint Extermination level strength. The only reason Sumyubai had assumed he was only at the Saint Extermination level was because Huijian had once said there was someone in the God-forbidden land stronger than him. That person was naturally Feng Yuan, but at that time, Sumyubai did not understand the restrictive effects of the God-forbidden land. Looking at it now, the reason Feng Yuan was able to be stronger than Huijian in the God-forbidden land was entirely because he was a native of God-forbidden land No. 7, and could utilize the laws. And Huijian had never been a native of the God-forbidden land. This could be seen from the fact that he, like Sumyubai, was able to cross national borders. In other words, as an outsider, Huijian, that old geezer, had managed to become the second most powerful existence in God-forbidden land No. 7, right behind Feng Yuan. While his power was suppressed to the early Saint Extermination level and he couldn't even utilize the power of laws. Reflecting on this, Sumyubai sighed. He should have realized it sooner. The old geezer knew Zhu Xingchen and was extremely familiar with him. So how could he possibly be just an ordinary saint extermination level player? Even if he wasn't a rule sovereign, he was definitely a powerhouse among the lords of law. He had never known exactly how strong the restrictions of the God-forbidden land were in the past. So, he hadn't thought in this direction, which was why he had habitually assumed Hui Jian was merely a tier 10 saint extermination level player. Thinking of this, Sumyu Bai narrowed his eyes, considering more possibilities in his mind. However, he had no intention of confirming his guesses right now, because knowing them now wouldn't serve any purpose. Big brother Bai, what kind of ocular technique is that? Did you see where I came from? Li Yun looked at the vertical eye on Sumyu Bai's forehead, his words tinged with a hint of curiosity. A law-level ocular technique. Sumyu Bai gave a vague reply. Although he hadn't hidden his identity from Li Yun, the eye of the profound heaven was, after all, tied to the position of sovereign of fate. So it was clearly not something to be exposed easily. Seeing that the other party didn't elaborate, Li Yun stopped asking. Sumyu Bai looked at Li Yun, preparing to close the eye of the profound heaven, but he suddenly froze. Those faint, flickering lines had actually appeared once again. These were threads of causality, however, and like before, besides the thread of causality connecting to Sumyu Bai, there was another thread on Li Yun's body that plunged directly into space, leading to an unknown destination. Strangely, next to this thread of causality, a third thread of causality appeared out of thin air, connecting to Sumyu Bai. Could this be the old geezer's thread of causality? Sumyu Bai raised an eyebrow, a vague answer forming in his mind. Even though he knew that threads of causality were abstract and not physically real, he still couldn't help but reach out to touch them. Yet this time, Sumyu Bai stood frozen in place. Although his hand passed straight through these three threads of causality as before, when he brushed against the thread connecting him and Li Yun, some fragmented visions suddenly flashed through Sumyu Bai's mind. Seeing Sumyu Bai's strange movements, Li Yun felt a bit puzzled. Big brother Bai. But Sumyu Bai gave him no response. Instead, he raised his hand again, grasping at the empty air, touching the thread of causality between them once more. Seeing this, Li Yun opened his mouth, but ultimately decided not to speak again. Although he couldn't understand what Sumyu Bai was doing, he knew that this state was clearly very special and it was best not to disturb him. The golden light in the depths of Sumyu Bai's eyes flickered incessantly, and the vertical eye on his forehead became incomparably profound. As he continued to touch this thread of causality, those fragmented visions flashed through his mind again. It was just that these visions were too fragmented, and although he tried his best to piece them together, he still felt powerless to do so. At the same time, Sumyu Bai's soul power was being consumed at a rapid pace. A moment later, the thread of causality between the two slowly dissipated, and the eye of the profound heaven closed along with it. Notification. You have glimpsed a sliver of fate. Your comprehension of the law of causality has increased significantly. Law, causality current level of comprehension. 2% is considered a significant increase. Sumyu Bai frowned. The comprehension of the law of causality was even more difficult than he had imagined. One had to know that for any path of law, the closer one got to 100%, the harder it was to comprehend, compared to other laws. The law of causality was clearly far more difficult. However, this was also normal, as the law of causality was one of the main branches of the rule of fate. Sumyu Bai snapped out of his state of epiphany and couldn't help but glance at Li Yun. Just now, through the thread of causality between them, he had seen many fragmented visions. These visions were not only completely out of order, but some were also extremely blurry. Ultimately, after consuming a massive amount of soul power, he finally managed to piece together a somewhat complete and clear half-image. In the image, Li Yun was bathed in blood, his divine body on the verge of shattering, and even the hand gripping his sword had begun to tremble. Behind him was a dense sea of human players. Sumyu Bai even caught sight of figures like Fujiu Chanjiu among them. Li Yun stood guard at the very front, alone with his sword. His eyes seemed filled with grief and indignation, yet his expression was exceptionally resolute. His trembling hand gripped the long sword tightly, pointing it straight ahead, and fortunately, the image was only half complete and cut off right there. It was impossible to see who Li Yun's enemy was. For some reason, after seeing this image, Sumyu suddenly lost the desire to make Li Yun his follower. He had a faint feeling in his heart that a true powerhouse who dedicated their life to protecting the human race could not be a follower of anyone. Perhaps the only faith in the hearts of such people was to make the human race stronger, until they ascended the myriad races ranking, or even stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Looking at Li Yun with admiration, Sumyu spoke slowly. "Brother Li Yun, you traveled all the way from the Tianquan Star to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. What brings you here?" At the mention of this, Li Yun's rugged face flushed red, and he rubbed his nose in embarrassment. "I originally intended to come and protect you in secret until you reached the Lawmaster realm." Having said that, Li Yun did not continue. Sumyu understood why his face had suddenly turned red. He had traveled such a long distance to protect him, only to end up being saved by him instead. Who could he even complain to about that? In truth, this couldn't be blamed on Li Yun. After all, how much time had passed since the Myriad Worlds announcement? The entire Myriad Worlds knew that the human prodigy Bai Yi was merely a Tier 7 epic grade player. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that this Tier 7 epic grade player actually had the strength to wipe out the entire Blood Realm secret realm. As his gaze swept over the lower-level gods of the two races, who had been carelessly piled together by the Signal Light Brothers and the Angel Sisters, Li Yun's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Was this really something a Tier 7 epic grade human player could achieve? Chapter 520. You don't need to look for him. Although the werewolf race and the blood race were only mid-tier races on the myriad races ranking, they were still countless times stronger than the human race. The blood race members here alone included 3 at the intermediate god realm. Thinking of this, Li Yun suddenly looked at the figure beside Sumyu, who was as scorching as a raging flame, and his pupils constricted. Fine, a monster like Big Brother Bai Yi simply could not be understood by conventional logic. A Tier 7 epic grade, yet he could control an intermediate god. And he could even let the other party burn their divine soul without fearing a backlash. Such methods were completely beyond Li Yun's scope of understanding. He only felt that in front of the other party, he was practically a raw recruit. Following Li Yun's gaze, Sumyu also glanced at Victor, who was in the midst of burning his soul. After briefly sensing the time it would take for this guy to burn his soul to ashes, he turned his head and said, "What are your plans for the next step?" This question left Li Yun stunned. He pondered for a moment. "Since I'm already out, I plan to go find my master. At this point, a look of worship flashed in Li Yun's eyes, and he continued with full confidence. "Although my strength is insufficient, my master is definitely qualified to be your doubt protector, master." Sumyu raised an eyebrow. "Huijian, you?" Li Yun looked at Sumyu in surprise. "Your eye techniques are truly formidable." Immediately after, his eyes lit up. "Big Brother Bai Yi, you know my master too?" "Yes." As the image of Huijian flashed through his mind, the corners of Sumyu mouth curled into a slight arc. "That's great." Li Yun's eyes shone. "My master is a true god at the upper god realm. Once I find him, wait. Since Big Brother Bai Yi knows my master, why hasn't he become your doubt protector?" At this point, Li Yun suddenly frowned. Bai Yi was able to trigger Myriad Worlds announcements one after another. His talent was truly unique in the Myriad Worlds. With such a monster born to the human race, given his master's personality, how could he possibly let him fend for himself? Others might not know, but Li Yun understood Huijian very well. Don't let his seemingly dissolute appearance fool you. As if he cared about nothing but wine. In reality, the human race held a very high status in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken him on as a disciple in the first place, unless his master had something more important to do right now. Li Yun quickly cleared his thoughts, and Sumyu spoke up. "You don't need to look for him. Senior Huijian should be very busy right now." Sumyu couldn't help but recall the conversation between Zushengchen and Huijian during the time stop. The current Huijian was likely trying to find a way to bring Zushengchen back. He still remembered the other party saying, "The Myriad Worlds game is frantically pushing me out," although he didn't understand exactly what that meant. Connecting it with Huijian's words, it was clear that Zushengchen was currently not within the Myriad Worlds. Hearing this, a look of as expected appeared on Li Yun's face. Since that's the case, I'll take this opportunity to venture through the myriad worlds. As he spoke, a look of longing appeared in his eyes. Venturing out is not a bad idea. Sumyubai smiled and nodded, having no intention of keeping Li Yun, without the intention of making the other party a follower. He had too many secrets that were inconvenient to expose. Perhaps he would help Li Yun ascend in the future, but now was clearly not the time. Big brother Bai, next time we meet, I definitely won't be in such a sorry state. Li Yun rubbed his nose, added Sumyubai as a friend, and turned to leave. Wait. Sumyubai flipped his hand to take out a treasure and tossed it to Li Yun. Take this and go. I hope that when we meet again, you will have made further progress. Li Yun raised his hand to catch it. He had intended to refuse Sumyubai's kindness, but after seeing the information about the treasure, he immediately changed his mind. Then I won't be coy. Big brother Bai. See you next time. As the words fell, Li Yun mounted his sword and soared into the sky, flying directly toward the exit of the Blood Realm's secret realm. The item Sumyubai had given him was a low-level treasure called the Masquerade Mask. The effect of this item was simple. In addition to concealing information and soul ore, it could also slightly alter one's appearance. It was never safe for a human to walk the myriad worlds. With this low-level treasure, the probability of Li Yun being captured by races hostile to humans would be significantly lower. He might even be able to impersonate a genius of the god race. Just like Sumyubai, only a true god at the peak of the upper god realm could see through the concealment effects of the Masquerade Mask. Li Yun simply could not refuse such a low-level treasure. Although he didn't say much, in his heart, he already felt he owed Sumyubai a massive favor. However, he was unaware that such a low-level treasure meant very little to Sumyubai. The Masquerade Mask was merely something he had obtained for free and upgraded from a Saint Extermination level special item. This item was originally one of Victor's collections, but now it was clearly Sumyubai's personal property. Since he had no use for it, he might as well give it to Li Yun to make his journey through the myriad worlds a bit safer. This could also be considered a contribution to the human race. At this moment, Victor's divine soul had already been more than half consumed, and he was not far from total annihilation. But before this guy died, he still had one last bit of value. Sumyubai looked down at the turbulent blood pool below and asked, "This is the reason you all are fighting over the Blood Realm's secret realm, right?" "Yes, master." Victor nodded, his face twisted in agony. He was enduring the burning of his divine soul every single second. This pain originating from the soul was something even a true god would find difficult to bear. Yet, under Sumyubai's control, he had no choice but to endure it in silence. Looking at the blood pool, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. So, what is the function of the blood pool? Chapter 521, God Slaying, Extra Chapter. The blood pool contains violent soul energy. After entering it, one can temper their divine soul. The more blood energy the pool absorbs, the stronger the tempering effect becomes. Victor's face twitched as he spoke slowly, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain of his soul burning. If enough blood energy is absorbed, even the divine soul of a middle god can be tempered at the center of the blood pool. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. With such a good thing, can your two branches really occupy it indefinitely? No one else comes to snatch it. Of course they do. Victor shook his head. But our two races are not weaklings either. Strong individuals from within our clan step forward and reach the deal with Raphael. In reality, we are merely the managers. Hearing this, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes. In other words, the rest of the Blood Clan and the werewolf race also send people here regularly to bathe in the blood pool. Yes. When is the next time? In about half a year. At that time, they will come with the tax collectors from the Frost Prison God Kingdom. Hearing that it would be another half a year, Sumyubai immediately dismissed the idea of staying behind. With that much time, he didn't even know what level he would reach. How could he waste it here? However, a good thing like the blood pool definitely had to be taken away. Sumyubai glanced at his status window, the corners of his mouth curling upward, but clearly, it was not yet time to strip the blood pool. There was still plenty of blood energy here to absorb. Although his Scourge Legion and Brian's undead army had already gained control of the situation, this was, after all, a small world several times larger than the Cold Abyss planet. Even with the terrifying numbers and combat power of the two legions, It would take quite some time to wipe out all the werewolves and Blood Clan members. During this period, the soul points within the Death Codex were constantly increasing, and it was on the verge of reaching the 50 billion cap. It's about time. Sumyubai crooked his finger, and Victor immediately appeared before him. Activate recording function. Record divine soul aura. This was a function of the Myriad Worlds game. Sumyubai activated it naturally to complete the bounty hunting quest he had accepted back then. He was determined to obtain the whereabouts of the Flower of Life. Notification. Recording function activated. Notification. Divine soul aura recorded. The moment the system prompt sounded, Sumyubai focused his mind. The death energy that permeated the death domain instantly gathered behind Sumyubai. In an instant, a terrifying and hideous colossal phantom emerged. Death's Descent. Notification. You have activated Death's Descent. All attributes increased by 100%. Max HP increased to 1000%. Max mana increased to 1000%. Notification. You have activated Death's Descent. You will fully absorb Death type, Shadow type, and Curse type damage, which can be used to heal yourself or friendly units. Notification. You have activated Death's Descent. Any negative Death type, Shadow type, or Curse type effects used on you by any creature will backfire upon themselves and be ineffective against you. Notification. You are the embodiment of the law of death, therefore you cannot die. Notification. You can randomly absorb a certain amount of soul power from targets you kill with your own hands. Sumyubai had activated the recording function from his own first-person perspective, so the phantom of the manifested law of death would not appear in the footage. Even the aura recorded would only be Victor's. His cold gaze fell upon Victor. The next moment, a gray-black light flashed in his eyes, and the trace of divine power condensed by his soul was instantly mobilized. Law of soul annihilation. Sumyubai's method of mobilizing the law still habitually adopted the death gaze. However, the effects of the two were completely incomparable. Under the reinforcement of divine power and the power of the law, Victor, who had already dropped all soul defenses, immediately let out a shrill scream. His divine soul had already been more than half consumed, and now, enduring Sumyubai's soul annihilation without any resistance, the remaining fragments of his soul instantly fell apart. As Victor's divine soul aura completely dissipated, his intact divine body was preserved, becoming a divine corpse. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Death rule activated. You have successfully absorbed 10.0 points of soul power. Notification. Soul extraction activated. Soul points count 10 billion. Notification. Your soul points have reached the upper limit. Notification. You have obtained Divine Crystal ×1. Notification. You have obtained Ultra Large Space Ring ×1. Since all of Victor's belongings had long been looted clean by Sumyubai, he only left behind an empty space ring. At the moment of his death, the small world within his body also collapsed silently, without causing a single ripple in the outside world, as if it had never existed at all, unless destroyed during combat. A space ring will not be reclaimed by the myriad worlds upon a player's death like an inventory. This is the very purpose of the existence of star pirates. If the target of the robbery is unwilling to cooperate, they simply kill them and seize the treasures. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first in the Blue Star region to successfully slay an alien true god. Reward. All attributes come 500,000. Divine Crystal ×50. 0. Essence of Divine Soul ×5. Notification. Blue Star region announcement is imminent. Turn off the recording function. Sumyubai waved his hand to put away the space ring and immediately turned off the recording function. Then summoned the Death Codex and opened it directly. Death Descent consumes 1 point of death power for every second it remains active. Although Sumyubai now possessed over 2,000 points of death power, the recovery rate was still far from ideal. Therefore, he did not want to waste any time. The recording was already saved, and it wouldn't be too late to upload it to the bounty hunter's home after he finished his business. The gray-white pages spread open, and ancient, complex, mysterious inscriptions emerged once again. After absorbing a portion of Victor's soul power, Sumyubai's soul power value and soul power cap both increased by 10,000 points, giving him enough soul power to activate the pupil of the profound heaven again. However, After the golden vertical pupil opened this time, it did not lead him to successfully comprehend a new path of laws. It wasn't clear whether it was because he had comprehended too much in a short period or for some other reason. Sumubai was not overly disappointed by this. His purpose in opening the Death Codex this time was to accept the advancement quest. It would be best if he could comprehend a new path of laws. But if not, there was no loss. As the inscriptions turned into a stream of light and merged into his brow, the system notification sounded accordingly. Notification. You have accepted the advancement quest Feeling Death 7. Feeling Death 7 advancement quest. To become a true overlord of death, you still need to personally experience more death within 360 days. Completely kill 1 billion living beings to experience the power of death. Quest restrictions. 1. The targets must be true living beings, and their strength must not be lower than Tier 5. 2. Targets killed by summons and contracted creatures do not count toward the total. 3. If the quest is not completed within 360 days, the quest data will be cleared, and you must start over. Quest time: 359 days 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Quest progress: 1 billion. Please do everything in your power to complete the challenge as quickly as possible. Break through your current limits. Make yourself more compatible with the Overlord of Death profession, and unlock more professional powers. Do you truly understand the meaning of death? After glancing at the quest requirements, Sumubai closed the quest panel. This quest could be easily completed by slaughtering the Blood Realm Secret Realm. The most important thing now was to eliminate all the Lords of Law of the werewolf and vampire races. With his divine soul power surging, Sumubai mobilized his remaining divine power, locking his gaze onto the sleeping true gods of the two races. Law of Soul Annihilation. Just at this moment, several more system notifications rang in his ears. Today's extra update is here, Chapter 522. No, I must find a way to run first. God Forbidden Land. No. The players of the Dragon Empire were leveling up in an orderly fashion. With such a good EXP bonus buff, their motivation to level up was at an unprecedented high. As for the players from other nations, the vast majority had already begun a life of giving up. Leveling up. Leveling up for what? With such a massive gap in EXP bonuses, effort had lost its meaning. As time went on, the gap between them and the Dragon Empire players would only grow larger. It would be better to wait to be conquered by the Dragon Empire, join the Dragon nationality, and start working hard once they had the 50% treatment. A one-fold gap at least offered a glimmer of hope. Now, there was only despair. At this time, not much time had passed since the announcement of Sumubai breaking through to Tier 8. In the World Chat channel, people were still discussing the matter. Come. Let's guess when Boss Baiyu will be able to break through to the Tier 9 mythical level. Within 2 months. 1 bit 1 gold coin. 2 months. You're looking down on Boss Baiyu too much. I bet 1 month. Too small. Your perspective is too small. I guess we'll hear the announcement again within half a month. It shouldn't be that fast, right? Tier 9 mythical is the second to last tier, after all. Even though Baiyi is a monster, he shouldn't be without any bottlenecks at all, right? Who told you that Tier 9 mythical is the second to last tier? Exactly. You don't think the strongest in the myriad worlds is still the Saint Extermination level, do you? Oh right. There must be higher tiers in the myriad worlds. What do you think the tier after Tier 10 Saint Extermination is called? Who can say for sure? We'll know naturally once Boss Baiyu breaks through. That will probably take a long time. Just as everyone was discussing, an unexpected system announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire God Forbidden Land. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Empire player Baiyi for becoming the first in the Blue Star region to successfully slay an alien true god. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. As soon as this announcement appeared, the region-wide chat channel fell into a sudden silence. Everyone couldn't help but have 3 question marks pop up over their heads. Slaying a true god of an alien race. What does this even mean? Once the players regained their senses, the region-wide chat channel immediately exploded. What the hell? What is a true god of an alien race? It's asking me to learn again. Learn what? For heaven's sake, look in my eyes. Tell me. Is this something I can just learn if I want to? The Myriad Worlds game really thinks highly of us small fries. I struggle to solo level 30 Black Iron boss. And now it wants me to learn by Yi slays a god. I'm so touched I could cry. Could a true god be a tier 11 existence? Very likely. As expected of a cheater, he just broke through to tier 8. And he's already killing true gods 3 tiers above him. It's a good thing the announcement didn't list the specific details of the rewards. Or I'd be so envious I wouldn't be able to sleep. Is not being able to sleep a bad thing? Leveling up 24 hours a day, you'd be a perpetual motion machine. Bayu's rate of improvement is too terrifying. Can't he just stop and wait for his fellow humans? It's hard to imagine that this is a player who entered the game at the same time as us. This announcement didn't just shock the players, even the few Saint Extinction level powerhouses in the know. 7 God Forbidden Land were stunned. Divine Dragon Empire, Divine Dragon Palace Headquarters. Charles and Lovsky, who were deep in meditation trying to comprehend the path of laws, stood up abruptly, their eyes filled with disbelief. Slaying a god. The two exchanged glances, unable to hold back their exclamations. The players might not know, but as tier 10 Saint Extinction level existences, they were well aware of the gap between those below the true god level and the true gods themselves. It was an insurmountable chasm. Even at the peak of the Saint Extinction level, in the eyes of the weakest true god, they were no different from ordinary people. Because without divine power, those at the peak of the Saint Extinction level had no way to harm an existence in the true god realm. Bai Yi had only just broken through to the tier 8 legendary level. How on earth did he do it? Such a thing, let alone for the human race, which couldn't even make it onto the Myriad Worlds ranking, was something no one in the divine race, ranked first in the Myriad Worlds, could achieve. Charles, I am suddenly very glad I made the decision to surrender, Lovsky said, his voice somewhat stiff. Charles nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, what could be more fortunate than being on the same side as such a monster? While the two had some understanding of the Myriad Worlds, it wasn't deep enough. If there was anyone in the entire God Forbidden Land who understood the Myriad Worlds best, it had to be Feng Yuan. Inside the Valley of the Divine Dragon Palace, Feng Yuan, who was sitting on a stone platform, suddenly opened his eyes. Tier 8 slaying a god. It seems young friend Bai Yi has successfully condensed his divine soul. A flash of joy appeared in the depths of Feng Yuan's eyes. There was no doubt that Bai Yi was human. Because humans were naturally frail, his progress in terms of a divine body would inevitably be slow. To condense a divine body, one ultimately needed to absorb the essence of a full set of top-tier equipment. Therefore, Feng Yuan concluded that Bai Yi had condensed his divine soul in advance and possessed divine power. As far as he knew, it wasn't as if there hadn't been cases of those below the true god level slaying gods in the Myriad Worlds. However, those who accomplished this feat were, without exception, demigod-level creatures. Only such creatures could elevate either their divine soul or divine body to the true god level before breaking through to the tier 11 Lawmaster realm. Other creatures, even with sufficient resources, lacked the potential to meet the requirements. When their divine soul or divine body reached the limit of the Saint Extinction level, they would encounter a bottleneck and be unable to progress any further. But even for demigod-level creatures, they needed to grow to their peak before they had any hope of defeating the weakest lower god. And even then, they had to satisfy a great many conditions. Otherwise, the divine power possessed by a demigod-level combatant would not be enough to sustain a major battle. But Bai Yi had only just broken through to tier 8. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. This speed is truly fast. It seems I must also step up my efforts. I cannot let young friend Bai Yi surpass me too quickly. Feng Yuan whispered to himself and slowly closed his eyes. But this time, the stone platform beneath him suddenly flickered with a faint light. If one looked closely, they would discover that these faint rays of light were actually layer upon layer of micro-magic rays. Under the enhancement of these rays, ripples of space appeared around Feng Yuan, vaguely isolating the stone platform from the entire valley. St. Hall Empire, Holy Light Heaven Headquarters. Baines had recently re-established contact with Harriman, and upon learning that the other party was safe, he had asked for some information regarding the Myriad Worlds. However, since Harriman had already become a believer of Sumu Bai, He naturally only said what he wanted him to hear. Bai's current strength is no longer something you can hunt down. Come back. We must first find a way to deal with the Divine Dragon Empire. Baines had just ended the communication, and before his furrowed brows could even relax, the sound of the system announcement rang in his ears. Bai slew a god. How is this possible? In terror, Baines collapsed to the ground in despair. What's the point of thinking of a plan once Bai returns? Won't the St. Hall Empire be completely finished? No, I must find a way to run first. Chapter 523, one after another. Baines seemed to have grasped at a final straw, immediately beginning to plan his escape. However, he wasn't overly panicked, as Bai hadn't been in the Myriad Worlds for long and shouldn't be returning so soon. Baines wanted to wait for Harriman to return so he could learn more about the Myriad Worlds before leaving the God-forbidden land. Furthermore, he was well aware that Feng Yuan had been keeping an eye on him. Once Harriman returned, he could find a way to confuse Feng Yuan's perception. Otherwise, if he were intercepted by the other party while trying to leave the God-forbidden land, there would truly be no way out. In the forbidden land of the gods, Baines still had the confidence to tangle with Feng Yuan. Once he left this place, without the existence of the restrictions, he would have no qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as Feng Yuan. While thinking, Baines flashed into the Holy Light Heaven treasury and began to pack up the resources in batches. Once he left this place, it would obviously be impossible to think about having supreme power again. Now, he could only pin his hopes on these resources to make his life in the Myriad Worlds a little easier. As for the Holy Empire, his own life was barely hanging by a thread. So why should he care about the Holy Empire? Let it be whatever it wants to be. As the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods trembled, all human players in the Myriad Worlds were stunned by the sudden system announcement. Myriad Worlds Human Announcement. Congratulations to player Bai of the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods for becoming the first human to slay a true god of an alien race across tiers. This is hereby announced. We hope all players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Once this announcement was released, human players across the Myriad Worlds were left dumbfounded, especially those players who were still stuck in various forbidden lands of the gods. They could no longer find words to express the shock in their hearts. Compared to the players in the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods, they had not really experienced how monstrous Bai was. Although it was not the first time they had heard an announcement regarding Bai, the shock brought by god slaying was far from comparable to previous announcements. No. 777 Forbidden Land of the Gods. Countless players had only recently been pulled into the Myriad Worlds game, having finally adapted to the fact that everyone had transmigrated. They were just preparing to show off their skills in this game world when the scrolling human announcement suddenly rang in their ears. In an instant, players from various countries here froze in place. A young man who was currently soloing a level 5 silver boss had his pupils constrict, and he slammed his shield out, sending the boss flying. However, he did not pursue, but instead murmured thoughtfully, "Besides us, are there other human players?" And it seems they didn't enter the game at the same time, slaying a god, already capable of killing a level 9 mythical grade boss across tiers. This progress is truly fast. After sighing twice, a look of determination flashed in the sturdy young man's eyes, and he gripped his shield with both hands, charging fiercely toward the boss. At this moment, his level was actually only level 0. His SSS grade talent, combined with a mysteriously obtained bloodline that could grow to the demigod level, made him firmly believe that he would definitely be able to catch up to this Bai who triggered the announcement. It was just that this player, who went by the name Shield Breaks the Firmament, did not know that as his bloodline power continued to awaken, he would no longer belong to the human race in the future. By then, no matter how strong his power became, he would no longer be able to trigger human announcements. Titan World. This great world was named entirely after the Titan race. It was clear that those who ruled here were also the Titans. Everything in the Titan world was unimaginably huge. Even the smallest planet was far larger than the stars of other great worlds. In the endless starry sky, a spaceship was traveling at an extreme speed, approaching the speed of light. For some reason, it did not break the speed of light to enter the dark space. Inside the spaceship, Hui Jian held a wine gourd in one hand and gestured on the star map on the virtual light screen with the other. It's really hard to find. Taking a swig of wine, Hui Jian couldn't help but curl his lips. He had not left the Titan ancestral star long ago and was heading to another place based on the clues he had found, without confirming his destination. There was obviously no need to enter the dark space. Just at this moment, the system announcement sound suddenly rang in his ears. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to human player Bai for becoming the first person to successfully slay a god at level 8. This is hereby announced. We hope players of all races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. The kid is already this strong. Hui Jian's eyes lit up, and he picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp. It seems it won't be long before I can find the kid Bai to compensate me for my wine. Undead World, Frost Prison God Kingdom. Outside the Blood World Secret Realm, Liu Yun had just emerged from the vortex and hadn't even had time to take out his spaceship when he was suddenly startled by the successive system announcement sounds in his ears. However, unlike others, what he focused on was not that Bai had successfully slain a god, but Bai's tier. Isn't Boss Bai level 7? How is he already level 8 so quickly? Liu Yun looked back at the vortex-shaped Blood World Secret Realm, his heart trembling. With Boss Bai's potential, he will definitely choose the path of the ultimate legend. Can even the path of the ultimate legend not stop him for even a moment? Boss Bai's progress is too fast. If I don't want to fall behind, I must give it my all. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yun waved his hand to take out his own spaceship and entered it within the guiding white light. Boom! The spaceship started immediately and headed toward the depths of the cosmic starry sky. Chapter 524 Sovereign Authority. Bonus Chapter. Bark Domain, Scarlet Realm, Blood Sea. Inside the ancient castle, a flash of shock appeared in the eyes of the Blood Ancestor, and his divine soul power immediately swept across the entire Blood Sea. His voice also rang in the ears of all the Bloodkin in the Blood Sea. A bunch of trash. Have you still not found any traces of Bai? Delays lead to changes. There are more and more existences eyeing him. Hurry up and think of a way, you there. Send me another batch of high-quality blood food. If the quality is like the last time, HMPH. At the same time, the name Bai also attracted the attention of more existences because it had triggered the Myriad Worlds announcement for the third time. God Domain. This was a domain of the same level as the Death Domain, but it was not divided into various great worlds, god kingdoms, or small worlds, because the entire domain belonged to the number one race in the Myriad Worlds, the God race. Of course, it was not just the God race here. Players of other races could also survive here, because the number of the God race was not large, let alone compared to the undead, Zerg, or mechanical races. Even the Titan race, which was also small in number, was far more numerous than the God race, except for young members of the God race who went out to train. Under normal circumstances, the God race preferred to stay in the core area of the God domain. This place is known as the Cradle of Gods. This is because the galaxy in this region resembles a massive cosmic cradle, and all the God races across the Myriad Worlds were born here. In the center of the Cradle of Gods, a landmass of immense size floats in the void of the universe. As the Myriad Worlds announcement echoed, atop a certain divine mountain, a girl with an indifferent expression suddenly furrowed her brows. It's this Bai again. I want to see for myself. By what right you are able to slay a god at the 8th rank? As her words fell, the girl's figure vanished from where she stood, high above. A spacecraft accelerated to the speed of light. Its hull shuddered, and it entered the dark space directly. The Death Realm, the Undead World, the Kingdom of Extinction, the Goddess of Luck, appearing as a petite, mature-looking girl, walked barefoot through the starry expanse of the universe. From time to time, she wrinkled her delicate nose as if sensing something. The next moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. The authority has been used again. A flash of cunning crossed the Goddess of Luck's eyes, and a colorful bubble suddenly appeared in her hand. A moment later, the colorful bubble burst silently. She reached out and lightly sliced through the cosmic space, and just as she was about to step into it, the sound of the Myriad Worlds announcement rang in her ears. Bai again. The human race has truly produced an incredible monster. Waves of light rippled in the goddess of luck's eyes. She seemed to have taken an interest in Bai Yi. However, she ultimately shook her head. Forget it. Let's catch that despicable thief first. Stepping with lotus-like grace into the spatial rift, she vanished from this part of the universe as the space restored itself to its original state. The next moment, she had already arrived at the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Sumyu Bai was naturally completely unaware that the goddess of luck was drawing closer to him. At this moment, a series of system notifications were ringing in his ears one after another. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for becoming the first human to slay an alien true god across ranks. You are rewarded with 1 low-level treasure and granted 1 purification by the power of origin. Notification. You have obtained the low-level treasure Scythe of the Death God. Notification. A Myriad Worlds human announcement is about to be broadcast. Sumyu Bai felt quite surprised by this notification. The reward was not particularly generous relative to the difficulty. What puzzled him was, had there really never been a human capable of slaying a god across ranks before? However, thinking of Zhu Xingchen's remark that those who fused with bloodlines were no longer pure humans, Sumyu Bai immediately felt enlightened. The space in front of him tore open, and a pitch-black hooked scythe exuding a dense aura of death slowly emerged. Sumyu Bai reached out and grasped it, immediately feeling the extinction death chi within his body become exceptionally active. But before he could check the specific details of the Scythe of the Death God, the purification by the power of origin had already descended. A golden pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Sumyu Bai's entire body and rapidly enhancing his potential. That feeling of clarity in his soul returned. Sumyu Bai immediately deactivated the death descent state to conserve death energy, closed his eyes, and seized this opportunity to begin comprehending the path of the laws he had already partially grasped. At the same time, 2 more system notifications rang in his ears. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for becoming the first in the Myriad Worlds to successfully slay a god at the 8th rank. You are rewarded with 1 sovereign authority and granted 1 infusion of the power of origin. Notification. A Myriad Worlds announcement is about to be broadcast. Sumyu Bai, who had just settled his mind to comprehend the laws, was immediately startled. Sovereign authority. If not for this reward, he would have almost forgotten about this thing. After the page given to him by Shichuji was absorbed by the Death Codex, he had obtained a sovereign authority. At that time, without any other choice, it had pulled him directly into that place called the Void Rift. It was also there that Sumyu Bai first saw an overview of the Myriad Worlds and witnessed the powerful myriad races through a series of scenes for the first time. In the inherited memories of Frost, the Void Rift was where the database of the Myriad Worlds game was located. Through sovereign authority, one could view a great deal of information within the Void Rift. Sumyu Bai never expected to receive such a reward this time. He just didn't know if this authority would be an improvement compared to the last one. He still remembered that when he used the sovereign authority last time, he could only search for 1 piece of information, and the scope was limited to the world he was currently in. I hope the scope is larger this time. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyu Bai's eyes. He didn't rush to check the authority. Instead, he closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the path of the laws he had mastered. Boom! Above the blood pool, a golden light of all things suddenly surged, and a golden dragon of origin suddenly condensed, roaring as it charged towards Sumyu Bai. This was the infusion of the power of origin. Its intensity was far beyond what the purification of the power of origin could compare to. The terrifying pressure instantly forced the Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters out of the range of the blood pool. The werewolf and vampire lower gods who had fallen into a deep sleep were also pushed back by this pressure. They no longer had any ability to resist, so they drifted even further, floating directly above the battlefield on the central continent. At the same time, the war here came to a halt because of this. Because of the appearance of the golden dragon of the power of origin, all living beings on the entire continent were suppressed and unable to move. This was true for both the soldiers of the 2 races and the undead scourge. But when the soldiers of the 2 races saw the true gods of their own kind drifting in the sky, their hearts, which had been hanging by a thread, died completely. Fine, at least now we don't have to live in fear anymore. Even the true gods at the Lawmaster stage have been wiped out. What's the point of us struggling? Once this pressure ends, we should just find a way to run. No matter what. That's better than staying here and waiting for death. Frost, who had been wreaking havoc on the battlefield, suddenly looked up toward the place where the golden dragon of origin had descended, the soul fire within its pupils flickering with light. Master has made another gain. By the side of the blood pool, the Signal Light brothers stood side by side in midair. As expected of the boss, he actually summoned an infusion of the power of origin again. Amon looked at Sumubai, who was enveloped in a pillar of golden light, with envy, while Cucumber and Green Hair nodded blankly in agreement. The boss is awesome. Not far from them, Yulan and Lingyu blinked, their beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. Is this the power that allows us to gain the fusion ability? Today's extra chapter is served. Wishing all my foster fathers a happy weekend. Please leave a 5-star review. Recommend the book if you're suffering from a book drought, and send free gifts. Or is chapter 525, The Vessel. The primordial golden dragon poured down like a waterfall, crazily surging into Sumubai's body. The initial pillar of golden light had now completely merged into the primordial golden dragon, causing it to grow slightly in size. Sumubai bathed in the dense ocean of origin energy, his eyes tightly shut, yet the golden vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened naturally. The origin of the universe and all worlds seemed to be laid out before him at this moment. In particular, the several paths of laws he had already comprehended were now reflected within the eye of the profound heaven, appearing clearer than ever. The primordial golden dragon circled around Sumubai's body, and within his golden vertical pupil, it was as if endless galaxies were rotating. His soul power value was also being consumed at a rapid pace. However, under the infusion of the dense origin energy, every bit of soul power Sumubai consumed was instantly restored, keeping it at maximum capacity. After a long while, the primordial golden dragon slowly dissipated. The vertical pupil on Sumubai's forehead closed, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He let out a heavy breath of stale air, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. As expected, this is the best opportunity to comprehend the laws. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: congratulations. Your comprehension of the law of soul annihilation has advanced further. Current comprehension level 38.56%. Notification: congratulations. Your comprehension of the law of world catastrophe has advanced further. Current comprehension level 18.27%. Notification: congratulations. Your comprehension of the law of causality has advanced further. Current comprehension level to 0.89%. This time, the increase in the level of law comprehension was not as exaggerated as the last time. However, this was because last time, Sumubai had only comprehended the single path of the soul control law, but this time, all three had improved. Judging from the extent of the improvement in the three laws, one could easily distinguish the difficulty of comprehending each. The law of soul annihilation belonged to the sub-laws under the rule of souls, making it the easiest to comprehend and resulting in the largest increase. The law of world catastrophe, however, belonged to both the rule of death and the rule of space, so the difficulty was significantly higher. The reason Sumubai was able to comprehend it to over 12% initially was entirely due to the creation of his small world. Normally, others would have to comprehend such laws first before they could create a small world. He had done it in reverse. It could be said that he filled in the perfect answer first and then derived the formula based on that answer. In terms of difficulty, it was naturally much simpler than doing it the hard way. There is no need to mention the law of causality. This thing is a major branch of the rule of fate, and its difficulty of comprehension is truly heaven-defying. And fortunately, the law of soul control, which he had already comprehended to the extreme, failed to advance further this time. The bottleneck of this final 0.1% was more difficult than Sumubai had anticipated, but this was understandable. After all, it was one of the three major hurdles to breaking through to the 11th tier Lawmaster realm. This was merely a fringe benefit of the origin energy infusion. Its most important effect was to enhance the player's potential. Notification: your body has been tempered and infused by the origin energy. Your potential has been increased. Notification: Your base 4-dimensional attributes have each increased by 1,314,500 points. Notification. For future level ups, your base 4-dimensional attributes will gain an additional 5,500 points. Notification. Every future breakthrough will have its effects increased by a certain margin, depending on the tier of the breakthrough. Notification. Your divine soul has been tempered and infused by the origin energy. Your divine soul quality and strength have been increased. Divine soul quality, mid-stage lesser god strength, mid-stage lesser god. Including the rewards from the Blue Star District announcement, this god-slaying event had increased Sumubai's total attributes by nearly 2 million. Most importantly, his potential had been enhanced once again, meaning the effects of subsequent breakthroughs would inevitably be even more astonishing. Is this the divine soul of a mid-stage lesser god? Sumubai's gaze sharpened, and his divine soul power instantly swept across his surroundings. The blood pool, the central continent, the vacuum zones between the various continents, until the entire blood realm secret realm was covered by his divine soul. Of course, this was only a very rough coverage. With a mid-stage lesser god's divine soul, he could not yet grasp detailed information. Even so, under the coverage of his divine soul power, any creature that was not hiding its aura could be perceived by Sumubai. However, doing so would constantly consume a massive amount of soul power. So under normal circumstances, lesser god would maintain their divine soul power at its maximum output. Just as Sumubai was enjoying this sensation, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Notification. Due to insufficient physical strength, your body is struggling to sustain your powerful divine soul for long. Please increase your physical strength as soon as possible. Notification. If you do not increase your physical strength quickly, it is estimated that your body will completely collapse in 30 days. Body collapse countdown. 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Friendly reminder. Low-level treasures of the life attribute can effectively extend the time before your body collapses. Sumubai frowned. There was such a thing, but he quickly understood. The divine body and the divine soul complement each other. If one side leads too far ahead, it is not only not a good thing, but it will also lead to a backlash. The body is the vessel for the divine soul. Sumubai was currently only at the 8th tier legendary level, although his base attributes were already very strong after multiple increases. They were simply not enough compared to the divine soul of a mid-stage lesser god. An overly powerful soul is simply not something a container that isn't even a divine body can withstand. Just like Brian, after his soul recovered, he also needed to refine more and stronger materials to enhance the strength of his divine body to satisfy the needs of his soul. 30 days. Looking at the countdown on the system panel, Sumubai raised an eyebrow. This amount of time is naturally far from enough for others, but who is he? Sumubai, the guy who gets free upgrades. 30 days is more than enough for him. Even if he cannot condense a divine body by then, he will certainly be able to take his physical strength a step further and extend the time before a total collapse. Besides, can low-level treasures of the life system also extend time? Coincidentally, Sumubai is about to obtain a clue regarding such treasures. Upload soul aura and video. Sumubai immediately retracted his released soul power and, with a thought, uploaded the previously recorded video and his soul aura to the bounty hunter house. The communicator on his wrist immediately received a reply. Respected Calamity of 10,000 Races. Your task proof has been received and is currently being handed over to the task issuer. Please wait patiently. It is estimated to take no more than 30 minutes. Although it said 30 minutes, in reality, it took less than a minute for the bounty hunter house to complete the handover. Respected Calamity of 10,000 Races. Congratulations on successfully completing the 11-star medium bounty hunting mission. The mission reward has been issued to your Death Domain bank card. Notification. 500 million soul crystals have been deposited into your Death Domain bank card. This card was not the one left behind by Dylan, but a new one Sumubai had opened with Vivian. The Death Domain bank on Cold Abyss Star could not withdraw all the money at once, but transfers were unaffected. Therefore, Sumubai, possessing the dynamic key, directly transferred all the remaining balance from Dylan's card to his own. In this way, even if Brian is not around in the future, His withdrawals will no longer be affected by his strength. What about the clue to the Flower of Life? Sumyubai glanced at the communicator, and just as he frowned, another message popped up. Respected Calamity of 10,000 Races. Do you agree to let the task issuer add your contact information? Chapter 526. Faceless Man. Respected Calamity of 10,000 Races. Do you agree to let the task issuer add your contact information? Does that even need to be asked? Wouldn't it be a huge loss not to agree? After Sumyubai gave his response, a player with the nickname Faceless Man soon sent a friend request. He accepted it immediately, before Sumyubai could even ask. The other party sent a message directly. Faceless Man. Big shot Calamity of 10,000 Races. The location of the Flower of Life cannot be discussed here. Can you come to Frost Prison Star? Calamity of 10,000 Races. Through the friends added via the Bounty Hunter House, Sumyubai's alias was automatically changed to his code name from the Bounty Hunter House. He was not at all worried that the Faceless Man would renege, because the Bounty Hunter House would never let go of any issuer who falsely reported mission rewards. If they didn't even have this level of guarantee, how could they become one of the strongest forces in the myriad worlds? Meanwhile, on Frost Prison Star, inside a small courtyard, a player was looking at the communicator on his wrist. Strangely, his face looked like a vortex. He didn't even have facial features. This player was none other than the issuer of the bounty hunting mission. Sumyubai had accepted the Faceless Man. Calamity of 10,000 Races. What an arrogant code name. The Faceless Man's Adam's apple rolled, despite having no mouth. A murmuring sound emanated from somewhere. After closing the chat interface, the vortex on his face twisted slightly, as if he had finally found relief. He leaned back on the sofa, and the murmuring sound rose again. Maya, do you see? Victor is finally dead. It was all for this Flower of Life that you lost your life. I never expected that it would ultimately be the information about it that allowed a loser like me to successfully take revenge. The Faceless Man choked up a bit and paused for a moment after saying this. The vortex on his face seemed to emit a black light, and his voice became cold. Calamity of 10,000 Races. I hope you can truly become a calamity for these 10,000 races, at least. A calamity for the Blood Clan, Frost Prison Star. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. That was also his next destination. Whether it was to send Harriman back to the No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land or to help Brian reclaim the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, he needed to head to Frost Prison Star, the Divine Capital. As the pressure of the Origin Golden Dragon dissipated, the Angel Sisters and the 3 Signal Light Brothers flew over. Those lower gods who had been forced back by the pressure were also gathered together by them while still in their slumber. Ling Yu walked to Sumyubai's side with a smile, blinked her eyes, and said, "Congratulations to you, my lord, for taking a step further." Amon laughed and said, "Boss, the younger generation at the top of the 10,000 races ranking will probably be unable to sit still now." Before Sumyubai could speak, Huang was suddenly asked in confusion, "Hey, big brother, that's not right. Aren't we the younger generation too?" "Exactly. I can sit still right now. Look, I'm very steady." Lumel was not to be outdone. He reached out, grabbed a lower god of the werewolf race, carefully flipped him over, and sat on his back. Bang, bang. Amon first patted his forehead in frustration, then punched Huangwe and Lumel on the head, gritting his teeth as he said, "Nonsense. We are the boss's people, are they?" As he spoke, he looked up at Sumyubai. "Boss. What I meant was those geniuses of various races. They are definitely not as good as you at the same level, but those guys are all true gods at the Lawmaster stage." I understand. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Genius refers to the individuals with the strongest talent and potential in each race, without exception. Just like Sumyubai, a human genius, if any other human player wanted to challenge this title, they would first need to pass certain trials and then compete with Sumyubai for it. Of course, the Myriad Worlds game suppresses the attributes, ranks, and other stats of both parties to the same level, taking the values of the one with the lower attributes and rank as the standard. Therefore, each race will only ever have one Heaven Chosen. Although the Signal Light Brothers and the Angel Sisters are geniuses within their respective races, there is still a massive gap between them and a Heaven Chosen. Even Patty does not qualify at this moment. Because when challenging a heaven chosen, and soul cannot be used as an aid. Only by truly mastering everything and has taught him will he have a chance to challenge the heaven chosen of the demon race. However, in Sumyubai's view, after Yulan and Lingyu fuse into the Chaos Angel Lanyu, they will definitely have the ability to vie for the title of the angel race's heaven chosen. Once Frost becomes a demigod level creature, he will also have such an opportunity. It is just that he has now become Sumyubai's mount and no longer possesses the status of a player, thus losing the possibility of becoming the dragon race's heaven chosen, unless. Sumyubai shook his head, withdrawing his thoughts, and swept his gaze over the slumbering lower-tier gods of the two races before him. A terrifying power of death condensed once more, and the manifested phantom of the law of death merged into his body again. Death's descent. The next moment, violent soul power swept over each of the lower-tier gods, and Sumyubai's enhanced divine power and law power were poured out with full force. Law of Soul Annihilation. Death's gaze. Under the attack of the Law of Soul Annihilation, these lower-tier gods, whose souls were already severely damaged and trapped in slumber, had no ability to resist. Their remaining souls were quickly and completely annihilated. As the aura of each lower-tier god dissipated, divine corpses floated silently above the blood pool. Chapter 527, Death God Bach, Bonus Chapter. Notification, Death Law Effective. You have successfully absorbed 1.0 points of soul power. Notification, Soul Extraction Effective. Soul points come 1 billion. Notification. You have obtained Divine Crystal times 100. Notification. You have obtained Extra Large Space Ring times 1. Notification. Death Law Effective. You have successfully absorbed 10.0 points of soul power. Notification. Soul Extraction Effective. Soul points come 10 billion. Notification. You have obtained Divine Crystal times 1. Notification. You have obtained Extra Large Space Ring times 1. 33 lower-tier gods fell one after another, providing Sumyubai with a massive amount of soul power and soul points. Following them were the mid-tier gods of the two races. Bellis, Marcus, Goldtooth, and Louisa soon followed in their footsteps and perished completely, leaving behind only for mid-tier divine corpses. Sumyubai's soul points, which had just been depleted, instantly soared to the terrifying figure of 73 billion. Unfortunately, the soul points required to open the death cannon next time have already reached as high as 500 billion. For Sumyubai, while not difficult, this acts as a bottleneck for other Death Sovereign players. Those powerful races do not need to constantly break through ranks like the human race, but they possess their own bottlenecks as well. Just like the transition from Frost's infancy to adulthood, Sovereign class professions clearly have more bottlenecks. According to Brian, before he broke through to the Law Sovereign realm, the last time he opened the Book of Death, it took him a full 2.5 years. If the Book of Death is like this, the Death Canon must be even more difficult. Looking at his soul power, which was approaching 90,000 points, Sumyubai's mind stirred, and he exited the Death's Descent state. It is a pity that this skill is integrated with the Death Canon, so it cannot be upgraded for free independently. Otherwise, Sumyubai would have already upgraded this skill. Immediately after, a pitch-black hook sickle suddenly appeared in his hand. This was a reward given by the human race announcement, and even for an existence at the Law Sovereign realm, it is a rare and precious item. In Sumyubai's hands, it was even more extraordinary. Scythe of the Death God. High-level low-grade treasureful usage requirement. Must have fully comprehended at least 10 Death Series laws, including the Law of Soul Annihilation and the Law of Soul Harvesting. Death God Bach spent great effort collecting countless precious materials to personally forge this high-level low-grade treasure. It allows a Death Series Law Sovereign to unleash even more powerful strength. Holding the Scythe of the Death God, mobilizing the vast majority of Death Series laws becomes easier. Divine power consumption is significantly reduced, and its power is greatly increased. Please note, if the full usage requirements are not met, the Scythe of the Death God can only exert 1% 10% of its effect. Special. The Scythe of the Death God contains a secret regarding the reason for the fall of Death God Bach and all the wealth he left behind. Upon reaching a certain opportunity, you will obtain clues from within it. Ever since Death God Bach fell, no one has seen the Scythe of the Death God again. The requirements are actually this high. Sumyubai frowned slightly. Fully comprehending 10 Death Series laws is likely something most mid-tier gods cannot satisfy. This is the first time Sumyubai has seen a high-level low-grade treasure. Looking at it this way, catastrophe is even more heaven-defying. In the eyes of this unique taboo-grade talent, it doesn't matter if it is ordinary or high-level, as long as it is a low-grade treasure. A free upgrade by 1 tier can turn it into a rule-grade supreme treasure. However, if this thing were to be upgraded for free again, wouldn't the requirements become even higher? Coupled with the secret contained within the scythe of the death god, Sumyubai hesitated for a moment. Is it too hasty to upgrade it for free now? Looking at the Angel Sisters and the Signal Light Brothers, Sumyubai shook his head and sank his divine sense into his internal small world. Brian, who was fully refining the nether ruined soul restoring dew, suddenly stood up. The soul fire within his pupils flickered violently, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, did you just say the scythe of the death god? Why, is this thing very famous?" Sumyubai's voice echoed directly in Brian's mind. "It's more than just famous. This is the weapon of death god Bach. Even a single volume of the Book of Death pales in comparison to it. It is said that whoever obtains the scythe of the death god will have a chance to find the tomb of the death god." Brian's voice carried a hint of excitement, though this was only because he knew Sumyubai already possessed the Death Codex. Otherwise, the appearance of the scythe of the death god would have been enough to make him jump for joy on the spot. Hearing this, Sumyubai immediately became interested. "Is Bach very strong, extremely strong?" Brian took a deep breath. He was once known as the #1 person in the Law Lord realm. He held the title of the strongest true god in all the myriad worlds. The strongest true god in the myriad worlds. Sumyubai's heart trembled. He already had some understanding of how vast the myriad worlds were. With so many realms, each containing multiple great worlds and countless small worlds, even if law lords were difficult to break through to, their numbers were certainly not small. For Bach to be hailed as the strongest true god, the weight of that claim was immense. Bach once suppressed 9 peak upper gods of various races single-handedly, and every one of them was a powerhouse who had attempted to break through to the Rule Sovereign realm. It is said that he was even hunted by a Rule Sovereign once and successfully escaped with his life. Long ago, there was a saying circulating throughout the myriad worlds. In the true god realm, there are only 2 types, Bach and everyone else. From Brian's tone, Sumyubai could hear his reverence for Bach. Even when speaking of the Death Sovereign, he had never displayed such an attitude. Of course, it was not that the Death Sovereign was inferior to the Death God Bach, but rather that when speaking of the former, it was more out of awe than worship. Good grief, he's that strong. Listening to Bach's exploits, even Sumyubai, a player with a cheat system, couldn't help but be surprised. He then changed the subject. "How many death-type laws have you fully comprehended?" 11. "Why do you ask, Master?" Brian was a bit confused, and Sumyubai smiled. "It's nothing. Continue your recovery." Hearing this, Brian closed his eyes again, happy in his heart that his master had obtained another supreme treasure. Inside the Blood Realm's secret domain, Sumyubai held the scythe of the death god, golden light flickering in his pupils as the vertical eye on his forehead opened. Eye of the profound heaven. He wanted to see what kind of opportunity was required to obtain the clues hidden within it. As the golden light shone, a few intermittent characters gradually appeared on the information panel of the scythe of the death god. Upper Death Abyss. Sumyubai curled his lip. It seemed that with his current strength, he could not yet see the detailed information. After thinking about it, he decided not to waste his efforts on this treasure for the time being. However, he had to attach the catastrophe trait first. Catastrophe target. Scythe of the death god. Attach catastrophe trait. As Sumyubai's divine sense stirred, the catastrophe talent was instantly activated, and countless energies appeared out of thin air, crazily merging into the scythe of the death god. Extra update for today, Chapter 528. The position of the death god. I, Brian, have reserved it. Notification. Your soul power is insufficient. The system notification ringing in his ears made Sumyubai freeze. Insufficient. Didn't it only cost 9.0 soul power points to attach the catastrophe trait to a law-level treasure? He had just killed so many law lords, and his soul power was now approaching 90.0 points. How could it not be enough? High-level law-level treasures are indeed different. Opening the catastrophe option for the Scythe of the Death God, Sumyubai couldn't help but sigh. Even though both were law-level treasures, attaching the catastrophe trait to this thing actually required a full 900 soul power points. 100-fold difference was enough to show just how powerful high-level law-level treasures were. In the small world within his body, Brian, who was fully refining the nether ruin soul-restoring dew, suddenly opened his eyes. The soul fire within his pupils flaring up violently. He felt an incredibly rich power of death. Looking at the Scythe of the Death God that had suddenly appeared before him, he stood up in disbelief, his hoarse voice trembling. "My master, this is..." Even though the Scythe of the Death God was within arm's reach, he still couldn't believe it. "Don't get excited. I'll just lend it to you for a while. I don't have any use for it right now anyway." Sumyubai's voice echoed in Brian's mind, his tone as indifferent as if he were talking about a piece of Saint Extermination-grade equipment. For a long time, among all his subordinates, Brian had been the most miserable. His original divine kingdom had been occupied by a traitorous disciple, and the remaining wealth had been snatched away by Dylan and left for Sumyubai. Now that his strength had recovered to the middle god realm, he didn't even have a law-level treasure to protect himself. Of course, this was also because his recovery after following Sumyubai had been too fast, and other supporting equipment hadn't had time to keep up. This Scythe of the Death God was perfect to lend to him for a while. With this weapon, famous throughout the myriad worlds, Brian's upcoming revenge mission would be much smoother. "Thank you, Master." Brian did not stand on ceremony. After expressing his gratitude, he immediately grasped the Scythe of the Death God in his hand. He had fully comprehended 11 death-type laws, which included the law of soul annihilation and the law of soul harvesting, perfectly meeting the usage requirements of the Scythe of the Death God. The Scythe of the Death God, which had been unremarkable in Sumyubai's hands, suddenly released a dense power of death. This power flowed along Brian's withered hand bones and spread throughout his entire body. In an instant, Brian was enveloped by the thick power of death, and his entire being exuded a gloomy and terrifying aura of death. Just by changing a weapon, Brian's entire temperament underwent earth-shattering transformation. Although Sumyubai said he was only lending it to him temporarily, being able to briefly possess this legendary weapon of the myriad worlds still made Brian feel exceptionally excited. "I never thought I would be able to use the weapon Bach once wielded." The soul fire in Brian's pupils flickered violently, as if he had already seen the future. "I, the witch god Brian, the loyal servant of Lord Bai, will be the next death god." The vast majority of true gods at the Lawmaster stage possess their own divine titles, such as Brian's witch god or Patty's blood slaughter demon god. These titles are essentially self-appointed. However, a title like death god is different. Only the strongest upper god of the death rule system is qualified to be crowned with the title of death god. The same applies to titles like god of light, god of thunder, god of wind, and so on. Brian looked at the Scythe of the Death God in his hand, feeling the dense power of death and the active death-type laws surrounding him. His gaze was firmer than ever before. Becoming the next death god was something he never even dared to dream of in the past. But now, things were different. With Master's support, this position of death god is reserved for me. Brian, a flash of brilliance crossed his eyes. Brian sat down on the spot, sensing the power of the Scythe of the Death God, eager to fully master this treasure as quickly as possible. At the same time, the remaining medicinal power of the nether ruin soul restoring dew within his body accelerated its refinement process with the help of this power. This guy Brian certainly has high ambitions. Sumyubai took in all of Brian's changes, the corners of his mouth curling into an arc. That's more like it. Since he's following a cheat user like me, how could his vision still be as narrow as before? Taking back the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom is only the first step. As the next Death Sovereign, Sumyubai is destined to control the entire Death Realm. Next, it's your turn. Waving his hand to store the dozens of divine corpses floating in mid-air into his internal small world, Sumyubai looked down at the blood pool below. After the Origin Golden Dragon dissipated, the slaughter by the undead army, which had paused for a moment, immediately resumed. Every second, countless werewolf and blood clan players fell into the ocean of the Scourge army. The blood aura permeating the entire central continent became increasingly dense during this war. A continuous stream of blood was absorbed by the blood pool, transforming into violent soul energy. At this moment, even Sumyubai and the others, who were high in the sky, could feel the energy contained within the blood pool below growing stronger. "Boss, can we go in and try it out?" Amon licked his lips, looking eager to give it a try. Cucumber and Green Hair also looked at Sumyubai in unison, seemingly seeking his approval. In contrast, the Angel Sisters, Yulan and Lingyu, did not show much interest, because after the two women emerged from the chaos cocoon, they had already condensed their divine souls with the energy currently contained in the blood pool. It was of no use to them. This was also the reason why the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom and the two clans only sent people over after a certain period of time. This period was meant to allow the blood pool to accumulate energy. In addition to the blood obtained through slaughter, the blood pool was also continuously absorbing energy from the myriad worlds. After each period of accumulation, the two clans would send people to consume this energy to temper their divine souls. "Don't be impatient. I will let you experience it, but not now." Sumyubai shook his head and waved his hand, taking out a large amount of divine crystals and essence of divine souls. The former were obtained from killing the true gods of the Wolf Clan, while the latter, naturally, were freeloaded and promoted from life soul origin crystals. Hearing this, the three Signal Light brothers showed a flash of disappointment, but the next moment, their eyes widened as they stared blankly at Sumyubai's actions. The soul power that had been retracted swept out once more, but this time, Sumyubai did not cover the entire Blood Realm secret territory. Instead, he focused it solely on the blood pool. Following that, gray light curtains emerged, under the control of Sumyubai's divine soul. The divine crystals and essence of divine souls passed through the death curtains and shot rapidly toward the edges of the blood pool. With a divine soul, Sumyubai's skills were no longer limited by his line of sight, or rather, wherever his divine soul could cover, that was his range of vision. "What is boss doing?" Amon's eyes were full of confusion. Yulan's beautiful eyes flickered. This should be some kind of powerful formation. Chapter 529, The Profound Heaven Array. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Sumyubai used his divine soul power to quickly place a large number of divine crystals and essence of divine souls along the edge of the blood pool. At the same time, the divine power within his body surged, instantly condensing the prototype of a formation. At the edge of the blood pool, a large number of divine crystals and essence of divine souls began to glow, connecting with each other in a special way to form a golden barrier that enveloped the entire blood pool. However, this scene was not seen by any of the players from the two clans, because the Scourge army had been slaughtering outward from the edge of the blood pool. By now, there were no living players from the two clans left near the blood pool. Immediately afterward, layers of death curtains appeared all over the space above the blood pool. One divine crystal and essence of divine soul after another shot out, plunging into the churning blood pool and kicking up waves. Splash, splash! The blood pool churned, instantly forming a multitude of whirlpools. Beams of golden light shot up from the bottom of the pool, stirring the clouds and winds. The blood aura filling the sky entwined around these golden pillars of light, quickly dyeing them blood red. As all the formation mediums were placed in their predetermined positions, golden light suddenly flashed in Sumyubai's eyes, and the vertical pupil on his forehead opened accordingly. Profound Heaven Array activate. Boom! Sumyubai's divine power surged outward. The pillars of light in the blood pool instantly emitted powerful energy fluctuations, echoing the golden barrier at the edge of the blood pool. Lingyu covered her mouth in surprise, her large, beautiful eyes filled with shock. "I never expected that Master would also know such a powerful formation." Although the group knew nothing about formations, they could still feel how powerful this one was. Yulan and Amon looked at Sumyubai, who was standing in the void, with expressions of worship. Such mastery of formations could definitely be called that of a grandmaster in the myriad worlds. "Is there anything that Master doesn't know?" Yulan whispered softly. The longer she followed Sumyubai, the more she felt she couldn't see through him. "As expected of my boss, he can set up such an array with a casual wave of his hand without any preparation at all." Amon also sighed in admiration. Normally, array masters require extensive preparation before setting up an array. To deploy an array of the same rank, One cannot do without ray discs, ray bases, and rays. As a member of the demon royal family, he considered himself quite knowledgeable and experienced. Yet, he had never seen any ray master who could, like Sumubai, set up a law-level grand ray with a mere wave of his hand. If the ray masters of the myriad worlds were to witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop to the floor. Huangbui and Lumao stared blankly at the pillar of light shooting into the sky from the blood pool, feeling awestruck despite not fully understanding the mechanics. Boss is awesome. Notification. You have successfully deployed a law-level Zhuanshan Grand Array. Current activation level of the Zhuanshan Grand Array 1% to percent. The system notification rang in Sumubai's ears as he manipulated his limited divine power, continuously increasing the activation level of the Zhuanshan Grand Array. This skill was something he had learned from the Zhuanshan Precious Mirror by relying on his heaven-defying comprehension. However, back in the land of divine prohibition, due to the existence of the restrictions, the Zhuanshan Grand Array could not be used at all. It wasn't until he arrived in the undead realm that this skill finally revealed its specific information. When he first checked the changes to the Zhuanshan pupil, Sumubai had only taken a rough glance at the information regarding the Zhuanshan Grand Array and the Zhuanshan sealing method. This was because both of these skills required divine power to be utilized. These skills, originating from the Zhuanshan Precious Mirror, were similar to Death's Descent. They were integrated with the Zhuanshan Precious Mirror and could not be upgraded independently for free. Without divine power, Sumubai had never had the opportunity to test them. Now, having successfully condensed his divine soul and refined divine power in the Blood Realm Secret Realm, he finally possessed the qualifications to use them. Zhuanshan Grand Array Special Skill No Rank. The strongest ray in the myriad worlds, which can only be comprehended by a Zhuanshan successor with exceptional talent. Skill effects. Uses the divine soul as the ray, divine power as the ray base, and heaven and earth as the ray disk, injecting the power of laws to evolve the ray. As long as you comprehend enough laws, theoretically, the Zhuanshan Grand Array can evolve into any type of array. The deeper your comprehension of the Zhuanshan Grand Array, the faster your deployment speed will be, eventually allowing you to form an array with a single thought. The strength of the array depends on your own power and your level of comprehension of the Zhuanshan Grand Array. Note: the minimum requirements for the deployment medium of the Zhuanshan Grand Array are divine crystals and essence of divine soul, but no other materials are needed. Specific consumption depends on the array's effects, coverage area, intensity, and the laws used. The Zhuanshan Grand Array is the root of all arrays in the myriad worlds. Although the panel information for the Zhuanshan Grand Array was not extensive, the content it contained was extremely vast. After Sumubai condensed his divine soul, he obtained a massive amount of knowledge regarding the Zhuanshan Grand Array from the Zhuanshan Precious Mirror in his mind. This knowledge was forcibly stored directly into his divine soul by the Zhuanshan Precious Mirror. Much like an empowerment, however, he still needed to comprehend it himself and integrate it thoroughly before he could better unleash the effects of the Zhuanshan Grand Array. Yet, after grasping some of the methods for using the Zhuanshan Grand Array, a doubt arose in Sumubai's heart. This thing doesn't look like the means of the Master of Fate at all. The Zhuanshan pupil was already heaven-defying enough for being able to peer into fate. The Zhuanshan Grand Array looked no less impressive than the Zhuanshan pupil. What exactly does the Zhuanshan lineage signify? This doubt was clearly something that could not be resolved in the short term. At this moment, Sumubai was fully immersed in the activation of the Zhuanshan Grand Array. As his divine soul power and divine power were rapidly consumed, the activation level of the array rose quickly. Soon, the progress reached 100%. The next moment, Sumubai's gaze sharpened as he mobilized the laws of the Calamity World and injected them into the Zhuanshan Grand Array. Holy crap! The eyes of the three Signal Light brothers widened into perfect circles, and they exclaimed in unison. The Angel Sisters were also left standing there, completely stunned. The moment the Zhuanshan Grand Array was activated, the vast, ocean-like blood pool below simply vanished into thin air. This was not merely a simple relocation. Even the special effects of the blood pool were taken along with it. My dear patrons, I've hit a bit of a writer's block. I need to sort out the subsequent plot, so there will only be 2 chapters today. My apologies. P.S. I really don't have any drafts. Every day is fresh. Chapter 530. The Great Purge officially begins. The blood pool was the most important thing in the entire Blood Realm secret realm. If not for the blood pool, the werewolf tribe and the blood tribe would not have valued this small world so highly. There was still about half a year until the next time the two tribes sent people over, and Sumiyubai didn't have the leisure to wait for them here. However, he didn't want to let go of such a good place with special effects like the blood pool. The divine crystals he had just obtained from killing the true gods of the two tribes had all been consumed in this deployment of the Zhuanshan Grand Array. As the Zhuanshan Grand Array fully activated, dazzling golden light flickered, and the entire blood pool instantly vanished from its original spot. In the center of the continent, a vacuum zone appeared. Everything had been moved away by the Zhuanshan Grand Array. At the same time, within Sumiyubai's internal small world, the vast blood pool appeared out of thin air, suspended in the sky of the small world like a sea of blood. The commotion was naturally significant. Harriman and the others all looked up at the sky in unison, staring blankly at the object that had suddenly appeared. Hiss, what terrifying soul energy fluctuations. What is this? Even from such a distance, I can feel my soul being affected. It's too terrifying. The methods of the master are truly not something we mere mortals can comprehend. These players were all slaves previously captured by Victor. After becoming Sumiyubai's believers, they had been staying in his internal small world for this period of time. Brian, who was in the midst of recovering, also opened his eyes again, a look of astonishment flashing through his pupils. Is this the blood pool from the Blood Realm secret realm? To think that Master could directly move such a unique creation, born of heaven and earth, into his own internal world. Brian, who was well-traveled and knowledgeable, knew exactly what this implied, and the envy in his heart was written all over his face. The stronger one's internal world, the more world power one could command. This was a crucial step in advancing through the intermediate god realm. With such a capability, the expansion speed of Master's internal world would inevitably be incredibly rapid. When the time came, one of the bottlenecks to breaking through to the high god realm would be easily shattered. Thinking of this, Brian suddenly smiled and shook his head. A bottleneck for a high god, to others, it might be as difficult as ascending to heaven, but in Master's eyes, what does it even amount to? Just as everyone was speculating where the blood pool would be integrated into the internal world, the massive blood pool that had been blotting out the sky suddenly vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Brian was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted, slowly closing his eyes to continue his own recovery process. Within the Blood Realm secret realm, the vanished blood pool reappeared, perfectly filling the vacuum at the center of the continent. The golden light of the Zhuanshan Great Array also faded away completely, as if nothing had ever happened. But the Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters all knew very clearly that from this day forward, the Blood Realm secret realm existed in name only. This blood pool, capable of tempering divine souls, had become the absolute private property of the Overlord. Boss, this array is simply too powerful. Amon looked at Sumiyubai with a face full of admiration. Although he was a rough man, he admired experts who could handle technical work the most. Want to learn? Sumiyubai smiled slightly. I do. Too bad you can't learn it. After teasing Amon, Sumiyubai's gaze returned to the blood pool. The Zhuanshan Great Array had already been set. It hadn't disappeared, merely hidden itself. Now, whenever he wished, he could take the blood pool into his internal world. The only reason he had released it again was because there were still many players from the two races alive within the Blood Realm secret realm. These were all nutrients for the blood pool. How could he let them go to waste? You all go wait inside the internal world as well. Sumiyubai waved his hand, sending them into his internal world, and with a thought, his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Death Domain Leap. The next moment, he was already seated upon the throne atop Frost. Master, are you preparing to take action yourself? Frost stopped what he was doing and asked with a hint of excitement. Do not be fooled by how this guy acted like a sycophant in front of Sumiyubai. He was the Extinction Dragon Emperor, born representing death and destruction. To him, killing was as natural as breathing. Sumiyubai leaned back on the throne, nodded slightly, and said indifferently, "The great cleansing officially begins." As his words fell, a powerful force of divine soul suddenly swept across the entire Blood Realm secret realm. With Sumiyubai's current divine soul and level of law comprehension, He could not yet directly use the soul annihilation law to wipe out all players within the Blood Realm's secret realm. The reason he did this was merely to increase the range of his death curtain. As massive gray curtains of light swept across various battlefields on the central continent, countless undead armies crossed vast distances and descended directly onto the outer continents. The werewolf race and the blood race here were also in the midst of war. Though the intensity was not as high as on the central continent, the players of the two races here were also slightly weaker in strength, facing a natural disaster army that even the central continent could not resist. They immediately met their doomsday. My God, how did so many undead creatures suddenly appear? What's the situation? Has a true god of the undead race broken in? Why is this happening? These undead are too terrifying. They simply cannot be killed. Are Maya's playing tricks on me? Why are two skeletons standing up from Dulin's corpse? Run. These skeletons just keep multiplying the more we fight them. We are no match for them at all. Help! Where are our true gods? Why haven't they stepped in to stop this? If nothing unexpected has happened, our true gods should have all fallen by now. It's over. The natural disaster army surged out from the curtains of death like a flood, bringing death to all 8 continents simultaneously. The experts of the two races were all on the central continent. Here, there was no one who could withstand a single blow from the Scourge Legion. Death spread rapidly across these continents, and the number of the Scourge Legion grew ever larger. As the natural disaster army was transferred to the outer continents, the legions of the two races on the central continent finally had a moment to catch their breath. Some mythical and saint extermination level generals seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, using their trump card explosive techniques to soar into the sky from all corners of the continent. The Overlord has ordered. Not a single one is to be spared. The 4-star skeleton dragon kings roared, their bone wings vibrating as they prepared to intercept these escaping fish. But the next moment, they suddenly changed targets, their massive bodies passing through the curtains of death to head toward the outer continents to continue the slaughter. It was not that they intended to let these werewolves and vampires go, but because Sumubai had said there was no need to bother. These mythical and saint extermination level players who had soared into the sky all shared the same goal, to escape the Blood Realm's secret realm. But when they reached the exit of the secret realm high in the sky, they were all dumbfounded, because in front of the vortex-shaped exit, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that they could not cross even by a hair's breadth. This was what Sumubai had done during the time he disappeared before the war between the two races began. The space-time blockade surrounding the blood pool was actually the second one, and the first space-time blockade had been used by him to seal the exit of the secret realm long before the battle started. He had said not a single chicken or dog would be left behind, so not a single one could be allowed to escape. Escaping the Blood Realm's secret realm was out of the question. The only thing awaiting the players of the two races was death. Chapter 531. True Star Burning World Extinction. A great curtain of light flashed, and Sumubai appeared before everyone, riding frost, having condensed his divine soul. In the eyes of these players, he was no different from a god. You, the leading werewolf general, at the peak of the saint extermination rank, had only just opened his mouth when the light in his eyes vanished. The moment Sumubai appeared, the law of soul annihilation was instantly unleashed. Under the reinforcement of divine power, how could his law-based attacks be something these mythical and saint extermination rank players could withstand? In an instant, these generals of the two races, who had been overjoyed just a moment before, began to fall like dumplings, entering a state of freefall. Although their bodies remained completely intact, their souls had been thoroughly annihilated. Notification: soul extraction effective. Soul points come 100 million. Notification: soul extraction effective. Soul points come to million. A series of system notifications rang in Sumubai's ears, and the soul points within the Death Codex surged rapidly. However, compared to the 500 billion soul points required for the next opening, these were far from enough. Sumubai did not pause for even a second. The great curtain of light instantly swept over Frost's body, and he vanished into the high sky with him. It was as if he had appeared here merely to take a look at the scenery. Vanishing along with him were those fallen corpses. Roar! The next moment, Frost appeared on the battlefield, roaring. The demigod-rank dragon might swept across the entire battlefield, causing the already rooted armies of the two races to tremble uncontrollably. Following that, these players, who were already on the verge of collapse, suddenly widened their mouths, because the blood-colored sky was suddenly covered by a layer of gray, as if a special effect had been added. This was Sumyubai's death domain leap curtain of death. However, this particular curtain of death had been expanded to its limit by him, completely shrouding the sky over the entire battlefield. There was not just one such gray curtain of light, but 19 in total. The final curtain of death was placed by Sumyubai on the ground. As that gray curtain of light on the ground swept rapidly across the battlefield, countless corpses vanished into thin air. Immediately afterward, a rain of corpses began to fall upon the central continent. Countless mangled corpses of werewolf and vampire players poured down like raindrops, smashing into areas that had not yet been ravaged by the Scourge Legion. A grand gesture, master. The soul fire within Frost's pupils flickered. I didn't know skills could be played like this. A normal person couldn't afford the consumption required to play like this. Sumyubai's lips curled slightly. Only by possessing the divine soul of a mid-stage lesser god, combined with nearly infinite mana, could he afford to be this extravagant. This shocking scene became the last image many werewolf and vampire players saw in their lives. As the mangled corpses fell across the land, every 2,000 meters, a corpse would suddenly light up with a blinding white glow, then violently expand. Holy crap! These corpses are going to explode! Exclamations erupted from the armies of the two races. But before they could react, a continuous, thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire central continent. Death detonation, boom boom, boom. The first batch of corpses detonated numbered 3,824, followed by a chain reaction triggered by the initial corpse explosions. Within the terrifying coverage area, all the corpses exploded one after another, creating such a horrific commotion that the entire central continent shook violently. With the reinforcement of the catastrophe profession trait, Sumyubai's first use of death detonation achieved an incredibly terrifying effect. After the dazzling white light from the explosions dissipated, the scene on the central continent made Frost's pupils dilate in shock. Gulp! He couldn't help but swallow hard. Mudmaster, are you really only tier 8? The vast central continent had been forcibly leveled by nearly half under this single skill of Sumyubai's. Frost couldn't help but want to ask, Myriad Worlds game, would you mind taking a good look at this? Is this the destructive power tier 8 legendary rank should possess? One had to know that the Blood Realm's secret realm was no ordinary small world. The surface area of each continent here was as large as the cold abyss star. This was far from comparable to the abandoned planet that Brian and the others had blown up previously. Unlike the slaughter of the Scourge Legion, after Sumyubai personally took action, the players of the two races didn't even let out a scream. Aside from the sound of the explosions, under this earth-shattering explosion, the players of the two races within the coverage area were directly vaporized, leaving not even a corpse behind. Frost quickly recovered from his shock and grinned. I didn't expect the werewolves and vampires to be so tough. They didn't make a sound. This death detonation directly claimed the lives of over 1 billion players from the two races. However, the vast majority of them were between tier 5 and tier 7, and all possessed the opportunity to resurrect. A small number of short-lived ones whose lifespans had been exhausted pushed Sumyubai's mission progress to just over 3%. The massive amount of death immediately caused the blood pool to churn. As the scent of blood surged, countless players from the two races resurrected on the spot, completely bewildered. What just happened? I don't know. Everything went white, and then I died. It's too terrifying. This is nothing but naked slaughter. Before they were permanently killed, the soul points provided by these players were very few. Therefore, the harvest from death detonation was actually not very significant. Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. After leaving the God-forbidden land, the targets he dealt with were powerful beings who could not resurrect. And for a moment, he had truly forgotten about this. It seems that to kill these guys, this move is still the most effective. Glancing at his creator panel, a cold glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Talent call Phoenix. The next moment, he directly mobilized all his divine soul power and divine power, unleashing his talent skill at full strength for the first time. In an instant, scorching fire elemental energy erupted from within Sumyubai's body, dyeing the firmament of the central continent a deep crimson. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The surrounding temperature soared abruptly, and the blood aura permeating the sky was instantly evaporated, forming clouds of water vapor. Bing Xuan hovered high in the sky, while Sumyubai sat upright upon his throne, the reflection of flames dancing in his eyes as if a fire god had descended into the mortal realm. His cold gaze swept across the central continent below, like a deity looking down upon the mundane world. As his eyes narrowed, he pointed his demonic sword forward with a light flick. In an instant, terrifying fire elemental energy erupted completely, and a crimson lotus of flame descended upon the world. The scale of it was, surprisingly, slightly larger than the previous explosion. The players of the two races caught under the shadow of the fire lotus were filled with terror in their eyes. Although this fire lotus had not yet fully formed, the terrifying energy contained within it, along with the rolling heat waves, made them feel as if they could already see their ancestors beckoning to them from the afterlife. Sumyubai was a man who never liked to drag things out. He did not let these players wallow in fear for long before the fire lotus detonated with a thunderous roar. True star-burning world extinction, boom, in an instant. Everything within sight was completely engulfed by crimson flames. Since Sumyubai had entered the myriad worlds, he had killed no small number of SSS-ranked talent players and saint destruction-level creatures. The talent skills of Yuyi, Jinmi, and Mengri had all grown significantly. Coupled with his current terrifying combat power, this fire lotus truly possessed the might to burn stars and extinguish worlds. Chapter 532. The Rules of the Myriad Worlds, Bonus Chapter. Star-burning world extinction was different from death ruin. The effects of this skill could last for at least 15 minutes. And these players of the two races, who were generally between the 5th and 7th tiers, could not even withstand a single second against Sumyubai's terrifying attack. The moment the massive fire lotus, akin to a small planet, exploded, the players of the two races within its coverage were instantly killed. As the blood pool surged, streaks of white light lit up amidst the monstrous flames that covered nearly half of the central continent. Countless players from the two races were forcibly resurrected, but before the white light could even dissipate, they died once again in this world-extinguishing fire. This world-extinguishing conflagration illuminated the entire Blood Realm's secret realm in a crimson hue. Terrifying waves of flame rose tens of thousands of kilometers high, and even the outer continents could feel the rolling heat waves. It was just a pity that the players of the two races on those 8 continents were currently too busy to appreciate this world-extinguishing fire. They were struggling and wailing under the hands of the rapidly increasing army of natural disasters. By comparison, the players of the two races who died under star-burning world extinction were actually somewhat luckier. At least death came quickly, and they did not have to endure the despair of knowing death was approaching while being powerless to change it. The scorching heat made Bing Xuan feel somewhat uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but ascend to a higher altitude. Watching the players of the two races constantly dying and respawning in the world-extinguishing fire, Bing Xuan felt a tremor in her heart. It was fortunate that this perverted 8th-tier player was her master. Sumyubai sat quietly on his throne, watching the apocalyptic scene caused by star-burning world extinction with a calm gaze, his eyes devoid of the slightest ripple. Although he hadn't been in contact with the myriad worlds for long, he had long since understood the rules here. The weak are prey to the strong, the winner takes all. There might be laws or regulations similar to those on Blue Star in some places, but those only served the strong and the powerful races. Weakness was the original sin in the myriad worlds. In the past, the human race was weak, so the werewolf race and the blood race could hunt human players at will, treating them as blood food. But from the moment Sumyubai stepped into the myriad worlds, the roles of hunter and prey began to reverse between hostile races. There was no such thing as mercy. It couldn't even be called hatred. It was purely a matter of life and death. The Blood Realm's secret realm was merely the beginning. Once Sumyubai had sufficient strength, he would strike at the ancestral lands of every race listed on Brian's death list. One by one, the rise of the human race required stepping stones and vast resources. These races were the best nourishment. Star-burning world extinction could last for at least 15 minutes, but the players of the two races could hardly hold on for that long. Although their lifespans were generally much higher than those of the human players from the Blue Star region, the penalty for dying at Sumyubai's hands was equally high. In less than half a minute, The players of the two races within the coverage of the star-burning world extinction fire were completely wiped out. The notification that soul absorption had taken effect continuously flooded the system interface. The soul points within the death cannon surged crazily by over 100 billion, taking him one step closer to the 500 billion required for the next page turn. Most importantly, Sumyubai's first advancement quest was completed directly. Congratulations on completing Advancement Quest 1. Only after completing all advancement quests can your level cap be increased. Within 360 days. Personally killing 1 billion creatures above the 5th tier, this difficulty was not insignificant, even for an 8th tier player. But Sumyubai had completed it with just 2 skills, to be precise. A single star burning world extinction should have been enough. Listening to the system notification ringing in his ears, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Next, I still need to open the Path of Myth. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The Path of Myth was the final step of the 3 steps to break through limits. And it was also the most important one. Likewise, as long as he could successfully break through the Path of Myth, the improvement he would gain would be immense. The problem now was, where can I find a suitable powerhouse to help me open the Path of Myth? Sumyubai muttered to himself, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Huijian, according to Liu Yan, this old geezer was a master of laws at the upper god realm. But ever since this old geezer left the god-forbidden land, he had been completely unreachable. Sumyubai frowned and temporarily excluded Huijian as an option. But besides the old geezer, who else can I find? After pondering for a moment, Sumyubai decided to let nature take its course. A living person wouldn't be suffocated by their own urine, would they? He possessed a portion of the goddess of luck's authority, and with the 3 signal light brothers as his lucky stars, perhaps this problem would be solved soon. Maybe the old geezer would even contact him on his own soon. Putting down the communicator that still had no one answering, Sumyubai waited for a moment and repeated the previous operation. Death ruination might lack the continuous damage of star-burning world annihilation, but this thing has a short cooldown. Sumyubai couldn't transfer the massive amount of corpses brought about by the Scourge Legion's slaughter all at once. 10 minutes later, the sky over another region of the central continent was once again shrouded by a gray curtain of light. Countless broken remains descended from the sky, pelting the earth like raindrops. Death ruination, boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions resounded once more throughout the Blood Realm's secret realm, and the central continent shook violently, as if it were about to disintegrate at any moment. At the same time, the blood pool surged with monstrous waves, absorbing a vast amount of energy from the death, which made the soul-shaking impact within it increasingly powerful. Under the enhancement of Sumyubai's skills, the Scourge Legion swept through every battlefield, frantically reaping the lives of players from both races. This were to exterminate the Blood Realm's secret realm lasted for a full week. When the Blood Realm's secret realm finally fell into silence, there were no more werewolf or Blood Clan players left. In their place were countless Scourge skeletons. The central continent had completely vanished, leaving only the violently churning blood pool suspended in the center of the secret realm. Sumyubai opened his eyes, waved his hand to put away the remaining essence of divine soul he had absorbed, and exited the state of comprehending laws. He locked his gaze onto the blood pool and moved his mind. Cataclysm, Chapter 533. Sudden collapse. The Cataclysm talent could even promote his internal small world, so upgrading a mere blood pool was naturally a trivial matter. Locking his gaze on the blood pool, Sumyubai moved his mind. Cataclysm. Target, blood pool. Apply Cataclysm trait. The energy within the Blood Realm's secret realm was instantly extracted and frantically injected into the blood pool. The entire blood pool rippled with wave after wave. A moment later, the churning scarlet liquid within the blood pool gradually calmed down, and the system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: you have lost 90.0 points of soul power. Current soul power 9258.06 to 9258. Good grief. That nearly drained me dry. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. It seemed the value of the blood pool lay between a low-level treasure and a high-level low-level treasure. Otherwise, the consumption for simply adding the Cataclysm trait wouldn't have been so high, if he hadn't absorbed some essence of divine soul over the past few days. He really wouldn't have been able to afford the edition. I want to see if this cataclysm trait is actually worth it. Muttering to himself, Sumyubai directly checked the cataclysm trait of the blood pool. Cataclysm trait 1. The soul energy within the pool is inexhaustible. Even if the myriad worlds were destroyed, it would never run dry. 2. After taking the blood pool into the internal small world, the creator of the small world will be constantly subjected to the impact of the soul energy within the pool, passively tempering their soul. 3. You can adjust the effect of the soul energy impact at will, from a minimum of 0 to the maximum impact at the center of the blood pool. After reading the cataclysm trait of the blood pool, Sumyubai's pupils shrank sharply. He was already familiar with the first effect, when the crown of curses underwent cataclysm to become the curse of annihilation. It possessed the same cataclysm trait. Sumyubai had deeply experienced the benefits of having an infinite power bank. Now that the blood pool had the same cataclysm trait, Sumyubai felt a surge of joy that from now on, he would never have to worry about replenishing the blood pool's energy again. The second and third effects were an even more pleasant surprise for Sumyubai. From this day forward, he had gained another means to enhance his divine soul. As long as the blood pool existed, it would be a permanent passive buff, of course. This enhancement was not without its limits. Based on the current effect of the blood pool, it could at most temper Sumyubai's divine soul to the level of a mid-level god. As for exactly how far into the mid-level god realm it could temper him, Sumyubai wasn't entirely sure yet. However, this was not a problem for Sumyubai. Being able to temper his divine soul only to the mid-level god realm could not satisfy his appetite. With a thought, he closed the information on the cataclysm trait and decisively activated his talent again. Cataclysm. Target, blood pool. Promote by 1 tier. Getting things for free was always Sumyubai's preferred choice. The moment the talent was activated, the energy of the blood realm's secret realm was extracted once again. The terrifying energy formed a torrent, continuously pouring into the blood pool, and the surging waves began to churn once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But this time, the promotion did not end quickly. Just as Sumyubai was focused on observing the changes in the blood pool, Bing Shuang suddenly exclaimed, "Master, this small world, it seems to be collapsing." As soon as she finished speaking, a series of roars echoed in Sumyubai's ears. Wumble, except for the central continent, which had been destroyed by death ruination. Deep and long gullies suddenly appeared on the other 8 continents. At the same time, the space-time of the entire blood realm's secret realm began to shake violently. Almost forgot about that. Sumyubai's pupils shrank, and he shouted sharply. The next moment, the blood pool floating in the center of the blood realm's secret realm was suddenly shrouded in dazzling golden light. The Zhuanshan Great Ray took effect, and the vast blood pool rapidly shrank to the size of a palm, hovering in Sumyubai's hand. At the same time, Sumyubai's divine soul power instantly covered the entire blood realm's secret realm, directly pulling all the scourge armies into his internal small world. Immediately after, he extended his divine power and vanished from the spot with the blood pool and Bing Shuang. Dead Zone Jump Death Curtain. During this time, the blood pool continued to receive energy infusion, showing no signs of stopping. The collapse speed of the entire blood realm's secret realm was also increasing geometrically. In just a few breaths, the 8 continents had completely fallen apart, turning into fragments of various sizes. Drifting within the blood realm's secret realm, Sumyubai and Bing Shuang appeared at the exit of the blood realm's secret realm, neither of them even having the time to look back. At this moment, the blood realm's secret realm was no longer what it once was. It was a scene of complete ruin. Even the spatial vortex at the exit had begun to grow unstable. Without a word, Bing Shuang dove headfirst into the spatial vortex. Fortunately, Sumyubai's reaction was quick, and Bing Shuang's speed was not slow either. The moment the two returned to the cosmic starry sky, the spatial vortex representing the entrance and exit of the blood realm's secret realm collapsed along with them. Boom! A thunderous explosion that echoed throughout the universe erupted, and a terrifying shockwave instantly swept across the surrounding stars. Sumyubai did not hesitate in the slightest. He made a split-second decision to pull Bing Shuang into his internal world. "Master, be careful." But the speed of the shockwave caused by the explosion of the blood realm's secret realm was simply too fast. After putting Bing Shuang away, Sumyubai no longer had time to activate Death's Descent. The terrifying shockwave had already swept over his body. Sumyubai's pitiful 1 point of HP instantly dropped to 0, but strangely, despite his HP hitting 0, he did not die immediately. Sumyubai had no time to think. He decisively seized the opportunity to activate Death's Descent. The immense impact force brought about by the destruction of a world could not be exempted by the affixes of Saint Extermination-grade equipment or even SSS-grade skills. At this point, the only thing that could truly save his life was Death's Descent. Sure enough, the moment the phantom of the Death Rule emerged, the continuous shockwave swept over him once more. However, after activating Death's Descent, Sumyubai would no longer die. Only then did he have the chance to focus his mind and vanish from where he stood. Teleportation. The next moment, Sumyubai appeared at a location extremely far from the center of the Blood Realm Secret Realms explosion. This was a space-time marker he had left behind on a whim when he first arrived. He hadn't expected it to actually come in handy. Looking back at the starry sky where the Blood Realm Secret Realm had been, Sumyubai's eyes were filled with shock. The vortex that had once resembled a black hole had naturally vanished, and even some of the planets surrounding the secret realm had been reduced to dust under the impact of this energy. In its place was a bizarre painting of the cosmic sky. The blood energy within the Blood Realm Secret Realm had overflowed as the realm collapsed, and having been swept up by the shockwave, it had actually transformed into a massive, blood-colored rose. In the center of the rose, specks of fluorescent light emerged, space-time was torn, and fragments of continents, influenced by the distorted power of space, were embedded within the blood-colored rose, adding intricate patterns to this star-filled flower. The space-time at the center of the rose had completely collapsed, as if a void had been generated, giving one the terrifying sensation of staring into an abyss. This scene deeply shocked Sumyubai's heart and gave him a more profound understanding of what Feng Yuan had said back then. Chapter 534. Sumyubai's Lingering Fear. Freeloading on promotions too much doesn't just consume the energy of an internal world, it can now even cause a massive internal world to collapse instantly. And like planets such as the Cold Abyss Star, the Blood Realm Secret Realm, like the God-forbidden land, was a closed internal world. When one freeloads on promotions within such a place, the energy consumed is that of the internal world itself, not the greater world in which it resides. However, when freeloading on a promotion on a non-closed planet, the energy consumed comes from the death domain or the entire myriad of worlds. After the Blood Pool's freeloading promotion, it was bound to become a rule-grade treasure. How could a tiny Blood Realm Secret Realm possibly afford such a consumption? Thinking of this, a wave of lingering fear washed over Sumyubai. It was fortunate that the God-forbidden land had restrictions in place. Otherwise, before he had even met the old man Feng, he might have drained the God-forbidden land dry with his catastrophe talent. This was the reason why the Blood Realm Secret Realm had suddenly collapsed. At this moment, the miniature blood pool in Sumyubai's palm was still frantically absorbing energy that appeared out of thin air. But the energy now was no longer provided by the Blood Realm Secret Realm. It was coming from the myriad worlds. A system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ear. Notification. The estimated time required for this promotion is 5 days. During this period, please do not use the catastrophe talent, otherwise, the promotion will fail. Although the size of the blood pool was far smaller than an internal world, the energy it required to promote to rule grade was actually even greater. The time required for this promotion was 2 days longer than when he had promoted his summoning space into an internal world. Moreover, this time it was different. Sumyubai did not dare to put the current blood pool into his internal world. His internal world was far inferior to the Blood Realm Secret Realm. If he put this thing inside, and the catastrophe talent started directly draining the energy of his internal world, wouldn't it just explode? Helpless, Sumyubai could only wait quietly in the starry sky for the blood pool to finish its promotion. But once the blood pool finished its promotion, there would be less than 20 days left before his body collapsed. The time that had originally seemed sufficient was now becoming a bit tight. Sumyubai had no way to deal with this, carrying such a high-profile treasure that he couldn't put away. He had no intention of wandering around. A little over half a month should be enough. A look of contemplation flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. He was not distressed by the fact that his body was about to collapse. With the star dome at his disposal, He basically didn't need to spend any time traveling. When the time came, he could just head to the Frost Prison Star, buy some life-type Saint Extermination grade treasures, freeload them to promote to law grade, and use them to extend his collapse countdown. After confirming that the explosion's shockwave would no longer affect him, Sumyubai waited patiently for a full minute before closing Death's Descent with lingering trepidation. Before doing so, he didn't forget to use Deathly Silence to pull his HP directly from 0 to full HP, 1/1, although it was still a pitiful single drop of blood. If he didn't recover it, Sumyubai would have dropped dead the moment Death's Descent was deactivated, although he had wasted an extra 60 points of death force. Compared to his own life, it was not worth mentioning. Others must reach the 9th tier mythical level before they lose their resurrection mechanism. However, because Sumyubai's soul improved too rapidly, he lost this underlying benefit the moment he broke through to the 7th tier epic level. Of course, in that split second just now, even if Sumyubai's body had been completely destroyed by the shockwave, he would not have truly died, because after possessing an inner world, his divine soul had completely merged with it. Unless the inner world were utterly destroyed, his soul would exist forever, at most. He would simply fall into a deep slumber. It was only that after losing his physical body, Sumyubai would have to do as Brian did, forge a new body for himself using various materials. Although this was a method used by liches, Sumyubai, as the Lord of Death, could naturally use it as well. Of course, because he was not of the undead race, he could still condense a divine body with a human appearance when forming it. But Sumyubai still preferred his original body. From Brian, he had learned a great deal of information regarding this aspect. Although a Lich King could possess multiple divine bodies, there was only ever one that could truly reach peak strength. Moreover, the time required to forge such a supreme body was not short. Sumyubai was very certain that this path was not suitable for him. Taking a few deep looks at the blood-colored rose in the distant starry sky, Sumyubai finally calmed his emotions. Only then did he have the opportunity to check the system notifications. Yet, after searching for a long time, he still could not find any relevant notification regarding his health points hitting 0 without him dying. In the end, Sumyubai's gaze fell upon the Authority of the Goddess of Luck. Authority of the Goddess of Luck. Law level temporary special treasure usage requirement. Exclusive to Bai. The stolen authority has merged into your body. It will constantly exert an influence on you for a duration of 1 year. 1. Your luck stat is increased by 100%. 2. When receiving fatal damage, unexpected events may be triggered. 3. You are embraced by luck. Many things will mysteriously develop in a direction favorable to you. Catastrophe trait. Unless the Goddess of Luck herself arrives in person and meets you face to face, she will be enabled to sense that you are the one who stole the Authority of Luck. The second effect of this item was very likely the reason why he hadn't died even when his health points hit 0 this time. But, is there no system notification for using an authority? Sumyubai frowned deeply. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. But this feeling was profound and elusive, disappearing in an instant. So, he did not take it too much to heart. In any case, overthinking was useless. At worst, he would just face whatever came his way. As long as the Goddess of Luck didn't arrive in person, what was there to fear? Steadying his mind, Sumyubai glanced at the blood pool that was still frantically absorbing the energy of the myriad worlds, then waved his hand to summon the Death Codex. During this past week, the Werewolf and Blood Clan players within the Blood Realm's secret realm had been slaughtered by the Scourge army. The soul points absorbed by the Death Codex had long since exceeded 500 billion. The moment his soul points reached the limit, Sumyubai couldn't wait to open the Death Codex again. However, what he learned at that moment was not a new skill as he had imagined, but a set of coordinates. Notification, through the Death Codex. You have sensed a vague coordinate. It seems to have some connection to the former Lord of Death. Please head to the Death Realm, the Death Continent, and investigate near the abyss of the underworld. Notification. Once you arrive near the abyss of the underworld, the Death Codex will provide you with guidance. In addition to this, all the Werewolf and Blood Clan players in the Blood Realm's secret realm had made an outstanding contribution to Sumyubai's next opening of the Death Codex. Current soul points, to 0.38 trillion at 50 trillion Chapter 535 Golden Sea of Blood. Bonus Chapter, Inner World. Harriman and the others no longer knew how to express the shock in their hearts. Just a moment ago, the previously empty inner world had suddenly become crowded. These players from various races swore that they had never seen such a shocking scene in their lives. In this instant, they suddenly had a new understanding of the undead scourge. Harriman's eyelid twitched. Was this the true strength of the Lord? If these undead were deployed to the forbidden land of gods, the scene would be simply unimaginable. Even Brian, who had been in seclusion, was startled awake, because they suddenly discovered that they had no place to stand. The moment the Blood Realm's secret realm began to collapse, Sumyubai had directly recalled all the Scourge armies into his inner world. The 2 billion official members of the Scourge Legion were not too many, and the vast majority of them could be recalled by the Death Knights and Lich Lords. What was truly terrifying was the number of Scourge skeletons. Sumyubai had slaughtered the players of an entire small world. One could imagine just how many Scourge skeletons were now in his inner world. Although a large number of Scourge skeletons had died the moment the Blood Realm's secret realm collapsed, their numbers still far exceeded imagination. The Sea of Death at the center of the world was instantly filled with countless undead creatures. And on the 4 continents, they were stacked several layers deep. Even on the Endless Sea, a massive number of Scourge skeletons had appeared. Even Brian, who was also capable of summoning large numbers of undead creatures, could not help but keep his mouth agape after seeing this scene. As the Lich King, it was the first time he had marveled at the density of undead creatures, although it wasn't as if he had never seen such a quantity of undead before. Compared to the size of Sumyubai's inner world, there were simply too many Scourge skeletons. The number of Scourge skeletons in the entire inner world definitely exceeded 100 billion. It was enough to make even a Lich King like him almost develop trypophobia. Just at this moment, Sumyubai's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Brian, do you know about the Death Continent and the abyss of the underworld?" Hearing this, Brian was stunned. The soul fire within his pupils trembled violently, and a look of awe suddenly appeared in his eyes. The Death Continent is the center of the Death Realm and the place where the most powerful beings of the Death element reside. He spoke slowly, recounting the information he possessed. However, regarding the abyss of the underworld, Brian did not have much information. He only knew it was a forbidden zone. Even a master of lows at the upper god realm was not guaranteed to emerge safely if they entered. It was truly a forbidden zone for life, and the number of beings across the myriad worlds who truly understood it could be counted on one's fingers. Even an upper god is in danger. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. It seemed the trip to the abyss of the underworld would need to be carefully planned. Fortunately, he had already obtained the coordinates, so it would not affect the next time he opened the Death Codex. Therefore, even if he didn't go to the abyss of the underworld for the time being, it wouldn't be a problem. With a thought, he retracted the Death Codex. While keeping an eye on the progress of the blood pool, Sumyubai continued to absorb the essence of Divine Soul. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sensing the changes in the blood pool, Sumyubai slowly opened his eyes. As the final remnants of energy were injected into the miniature blood pool, this special treasure completed its transformation entirely. The miniature blood pool returned to its original size and began to expand rapidly. Soon, its size surpassed that of the former Blood Realm's secret realm, the blood pool. No, it should be called a Sea of Blood now. At this moment, the Sea of Blood seemed to become ethereal. The blood-colored seawater expanded rapidly, sweeping over the distant planets. Yet it did not erode them. Even the soul energy impact effect, which was previously easily felt, had completely vanished without a trace. Whoosh! The ethereal Sea of Blood surged with waves, and the blood-red color gradually faded. Within a few breaths, the once viscous, scarlet Sea of Blood had become an ocean of brilliant golden light. In this short span of time, the range of the Sea of Blood had already expanded to a light year away, and by the looks of it, it showed no signs of stopping. However, Sumyubai could not wait any longer. He tried to move his divine sense, and the golden Sea of Blood immediately stopped expanding and instantly shrank, returning to the palm of his hand. That's a relief. Sumyubai didn't even have time to check the changes in the Sea of Blood. He directly stored it into his internal small world and then vanished from the spot instantly. Instant transmission. Immediately after, without the slightest hesitation, he summoned the Star Dome. A white light flashed, and after guiding Sumyubai into the cabin, the Star Dome started instantly. 1 second later, as the hull trembled slightly, the Star Dome vanished directly into the cosmic starry sky. Upon entering dark space, the Star Dome was completely free of restraints, and its flight speed soared abruptly. 1,000 times the speed of light, 10,000 times the speed of light, 100,000 times the speed of light. Finally, the spaceship's speed reached the limit of 10 million times the speed of light. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and he quickly said, "Space jump." Although he hadn't felt any fluctuations when the blood pool promoted to a sea of blood just now, it was, after all, a rule-level supreme treasure. Who could guarantee it wouldn't be sensed by a rule sovereign? Therefore, Sumyubai was anxious to leave as soon as possible. Maximum speed reached. Preparing for space jump. Frost Prison Star. Destination of this space jump: near Frost Prison Star. Passengers, please prepare. The space jump will begin in 3 seconds. The hull of the Star Dome flashed with a burst of white light. As the light contracted, it naturally disappeared from this segment of dark space. Sumyubai and the others only felt a flash of white light before their eyes. And the next moment, everything returned to normal. Space jump completed. This jump consumed 37% of energy. Current energy, 100%. Arrived near Frost Prison Star, currently decelerating. With the space jump over, the heart that had been in Sumyubai's throat finally settled down. Only then did he have the opportunity to sink his divine sense into his internal small world to check just how much the effect of the golden sea of blood had improved. Extra update for today, my patrons. Traffic has been dismal lately, and the readership is falling again and again. Please support with free gifts. Chapter 536, Mutation. Just after Sumyubai left, a small spaceship suddenly appeared not far from the ruins of the Blood Realm's secret realm. As white light flickered, a figure appeared in the cosmic starry sky, scanning the magnificent ruins of the Blood Realm's secret realm. The expression on the figure's face remained completely indifferent. The destruction of a small world was not enough to garner his attention. The only reason this figure had come here was because of the fluctuation from just a moment ago. A moment later, the figure frowned. The rule-level fluctuation from just now. Before he could finish his sentence, the figure suddenly froze. Because he had suddenly seen a person with his own eyes. Who is this? In a tiny frost prison god kingdom, how could someone still be able to evade his divine sense detection? That person seemed to have noticed the figure's presence as well, slowly turning his head to glance at him indifferently. Four of the figure's pupils constricted. "Shut up." The voice sounded very gentle, but the figure felt as if he had been struck by lightning, forcibly swallowing the rest of his words and changing his tone. "I'm leaving right now." Seeing that person nod slightly, the figure felt as if he had been granted amnesty, hurriedly returning to his spaceship and leaving the area without looking back. A moment later, a flash of cunning light appeared in the eyes of the goddess of fortune, and she hummed, "HMPH, little thief. Let's see how long you can hide." At the same time, the Star Dome had already arrived near the Frost Prison Star, and its flight speed began to drop rapidly as it prepared to exit the dark space. Sumyubai's divine sense sank into his internal small world, wanting to see what the effect of the golden sea of blood's improvement was. But the next moment, he was stunned. Wait, where did my massive golden sea of blood go? The sudden disappearance of the golden sea of blood caught Sumyubai off guard. The golden sea of blood he had just stored into his internal small world not long ago had now completely vanished. Just as Sumyubai was feeling puzzled, he suddenly sensed the aura of the sea of blood once again. Gurgle. In the center of the small world, within the sea of death, dense golden bubbles suddenly began to churn as if the water were boiling. Even the scourge skeletons playing Jenga within the sea of death gradually had their bodies stained with a faint layer of gold. This is merging. Sumyubai was slightly startled, watching the changes in the sea of death with a sense of confusion. The scourge skeletons within the sea of death slowly sank to the bottom, disappearing from sight. Sumyubai probed it with his divine sense, only to discover that the sea of death hadn't become deeper. Rather, its internal space had expanded by 50%. And this was just the beginning. As Sumyubai inspected it with his divine sense, the internal space of the Sea of Death expanded even further. The golden bubbles on the surface of the sea became increasingly numerous, and the brilliant golden light gradually illuminated the surrounding mountain ranges. Under the illumination of the golden light, the mountains surrounding the Sea of Death melted away slowly like spring snow. When the surrounding mountains had completely vanished, the Sea of Death churned and merged into the endless ocean within the small world. In an instant, the entire endless sea began to churn with golden bubbles, and a rich aura of death and soul energy permeated the entire internal small world. Only then did Harriman and the others notice the change. They stared blankly at the small world, which was gradually being filled with golden light, their mouths agape, not knowing what to say. Sumyubai's divine sense projection appeared beside Brian. "Have you ever seen this kind of situation?" No, I haven't." Brian shook his head, dumbfounded. "You saw that sea of blood earlier, right?" "Yes, I saw it. I promoted it to the rule level, and then it became like this. Rule level." The soul fire within Brian's eye sockets flared violently, as if it were about to burst through the top of his skull. He turned to look at Sumyubai's figure, his eyes filled with shock. This was a product of the rule level. Yet his master spoke of it so nonchalantly. "Forget it. It looks like this change won't be over in a short while." Seeing that Brian was also clueless, Sumyubai waved his hand and changed the subject. "How is your recovery going?" "Thanks to you, master. My divine soul has just recovered to the late stage of a median god." "Late stage of a median god, is it?" Sumyubai frowned. "How much longer will it take to recover to your peak, HMM?" Brian pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. "Master, although you enhance the effects of the Nether Ruin Soul Restoring Dew, this single portion is not enough to fully restore me. Even double the effect isn't enough." Sumyubai was stunned. The Nether Ruin Soul Restoring Dew was urgently capable of fully healing the divine soul injuries of a late-stage median god. Combined with the doubling effect of the Cataclysm trait, it was still not enough. It seems the gap between the peak and the late stage of a median god is quite significant. It is indeed still lacking. Brian nodded. "All right, I understand." Sumyubai nodded slightly. "I'll take a look later to see if there are any other treasures among the spoils of war that can heal divine soul injuries." "Thank you, master." Hearing this, a flash of joy appeared on Brian's face. While the two were talking, the changes in the internal small world continued. The entire small world began to expand rapidly due to the integration of the golden sea of blood. Glancing at Harriman and the others, who had nowhere to stand due to the Scourge army, Sumyubai moved his mind and transferred the Scourge legions from the 4 continents into the Sea of Death. He then turned to look at Brian. "If you were to face Raphael now, are you confident?" "Yes." Brian nodded firmly, reached out to grasp the air, and the scythe of the Death God instantly appeared in his hand. With the scythe of the Death God, your subordinate has an 80% chance of defeating that rebellious disciple. Only 80%. That's too low. Sumyubai shook his head. "What I want is an overwhelming victory without any suspense. In that case, I would need to completely refine the medicinal power of the Nether Ruin Soul Restoring Dew." "How much longer will that take?" "Half a month." Hearing this, Sumyubai patted Brian on the shoulder. "No rush. During this time, you should take a good look at the current Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. After all, you've been asleep for so long." As he spoke, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and transferred Harriman and the others directly in front of him. "Except for this guy. Take everyone else into your small world. Consider them a foundation team I'm gifting to you." "Thank you, master." Brian's gaze swept over the group, and he took them into his internal small world. After their talents were enhanced, all of them were SSS rank. If nurtured well, they would definitely be a great asset. "My master sovereign, what about me?" Watching everyone around him disappear, Harriman pointed at himself with a bewildered expression. "You have other arrangements." Sumyubai glanced at him, then looked toward the approaching Frost and the Angel Sisters. "Master, have we arrived?" "It's so boring in there." "We're here." Sumyubai's divine sense projection slowly dissipated. "Get ready. We are entering the Frost Prison Star immediately." Chapter 537 Life Beacon. Hearing this, a fierce look flashed in Brian's eyes. How many years had it been? He had forgotten how many years it had been since he last returned to the Frost Prison Star. "Rebellious disciple, your death is near." "Frost, who had transformed into a semi-human form, slapped Brian on the shoulder and grinned, "Old boo, you can get your revenge soon." Excited, "Don't worry, I'll definitely help you." "You?" Brian glanced at Frost. "Get lost. You're just a demigod. What can you do?" Frost's hand froze in midair, unable to find a retort for a moment, and could only glare fiercely at Brian. After the speed dropped below the speed of light, the hull of the star dome trembled slightly, instantly breaking away from the dark space and returning to the cosmic starry sky. Not far away, an incredibly massive planet was rotating slowly. Compared to it, Hanyuan star was as tiny as a glass marble. This was the center of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom Frost Prison Star. The star dome flew toward Frost Prison Star at a steady and hurried pace, aiming for the nearest starport. As the divine capital of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, this place was not lawless like other planets. Unless one possessed the strength to crush the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, players of any race had to follow the rules of Frost Prison Star upon arrival. This place was like a forbidden divine land. Fighting was strictly prohibited within the city, or else one would be arrested by the city guard and thrown into prison. Half a day later, Frost Prison Star, Nightfall City. Sumyubai and his group walked out of the teleportation hall, though Brian was no longer among them. "Master, will old Boo be all right on his own?" Bing Shuang asked in a low voice. And the three Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters also cast their gazes toward him. Sumyubai smiled. "Don't worry. It's not like I'm asking him to start a war right now. He's just going to scout the situation first." Before entering Frost Prison Star, Sumyubai had parted ways with Brian. The reason he felt comfortable letting Brian walk into Frost Prison Star so openly was that among the recent spoils of war, there were several Saint Extinction grade special items similar to the Masquerade Mask. After all, such treasures were essential for traveling across the myriad worlds. Since Sumyubai had upgraded them, no one could see through the disguise unless they were a peak upper god. Therefore, Brian did not fear having his divine soul aura sensed by Raphael. Sumyubai had come to Nightfall City, naturally, to find the Faceless Man. His body was not far from total collapse, and he had to find the Flower of Life as soon as possible. Before long, the group arrived outside a small courtyard. The moment Sumyubai stopped, Bing Shuang took the lead and knocked on the gate. Beep, beep, beep. Sumyubai's communicator suddenly rang. "Faceless Man, Big Boss Calamity of Myriad Races, is that you?" Sumyubai's mouth twitched. What on earth was this guy doing? Why was he acting like a secret agent meeting a contact? A moment later, the gate of the courtyard slowly opened, and the Faceless Man looked at Sumyubai. "Big Boss, you've finally come." Although his face was like a vortex, lacking facial features and showing no expression, Sumyubai and the others could hear a hint of excitement in the Faceless Man's voice. Meanwhile, Frost Prison Star, Frost Prison City. As the name suggested, this was the absolute center of Frost Prison Star and the location of Raphael's divine temple. The scale of this single city alone was comparable to the entire Forbidden Divine Land. Inside Frost Prison City, there were tens of thousands of teleportation halls. One could only imagine just how massive Frost Prison Star truly was. These teleportation halls were mostly used to facilitate travel within the city. However, there were also some special existences among them. For instance, the Inter-Realm Teleportation Temple. Just as Sumyubai and his group found the Faceless Man, Harriman also arrived at the Inter-Realm Teleportation Temple in Frost Prison City. After paying the required teleportation fee, his figure slowly vanished into the Inter-Realm Teleportation Array. Nightfall City, Faceless Man's courtyard. "So, this is the clue regarding the Flower of Life." Sumyubai examined the seed in his hand, his expression somewhat strange. "A known seed. Special item unidentified. It is not necessarily a seed. Vortex Man. How dare you try to swindle my master?" Bing Shuang, in her half-human form, glared at the Faceless Man and snapped. "It's an unidentified piece of junk. So how can you be so sure it's related to the Flower of Life?" The vortex on the Faceless Man's face began to spin faster, and he hurriedly explained. "How would I dare to deceive the great calamity of myriad races? Besides, if I did that, the bounty hunter house wouldn't let me off the hook. This is a life beacon. It can lead you to the location of the Flower of Life, but it needs to be identified before it can be used. Then, why didn't you identify it? I spent all my money posting the quest. I can't afford the identification fee. The faceless man gave an awkward laugh after his explanation. Sumyu-bai and the others understood. Although this unknown seed had not been identified, the dead domain bank and the bounty hunter house had already verified it. After all, this item had appeared in the myriad worlds before. Obtaining an unknown seed meant one had found a life beacon. Because of the scarcity of the flower of life, the identification fee for this item was quite high. However, Sumyu-bai did not need to find anyone else to identify it. The moment he retracted the known seed into his body's small world, he activated his Saint-grade identification skill. Normally, the chance of a Saint-grade identification skill successfully identifying this item was minuscule. But Sumyu-bai was different. He possessed the eyes of the profound heaven, which were simply incomparable to those of ordinary appraisers. Furthermore, his Saint-grade identification skill came with a cheat, catastrophe trait. 1. Your identification skill is instant, has no cooldown, and costs nothing. 2. Regardless of the object, as long as there is a chance of successful identification, you will succeed 100% of the time. Life Beacon Special Item. Follow the guidance of the Life Beacon to travel to the coordinates: Death Domain, Undead Realm, Dragon Mountain, Divine Kingdom. After crushing the Life Beacon there, you will be enveloped by the power of life and enter a special spatial fold where the flower of life grows. To successfully pluck the flower of life, besides strength, you will also need good luck. This was the Life Beacon after identification, confirming he had obtained what he wanted. Sumyu-bai nodded at the faceless man, turned around, and said, "Let's go." Bing Xuan and the others said nothing more and turned to follow. The faceless man watched their retreating figures, the rotation of the vortex on his face nearly coming to a standstill. He seemed to have more to say, but he didn't know how to begin. It wasn't until the figures of Sumyu-bai and his group disappeared that a sigh echoed within the small courtyard. After stepping out of the small courtyard, Sumyu-bai immediately recalled Frost and the others into his internal world, his figure vanishing from the spot in an instant. Instant transmission, Chapter 538. Mr. Moonlit Knight, we really are fated. Bonus chapter, Frost Prison City. Inside a certain courtyard, Sumyu-bai's figure appeared instantly beside Brian. This was a space-time mark he had left on Brian beforehand to facilitate his actions. At this moment, Brian had just purchased this courtyard and finished distributing tasks to the players within his small world, setting them to work on gathering information throughout Frost Prison City. Seeing Sumyu-bai appear suddenly, the soul fire within Brian's eye sockets flickered slightly. "Master, did you obtain it?" "Yes. Continue with your tasks." Sumyu-bai nodded slightly, and his figure vanished once more. Dead zone transition. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the courtyard entrance, waved his hand to release his flying car, and sat inside. To the dead zone bank. The flying car quickly requested a flight path, then shot into the sky and disappeared into the air. Life Beacon could still be upgraded for free, but not right now. It wouldn't be too late to upgrade after leaving this place. The current priority was to go and withdraw the money. The harvest from the Blood Realm secret realm was not as significant as Sumyu-bai had imagined. Although the space rings of the Werewolf and Blood Clan True Gods contained Dead Zone bank cards, they lacked the dynamic passwords. In other words, Sumyu-bai could not withdraw the money from those cards. However, Sumyu-bai was not overly disappointed by this. After all, these True Gods were not very strong, and their total assets combined did not even compare to what Dylan had left behind. A long while later, the flying car began to decelerate and finally came to a steady stop outside a luxurious building. The exterior of this building was almost identical to the Dead Zone Bank in Soulbone Frost Fortress. However, in terms of luxury and scale, the branch at Soulbone Frost Fortress could not compare to this one. The massive sign was covered in inscriptions, forming the four large characters, Dead Zone Bank. Below it were several smaller characters, Frost Prison, Divine Kingdom Headquarters, Cling Clang. The familiar sound of metal colliding rang out. This was the sound produced by the breeze blowing through the soul coin bone trees in front of the bank. As the headquarters for the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, there were 2 rows totaling 24 soul coin bone trees planted here, each one exuding the copper stench of money. The money here should be enough, right? Sumyubai muttered to himself and stepped through the main entrance. The light screen at the gate instantly identified Sumyubai's black gold VIP status. And a dark elf lady wearing a uniform immediately walked up with a smile. "Distinguished guest, please follow me." Black gold VIPs naturally had an exclusive VIP channel for their business. However, what Sumyubai did not expect was that this dark elf lady led him directly to an acquaintance. "Manager, this. You may step down first." The person addressed as the manager waved her hand, cutting off the dark elf lady's introduction. She looked at Sumyubai with a smile, her eyes twinkling. "Mr. Moonlit Knight, we really are fated." "Indeed, Manager Vivian. I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Sumyubai lightly shook the hand Vivian extended and, under her guidance, sat down beside a tea table. Vivian first leaned over to pour a cup of tea for Sumyubai, then gave him a look that carried a hint of resentment. "It seems Mr. Moonlit Knight didn't want to come to Frost Prison Star with me." Hearing this, Sumyubai remembered that back at Soulbone Frost Fortress, Vivian had indeed mentioned wanting to travel to Frost Prison Star together. However, at the time, he had casually said he had no plans to visit Frost Prison Star in the near future to avoid trouble. For Sumyubai, less than a month could indeed be considered the near future, but to other Saint Extermination level players, what difference was there between that amount of time and a single day? "Just a joke, Mr. Moonlit Knight. Don't take it too hard." Vivian swayed her waist as she returned to her desk. "Are you here to withdraw money again this time?" "Yes." Sumyubai nodded slightly and picked up the teacup to take a sip. "The headquarters should have enough money, right? Rest assured, no problem." Vivian reached out to tuck a few strands of hair behind her ear. As a top-tier existence among the succubus race, her every movement carried an extreme sense of allure. However, in front of Sumyubai, who had almost completely mastered the law of soul control, this had absolutely no effect. Flipping his hand to take out his Dead Zone bank card, Sumyubai moved his divine sense, controlling the card to fly onto Vivian's desk, then withdraw everything. Watching Vivian operate the instrument, a flash of golden light appeared deep within Sumyubai's eyes. Vivian race, succubus occupation, Dead Zone bank manager of Frost Prison Divine Kingdom headquarters rank, top tier succubus. Level 10th tier Saint Extermination level HP 36 trillion a 36 trillion. Soul. Peak Saint Extermination level combat power. Peak Saint Extermination level. Law of soul control 9 patterns. The offspring of a high-ranking official in the Dead Zone Bank, her talent is top tier even among the entire succubus race. Looking at Vivian's information, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes. Her strength had increased so quickly, not long ago. Her soul and strength were only at the late Saint Extermination level, and she had only comprehended the law of soul control to 8 patterns. How much time had passed, and she had already achieved such a significant improvement. Although it was still worlds apart compared to Sumyubai, from the perspective of a normal person, this rate of improvement was monstrous, especially regarding her comprehension of the path of laws. Aside from rewards from the Myriad Worlds game and the infusion of origin power, Sumyubai had not discovered any other shortcuts for this, unless Vivian had already been at 99% before and had simply broken through to 90%. This speed of comprehension definitely exceeded common logic, but her comprehension of the law of soul control was not just exactly 90%. Under Sumyubai's mystic heaven eyes, he could clearly see that Vivian had already comprehended the law of soul control to a level of 95. Just as Sumyubai was deep in thought, Vivian finished her operations and slowly stood up. "Mr. Ui, please wait a moment. This is not a small sum, so I will go and retrieve it personally." Before long, Vivian returned to the office. When she handed the Death Domain bank card back to Sumyubai, a space ring had been added to it. "Mr. Ui, please check it. If there is any mistake, I wouldn't be able to afford the compensation." Sumyubai reached out to take the space ring, his divine sense probing inside, and he instantly tallied the contents. Soul crystals, 45.8163 for billion. Origin soul crystals, 400,000. Essence of divine soul, 78,000. Marrow of divine soul. These were tangible, solid resources, and the impact was completely different from seeing numbers on a ledger. With these resources, Sumyubai finally had enough starting capital in these myriad worlds, as long as he could roll the snowball just like he did in the Forbidden Land of Gods. The soul power required for the future catastrophe, the death cannon, would no longer be an issue. However, the myriad worlds didn't have a Fujiya Tiangxia to act as his laborer. At this thought, Sumyubai's gaze involuntarily fell upon Vivian. Extra update for today, chapter 539. Probing and pulling. Seeing Yui staring straight at her, a flash of joy flickered deep in Vivian's eyes, and a blush immediately rose to her pretty face. Has Mr. Yui finally discovered my charm? Vivian felt secretly smug. The expression on her face was entirely intentional. As a top-tier succubus, controlling micro-expressions was as easy as pie for her. She cast a seductive, watery glance at Sumyubai and pretended to be shy, turning her face slightly away. Mr. Yui, is there something on my face? Indeed, there was a bit of seductiveness. Sumyubai looked into Vivian's eyes and smiled. Manager, Vivian's face is perfect. It made me unconsciously stare in a daze. Oh my, Mr. Yui really knows how to talk. Vivian covered her mouth and chuckled. I am no longer a manager now, Mr. Yui can just call me Vivian. Sumyubai withdrew his gaze, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said meaningfully, with Miss Vivian's background, becoming the manager of this headquarters is surely only a matter of time. Upon hearing this, although Vivian's expression didn't change at all, she was shocked inside. What kind of existence stands behind this Yui? He has only met me twice, yet he has already figured out my background. She just didn't know to what level he understood it. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Vivian's mind, and then she gave Sumyubai a faint smile. Compared to Yui, what does my little background count for? Facing Vivian's probing words, Sumyubai had no intention of playing games. There shouldn't be many succubi in the upper echelons of the Death Domain Bank, I imagine. Hearing this, Vivian's expression finally changed slightly. A look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Her seductive expression vanished instantly, and her demeanor became serious. Mr. Yui, investigating me like this? I'm afraid that's a bit impolite, isn't it? Sumyubai set down his teacup and glanced at Vivian nonchalantly. Investigating? What would he use to investigate? All this information was seen through the eyes of Zhuanshan. Sumyubai had no idea how high the upper echelons of this Death Domain Bank actually were. His previous words were merely a pretense of profoundness to bluff Vivian. Back in the know, 7 Forbidden Land of Gods, Sumyubai still needed to negotiate cooperation with Fujiya Tiangxia and sign a soul contract. But now, there was no need for such trouble. Moreover, Vivian was different from Fujiya Tia and Xia. As the saying goes, those who are not of my race must have a different heart. Only by completely controlling Vivian's soul could Sumyubai safely entrust his wealth to her for operation and management. Victor's death was timely. Now Sumyubai could control more targets. Vivian was only at the Saint Annihilation level. Even if she had also comprehended the law of soul control, controlling her wouldn't consume much soul power. The reason Sumyubai acted profound instead of taking action immediately was entirely because this was the Death Domain Bank, inside an organization that spanned the entire Death Realm and was on par with the Nether Immortal Workshop. He dared not directly use the law of soul control on Vivian. Perhaps the headquarters of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom didn't have any overly powerful beings, but it was clearly difficult to mobilize the law of soul control to manipulate a supervisor within the Death Domain Bank. If it were that simple, would a true god who had comprehended the law of soul control ever be short of money? Furthermore, Vivian was not just a simple supervisor. Behind her stood the upper echelons of the Death Domain Bank. The upper echelons mentioned by the eyes of Zhuanshan referred to the Death Realm, not the small Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Sumyubai didn't want to bring trouble upon himself. Vivian stepped forward and sat beside Sumyubai. After thinking for a moment, she got straight to the point. Mr. Yui, if you have something to say, just say it. If I can help, I certainly won't refuse. At this moment, she was busy guessing Sumyubai's background, being able to investigate the forces behind her so quickly. The other party was clearly no pushover. Miss Vivian is overthinking. Sumyubai waved his hand. I just want to engage in deeper cooperation with you. Deeper cooperation. Although Vivian loved money, She didn't rush to agree. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand and blinked at Sumyubai. I wonder how Yua wants to cooperate. Sumyubai shook his head. This is not a good place to discuss cooperation, don't you think? I was too impatient. Vivian nodded in deep agreement. Although she had the upper echelons of the Death Domain Bank behind her, there wasn't only one person in the upper echelons. In a large organization like the Death Domain Bank, internal factions were naturally complex. And the people behind Vivian also had rivals. Is it convenient now? I would like to invite Miss Vivian to dinner. Sumyubai slowly stood up. Although he spoke in the form of a question, his tone was that of a statement. Without waiting for Vivian's reply, he turned and began walking toward the office exit. Vivian took a deep look at Sumyubai's back, a flicker of contemplation flashing deep within her eyes. Just as Sumyubai was about to push open the office door, she finally stood up, her soft voice ringing out. Since Mr. Yui has extended an invitation, how could Vivian refuse? Hearing this, Sumyubai paused, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he turned to look at her. How long will you need? I'll be ready in a moment. Vivian tapped her wrist communicator a few times, then smoothed out her top and skirt before trotting over to Sumyubai's side. She naturally linked her arms with his, burying them into her ample bosom. There wasn't much difference in their heights, with her high heels on. Vivian was only a few centimeters shorter than Sumyubai. She tilted her head slightly, flashing a sweet smile at him. Mr. Yui, shall we go? Very well. Sumyubai nodded slightly, and the two walked out of the office side by side. Along the way, the employees of the Death Domain Bank did not cast too many glances their way. While they might not be powerful, those who worked here possessed a high degree of professional conduct. However, many of the bank's clients took a few extra looks at the pair. But because Vivian had only been transferred to the Frost Prison City headquarters in the last few days, not many people recognized her. The two looked just like a couple as they quickly exited the main entrance of the Death Domain Bank. Do you have a restaurant to recommend? Sumyubai asked with a meaningful tone. The implication in his words was clearly that he wanted to find a place some distance away from here. Vivian thought for a moment and said, let's go to Zhenpan Pavilion. Their steamed dragon marrow is quite delicious. Steamed dragon marrow. As expected of a restaurant in the myriad worlds, the name alone sounded high-end. It was fortunate that the guy named Frost was currently in his internal world. If it had heard that, wouldn't it have exploded? Sumyubai glanced at the map. Fine, let's go there. He waved his hand to summon a flying vehicle, and the two sat in the back row, one after the other. The next moment, the vehicle shot into the sky, heading toward the Zhenpan Pavilion, which was several hundred kilometers away. Chapter 540, Edith's Conspiracy. The food at Zhenpan Pavilion was indeed exquisite. Although Sumyubai had long been accustomed to delicacies from land and sea, he had never tasted such high-grade ingredients before. The only thing that disappointed him was that the effects of these dishes were merely enough to bring pleasure to the soul. With his current base attributes, eating these things provided absolutely no improvement. Even after using Catastrophe, the effect was negligible. Compared to his base Dominator power of over 10 million, an increase of a few thousand points in attributes was no different from no increase at all. However, this was normal. How could top-tier ingredients capable of significantly boosting the attributes of Saint Extermination level creatures be eaten so casually? Such food would be worthy of being featured in an auction. Sumyubai didn't pay it much mind, as his purpose for coming here was not truly to have dinner with Vivian. Both of them only ate sparingly. Vivian wiped her red lips and poured a glass of fine wine for Sumyubai. After a light toast, Vivian finally spoke. Mr. Yui, can you tell me how we are going to cooperate now? You will know soon enough. Sumyubai grinned and slowly set down his wine glass. The next moment, his eyes suddenly glowed with a rich purple light. Vivian's expression changed drastically, and she immediately moved to protect her soul with all her might. At the same time, she fully mobilized the soul control law, which she had comprehended to over 95%, to resist Sumyubai. But her soul was only at the peak of the Saint Extermination level, and her comprehension of the path of laws was not as deep as Sumyubai's. How could she possibly resist? Sumyubai's terrifying soul power broke through Vivian's soul defenses with ease. Just as he thought everything would proceed smoothly, a brilliant purple light suddenly flared deep within Vivian's eyes. This is the complete soul control law. Sumyubai was stunned. He had never expected that Vivian's soul had already been controlled by someone else. It was just that the other party seemed to have never forcibly controlled Vivian, so no one had noticed anything unusual. However, for Sumyubai, this was of no consequence. The person who controlled Vivian's soul was clearly not in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, nor were they even in the undead realm. Although Sumyubai had not fully comprehended the soul control law, the catastrophe trait was not something that played by the rules. The soul imprint left by the other party in Vivian's soul only managed to resist Sumyubai for a few breaths before it was completely shattered. Bang! Faintly, Vivian seemed to hear a soft sound coming from the depths of her soul. It was the sound of the soul imprint breaking. Sumyubai's soul control law had helped her break free from the other party's control. Vivian's eyes regained a trace of clarity in an instant. A look of indignation immediately appeared on her face, and she bit her lip. Edith, Yubai. The words came to an abrupt halt as Sumyubai's soul control law took effect, successfully leaving his own unique soul imprint on Vivian's soul. Notification. You have successfully controlled the soul of Vivian. At the same time, Death Domain, Hell Realm, 100 Flowers Divine Kingdom, 100 Flowers Planet, inside a certain manor. The crisp sound of whipping echoed through the manor, but not a single sound reached the outside world. If you are this useless next time, the punishment won't be as simple as 5,000 lashes. Do you understand? A voluptuous and beautiful succubus woman retracted her purple leather whip, her voice icy. The several players kneeling below had their upper bodies exposed, their backs covered in whip marks. Among them were great demons, vampires, and even a half-humanoid beastkin with the head of a lion. Hearing the cold words of the young succubus matron, these players trembled and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Your Majesty, we understand, get out. You bunch of useless trash." At these words, the group acted as if they had been granted amnesty, truly rolling along the ground to exit the room, which was decorated in an exceptionally sexual style. It seems I'll have to buy another batch of slaves at the next auction. The young succubus frowned slightly, reaching out to take down a purple dress hanging to the side to cover her voluptuous body. Just as she was about to lie down for a moment of rest, her expression suddenly changed. Who exactly is it? A cold, sinister glint flashed in the succubus's eyes. "Vivian, you little bitch. Your luck is truly good." Feeling that her soul imprint had been erased, the matron grew angrier the more she thought about it. She had clearly acted so discreetly, and she had never once forcibly controlled that little bitch. Now that the plan was about to begin, how could it have been discovered so suddenly? After pondering for a moment, the matron flashed away from this pleasure room. Vivian's soul breaking free from her control meant that she would be exposed to the public eye. The forces behind the girl would certainly investigate this matter, so she had to start making preparations now. The plan would also have to be moved forward. Frost Prison City, Treasure Pavilion. Inside a VIP private room. Vivian, who had been completely taken over, was already kneeling before Sumyubai. Master, Vivian would like to ask you for one thing. Get up first and then speak. Sumyubai gently raised his hand, extending his divine power to help Vivian up. I want to tell my father the news that my soul was once controlled by that bitch Edith. Telling him is fine, just don't involve me. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Vivian's eyes were filled with gratitude. Don't worry, Master. I will tell my father that a certain senior intervened and helped me erase Edith's soul imprint. As her voice fell, she immediately began operating the communicator on her wrist. Sumyubai asked with interest, "Who is Edith? Is she also from the succubus race?" "Yes, that bitch is an old woman 10,000 years older than me." Speaking of Edith, Vivian couldn't help but grit her teeth. Soon, Sumyubai learned some information about Edith. Come to think of it, the woman was actually Vivian's cousin, a member of the same family. As for why she had secretly controlled Vivian's soul, that wasn't clear. However, there was definitely a conspiracy involved, which was why Vivian wanted to notify her father immediately. What do you think she is after? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit of interest in this. If it were just an internal matter of the succubus race, he naturally wouldn't be interested. But the people behind Vivian were high-level executives of the Death Domain Bank. Edith's conspiracy was very likely related to the Death Domain Bank. This made Sumyubai want to get involved. Vivian didn't even think about it and spoke directly. Although I don't know what her specific conspiracy is, it definitely has to do with my father's position as a director. Director? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. How many high-level executives are there in the Death Domain Bank? And what is your father's strength? Chapter 541 Vivian's jaw drops. Bonus chapter, from Vivian. Sumyubai soon learned about the high-level structure of the Death Domain Bank. To his surprise, the Death Domain Bank currently had no true controller, because the only person who could truly and completely control the Death Domain Bank was the Death Sovereign. But the Death Sovereign had mysteriously disappeared many years ago. Therefore, the current Death Domain Bank was jointly managed by 2 deputy bank presidents and 13 directors. Vivian's father was one of those 13 directors, and his strength was that of a peak high god. The other directors were also of this strength. As for information on the other 2 deputy bank presidents, Vivian did not know. Master, if my father is in trouble, can you step in to help him? Vivian looked at Sumyubai pitifully. Her expression truly heart-wrenching. Sumyubai spoke slowly. It is not convenient for me to intervene right now. But when a real crisis arrives, I will take action. Although he said this, in reality, how could he have the ability to interfere in a dispute between peak high gods right now? The most important thing now was to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Presumably, if Vivian's father learned of Edith's conspiracy in advance, he wouldn't run into trouble in the short term. As long as Sumyubai was given some time to develop, he would soon possess the strength to intervene. Since he knew that the Death Domain Bank was an asset belonging to the Death Sovereign, he certainly couldn't let others get their hands on it. Thank you, Master. Vivian didn't know Sumyubai's true strength, but for some reason, after hearing her master's words, her anxious heart immediately calmed down. Next, pay attention to the movements inside the Death Domain Bank. Notify me if there are any changes. Sumyubai waved his hand and summoned the Death Codex. The moment she saw the Death Codex up close, Vivian's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, identical to the expression Brian had worn before. Locking his gaze on the stunned Vivian, Sumyubai moved his mind. Death Bestowal. Prompt. Do you confirm consuming 10,000 soul points to bestow a gift upon Vivian and make her your believer, for a target whose soul was completely controlled? Once they accepted the bestowal, they could directly become a fanatic. However, the cost of bestowing such targets was increased by 10,000 times. Of course, 10 million soul points were merely a drop in the bucket for the current Sumyubai. Confirmed. As Sumyubai confirmed, a massive purple-black mist surged from the Death Codex, then transformed into a cluster of brilliant light that instantly flew into the center of Vivian's brow. The latter didn't even think. The moment the light merged into her brow, she chose to accept it. Prompt. You have consumed 10 million soul points. Current soul points to 0.38 trillion. Notification. You have gained 1 new fanatic. Receiving 100 points of death force. Master, you actually possess the complete death cannon. At this moment, Vivian finally let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Enough. There is no need to make a fuss about it in the future. Otherwise you won't have time to do anything else. Sumyubai flipped his hand to retrieve the spatial ring Vivian had previously given him and tossed it over to her. Master, I wonder what you would like Vivian to do. Vivian caught the spatial ring with a look of confusion, waiting for Sumyubai's instructions. Take a look for yourself first. Hearing this, Vivian immediately sank her consciousness into the spatial ring. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked, but the moment she did, her eyes widened in shock. A high-pitched sound escaped her, only to be cut off abruptly. Vivian had already covered her mouth tightly with both hands, and the spatial ring had fallen to the ground. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her large, watery eyes were wide with disbelief as she stared at Sumyubai, stammering, "This, Master." Vivian was certain that this was the very same spatial ring she had just handed to her master. The total quantity of resources inside matched perfectly as well. However, the grade of every single resource had been upgraded by 1 level. Soul Diamonds, 45.8163 billion. Essence of Divine Soul, 400,000 units. Marrow of Divine Soul, 78,000 units. Spirit of Divine Soul, 9,000 units. in the time it took to eat a meal. The total value of these resources had actually increased by dozens of times. Vivian's father was one of the directors of the Death Domain Bank, so she was certainly no stranger to these resources. What truly made her unable to suppress her exclamation was Sumyubai's unfathomable, godlike methods. What kind of ability could directly upgrade all of these items by one level? Most importantly, the master didn't even seem to have expended any energy. That is why I told you not to make a fuss. We have barely even started. Sumyubai moved his divine sense, picked up the spatial ring, and handed it back to Vivian. Can the Frost Prison City main branch produce this many resources right now? Facing Sumyubai's question, Vivian shook her head. Master, this is too much. Even the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom could not produce this amount. She added a final note. Especially the spirit of divine soul, the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom simply does not possess such top-tier resources. So poor, Sumyubai frowned. After a moment of thought, he said, your next task is to deposit these resources back into the Death Domain Bank, and then go to a place that possesses sufficient resources to withdraw them. Remember, you are not to withdraw the ones I just deposited. Vivian pondered for a moment and nodded. I will have my father transfer me to the Undead Realm main branch immediately. Is it troublesome? Not at all. After the incident with Edith, my father certainly won't refuse. Vivian smiled faintly. Her original path was to slowly guild her resume from the bottom up. But the situation was different now, as long as her father agreed. Transferring to the Undead Realm main branch was merely a matter of a single word. Then go. Very well, master. I will handle it right away. In the future, when there are outsiders present, just address me as you did before. Sumyubai waved his hand. Vivian carefully tucked away the spatial ring and turned to leave the private room. Just as she reached the door, Sumyubai suddenly called out to stop her. Wait, take this. Vivian turned around hurriedly and caught another spatial ring. After probing it with her consciousness, her eyes widened once more. Inside the spatial ring lay two items quietly. One of them was a law-grade treasure capable of concealing information. Although this treasure was very precious, who was Vivian? She already possessed such things. It was just that their effects were not as strong as the one Sumyubai had given her. But compared to the other treasure, this law-grade item seemed insignificant. Today's extra chapter is served. Recently, the book platform hasn't been giving much new traffic, and the data has plummeted. I can't help but want to start a 1,000,000-word book test. Do you, my patrons, have any book titles that catch the eye? They need to fit the theme of this book. Chapter 542. Master, you are so good to me. Small-scale starships can be considered standard equipment for traveling across the universe and the myriad worlds. However, true god-grade starships are very expensive, and even among lower-tier gods, not everyone can afford one. In the battle at the Blood Realm Secret Realm, Sumyubai harvested 12 true god-grade small starships from the dozens of true gods of the Werewolf and Blood clans. It was likely because each of the several mid-tier gods had one. Otherwise the number of ships would have been much lower. And fortunately, not all true god-grade starships could be successfully upgraded to sovereign-grade starships. If they could not withstand the energy infusion during the upgrade, they would simply turn into scrap metal, including Victor's ship. Sumyubai had only successfully freeloaded and upgraded to sovereign-grade starships in total. Although so many true god-grade small ships were scrapped, the value of the two sovereign-grade starships after the upgrade was much higher. In the myriad worlds, this kind of thing simply cannot be bought with money alone. One of them was left for Brian to facilitate his actions within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. The last one was lying quietly inside the spatial ring in Vivian's hand, and named Sovereign-Grade Starship Authority by Secondary Authority Vivian. Those without authority cannot operate it. Acceleration only takes 1 second to accelerate from a stationary state to the speed of light. Hull defense can withstand 1 full power attack from a rule sovereign. Energy shield. Under sufficient energy conditions, it can perfectly block attacks from peak upper tier gods. Maximum speed. After entering dark space, it can travel at a maximum speed of 10 million times the speed of light. Offensive weapons. None. The incredibly sturdy hull is the best weapon, provided you can actually ram the target. Spatial jump. Upon reaching maximum speed, it can consume stored energy to perform an ultra-long-distance spatial jump, arriving directly at the destination. Maximum single jump distance, 1 great world. Energy required for a single jump, 1%, 50%. Current energy, 100%. Filling the energy bay requires 30 godheads. The main body is forged from the rule-level material star moon essence gold, supplemented by various precious ores. Catastrophe trait, infinite energy. The spaceship will forever remain in a state of full energy. Relatively speaking, this sovereign-level spaceship is far inferior to the Star Vault. However, given that both possess the infinite energy catastrophe trait, there is actually not much of a gap between them in practice. The biggest difference is that this spaceship can only withstand 1 full power strike from a rule sovereign, while the Star Vault can withstand 3, and a critical moment. This difference of 2 strikes could be the final straw that saves one's life. Despite this, when Vivian saw this sovereign-level small spaceship, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. She suddenly looked up, staring at Sumyubai in disbelief, opened her mouth, and then cautiously pointed at herself. "My master, is this for me?" At this moment, Vivian's heart was completely filled with shock, and her adoration for Sumyubai was almost overflowing. This was a sovereign-level spaceship. Her father probably didn't even have such a good treasure. Looking across the entire death domain, how many sovereign-level spaceships could there be? And her master had just given it to her so nonchalantly. That casual tossing motion from just a moment ago was simply cool beyond measure, and knowingly, Vivian felt her heartbeat quicken significantly, and 2 pink hearts seemed to flash faintly in the beautiful eyes looking at Sumyubai. "With this spaceship, it will be more convenient for you to go to the undead realm. Give it a name yourself." Sumyubai smiled and ruffled Vivian's hair, then walked out of the private room first. Vivian hurriedly followed, wrapping her arms around Sumyubai's arm. "Master, you are so good to me." The two soon parted ways. Sumyubai did not go to find Brian, but instead left the Frost Prison Star directly. His purpose for coming here had been achieved, and he had even gained the unexpected joy of having Vivian. Brian had not yet recovered to his peak, and the matter of reclaiming the Frost Prison God Kingdom would need to proceed step by step. Regarding this, Sumyubai was not in a hurry at all. In his eyes, the Frost Prison God Kingdom was already within his grasp. A mere Raphael at the peak of the Median God realm could not stir up any waves. The truly tricky part was the person behind Raphael. If it weren't for the permission of the Undead Realm Lord, it would have been impossible for him to sit on the throne of the kingdom. Solving Raphael was not difficult, but Sumyubai and Brian were currently unsure of how the Undead Realm Lord would react. Therefore, Brian still needed to gather more information during this period. If the Undead Realm Lord did not interfere, then everyone would be happy. But if there was some connection between him and Raphael, they would have to plan carefully. A lord of such a great world was not someone the current Sumyubai could contend with. Sumyubai could use this time to search for the Flower of Life outside the Frost Prison Star. The Star Vault suppressed its speed, flying through the silent cosmic starry sky at sublight speed. Inside the cabin, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and took out the life beacon, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. "I wonder what it will be after the promotion," Sumyubai murmured to himself. To enter the special spatial interlayer where the Flower of Life grew, one had to crush the life beacon. This was like a treasure map for a forbidden land of the gods. To obtain the coordinates, one had to use the treasure map first. In this way, the bug of finding the Flower of Life through the life beacon and then freeloading the promotion could not be exploited. Shaking his head, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Catastrophe, target, life beacon. Hint: please select the promotion grade, first tier, second tier, or third tier, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to the special item high tier life beacon. No consumption. Option 2. Sublime it to the special item Light of Life. Consumes 100,000 soul diamonds. Option 3. Catastrophize to the special item High Tier Light of Life. Consumes 100,000 soul power. Option 4. Attach a catastrophe trait to it separately. Consumes 9 soul power. So cheap. After entering the myriad worlds, Sumyubai had seen too many things that required hundreds of billions or trillions of soul power to undergo catastrophe. Now, suddenly discovering that promoting the life beacon to the third tier only required 100 0 soul power. He suddenly felt it was nothing special. Since it only cost this much, why hesitate? Sumyubai waved his hand, taking out a pile of essence of divine soul that had been imbued with catastrophe traits, and began to absorb them. In addition to increasing his soul power, his divine soul strength could also slowly improve as a result. Although the increase was minimal, having something was better than nothing, right? Little by little. As long as the amount absorbed was large enough, it would still be quite significant. Looking at the virtual light screen provided by the catastrophe talent, golden light flickered in Sumyubai's eyes. Mystic Heaven Pupil, Chapter 543, Land of Destruction. The information on the special items after the life beacon was upgraded soon appeared under the Mystic Heaven Pupil. The high-tier life beacon simply added a teleportation function. As long as the user was within the undead realm, they could teleport directly to the precise coordinates, and the light of life could instantly guide the user into the spatial interlayer where the flower of life grew, anywhere within the death domain. Not only that, but the user would also receive a time-limited buff called Light of Life, which would increase the user's affinity with life-type laws. The true function of this buff is to increase the user's success rate in harvesting the flower of life. Ultimately, Sumyubai's gaze landed on the high-grade Light of Life. High-grade Light of Life special item. Upon crushing this, you and 6 selected targets will be guided by the Light of Life, entering directly into the special spatial fold where the flower of life grows. Maximum guidance range a myriad worlds. In addition, all of you will receive the high-grade Light of Life buff to successfully harvest the flower of life. Besides strength, one also needs sufficiently good luck. 6 targets. Sumyubai's gaze couldn't help but sweep over Bingshuan and the others who had just been released. It was a pity it wasn't 8, otherwise he could have let Brian and Vivian go in for a round as well. Through the eyes of the profound heaven, Sumyubai knew very well how powerful the high-grade Light of Life buff was. With this thing, one could absorb some life force while in the spatial fold where the flower of life resided. This would be of immense benefit for condensing a divine body. However, Brian was already a median god, and Vivian's primary task was not combat, so 6 slots were just about enough. Bingshuang, the Angel Sisters, and the 3 Signal Light Brothers made exactly 6 people, and they were all Saint Extermination level existences who needed to condense their divine bodies. The Angel Sisters already possessed divine souls. As long as they successfully condensed their divine bodies, they would only lack a complete path of laws. Absorbing life force could also accelerate the transformation of Bingshuang's demigod body. Only the 3 Signal Light Brothers were slightly weaker. They hadn't even reached the peak of the Saint Extermination level yet. Fortunately, Sumyubai didn't count on these 3 brothers to help with combat. Their greatest role was still as the team's mascots. If a real fight broke out, he would still have to rely on the payday they had counter-summoned. That guy was a total battle maniac, talking about hacking people to death in every other sentence. He wondered if he had suffered some kind of trauma before merging with the divine soul of darkness. Glancing at his current soul power, Sumyubai cancelled the catastrophe. Let's find an uninhabited area first. As the words fell, the star dome immediately broke the speed of light, disappearing into the cosmic starry sky in the blink of an eye. With the infinite energy of the catastrophe trait, the star dome would choose spatial jumping for any journey exceeding 10 minutes. No other reason, just because he was rich. Soon, the star dome accelerated to its maximum speed, and with a flash of white light, it vanished into the dark space. When it reappeared, it had arrived in a dead, silent starry sky. Notification: you have entered the land of ruin. This star field couldn't even be called a starry sky, as not a single planet could be seen. Looking around, there was nothing but broken debris. Even the space here vibrated from time to time, as if influenced by some kind of force. Boss, have we arrived at the land of ruin? Amon suddenly spoke, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Sumyubai turned to look at Amon while absorbing the essence of divine soul. What's wrong? Is this place special? Of course it is, Amon said with some excitement. This is one of the forbidden lands of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Forbidden land. Bingshuang curled his lips. Just this. It wasn't that he looked down on the land of ruin, but other than the occasional spatial tremors, there was indeed no danger here. Ah Bing, that's where you don't understand. Amon looked at the broken ruins outside and spoke slowly. The so-called Forbidden Land is only relative to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Moreover, as long as one has the strength of the late Saint Extermination level, there is no life-threatening danger here. It's just that to enter the Land of Ruin, one must pass through the surrounding torrent of broken space, which requires at least the strength of a lesser god. Is that so? Bing Shuang nodded, then remembered something and glared at Amon. I understand the logic, but what the hell is a Bing? Doesn't it just roll off the tongue? Get lost, I call you Amon. No, you guy are called Amon. Bing Shuang rolled his eyes, feeling like he had punched a pile of cotton. Anyway, don't call me a Bing from now on. Okay, Ah Bing, still calling me that. I won't call you that anymore. Ah Bing, I'll be. No problem, Ah Bing. Watching Bing Shuang get frustrated, Ling Yu covered her mouth and chuckled softly on the side. Yulan rolled her eyes in a charming way, greeted Sumu Bai, and turned to enter her own room. Huangbue and LV Mao didn't pay attention to them at all. They just stared blankly at the scene outside the spaceship, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing this, Sumu Bai became interested. Since when did these two brothers start thinking? The sun must be rising from the west. But immediately after, he patted his forehead in resignation. He heard LV Mao say with a serious face, Huangbue, does that meteorite look like a chicken leg to you? It does. I really want to go up and take a bite. Sumu Bai's mouth twitched. How could he have thought these two guys were thinking? Shaking his head, he began to focus on absorbing the essence of Divine Soul. Not only that, the soul points within the death cannon were also being consumed rapidly, used by Sumu Bai to strengthen his Divine Soul. After breaking through to the 8th rank, the conversion efficiency had increased to 10%. Although it was still far from enough compared to the Divine Soul of a mid-stage lesser god, every little bit helped. Besides that, Sumu Bai was also waiting for the changes in his internal small world to conclude. The rule-level Golden Sea of Blood had merged with the Sea of Death, and now it had completely replaced the endless ocean within the small world. The figures of the 100 billion strong catastrophe army had also completely disappeared from the land. At this moment, they had completely sunk into the Sea of Death, which was bubbling with golden bubbles, and the mottled golden areas on their bodies were growing larger and larger. Sumu Bai felt that it wouldn't be long before he would possess a golden skeleton army. At this, Bing Shuang shut her mouth in frustration and stomped back to her room, because it had finally realized that it was impossible to argue with a fool. Without even realizing it, Amon had dragged its train of thought down to his own level, and then used his wealth of experience to leave it speechless. Ling Yu had also long since chased Yulen back to their room, and the star dome suddenly fell quiet. Just then, Amon suddenly spoke up, almost forgot. This is the Land of Ruin. As he spoke, he flashed behind Huangbue and Lu Mao, giving each of them a flick to the forehead. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. Get moving. Follow your big brother outside to get a close-up feel for the residual fluctuations of the laws of destruction here. Chapter 544, Internal Strife. Bonus Chapter. Looking from the vast expanse of the cosmos, the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods was not a planet, but a continent floating in the starry sky. The outer perimeter was composed of azure seawater, firmly wrapping the continent within. When the water reached the boundary, it did not spill out. Instead, it flowed directly into the endless void of space, only to be transported back by faint spatial fluctuations. Outside the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods, there existed a shimmering golden barrier. This was the restriction of the Myriad Worlds game. Any living being that entered the barrier would have their strength suppressed. Local players of the Forbidden Land of the Gods, as well as Blue Star players pulled into the Myriad Worlds game, could still utilize the power of laws here, but outsiders, upon entering, could only exert power at the early stage of the Saint Extermination level. Coupled with the loss of the power of laws, they would never be a match for the locals within the Forbidden Land of the Gods. This was the reason why, even though the locations of all Forbidden Lands of the Gods were public knowledge, they remained safe. Even if players from the Forbidden Land of the Gods wanted to leave, they would do so directly through the cross-world teleportation function provided by the Myriad Worlds game, without needing to fly through space. Therefore, races like the Blood Clan, who viewed humans as mere sustenance, did not bother sending people to monitor each forbidden land. The effort required for such an endeavor was not proportional to the gains. It was almost entirely meaningless. Of course, the cross-world teleportation to leave a forbidden land was only free the first time it was used. If one wanted to return, it would cost a significant amount of money. Under normal circumstances, the cost of cross-world teleportation was simply not something a Saint Extermination level player in a forbidden land could afford. Baines was clearly unaware of this, otherwise, how could he have sent Harriman to hunt down Sumubai in the first place? In the entire now 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods, the only person who truly had sufficient understanding of the myriad worlds was Feng Yuan. Everyone else only knew scattered, fragmentary information. They didn't even understand how powerful the Lawmaster realm truly was. Nor did they know how many Lawmasters existed in the myriad worlds. One's vision determines one's scope. The myriad worlds that Baines imagined was not the true myriad worlds. Ever since Sumubai appeared, Baines, as the ruler of the Saint Empire, had not heard a single piece of good news. But today, a rare smile appeared on his face. Because Harriman had finally returned from the undead realm. Although he had failed to complete the mission of hunting down Bai Yi, Harriman had now become Baines's lifeline. Both were at the Saint Extermination level. With him here, Baines could find a way to confuse Feng Yuan's perception and seize the opportunity to escape this heartbreaking place. But upon seeing Harriman, the other man's first words left Baines stunned. "Baines, surrender." "What did you call me?" Baines's expression froze. "You just took a trip to the undead realm, and now you're getting arrogant." Harriman ignored Baines's surprise and spoke with a blank expression. "The Divine Dragon Empire unifying the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods is the inevitable trend. You cannot stop it. HMPH. And what if I can't stop it?" Baines let out a cold snort. "Even if it means leaving my homeland, I will never let them unify it so easily." His words were filled with hatred and unwillingness, but in reality, it was merely a matter of the victor and the vanquished. Baines simply could not accept such an outcome. In his heart, there was no sense of righteousness for the human race. There was only his own self-interest. He would rather flee the Forbidden Land than surrender early and let the Divine Dragon Empire complete its unification a step sooner. Because as long as he was alive, even if he were not within the Forbidden Land, he would still be the ruler of the Saint Empire. Without his nod of approval, the Saint Empire could not surrender. The Master was right after all. The existence of people like us is not only of no benefit to the human race, but may even become a scourge. Harriman suddenly sighed. This sentence was directed at Baines, but it was also about himself. Although his soul was controlled by Sumubai, Harriman was not a walking corpse. His thoughts had not changed in the slightest. He was simply now subject to Sumubai's will. If not for Sumubai's soul imprint on his spirit, he would be no different from Baines. Back on that abandoned planet, if Sumubai's strength hadn't been sufficient, that one sentence from Harriman would have caused the human race to lose a true prodigy forever. "Master," Baines's pupils constricted. "What does that mean? Who is this master you speak of?" There is no need for you to know." Harriman gave a cold laugh, and the aura of an early-stage Saint Extermination level expert erupted instantly. "Who gave you the confidence to dare raise a hand against me?" Baines was furious, raising his hand to strike at Harriman. At the same time, a holy white light suddenly surged from his body. The white light condensed above Baines's head into a cross burning with holy flames, radiating powerful law fluctuations, law of holy judgment. As someone capable of standing toe-to-toe with Feng Yuan in the Forbidden Land, he possessed combat power at the peak of the Saint Extermination level, and his comprehension of the law of holy judgment had reached 99%, the ultimate 9 pattern limit. Normally, Harriman was only at the early Saint Extermination level and could never be a match for Baines. But after attaching himself to Sumubai, things were different. Almost the moment Baines mobilized his laws, two powerful forces erupted from Harriman's body in quick succession. Burst, shadow possession. Second stage burst, power of death. At the same time, a formation disc suddenly appeared in his hand, which he activated violently. A suppressed formation fluctuation swept across the surroundings, and the white cross above Baines's head began to tremble violently. The holy flames burning upon it extinguished in an instant. and Baines's peak Saint Extermination level aura was suppressed immediately. How do you possess such a powerful formation? A flash of shock crossed Baines's eyes. However, he did not retreat. Even with his strength suppressed to the late Saint Extermination level, he remained confident that he could crush Harriman at will. Don't be in such a hurry. The good things my master gave me are not limited to just this one. A cold sneer curled the corners of Harriman's mouth as two more formation discs appeared in his palms, which he crushed instantly. The next moment, Baines's strength was suppressed to the mid-Saint Extermination level. The combined effect of these three formations was similar to what Feng Yuan had given to Sun Bai back then. Is your master that guy, Bai Yi? Baines reacted abruptly, his expression changing drastically as he retreated violently. But by now, it was too late. Harriman's momentum surged suddenly, and the shadow energy and power of death on his body rose into the air. Boom! A terrifying, thunderous sound startled everyone in the entire St. Hall Imperial capital. Nearby onlookers stared in shock at the massive hole blasted into the headquarters of the Holy Light Heaven, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. What is going on? Why have the two greatest Saint Extermination level powerhouses of our empire suddenly started fighting? Today's extra chapter is served. Dear patrons, have a great weekend. Please support Chapter 545. Can anyone be greater than Bai Yi? The moment Harriman and Baines began their fight, the three Saint Extermination level powerhouses far away in the Shenlong Empire all looked toward the west. What is going on? Why is that old fellow Baines fighting with Harriman? A look of confusion flashed in Lovsky's eyes. Charles's expression also turned grave. I am more concerned about why Harriman's aura has suddenly become so much stronger. What exactly did he obtain after taking a trip to the myriad worlds? Lovsky narrowed his eyes slightly. If he truly obtained a great opportunity, do you think the landscape of the Forbidden Land of Gods will change because of it? Forget it. No matter how good the opportunity is, it's useless. Charles shook his head with a smile. What kind of opportunity could compare to the fact that Bai Yi is a member of the Shenlong Empire? That is also true. Lovsky nodded in deep agreement. The two exchanged a glance, stopped paying attention to the Saint Extermination level aura in the St. Hall Empire, and closed their eyes once more to continue comprehending the path of laws. They had already chosen their side, and it was meaningless to dwell on these things now. Since they had boarded the ship of the Shenlong Empire, there was no need to let their minds wander, believing in the monstrous talent of Bai Yi. The force that would ultimately unify the Forbidden Land of Gods would only be the Shenlong Empire. At the same time, Feng Yuan, who was inside the valley, also opened his eyes. However, there was a smile on his face. It seems this is the opportunity for unification that young friend Bai Yi spoke of. The next moment, Feng Yuan's voice echoed in the minds of Lovsky and Charles. Send out the notice. We are convening the conference of 100 nations. Boom. A loud explosion rocked the entire St. Hall Imperial capital, and a massive hole was instantly blasted into the headquarters of the Holy Light Heaven. Caught off guard, Baines was sent flying directly by Harriman's strike. The sonic boom caused by Baines's backward flight was so intense that it even toppled many nearby buildings. Combined with the dense white light on his body, he truly looked like a star rapidly moving away from the capital. And it was even flickering. This scene was only missing the line, "I will be back." And fortunately, Baines was not from Blue Star and did not understand this meme. Moreover, he was not a defeated villain. This was, in fact, his home turf. Beep 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 beep. In an instant, urgent alarm sirens rang out across the St. Hall Imperial capital. The city guard mobilized immediately, rushing to the battlefield. But upon seeing that the two people fighting were none other than the Pope and the chief of the tribunal, they all stood there, stunned and at a loss for what to do. In this situation, what are we supposed to do? We don't dare to intervene. Even more conflicted than them were the bishops who appeared the moment the headquarters was damaged. Although they were all top-tier 9th-ranked mythical level powerhouses, they were truly insignificant in front of Baines and Harriman. The gap between a 10th-ranked Saint Extermination level and a 9th-ranked mythical level could not be bridged by mere numbers. To fight across ranks, besides having powerful base attributes, the most important thing was the comprehension of laws. Beneath the laws, all were ants. The bishops stood in midair, their expressions as complex as could be. They watched Harriman, who was soaring into the sky, and for a moment, They didn't know what to do. Stopping them was definitely impossible. But if they did nothing, their lives would certainly not be easy once this battle ended. Fortunately, Harriman's voice suddenly rang out, allowing the bishops and the city guards watching from afar to heave a long sigh of relief. Go back to whatever you were doing. The Pope is merely sparring with this chief. What just happened was just an accident. Before the words had even faded, Harriman's figure had already become a black speck, colliding with the white speck of light high in the sky. If not for the excellent eyesight of mythical level powerhouses, they might not even have been able to see the specks of light. Since that is the case, everyone, let's disperse. Pete let out a long sigh of relief and waved his hand at the crowd. He was one of the bishops and also the deputy chief of the tribunal, sharing a relationship with Harriman that was both mentor, student, and friend. I never expected His Holiness the Pope and the chief to have such refined interests. Indeed, I estimate that the chief has made great progress this time. Everyone, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Wait for me. I have matters to attend to as well. What a coincidence. I also happen to have matters to attend to, seeing Peter speak first. The group of bishops exchanged a few polite pleasantries before fleeing the imperial capital as if their lives depended on it. A friendly spar. Tell that to the ghosts. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the battle between Baines and Harriman was absolutely not just a friendly spar. However, they had never dared to intervene in the first place. And now that Harriman had provided an excuse, everyone naturally played dumb and took the opportunity to step down. If they didn't run now, when would they? The city guards also withdrew their troops immediately, though they quietly activated the imperial capital's defensive barrier, regardless of whether it was a spar or not. And no matter who won, they couldn't possibly destroy the imperial capital, right? After all, the imperial capital was the property of the winner, wasn't it? Therefore, the city guards and the people of the imperial capital were not overly worried. Terrifying roars continued to echo from high above, but due to the great distance, they did not have much impact on the defensive barrier. Harriman and Baines had exchanged dozens of blows, and surprisingly, Harriman had steadily gained the upper hand. Baines's expression grew increasingly unsightly as the fight progressed. After another collision, he couldn't help but cough up a trace of blood, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. Damn it, how long has Harriman been away? How could he possibly have improved so much? Under the suppression of multiple rays, his own strength was reduced to only the mid-stage of the Saint Extermination level. In contrast, Harriman had inexplicably acquired combat power at the late stage of the Saint Extermination level. With one side weakening and the other growing stronger, Baines gradually began to show signs of defeat, divine descent state. What the hell is this thing? Looking at that strange status on Harriman's attribute panel, Baines was utterly baffled. Having lived for so many years, he considered himself well-informed and even had a certain understanding of the myriad worlds. But he had never heard of a state like divine descent that could provide such a massive boost. Baines, don't think about escaping. Today is the day you die. Harriman had no intention of explaining. As his cold, sinister voice rang out, he transformed into a streak of black light and closed in on Baines once more. Clang! His short sword collided with Baines's staff, emitting a crisp sound of clashing metal. The power of the Shadow Law and the Light Law became entangled, pulling at each other frantically. But the law power Harriman was channeling at this moment was not just the Shadow Law. There was also a faint hint of the Soul Control Law. If it were just Harriman alone, he clearly wouldn't be a match for Baines in terms of law power. But now, he was in a cheating state, bolstered by the support of Sumubai, the next sovereign of death. Naturally, the situation was completely different. With the addition of the Soul Control Law, Baines suddenly felt his soul grow dazed. The next moment, his figure was sent flying again, turning into a brighter star in the sky. I can't let this go on. Baines's heart sank. He simply used the force of the impact to fly straight toward the cosmic void. Previously, he had been afraid of being discovered by Feng Yuan if he left. But at a time like this, how could he still care about that? Chapter 546, for righteous gain up. But the next moment, the space in front of Baines was suddenly torn open, and a gray-white arrow appeared out of thin air, shooting straight toward his face. What? Baines's expression changed drastically, and he immediately used a displacement skill to dodge. Light flicker. Phew, what a terrifying aura of death. Baines let out a long sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he had even felt the approach of death, as if he would have fallen on the spot had he been struck by that arrow. But his look of survival only lasted for an instant. The arrow seemed to have eyes, performing a 180-degree turn and striking Baines immediately after his displacement. Poochie. Baines's chest was pierced through, but the damage caused by this arrow was much lower than he had imagined. Just then, a crescent moon suddenly appeared above his head, directly projecting Baines's shadow onto the high sky. You're quite lucky. Even the underworld sun verdict, infused with 30 marks, couldn't kill you. As the cold, eerie voice sounded, Moon Knight, clad in silver white form-fitting armor, emerged from Baines's shadow. His moon-colored light sword already swung out. It's actually you people. Baines's pupils constricted. He flicked his staff, and several layers of holy light shields instantly condensed on his body, but immediately following, a crimson streak of light shot over, and a flame battle blade slashed straight toward his face. At the same time, the space in front of Baines tore open again, and a series of arrows shot out one after another. Whoosh, 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 crack. Facing the joint attack of Moon Knight, Underworld Sun, and Ember Annihilation, Baines, who had been responding in haste, was caught off guard. PFFT, he retreated violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Moon Knight and Ember Annihilation in horror, while frantically searching for the whereabouts of Underworld Sun. Looking at the two who had already exceeded level 180, Baines's heart was filled with shock. How could you have improved so quickly? Back at the Heaven's Pride tournament, Baines and the other top combatants of the Forbidden Godland had recognized that Moon Knight and the others were Saint Extermination level beings. But as everyone knew, the resources required for the growth of Saint Extermination level beings were extremely vast. Even if these three were powerful, how could they have improved so quickly in a place as resource-deprived as the Forbidden Godland? How could he have known that although the XP required for Moon Knight and the others to level up was high, the maps they were grinding had been upgraded by Sumubiya and by constantly farming bosses, combined with the XP bonuses from the Divine Dragon Empire and the Hegemony Guild. Their leveling speed naturally soared, although the three were not yet adults. By joining forces and relying on their special SSS-grade talents, they were still no match for Baines. But there was no problem at all installing him for a while. It was just a pity that this old bastard was lucky the 30% instant kill judgment hadn't taken his life. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such trouble. Mingri naturally could not store so many Saint Extermination grade judgment marks in the Forbidden Land of Gods. However, there was Sumubai. Nowadays, he could mobilize 3 talents simultaneously. During the previous massacre in the Blood Realm Secret Realm, he had killed quite a few Saint Extermination grade generals from both races. Not only did he obtain a massive amount of Mingri marks, but the talents of Jinmi and Ui had also improved significantly. Jinmi's talent was better suited for large-scale destruction and was not appropriate for use in this battle, but Yui's Crescent Moon's demise, that was perfectly suited. While the three of them were blocking Baines, Harriman also caught up from below. He immediately acted as the main force, suppressing Baines in one fell swoop. Yui's gaze sharpened, the soul fire within his pupils surged, and a full moon instantly condensed above his head. The next moment, the moonlight sword in his hand turned into a blur, striking Baines instantly. Crescent Moon's demise, squelch. This sword pierced directly through the wound on Baines's chest. As it drew blood, a terrifying damage number jumped out from above Baines's head. 3.78 trillion. PFFT. Baines's pupils widened, already injured. He was instantly dealt a heavy blow. His health bar, which had been at over 80%, was instantly cut in half. And this was only because his low power had weakened a portion of the damage from Crescent Moon's demise. True damage could ignore all defensive effects, but low power could still provide a certain degree of mitigation. Under normal circumstances, Baines would have been injured by this strike, but he would never have been so severely crippled. The multiple suppression arrays used by Harriman had far too great a restrictive effect on his strength and laws. Otherwise, Only after Yui entered his adult stage and comprehended the path of laws would he be able to offset the weakening effects of Baines's laws. Of course, this was also related to the level of comprehension both sides had regarding the laws. However, that was in a one-on-one scenario. Right now, Yui was not engaged in a fair duel with Baines. They were participating in a righteous gang-up. Harriman in his god-descending state alone was already more than Baines could handle. Now with the addition of Yui and Jinmi, under the siege of the three, his health points began to plummet straight down. Mingri, whose location was unknown, kept drawing his bow and firing arrows, constantly restricting Baines's movements. Since Sumubai had allowed Harriman to return to the Forbidden Land of Gods, he had naturally made all the necessary preparations. The Wheel of Time and Space could now be summoned here, which was why the three of them had appeared on the battlefield so suddenly. If Baines could still escape under these circumstances, then Harriman, Yui, and the others would truly have to die to atone for their failure. Boom! Roars echoed continuously in the high sky. White, dark black, crimson, moonlight, gray. As the 5 types of power collided, clusters of dazzling light exploded from time to time. It was just that 4 of them were on the same side, and only the white light representing Baines gradually became less dazzling. No accidents occurred, and Baines did not wait for a miracle. A moment later, this Saint Extermination Great Supreme Powerhouse, who had ruled the Sanctuary Empire for who knows how long, finally fell above the imperial capital. The 3 of you are progressing really fast. Harriman glanced at Mingri, who had suddenly appeared beside him, his gaze lingering on Yui and the others. Compared to the master, we are still too slow. Yui and Jinmi exchanged a glance and shook their heads. The soul fire in Mingri's pupils flickered gently, and he said nothing. Hey, who can compare to the master? Harriman smiled, his eyes filled with devout faith. Enough. Do what you are supposed to do. Yui glanced at him, waved his hand to put away Baines's spatial ring, and gestured dismissively. Let's go. As the words fell, a portal opened out of thin air in front of the 4. The 3 stepped into it one after another, leaving only Harriman alone in the high sky, glancing at the corpse, which was surrounded by death energy and had not yet decomposed. Harriman's thoughts stirred. He took Baines's body and turned toward the imperial capital. A long time later, a system announcement suddenly rang out across the Sanctuary Empire. The appearance of this announcement instantly caused the entire Sanctuary Empire to fall into a dead silence. Chapter 547. I have finished speaking. Who approves? Who opposes? Bonus chapter. Sanctuary Empire announcement. The Pope of the Holy Light Heaven, Baines, has been confirmed dead. All high-level personnel of the Holy Light Heaven are requested to return to headquarters to elect the next Pope. The battle between Baines and Harriman had only just occurred. The news was only known to those in the imperial capital and had not yet spread. This sudden message immediately caused a sensation. Whether they were locals or players, everyone was stunned, unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, the Sanctuary Empire's chat channel finally exploded. No way. How could the Pope suddenly die? Did the Dragon Empire attack us? The World Game just notified us that Yui, Jinmi, and Mingri invaded our territory. Could it be them? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even though their levels are high, they aren't even level 200. How could they kill the Pope? Exactly. This is something even White Knight couldn't do. What makes the 3 of them capable of it? But the Pope is really dead, and there were no other invaders besides them. It couldn't have been suicide, right? Do you think it's possible that there was a traitor inside the Holy Light Heaven? Hard to say. Is there anyone from the imperial capital who can provide some inside information? Hey bro, is something wrong with your brain? You need to be level 120 to enter the imperial capital. Our country doesn't even have a single level 40 player who could go to the imperial capital. While the players were heatedly discussing, the Sanctuary Imperial Capital also became lively. Baines's fall cast a shadow over the city, but as the high-level officials of the Holy Light Heaven returned one by one, the focus of everyone's attention shifted to the candidates for the next pope. As ordinary citizens, they had no idea what the difference was between a tribunal chief and a bishop. Harriman, in his position, rarely appeared in the outside world. However, their speculations were of no importance. Inside the conference hall at the headquarters of the Holy Light Heaven, a group of bishops, deacons, and others sat quietly in their respective seats, their gazes filled with trepidation as they looked at the figure in the main seat. Sunlight streamed in through the large hole caused by the previous battle, forming a beam of light that landed precisely on Harriman. At his feet, the corpse of Baines lay motionless, a faint aura of death lingering on its surface. Harriman seemed to have just finished speaking and felt a bit thirsty. He slowly picked up the goblet on the table, took a sip, and swept his gaze across the people present, a warm smile appearing on his face. "I have finished speaking. Who is in favor? And who is against?" Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at one another, momentarily forgetting how to speak. In terms of strength, everyone knew the position of the next pope belonged to you. But isn't this a bit too direct? Couldn't you have? While the bishops and deacons were stunned, Harriman continued, "It seems no one is against it." As he spoke, he stood up and stepped on Baines's corpse with one foot. "Since that is the case, I will announce it directly from now on. I shall assume the position of Pope." Having said this, Harriman paused and swept his gaze across the crowd once more, but this time, everyone felt a powerful pressure, as if the slightest wrong move would result in them being attacked by the laws of shadow. At the same time, Harriman's cold voice rang out again. "I hope that for the upcoming World Game vote, you will all act quickly." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shiver. The tribunal, as an institution, was primarily tasked with policing the internal affairs of the Holy Light Heaven. Therefore, Harriman, as the tribunal chief, had always been a terrifying, monstrous presence in the eyes of the bishops and deacons. Not to mention that he had just killed the former Pope, Baines. Who would dare to offend such a person? Thus, the moment Harriman initiated the vote in the World Game, everyone unanimously chose to agree. They were terrified that being a step too slow would lead to his resentment. If that were to happen, their future days would be filled with misery. Well done. Harriman received the system notification of his inauguration, and the terrifying pressure shrouding the conference hall instantly vanished. "All right, everyone get prepared. The land of divine prohibition is about to undergo a massive change." Waving his hand, Harriman turned and vanished from the conference hall. Only the group of bishops and deacons remained, looking at each other in confusion. A massive change? What kind of massive change? Forget it. As long as we don't defy Pope Harriman, it will be fine. I just wonder how Pope Harriman will deal with the increasingly powerful Divine Dragon Empire. As they spoke, their gazes couldn't help but fall upon Baines's corpse. Sigh, with Lord Baines gone, do we still have any hope? Hope? I feel like ever since that Bai appeared, we haven't had any hope at all. It makes no difference whether Baines is here or not. Should we persuade Pope Harriman to surrender? If you want to go, you go. I wouldn't dare. Sigh, let's disperse. Who knows how much longer we have to live. The moment Harriman took office, the system announcement sounded throughout the Sanctuary Empire once again. Sanctuary Empire announcement. The Holy Light Heaven Pope selection has concluded. Congratulations to Harriman for becoming the current Pope of the Holy Light Heaven. This announcement left everyone stunned. Wait. Is the selection of a pope really this sloppy? Fuck, I just recovered from the news of the pope's death. And you're telling me a new pope has already been chosen? My god, is this efficiency too high? If our bald eagle country had this kind of efficiency back on Blue Star, we probably wouldn't have been surpassed by China, right? We've been dragged into the world game for so long. What's the point of talking about that now? Exactly. We should be thinking about how to resist the Divine Dragon Empire's army once the national borders disappear. Resist with our heads. The last person on the Blue Star region level leaderboard is almost level 70. Does anyone among our highest level players even have half their level? Do you think Harriman will surrender early after taking office? It's possible. After all, we lost a Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse. We can no longer be mentioned in the same breath as the Divine Dragon Empire. Just as everyone was heatedly discussing this, an announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire land of divine prohibition. Today's extra update is here, Chapter 548, Envious to Tears. Upon hearing that the Divine Dragon Empire had taken the initiative to convene a 100-nation summit, the high-level officials of various countries in the land of divine prohibition entered the 100-nation summit space immediately. However, over this period, Some countries had already been annexed by the Divine Dragon Empire, so there were far fewer mythical level powerhouses participating in the summit this time. What do you think the Divine Dragon Empire wants to do this time? Could it be that they've come to their senses and are prepared to accept our surrender? That would be a good thing. I previously expressed my willingness to offer up half of our treasury's resources, but the Divine Dragon Empire wouldn't agree. Who's to say? The Divine Dragon Empire's appetite is simply too large. I wonder what conditions Feng Yuan will put forward this time. Regardless, we must keep some of our assets. The treatment after surrendering is already inferior to their own mythical level powerhouses. If we really hand everything over, we'll be completely finished. Aren't you afraid that the Divine Dragon Empire will launch an attack in a year? What's there to be afraid of? The first one to be hit will definitely be the Sanctuary Empire. It won't be too late to surrender if we really have to drag it out until then. That makes sense. Perhaps we really can keep some resources. Everyone, don't be afraid. We aren't making any excessive demands. If the Divine Dragon Empire wants to completely unify the land of divine prohibition, they surely won't want to make it look too ugly. The mythical level powerhouses from various countries had long since arrived, but Feng Yuan was late to enter. They were in no hurry, taking the opportunity to communicate with the others instead. Everyone was well aware that the Shenlong Empire unifying the God-forbidden land was an inevitable trend. Even the Sanctuary Empire could not stop it. In reality, these people also wanted to surrender, but the problem was that the Shenlong Empire wouldn't pay them any mind. If they offered up all their resources, they could certainly succeed in merging into the Shenlong Empire. But these mythical level powerhouses were somewhat unwilling to do so. Although they dared not stand against the Shenlong Empire head-on, as long as the Sanctuary Empire existed for one more day, these people still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts. To put it mildly, retaining a portion of their resources was still very possible. A moment later, Feng Yuan's figure appeared in the center of the venue. The entire space fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned toward him in unison. Xingjun had already left the God-forbidden land, and Lovsky and Charles were no longer leaders of their respective factions, so they did not attend. As for Baines and Harriman, they were currently in the midst of a great battle. Therefore, Feng Yuan became the only 10th rank Saint Extermination level existence at this meeting. After Feng Yuan appeared, he merely glanced at the crowd indifferently, then sat down in the main seat without saying a word. For a time, the entire meeting space was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The mythical level powerhouses from various countries looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion as they observed the calm-faced Feng Yuan. Some opened their mouths, wanting to speak, but ultimately remained silent, because no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. Others glanced from time to time at the seats belonging to the Sanctuary Empire, a look of contemplation flashing in their eyes. Why didn't Baines come? Did Feng Yuan not notify him? Or was he intentionally showing disrespect to the Shenlong Empire? The absence of the Sanctuary Empire raised some doubts in the hearts of the mythical level powerhouses present. After a long while, someone finally couldn't hold back anymore. Lord Feng Yuan, may I ask what major event prompted the convening of this 100-nation summit? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze focused on Feng Yuan once again. No rush. Feng Yuan smiled slightly, as if he were waiting for something. The crowd was stunned upon hearing this. What did that mean? They felt like they couldn't understand it at all. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a system announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire God-forbidden land. In an instant, all the mythical level powerhouses in the 100-nation summit space stood up abruptly, their faces filled with shock. Announcement from God-forbidden land. No. 7. The Sanctuary Empire has officially merged into the Shenlong Empire. The original citizens of the Sanctuary Empire have officially become third-class vassal civilians of the Shenlong Empire. Those with sufficiently high contributions will be able to improve their status further, effective immediately. The national borders between the two countries have vanished. The original territory of the Sanctuary Empire is officially incorporated into the map of the Shenlong Empire. Shenlong Empire players may teleport freely. This is hereby announced. Announcement from God-forbidden land. No. 7. Rewarding all players with first-class citizen status in the Shenlong Empire with Kung 10 years of lifespan. Kung 100,000 gold coins. and a permanent 100% EXP gain from monster grinding stackable. What on earth had happened? How could the Sanctuary Empire surrender so suddenly? This sudden system announcement left all the mythical level powerhouses present frozen in place. Just moments ago, they had felt that the Shenlong Empire's primary target was the Sanctuary Empire and that it wouldn't be too harsh on them, the smaller nations. Now that the Sanctuary Empire had knelt and surrendered at lightning speed, who could they even reason with? This was a situation they had never imagined possible. Watching the stunned crowd, Feng Yuan stood up with a smile. I presume you have all heard it. This is the reason for convening this 100 Nations Summit. As for what to do next, I believe there is no need for this old man to say anything more, right? As his voice faded, Feng Yuan's figure slowly dissipated, leaving only the group of mythical level powerhouses standing blankly in the meeting space. At the same time, the global chat channel had completely exploded. The ones posting the most were not the players of the Shenlong Empire who had benefited, but rather the people from the Sanctuary Empire. What the F? Is the new pope moving this fast? Ha 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 ha. Finally successfully merged into the Shenlong Empire. No need to live in fear anymore. My god. I just went to kill an elite monster, and the XP gained was 10 times higher. Awesome. 50% of the benefits were already this good. No wonder the people of the Shenlong Empire level up so fast. Hey bro. Watch your status. We are also people of the Shenlong Empire now. Yes, yes, yes. From now on, we are all Shenlong people. Are there any Shenlong Empire citizens looking for underlings? I can do anything? No way. I need to make more contributions and strive to upgrade to a first-class citizen as soon as possible. Watching the joyous news flooding the screen from the Sanctuary Empire players, the players from countries that had not yet surrendered were green with envy. 50% of the benefits of a Shenlong Empire citizen who wouldn't want that. For a time, many complaints appeared in the global chat channel. I really don't know what our country is thinking. Why haven't we surrendered yet? When will we be able to become vassal civilians of the Shenlong Empire? Even the Sanctuary Empire has surrendered. I reckon it should be soon. I'm crying with envy. The peculiar style of the global chat channel made the Shenlong Empire players feel a bit uncomfortable for a moment. It was the first time they had seen people so happy to surrender. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were the ones who won. You're making us feel like we have no sense of achievement at all. That said, the Shenlong Empire players were still very excited deep down, although they didn't understand why the Sanctuary Empire had surrendered so suddenly. This also meant that the biggest obstacle to the Shenlong Empire unifying the God-forbidden land was gone. Players leveling up and doing quests in various places were all guessing when the Great Unification would be completed. However, this Great Unification arrived much faster than they had imagined. Chapter 549, Great Unification. Just a few minutes after the announcement of the Sanctuary Empire's surrender, while the global chat channel was still in a state of frantic scrolling, another series of announcements rang out. Announcement from God-forbidden land No. 7. The Bayou Kingdom has officially merged into the Shenlong Empire. Citizens of the former Bayou Kingdom have officially become third-class vassal civilians of the Shenlong Empire. Only those with sufficiently high contributions will be able to further elevate their status. 10. Announcement from God-forbidden land No. 7. The White Elephant Kingdom has officially been annexed by the Shenlong Empire. Announcement from God-forbidden land No. 7. The Yahello Kingdom has officially been annexed by the Shenlong Empire. This round of system announcements was truly unprecedented. The surrender of the Sanctuary Empire seemed to have opened Pandora's box, causing the remaining nations to scramble and compete to choose annexation by the Shenlong Empire. Keep a portion of their resources. Keep what? For heaven's sake. The Shenlong Empire's final opponent had already knelt, and they had done so while their national borders were still intact. What did that imply? Did Feng Yuan really initiate the 100 Nations Conference just to have everyone gather to listen to system announcements? The mythical level powerhouses of each nation were no fools. Since the Shenlong Empire knew in advance that the Sanctuary Empire would surrender, it was obvious they had done something behind the scenes, clearly, even though Bai Yi had already left. National borders could not stop the Shenlong Empire. Therefore, after Feng Yuan's figure dissipated from the 100 Nations Conference space, The mythical level powerhouses from each nation exited one after another. Immediately afterward, their first priority was to offer up all their resources, begging only for the Shenlong Empire to accept their surrender. Now, these people no longer held onto any ethereal hopes. Instead, they feared that if their surrender was too slow, it would create a rift with the Shenlong Empire. For a time, God Forbidden Land No. 7 ushered in a frenzy of system announcements. Every time a country surrendered, the system announcement would broadcast 10 times. Before the players could even express their thoughts, the next announcement would already be ringing out. This round of announcements lasted for over an hour, leaving everyone completely numb from listening. It was not until the very last country was annexed by the Shenlong Empire that the system announcements finally ceased. This also signified that the Shenlong Empire had completely achieved the unification of God Forbidden Land No. At this moment, the region-wide chat channel could effectively be renamed the Shenlong Empire Chat Channel. The continuous stream of system rewards had made the ears of the Shenlong Empire players almost callous. But as the announcements ended and they checked their total gains, they still couldn't help but be incredibly excited. Holy crap, a 100 XP bonus. Isn't this just taking off? Looking at it now, leveling up in this game isn't that hard after all. That's only because the XP bonus cap for Conquest is 100x, otherwise, it would probably have shot up to nearly 200x. Forget it. The difference between 100x and 200x isn't that big. I'm already very satisfied. There's a cap on the XP bonus, but there isn't one on gold coins. I suddenly feel like an upstart. Over 10 million gold coins. How am I supposed to spend all this? Don't get too excited too early. If everyone has it, it means no one has it. The purchasing power of gold coins is definitely going to depreciate rapidly. You don't know anything. This reward is only for first-class citizens like us. From now on, we are the elite. Ignorant. 10 million gold coins are only worth a little over 10,000 soul coins. Is that really a lot? It's a lot to me. No, I have to treat myself first. I'm hiring 2 employees to carry potions and clean up the battlefield. Teleportation fees covered. Price negotiable. Blonde, blue-eyed, curvy girls preferred. Buddy, you really are well played. I'm hiring 2 as well. Vulgar. Compared to the rewarded lifespan, these gold coins are nothing. Mom doesn't have to worry about me running out of lifespan to resurrect anymore. What should I do? Just thinking about how dying once now costs over 100 years of lifespan makes my heart ache. Just don't die. Then, we're all in the same guild, as long as we're careful when grinding monsters. We won't die. That's true. I really want to cut out a Big Brother Bai. If it weren't for his existence, how could we ordinary players enjoy such treatment? I wonder how Big Brother Bai is doing in the myriad worlds. Frost Prison, God Kingdom, Land of Ruin. The Signal Light brothers had left the Star Dome at some point, and the Frost and Angel sisters had also returned to their respective rooms. In the cabin hall, only Sumyubai remained, quietly absorbing the soul points within the essence of Divine Soul and the Death Codex. Although he had not seen everything that happened in God Forbidden Land No. 7 with his own eyes, he knew it like the back of his hand. The reason he didn't kill Harriman was precisely to send him back to help the Shenlong Empire complete its unification. It could be said that the major events occurring in God Forbidden Land No. 7 were all within Sumyubai's plan. Finally unified, Sumyubai suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Immediately following this, a system announcement suddenly rang in his ears. Myriad Worlds Human Race Announcement. Congratulations to God Forbidden Land No. 7 for completing unification ahead of schedule, officially gaining the qualifications to step into the Myriad Worlds. This is hereby announced. We hope other God Forbidden Lands that have not yet unified will learn from them. In addition to this, there was another system prompt. You have obtained the usage rights for the cross-boundary teleportation array of God Forbidden Land No. So that's how it is. Sumyubai looked at the newly added permissions on his panel and finally understood the significance of the unification. Before this, although a cross-boundary teleportation array existed in God Forbidden Land No. 7, only the locals had the permission to use it. If not for that, Dylan wouldn't have gone to such trouble to specifically leave behind a small cross-boundary teleportation array back then. Clearly, in his view, It would take a long time for God Forbidden Land No. 7 to complete its unification. Now, the Blue Star players finally possess the usage rights for the cross-boundary teleportation array. However, for the time being, this permission didn't hold much significance. Sumyubai had already left, so he had no use for it. As for the other players, their strength was too weak, and they could barely move an inch after leaving the God-forbidden land. The most important point was that the requirements for cross-boundary teleportation were too high. Players with a main attribute lower than 100 points could not withstand the terrifying energy during cross-boundary teleportation. In the current Blue Star zone, apart from Yui and the other two, no other players could meet this requirement. It is time to let them come out. Sumyubai's thoughts stirred, and he issued the command to Yui and the others. The cross-boundary teleportation array left behind by Dylan was originally for a single person. Even after being absorbed by the Death Codex, it could only transport him due to limitations in power. Moreover, at that time, the levels of Yui and the other two were too low, and their understanding of the myriad worlds was too limited. So the three of them had never been able to come out. Now that the Divine Dragon Empire had achieved complete unification, and there were no more enemies in the Forbidden Godlands, it was time for Yui and the others to come out and venture into the world. Chapter 550 Brian's Confusion and Shock. Bonus Chapter Forbidden Godland No. Feng Yuan personally escorted Yui and the other two to the location of the cross-boundary teleportation array, a look of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Once you reach the undead realm, you should feel right at home. Feng Yuan smiled and waved his hand. Go on. I won't nag you any further. I trust that young friend Bai Yi has already arranged everything. Yui and the others nodded, their figures disappearing into the cross-boundary teleportation array. Feng Yuan stood in place for a moment before turning to leave. In truth, he also wanted to head to the myriad worlds, but Forbidden Godland No. 7 had only just completed its unification. With Xingjun gone, he was still needed here to hold the fort. Besides, it had been so many years already, there was no need to rush at this moment. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Island Planet. This was one of the teleportation coordinates for the cross-boundary teleportation array of Forbidden Godland No. When Harriman first arrived, he had also landed here. This planet had nothing particularly special about it. It was not even as large as Hanyon Planet. After arriving, Yui and the others did not linger for even a second. They soared directly into the sky, flying toward the cosmic expanse. With their strength, although they had not yet reached adulthood, they already possessed the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. As expected of the undead realm, the aura of death is so dense. Flames flickered in Jinmi's eyes, his voice carrying a hint of joy. Yui, flying beside him, nodded as well. I have to say, it really feels like coming home. Even Mingri, who was usually reticent, broke his silence for once to share his thoughts. This great world is very comfortable. The three moved at high speed. Before long, they flew out of Bailan Planet and entered the silent cosmic void. They were not intending to traverse the stars with their physical bodies alone. They were waiting for someone. A moment later, the space not far away suddenly rippled faintly, and a small spaceship appeared out of thin air. As white light flickered, Yui and the others were ushered into the ship. Welcome, the three of you. Inside the cabin, Brian nodded toward them. The spaceship immediately began to accelerate, and the next moment, it entered the dark space once again. This was the Sovereign-class spaceship that Sumyubai had left for him, which also possessed infinite energy and the ability to perform spatial jumps. Brian had named this ship the Death God. He had set his heart on becoming the next Death God. As the Death God accelerated, Brian took a closer look at Yui and the others. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but at this glance, the soul fire in his pupils trembled violently. Yui the War God, Jinmi the War God, Mingri the Arrow God. What on earth was this? How had he never heard of such top-tier undead beings within the undead race? Could it be that he, the former lord of the Frost Prison, was just ignorant and ill-informed? Brian couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful of himself, but he quickly shook his head. As a member of the undead race and a top-tier undead being a Lich King himself, he was certain that there were absolutely no such top-tier undead beings in the undead race. The Master's methods were truly beyond his imagination. A figure emerged in Brian's soul, and a sense of awe naturally welled up in his heart. It was no wonder he hadn't seen top-tier undead beings like Yui and the others. They were created by Sumyubai in the first place. Moreover, this ability did not come from the Death Sovereign profession, but from Sumyubai's profession-specific catastrophe trait. How could a mere mid-level god like Brian possibly know of such methods? After entering the ship, the three found seats and curiously observed the scenery outside. Even though they were top-tier undead beings, this was truly their first time riding a spaceship. Everything in the undead realm was a novel experience for them. The death goddess speed quickly surged to its limit, and the spatial jump was immediately activated. The hull trembled slightly, and the death god returned to the vicinity of Frost Prison Planet. Just then, Yui suddenly turned to look at Brian, and Sumyubai's voice spoke directly from his mouth. Brian, I'll leave these three to you for the time being. Tell them more about the path of laws. Hearing this, Brian was stunned for a moment before he regained his composure and immediately nodded. Rest assured, Master, I will do everything in my power to assist them. Yui nodded, and the aura of Sumyubai's soul on him vanished instantly. Mr. Brian, please take care of us in the days to come. Leave it to me. Brian grinned, but his heart was already in turmoil. What was that just now? How could the Master's methods become increasingly incomprehensible? How? There is someone over there. Just then, Jinmi spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. They followed the direction Jinmi was pointing and saw a figure strolling through the starry sky. It was a beautiful woman with a perfect figure and a youthful, lowly-like face. She walked unhurriedly, her steps neither fast nor long. Yet her speed was not a bit slower than the death god that had just exited dark space. Is she of the god race? The soul fire in Brian's pupils flickered slightly as he whispered to himself. Only humans and the god race possessed such an appearance, but there were very few humans he couldn't see through. So it was highly likely that the person was of the god race. Are the god race really that formidable? Jinmi was clearly intrigued. Brian nodded. Rank number 1 in the myriad worlds, would you say that's strong or not? As he spoke, he deliberately slowed down the death god. I can't see through their information at all. It's best not to provoke them. In the starry sky, the goddess of luck seemed to sense the gazes of Brian and the others and turned her head to glance over. However, she did nothing else. After confirming that they were not the people she was looking for, she continued on her way toward the Frost Prison Star. Looking at the planet before her, the goddess of luck furrowed her delicate brows and couldn't help but pout. I clearly felt they were here before. Where did that thief run off to now? In the land of ruin. Sumyubai exited his takeover state and withdrew his divine soul. Just as he was preparing to continue absorbing the essence of divine soul and soul points to improve his own soul, a flash of joy suddenly crossed his eyes. The next moment, Sumyubai's divine sense sank into the small world within his body. The fusion of the Golden Blood Sea and the Sea of Death had finally concluded. Bonus chapter for today, Chapter 551, The Sea of Death. The rule-level Golden Blood Sea had now completely merged with Sumyubai's Sea of Death. His internal small world had also undergone a massive upgrade due to this fusion. When Sumyubai's divine sense sank into his internal world, he discovered that the area of the 4 continents and the Sea of Death had expanded by more than several times. Moreover, this growth had not yet ended. As time passed, his internal small world would only continue to grow larger. After all, a small world could not normally sustain a rule-level creation. Not only that, but Sumyubai's divine soul had also been significantly strengthened by the fusion of the Sea of Death and the Golden Blood Sea. Divine soul quality, peak lower god. Divine soul strength, peak lower god. Before this, the quality and strength of his divine soul had only been at the mid-stage of the lower god realm. In just a few short days, he had leaped past the late-stage lower god realm to reach the peak. It was hard to imagine that this was a level achievable by an 8th-order human player. And this was only the beginning. The Golden Blood Pool possessed a cataclysmic trait. While it existed within his internal small world, it would constantly temper Sumyubai's divine soul. This would continue until the effects of the soul impact no longer had any effect on him. After Harriman and his group had left, there were no longer any players in Sumyubai's internal small world. Even the massive Scourge army had now all submerged into the Sea of Death. After the two had completely merged, the grayish-white sea of death was tinged with a golden halo, and the deathly silent ocean now added a terrifying soul impact to its depths. Sumyubai sank his consciousness in to feel it slightly, and he discovered the distribution of the soul impact throughout the sea of death. From the edge of the world to the center, the intensity of the soul impact grew increasingly stronger, but even the soul impact at the very edge was definitely not something an ordinary saint extermination level creature could withstand. The 4 continents were located in the east, south, west, and north of the Sea of Death. And at the very center, a golden vortex had actually been born. This was the place where the soul impact was strongest. Even Sumyubai, the creator of this small world, did not dare to probe his divine sense into it. He hurriedly checked the current specific information of the Sea of Death. Sea of Death. Rule level creation. A creation born from the fusion of the rule level soul blood sea, possessing unparalleled power of death and soul. Specific effects. 1. After summons submerge into the Sea of Death, they will rapidly recover their state and be strengthened over time until they reach the limit of what the summon can withstand. 2. The Sea of Death possesses endless energy of death, which can significantly enhance the power of all laws under the death category. 3. The existence of the Sea of Death will assist you in comprehending the laws of the death category. 4. The Sea of Death contains terrifying soul-impacting energy. Entering it can serve to rapidly temper the divine soul, capable of tempering the soul up to the sovereign realm at its peak. 5. The existence of the Sea of Death will assist in the recovery of your divine soul. Special. The Sea of Death has merged with your internal small world. Its existence will cause your internal small world to be in a constant state of improvement. Your divine soul has merged with the Sea of Death. As long as the Sea of Death does not dry up, your divine soul shall not perish. Cataclysmic trait. 1. The energy within the Sea of Death is inexhaustible. Even if the myriad worlds were destroyed, it would never be depleted. 2. When the Sea of Death exists within the internal small world, the creator of the small world will be constantly subjected to the impact of the soul energy within the pool, passively tempering the soul. 3. You can adjust the effect of the soul energy impact at will, from a minimum of 0 to a maximum of the strongest impact at the center of the blood pool. A unique Sea of Death in the myriad worlds, its power can continue to grow. The new Sea of Death not only perfectly inherited the abilities of the soul blood sea, but its own effects had also been greatly enhanced. For Sumyubai, this was an entirely unexpected joy. After sensing the strengthening progress of the Scourge army beneath the Sea of Death, Sumyubai couldn't help but feel delighted. During this period, the surfaces of the Scourge army had all been stained with a faint layer of gold. Most importantly, the overall strength of the entire legion had directly increased by nearly twofold. However, a large number of ordinary skeletons among the Scourge skeletons had already been strengthened to their limit and could no longer continue to improve. Only the Death Knights, Lich Lords, Bone Dragon Kings, and Skeleton Kings still had room for further strengthening. Especially the Bone Dragon Kings, the gold on their surfaces was not even 1/5 of the way there, so there was clearly still a lot of room for subsequent improvement. Sumyubai was very much looking forward to seeing if, once all the Bone Dragon Kings were strengthened to their limit, they would be able to fuse into a 4-star Dragon King with the combat power of a lost sovereign realm. After withdrawing his thoughts, Sumyubai immediately changed the impact effect of the Sea of Death on his own divine soul. Before he changed it, the effect had been set to 0 by default. Acting on the principle of being safe, Sumyubai first set the impact effect to the late-stage lower god level. In an instant, he felt his divine soul tremble slightly, as if he had been struck by a soul-based attack. Scenes of endless slaughter and bloodshed flooded Sumyubai's mind. His divine soul reflexively activated its passive defense, struggling against this violent impact. Because the impact was one minor stage weaker than his divine soul, Sumyubai quickly adapted to the sensation. No wonder this can temper the divine soul. It's practically torture. Sumyubai couldn't help but mutter to himself. The method of tempering the divine soul in the Sea of Death could be described as simple and brutal, but such methods were often highly effective. However, this method had one drawback. After enduring the impact for a period of time, one needed to stop and recover. After all, no matter how strong a divine soul is, it is not invincible. No one could endure the impact indefinitely. Of course, that applied to others. Sumubai was the owner of the Sea of Death. Once his divine soul was exhausted or fatigued, it would recover rapidly. This was equivalent to fighting while being healed simultaneously, an endless cycle. Although the information on the Sea of Death did not explicitly state it was bound, Sumubai was certain that the Sea of Death had already bound itself to his soul. Just like the Death Codex, Heart of Chaos, Mystic Heaven Mirror, and the Wheel of Time and Space. Having grown accustomed to the soul impact effect of the late-stage Lesser God realm, Sumubai's gaze sharpened as he increased the impact intensity to the peak of the Lesser God realm. The next moment, he felt his mind flooded once again with scenes of endless slaughter and bloodshed. This time, Sumubai finally felt the pressure. He could clearly sense his divine soul power slowly depleting, but as it depleted, his divine soul was also gradually becoming tougher and more resilient. This improvement certainly wouldn't be visible in a short time, but as time passed, it would surely become increasingly obvious. The rate of consumption still doesn't seem fast enough. Calmly experiencing the degree of soul power consumption, Sumubai gradually increased the intensity of the impact. It wasn't until the divine soul impact effect was about to reach the median god realm that the consumption and recovery effects finally reached a rough balance. This will do for now. His divine sense swept over the small world that was still continuously expanding, and only then did Sumubai open his eyes. Chapter 552. Opportunity in the Land of Ruin. Notification. You have absorbed a soul essence. Soul power count 100. Current soul power 100. 100/100ths. After absorbing nearly 1,000 soul essences, Sumubai's soul power finally exceeded 100,000 points. It's time. Sumubai flipped his hand to take out the life beacon and moved his divine sense. Catastrophe. Target life beacon. Catastrophe tier 3. In an instant, his soul power poured out like a waterfall, transforming into terrifying energy that injected into the seed in his hand. The life beacon suddenly erupted with an emerald green light, illuminating the entire star dome. The light carried a rich aura of life, giving one a very comfortable feeling. Notification. You have lost 100,000 soul power. Notification. You have obtained the special item High-Grade Light of Life. A single catastrophe had directly returned Sumubai's soul power limit to square one, leaving him with a pathetic 100 points. Before he could even check the catastrophe trait of the high-grade light of life, Sumubai suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. His divine soul also transmitted a deep sense of fatigue, as if he were about to fall into a deep slumber the next second. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his ears. Notification. Your soul power is too low. Please increase it in time, otherwise you will fall into a deep slumber. Sumubai's heart tightened, and he hurriedly took out a pile of soul essences, absorbing them rapidly. He had always known that low soul power would lead to a deep slumber, but he had never encountered it himself. After all, for him, how could his soul power ever be too low? Even though Vivian had taken the vast majority of the resources, Sumubai still possessed tens of thousands of life soul source crystals. After freeloading these life soul source crystals, each one was a soul essence capable of increasing soul power by 100 points. Before condensing his divine soul, the 100 points of soul power Sumubai had left wouldn't have been considered small. But now, compared to a divine soul at the peak of the lesser god realm, these 100 points of soul power were completely insufficient. This meager amount of soul power could not support a powerful divine soul. If he couldn't increase it quickly, he would have to wait in a long slumber until his soul power limit slowly rose to the threshold of awakening under the influence of his divine soul. As soul essences were absorbed one by one, the drowsy feeling gradually disappeared, and the luster returned to Sumubai's eyes. It wasn't until his soul power limit was restored to 1,500 points that Sumubai fully recovered. I can't cut it this close in the future. Having learned his lesson, Sumubai didn't dare to perform a catastrophe with his soul power so depleted again. It wasn't as if he lacked soul essences, he could just absorb more each time from now on. With lingering fears, Sumubai absorbed dozens more soul essences, raising his soul power to over 5,000 points, before picking up the high-grade light of life again. This item had originally been a seed, but after the catastrophe, it had turned into a crystal clear green orb. Inside the orb, 7 emerald green rays of light collided and intertwined. High-grade light of life special item after crushing it. You and 6 selected targets will be guided by the light of life, directly entering a special spatial interlayer where the flower of life grows. Maximum guidance range. Myriad worlds. In addition, you will all receive the high-grade light of life buff to successfully pluck the flower of life. Besides strength, you also need sufficiently good luck. Catastrophe trait, buff effect increased tenfold. That's simple and clear enough. Looking at the catastrophe trait of the high-grade light of life, Sumyubai couldn't help but grin. He wondered what kind of effect this buff would have after being increased tenfold. Playing with the emerald green orb, Sumyubai moved his divine sense to notify everyone to assemble. Frost and the angel sisters soon walked out of their respective rooms. However, the 3 Signal Light brothers did not respond at all. Where did these 3 guys run off to? Sumyubai frowned. He extended his divine sense outside the star dome and quickly sensed the presence of Amon and his 2 companions not far away. It was just that the current state of the 3 was somewhat unusual. You all wait here for a moment. Sumyubai gave an instruction to Frost and the others, then moved his divine sense and vanished from the cabin. Teleportation. The next moment, his figure appeared right beside the 3 of them. The space in the land of ruin was unstable, and spatial tremors occurred from time to time. However, the destructive power of these tremors was not particularly strong. The vast majority were only at the early stage of Saint Destruction level. Tremors with the intensity of the late Saint Destruction level were already quite rare. Just as Amon had said before, as long as one possessed the strength of the late Saint Destruction level, there would be no life-threatening danger in the land of ruin. At this moment, all 3 were staring at the same spot, their eyes shimmering with divine light as if they were comprehending something. Taking a closer look, Sumyubai understood that they were currently in a state of epiphany. I didn't expect these 3 guys to have such an opportunity. Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction. Naturally, he would not disturb the 3 of them in this situation. Although a state of epiphany did not count as a massive stroke of luck, it was something that could be encountered but not sought. Amon and his brothers had already comprehended the law of destruction to the 8 pattern level. After this epiphany, it was very likely they could reach the 9 pattern level. The law of destruction was a path of law under the rule of annihilation, and those who comprehended it usually possessed immense destructive power. It was said that it also belonged to the rule of power. Such special laws were far more powerful than ordinary elemental laws, and it was clearly not an easy task to comprehend them. Although Amon and his brothers were sometimes a bit dim-witted, their aptitude was not low. Otherwise, they would not have been able to comprehend the law of destruction. Watching the 3 Signal Light brothers in their epiphany, Sumyubai also became interested in the land of ruin. This was his first time observing this place carefully, but in the vast, boundless starry sky, there was nothing but broken planetary fragments and ubiquitous spatial tremors. After a long while, Sumyubai finally found some differences. A golden light suddenly emerged from the depths of his eyes, and the vertical pupil between his brows opened accordingly. Eye of the profound heaven. This fluctuation. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened as he sensed a fluctuation of laws. Through the eye of the profound heaven, he instantly gained enlightenment. It's the law of destruction. No wonder these 3 guys could have an epiphany here. His golden glowing pupils scanned the surroundings, and within a few moments, Sumyubai sensed several other law fluctuations. These were all residual law powers of the land of ruin. It seemed that a great battle had once taken place here. In addition to the law of destruction, Sumyubai also sensed the law of slaughter, various laws of the darkness system, and the law of the death system. These residual law fluctuations were the source of opportunity in the land of ruin. I wonder what the strength of the 2 sides in the battle was. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes, judging by the extent to which this patch of starry sky had been destroyed, as well as the law powers and spatial tremors that still remained to this day. That battle back then was clearly no simple matter. It's a pity that so much time has passed. These law powers have become negligible. After sensing for a moment, Sumyubai shook his head with slight disappointment. However, just as he was about to close the eye of the profound heaven, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 553. A Thread of Karma from the Past. Bonus Chapter. Sumyubai was shocked to discover that in the corner of his eye, a faint, flickering thread had suddenly appeared. It was actually another thread of karma, just like the one from that old Manhwa back then. This thread of karma appeared out of thin air in space, and he did not know where the other end connected to. Sumyubai could not help but reach out and brush against this thread of karma. In an instant, a large number of fragmented images flashed through Sumyubai's mind. Perhaps because Sumyubai's soul had improved this time, some of the images were much more complete, as his soul power value dropped rapidly. The images in Sumyubai's mind flashed faster and faster. Without hesitation, Sumyubai waved his hand to take out a pile of essence of divine soul, absorbing them to replenish his soul power while sinking his consciousness into viewing the images in his mind. After consuming a massive amount of soul power, he finally pieced together a few slightly more complete scenes. These images seemed to be the great battle that had occurred in the land of ruin long ago. One of the sides was a demon the size of a planet. The demon had ferocious horns on its head, eyes filled with blood-red light, and its entire body radiated a terrifying aura. Divine power and law power flowed across its skin, and with a casual swing of its sword, it shattered a massive star. The law of destruction, the law of slaughter, and other residual law fluctuations in the land of ruin all came from this demon god. Piercing through the opponent's chest was a pitch-black, skeletal giant hand. Seeing this skeletal giant hand, Sumyubai's pupils could not help but constrict. So familiar. Immediately afterward, a figure in another image directly resolved the doubts in his heart. The person engaged in the fierce battle with the demon god was none other than Brian. It was just that the Brian in the image was high-spirited and vigorous, far beyond what he could compare to now. He held a staff entwined with the power of death, and around him was a vast, surging army of the undead. Within the army, there were even many undead creatures pulsating with divine power. That pitch-black bone hand piercing the demon god's chest was exactly the hand of death that Brian often used. He was clearly in the upper hand in this battle. The following few images were almost all scenes of Brian and the demon god exchanging blows. But Sumyubai did not see anything unusual. The function of this thread of karma seemed to be only to let him see images of the past. A moment later, the images gradually faded, and the thread of karma disappeared along with them. Sumyubai exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and closed the eye of profound heaven, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He didn't understand why this karmic thread would appear here. Was it simply because he had taken control of Brian's soul? The last time such a situation occurred was with Li Yun. What he had seen back then should have been a certain scene from the future, but what he saw this time was clearly the past. And Sumyubai felt that it didn't hold much significance. Unless this karmic thread didn't come from Brian, but from that demon god. At this thought, Sumyubai's eyes flickered. In the battle that originally formed the land of ruin, that demon god was clearly a bit weaker than Brian, but Brian had been asleep for such a long time, the other party might have already broken through. A demon god of the high god realm. Interesting. The corners of Sumyubai's mouth curled up slightly. He really wanted to see exactly what karma existed between himself and this demon god. Of course, all of this was currently just Sumyubai's speculation. It was also possible that this karmic thread truly did come from Brian. Sumyubai withdrew his thoughts and examined the system prompts from just now. Prompt: you have peered into a sliver of fate. Your comprehension of the law of karma has increased significantly. Law of karma current comprehension. This much. Sumyubai's gaze froze, somewhat surprised. The magnitude of this increase was actually even greater than the last time he received an infusion of origin power. Most importantly, after the law of karma broke through the 5% threshold, Sumyubai naturally comprehended a certain way to use this law. Boss, why did you come out just then? The three of them, Aming, and the others exited their state of enlightenment and looked at Sumyubai with puzzled faces. That's not important. Sumyubai waved his hand and beckoned to Aming. Come, attack me. Aming waved his hands repeatedly. Boss, there's no need to test me. My loyalty to you can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Astu. Cucumber and Green Hair spoke in unison. Sumyubai's mouth twitched. Do you think I'm just bored? Hurry up. This is an order. I'm all right. Aming hesitated for a moment, then timidly extended a finger and lightly tapped Sumyubai's arm. That cautious appearance looked as if he was afraid of messing up Sumyubai's eternal silence calamity set. The corners of Sumyubai's eyes twitched slightly, and 3 black lines couldn't help but descend from his forehead as he shouted sternly. A normal attack. Now, immediately, right now, understood. Aming's gaze sharpened, and he immediately threw a punch at Sumyubai. However, he only used physical strength and did not employ the law of destruction. Through this enlightenment, the 3 brothers had all gained a large amount of insight from the fluctuations of the law of destruction left behind by that demon god. Now, all 3 of them had reached the end of the path of the law of destruction in one leap. They were only one final barrier away from being able to completely master this path of law. 9 Mark Extreme. Saint Extermination Grade Peak. This was the current combat power of the 3 traffic light brothers. However, after this imposing punch landed on Sumyubai, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, failing to stir up even the slightest ripple. Sumyubai just stood there and took Aming's punch head-on without any reaction at all. Damn, boss. What kind of ability is this? Instead, it was Aming who let out a strange cry. His entire body was sent flying backward, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. This punch felt as if it had landed on himself. Cucumber and Green Hair couldn't help but rub their eyes, but they still couldn't understand what had happened. Only in Sumyubai's eyes could a karmic thread connecting himself and Aming be seen. This was the usage method of the law of karma he had just comprehended. It was called. Today's extra chapter is served. Special thanks to Benefactor Witcha for the Great God Certification, Chapter 554. Karma Reversal. Everything that had just happened could only be seen by Sumyubai. At the moment Aming's heavy punch hit his body, the faint karmic thread between the 2 of them suddenly reversed. In an instant, the law of karma took effect. This was not a simple reflection of the attack, but rather directly making Aming the cause. Bear the effect of this punch. The attacker was him, and the person receiving the attack was also him. In other words, under the effect of the law of karma, Sumyubai had directly stepped outside the causality of this punch. Therefore, no matter how strong this punch was, it was impossible for it to have even the slightest impact on Sumyubai. At this time, Aming also flew back while rubbing his chest, looking at Sumyubai with a face full of bewilderment. Boss, what law was that just now? When Sumyubai mobilized the law of karma, Aming naturally sensed it, but the law of karma was extremely difficult to encounter in the myriad realms. So Aming could not confirm which law it was through those subtle fluctuations. Karma. Sumyubai felt his own consumption and said casually. Aming's eyes widened suddenly, and he spoke in disbelief. The law of karma, on the side. Cucumber and Green Hair scratched their heads in confusion. Big brother, is the law of karma very powerful? Nonsense. That is a major branch of the rules of fate. The number of people in the myriad realms who can comprehend the law of karma can be counted on one hand. Aming spoke out the information he knew, which immediately shocked the 2 brothers, Cucumber and Green Hair. But their understanding was limited to knowing that the law of karma was very powerful. As for exactly how powerful it was, they still didn't have a clear concept. Aming asked curiously, Boss, if I had fully mobilized the law of destruction just now, would this move of yours still be useful? I don't know either. Sumyubai shook his head and beckoned to Aming again. Come, use your full strength and give it a try. All right, this time. Aming didn't play around anymore. He clenched his right fist tightly, and his violent power instantly rose to its peak. The muscles on his thick arm bulging. At the same time, the destruction law, which he had just comprehended to the peak of the 9 patterns, was fully mobilized. Wisps of pale red law energy coiled around his arm. The surrounding space, which was already trembling from time to time, was instantly torn into tiny fissures. One could only imagine just how powerful this punch was. Seeing this, Sumyubai mobilized his effective causality law while smiling and reminding him, don't forget to defend. Upon hearing this, the expression on Amon's face froze, and he suddenly realized, that's right. Why did he forget to defend? Seeing the boss looking so confident, it was highly likely that he would still have to endure this punch himself. Thinking of this, he immediately condensed a layer of dark energy shield on his body and simultaneously activated several defensive skills. After making all preparations, Amon's gaze sharpened, and he let out a sharp shout. Boss, here it comes, boom! As the words fell, Amon's right fist slammed towards Sumyubai in an instant. The 2 bystanders on the side, Although they couldn't understand anything, didn't find it any less entertaining to watch. In Sumyubai's eyes, the moment Amon launched his attack, the causal line between the two reversed, but this time, it was clearly not as easy as the last. Although the destruction law could not completely block Sumyubai's causality law, as both were forms of law energy, it could still play a certain role. The two distinct types of law energy collided. Sumyubai's causality law still took effect instantly, but the consumption was far greater than it had been last time. Boom! A loud bang shook the universe, and the violent power swept through the surroundings, causing the nearby space to tremble intensely, even creating ripples in space. Crack! At the same time, Amon's pupils constricted violently. The dark energy shield on his body shattered instantly, and his left shoulder felt as if it had been struck by a spaceship. His entire body went spinning as he flew away. Cucumber's gaze followed Amon's figure, and he couldn't help but exclaim, as expected, "Big Brother is ruthless. He can even land such a heavy blow on himself." Green Hair nodded in agreement. "I admire him." Under the influence of the causality law, Sumyubai successfully jumped out of the causality of this punch once again. On the surface, it looked as if Amon's punch had landed solidly on him. But throughout the entire process, apart from the consumption of his soul power, he didn't feel a thing. With only 5% of the causality law, this was all he could achieve. The destruction law was, after all, a high-level special law, far from what ordinary laws could compare to. In the short term, Sumyubai had no way to use the causality law to reverse Amon's full-force attack again. However, being able to achieve this much, Sumyubai was already very satisfied. Just moments ago, he had been prepared for failure. The reason he had let Amon use his full strength without any reservations was that his greatest source of confidence was the massive Scourge Legion within the small world inside his body. Amon was only at the peak of the Saint Extermination level and could not yet directly target his true body. The last time in the Blood Realm secret territory, the reason Sumyubai's HP dropped was entirely because the fluctuation of world power during the world's destruction was too powerful, directly ignoring the effect of the Eternal Death Contract. Although the Eternal Death Contract was strong, it was, after all, only an SSS-level skill. The explosion at that time did not cut off the connection between Sumyubai and his summons, but it caused damage to his true body before the Eternal Death Contract could take effect. Given this point, Sumyubai had also made a decision regarding his choice for the next path of law. The existence of the Sea of Death allowed his soul to be immortal, but his body would still be destroyed. Sumyubai did not want to be like Brian, refining a divine body using various materials. As a member of the human race, he always felt that his original body was the most perfect to use, even though, for unknown reasons, his maximum HP had been permanently stuck at 1. I wonder if this journey will be able to solve this problem. Sumyubai frowned. Regarding his maximum HP, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Was it really just because he entered the game while he was on the verge of death? Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He always felt that this matter was definitely not simple. Shaking his head and pushing the question to the back of his mind, Sumyubai looked at Amon, who was stumbling back. The latter was rubbing his left shoulder, baring his teeth as he said, "Boss, I'm never doing this again. The feeling of hitting myself is just too miserable." As he spoke, he pointed at his two brothers. "How about we let them experience it next?" Hearing Amon say this, Cucumber and Green Hair's expressions changed instantly, and they looked at Sumyubai pitifully. Their aggrieved gazes looked exactly like children who knew it was their turn to get a shot. "Don't worry, I've finished my experiment." Sumyubai waved his hand, causing all three of them to breathe a sigh of relief simultaneously. Only then did Amon confidently approach him. "Boss, what is the name of this move?" Sumyubai thought for a moment. "Let's call it causality reversal." As soon as the words fell, a series of unexpected system notifications suddenly rang in Sumyubai's ears. Chapter 555. Stars Shifting and Heavens Turning. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending the method of using the causality law. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully creating an SSS level skill. Please name it. Click to view details. Listening to the system notifications ringing in his ears, a look of confusion flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. How could the causality reversal he comprehended only be SSS level? This thing was just a way of applying the causality law, to put it bluntly. It was still the causality law. How did it end up being downgraded instead? Although he was utterly baffled, Sumyubai moved his divine sense, causality reversal, however. The system notification that followed immediately after left him slightly stunned. Prompt: this skill cannot support this name. Please rename it. What is the meaning of this? Sumyubai was dumbfounded for a moment. And it wasn't until he reviewed the details of the self-created skill that he finally understood everything. Self-created skill. 1. A method of use comprehended by a player from a certain law, with the maximum being an SSS rank skill. 2. It can be taught to others, allowing them to borrow a sliver of power even without comprehending the law itself. 3. There are various ways to teach it. It can be crafted into a skill book using materials of the same tier, or taught directly face-to-face. Players are encouraged to explore more methods on their own. 4. There is no limit to the number of people who can be taught. But the stronger the law the skill belongs to and the higher the skill tier, the higher the learning requirements will be. So that's how it is. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes as he fully grasped the significance of self-created skills. Causal reversal was indeed a law-level ability, but it could only be used by himself. This self-created SSS rank skill was, in reality, just a low-tier version of causal reversal. Its true utility lay in the ability to be taught to others, allowing them to borrow a sliver of the power of the law of causality for the powerful existences in the myriad worlds. The most important aspect of such self-created skills was the ability to help their descendants comprehend the path of the law through the skill. But in Sumyubai's eyes, this thing was essentially a mass production cheat mechanism, as long as someone could successfully learn the skill. Sumyubai could use catastrophe to make them directly begin comprehending that law. Ordinary elemental laws would be one thing, but this skill belonged to the law of causality. If a large group of human players who had comprehended the law of causality were to appear in the myriad worlds, Sumyubai could hardly imagine the expressions on the faces of those top-tier races at the forefront of the myriad race rankings. It would surely be a spectacular sight. Thinking of this, Sumyubai reviewed the effects of the skill once more and then gave it a new name, Star Shifting. The next moment, the system notification sounded again. Prompt: congratulations to player White Knight for becoming the first player in the Blue Star District to create an SSS rank skill. Reward: comprehension of the law of causality come 3%. Prompt: a Blue Star District announcement will be made shortly. Star Shifting, SSS level 1. Active skill: using the opponent's own way to return the favor. Skill effects: 1. Perfectly reflect all enemy attacks, lasting 5 seconds. Can reflect up to 6 pattern law level attacks. 2. Reflected attacks have no trajectory, cannot be dodged, ignore damage transfer effects, and take effect on the attacker instantly. 3. Only reflects negative effects and damage, positive effects are accepted as is. Instant cast. Cooldown 120 seconds. Consumes 5% of maximum mana. Hitting you is the same as hitting oneself. Learning requirements: 1. Comprehension stat must exceed 100 points. 2. If one fails to comprehend it after 3 attempts, they will permanently lose the eligibility to learn it. Young man, this is an opportunity to touch upon the law of causality. Isn't it normal for the learning difficulty to be high? Setting aside the effects of star shifting, the learning requirements truly stunned Sumyubai. A full 100 points of comprehension. This difficulty was absolutely heaven-defying. One must know that Sumyubai's initial comprehension was a mere 12 points, even with his cheats, using various treasures to boost comprehension, and the bonus from the title Human Prodigy. His current comprehension had only just reached 272 points. Sumyubai frowned. Where would he find so many people who met the requirements to learn it? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the 3 traffic light brothers, and he asked casually, "What's your comprehension at?" 130. Why, boss? Amon spoke up immediately, and Cucumber and Green Hair nodded as well. The status panels of these 3 brothers were like they had been carved from the same mold. He hadn't expected their comprehension to be exactly the same as well. Sumyubai replied, then suddenly reacted, "You said how much?" 130. You don't look like it, boss. That's a bit hurtful. Haha. Just kidding. Sumyubai grinned and beckoned to the three of them. Come here. Hearing this, the traffic light brothers froze, their faces showing signs of hesitation. Boss, didn't you say the experiment was already over? Judging by their expressions, they were clearly still traumatized by hitting themselves. This isn't an experiment. It's a good thing. As Sumyubai spoke, he suddenly reached out and tapped Amon on the forehead. The next moment, a system notification rang in his ears. Prompt. Confirm teaching the target the SSS rank skill star shifting. Confirm. With a thought, a glow of light suddenly lit up on Sumyubai's finger. The next moment, a massive amount of information regarding star shifting appeared in Amon's mind. At the same time, a look of shock appeared on his face. Sumyubai followed the same procedure, teaching the method of using star shifting to green hare and cucumber respectively. The three of them closed their eyes one after another and began to comprehend it. Don't let their usual dim-witted appearance fool you. When it came to comprehension, they truly impressed Sumyubai. A moment later, the three opened their eyes, the unconcealable joy on their faces clearly showing that they had successfully learned star shifting. Boss, does this mean we can also comprehend the law of causality? Amon couldn't help but ask. Sumyubai didn't speak, choosing to respond with action instead. Catastrophe target, star shifting. However, the system notification poured a bucket of cold water on Sumyubai. Prompt. The target's soul can currently only accommodate one path of law. How did I forget about that? Sumyubai patted his forehead helplessly and turned to fly toward the star dome. Hurry up and condense your divine souls. When the time comes, I will help you comprehend the law of causality directly. Upon hearing these words, the three Signal Light brothers revealed expressions of wild joy and hurriedly followed Sumyubai back into the star dome. Who wouldn't want to comprehend a high-level concept like the law of causality? Although they couldn't freeload a promotion due to their souls not being strong enough, the Angel Sisters certainly could. Sumyubai hadn't expected that there wasn't a single person in his team with an aptitude below 100 points. Bing Xuan was a demigod-level creature, and Yulan and Lingyu were even more special after emerging from the Chaos Cocoon. The aptitude of all three was even higher than that of the three Signal Light brothers. Chapter 556, The Fifth Law, Bonus Chapter. As light shimmered at Sumyubai's fingertips, all three of them successfully learned Starshift without exception. Although this skill borrowed a sliver of the power of the law of causality, it was not the law of causality itself, so it wasn't too difficult for them. The truly difficult part was using this skill as a springboard to comprehend the true law of causality. The difficulty of this was astronomically high. As one of the main branches of the rules of fate, let alone demigod-level creatures, even many law lords at the upper god realm could not even enter the threshold in their entire lives. In the entire myriad worlds, only Sumyubai, a player with cheats, could pick and choose the laws he wanted to comprehend. Although Bing Xuan possessed a demigod body, his soul was currently only at the peak of the Saint Extinction level, capable of accommodating only one path of law. Therefore, Sumyubai cast his gaze directly toward the Angel Sisters. The two sisters had already condensed their divine souls and could accommodate a full 5 paths of law. Catastrophe, star shift, promote by 1 tier. The next moment, the power of law appeared out of thin air and surged into the space between the sisters' brows. The newly learned star shift in their skill bars slowly faded away. Immediately afterward, a massive amount of information related to the law of causality appeared in their minds. My lord, this is. A moment later, the Angel Sisters opened their eyes. Both pairs of beautiful eyes looked straight at Sumyubai, their long eyelashes fluttering gently, revealing the excitement in their hearts. Such a method that could directly allow someone to comprehend a law and the law of causality at that was simply too shocking. Even though both were geniuses of the Holy Light Angel race and the Fallen Angel race, they had never heard of such an inconceivable method. The two women, who were already Sumyubai's fanatical believers, saw their gazes become even more fervent. Comprehend it well. Yes. The two women gave a soft affirmation and nodded heavily. Sumyubai confirmed that his idea was feasible, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in his heart. Although the Zhuanshan lineage was said to be passed down to only one person per generation, didn't it also have a half-successor like Feng Yuan? Now that Yulan and Ling Yu had successfully comprehended the law of causality with his help, they could also be considered half-successors of Zhuantian. In time, the Zhuantian lineage would surely be carried forward in his hands and become famous across all worlds and races. Of course, the Angel Sisters had only just entered the threshold. Their level of comprehension of the law of causality was a pitiful 0. If they wanted to go further, they would need to put in the effort themselves. Without the Zhuantian treasure mirror and the Zhuantian eyes, their speed of comprehending the law of causality would certainly be far inferior to Sumyubai's. Even so, being able to enter the threshold of the law of causality made them rare existences across the myriad worlds. Who could say for sure what the future held? Sumyubai withdrew his gaze and opened his skill panel. Having already made his decision, he moved his divine sense, catastrophe, target eternal death contract, promote by 1 tier, notification. Do you confirm overriding the previous promotion effect to re-promote the SS rank skill death contract to the SSS rank skill eternal death contract? The system notification ringing in his ears made Sumyubai pause. Only then did he remember that this skill, which had been with him since he entered the game, had only reached the SS rank because of a previous advancement. Because it wasn't learned through the death cannon, it had only reached SSS rank after a freeloaded upgrade. Although Sumyubai guessed that the next advancement would likely allow this skill to continue to improve to SSS rank, he didn't want to wait anymore. It was just 100,000 soul diamonds, wasn't it? And adding the catastrophe trait afterward would only cost 9.0 points of soul power. To Sumyubai, this was not worth mentioning at all. He waved his hand to take out a pile of essence of divine souls and quickly absorbed them. Having learned from the previous experience where he almost fell into a deep sleep, this time Sumyubai raised his soul power limit to 15,000 points before stopping. Afterward, he moved his divine sense again, catastrophe, target eternal death contract, sublime it to the 2nd tier. The 100,000 soul diamonds were consumed as the cost for the catastrophe, drawing the power of law directly into Sumyubai's mind. In an instant, a massive amount of information regarding the law emerged within his divine soul. At the same time, inside Sumyubai's internal small world, whoosh, 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 the sea of death, which had already returned to calm, suddenly churned with countless giant waves. The coastlines of the 4 continents emitted earth-shattering roars under the impact of the giant waves. The momentum of the waves was so vast that it even washed many pale gold, ordinary catastrophe skeletons onto the shore. Between the brows of these catastrophe skeletons, a gray-black inscription faintly appeared, then slowly faded away. Notification: you have lost 100,000 soul diamonds. Notification: congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending a path of law. Current paths of law: 5. Currently capable of accommodating 5 paths of law. Continue to improve your divine soul to accommodate more paths of law. 1. Law of Soul Control. Current comprehension level 99.99%. 9. Pattern Ultimate 2. Law of Causality. Current comprehension level 8.02%. 0. Pattern 3. Law of World of Natural Disasters. Current comprehension level 25.36%. to Pattern 4. Law of Soul Annihilation. Current comprehension level 38.56%. 3. Pattern 5. Law Death Transfer. This path of law is a branch of the rules of death. As your comprehension level increases, you will be able to transfer your own death crises to more targets. Current comprehension level 0.01%. 0. Pattern Transferring a Death Crisis. Sumyubai's eyes lit up as he carefully contemplated the wonders of the death transfer law. After sublimating from an SSS rank skill into a path of law, even though he had only comprehended 0.1%, the effect had improved tremendously. The effect of the eternal death contract still remained, and it was even stronger now. The power of the world, like the time a small world was destroyed previously, could no longer directly cause damage to Sumyubai's true body. Furthermore, the effect of the death transfer law could even allow his summoned creatures to die in his stead. In other words, aside from his soul being indestructible, as long as Sumyubai could still channel the power of the law, his physical body would also be indestructible. After finishing his free ride on the laws, Sumyubai waved his hand to put away the star dome, then took out the high-grade light of life. He crushed it instantly. Today's bonus chapter is served, Chapter 557. Feng Yuan, and Fujiya Tiangshan the No.07 Forbidden Divine Land. The benefits brought about by the unification made every player full of motivation. Those players who originally did not belong to the Shenlong Empire could now enjoy 50% of the benefits from the start, and their leveling speed soared directly. Even many people who were not interested in grinding levels were now excitedly heading to the wilderness, attempting to experience the madness of having their EXP multiplied by dozens. And the one that truly gained the most was the Shenlong Palace. The sudden surrender of the Sanctuary Empire caused the remaining factions to scramble to offer up all their resources, saving the Shenlong Palace a lot of trouble. With sufficient resources, the Shenlong Palace's methods for cultivating talent became much more generous. This was the true benefit for the players who originally belonged to the Shenlong Empire. Although EXP bonuses could allow for rapid leveling, resources were equally indispensable. There was no need for the elder representative, Fujiya Tiangxia, to make any introductions. A group of players with SSS-ranked talents received meticulous cultivation from the Shenlong Palace. Because there were enough resources, even players with SS-ranked talents received care from the Shenlong Palace. As the saying goes, one step ahead, every step ahead. For those who joined the Shenlong Empire later, it was almost impossible to catch up, unless they possessed heaven-defying opportunities, comprehension, or the like. If such a person truly appeared, the Shenlong Palace would not be stingy with resources. After all, the No.7 Forbidden Divine Land had already achieved the status of a Shenlong Empire. Shenlong Empire, Imperial Capital. This place had become the absolute center of the No.7 Forbidden Divine Land. At the teleportation plaza, a round figure appeared amidst the white light. The person who arrived was none other than Fujiya Tiangxia. Relying on the uniqueness of the God of Wealth profession and the rapid development of the Myriad Worlds trading firm, his level had already exceeded 120, officially making him a Tier 5 professional with the authority to teleport to the Imperial Capital. Ever since Yuyi and the other two left, Fujiya Tiangxia's name had returned to the #1 spot on the Blue Star region's level leaderboard. He was also the only player in the No.7 Forbidden Divine Land currently qualified to enter the Imperial Capital. As expected of the Imperial Capital, it really is much more prosperous than East Sea City. Fujiya Tiangxia looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Immediately after, he took out the Shenlong token left behind by Sumubai from his spatial ring and activated it with a thought. The next moment, Fujiya Tiangxia's figure appeared before a giant tower that pierced the clouds. This was the headquarters of the Shenlong Palace. Although he had obtained the Shenlong token long ago, it was only held on behalf of someone else, and coupled with the fact that his level had not been high enough in the past, Fujiya Tiangxia had never been here before. Looking at the high tower ahead that disappeared into the clouds, Fujiya Tiangxia took a deep breath before stepping inside. Because he held the Shenlong token, the Shenlong Palace guards at the entrance did not make any move to stop him. Entering the Shenlong Palace headquarters for the first time, Fujiya Tiangxia stood there, stunned. It wasn't that he was ignorant, but the boundless grassland before him made him truly unable to figure out where he should go. Helpless, Fujiya Tiangxia could only activate the Shenlong token again. "Senior, I have arrived." Immediately following, a beam of white guiding light descended, teleporting Fujiya Tiangxia directly into that mysterious valley. "You've come." Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Fujiya Tiangxia indifferently. He had been paying attention to this person for a long time, not to mention the extremely special SSS rank God of Wealth talent. The mere fact that the other party could be so close to Bai Yi was enough for him to look at him with no eyes. "I wonder what important matter you have, senior." Fujiya Tiangxia cupped his hands toward Feng Yuan, his face filled with respect. He did not have Sumubai's monstrous strength, so he appeared somewhat reserved in front of Feng Yuan. "A Tier 10 Saint Extermination level supreme powerhouse. I don't eat people. There's no need to be so nervous." Feng Yuan smiled and waved his hand. He still preferred the way Bai Yi interacted with him. However, the old man knew very well in his heart that not everyone could be like Bai Yi. "I heard from little friend Bai Yi that you want to go out for a trip." "Yes, this junior has some matters that can only be handled by going to the Myriad Worlds." Fujiya Tiangxia's eyes lit up. Although players now had the authority to use the cross-world teleportation array, with his strength, He simply couldn't withstand the energy tearing of a cross-world teleportation. If he were to force his way out, the only result would be death during the teleportation process. Even if he were to resurrect, he would only return to the No.07 Forbidden Divine Land. In other words, except for Yui and the other two, the rest of the Shenlong Empire's players couldn't get out at all right now. The authority for the cross-world teleportation array had been opened too early, turning it into a mere decoration that could only be looked at but not used. Now that Feng Yuan, a 10th tier Saint Extermination level powerhouse, had mentioned this matter, Fujiya Tianxia could not help but feel secretly overjoyed. As expected, it still required the boss to step in. A single word had resolved the issue. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and said, "All right, I understand. You go back and prepare for now. I will notify you when the time comes." "Many thanks, Senior." Fujiya Tianxia was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. No need for formalities. Feng Yuan waved his hand, sending Fujiya Tianxia directly out of the valley, reappearing in the vast, endless grassland. A look of confusion could not help but flash across Fujiya Tianxia's eyes. Although the problem of leaving the God-forbidden land had been solved, he did not understand why Feng Yuan had specifically asked him to come all this way for a matter that took only a sentence or two. Carrying deep confusion, Fujiya Tianxia slowly walked out of the high tower of the Divine Dragon Palace. Inside the valley, endless inscriptions flowed within Feng Yuan's eyes, which held a hint of an inexplicable smile. The god of wealth. It really is related to that special rule. It seems that the destiny of the human race does not lie solely with little friend Bai. As he spoke, the corners of Feng Yuan's mouth curled into an arc. He looked up at the firmament, his eyes appearing as if endless rays were overlapping and merging within them. Vaguely, one could see a hint of gratification in his eyes. After a moment, Feng Yuan withdrew his thoughts, flipped his hand to take out a top-tier cross-boundary communicator, and dialed out. Soon, a surprised voice came from the communicator. "Senior brother, it has been so many years. I thought you had forgotten about your good-for-nothing junior brother." Listening to this familiar yet distant voice, Feng Yuan's eyes trembled slightly, and many memories flashed through his mind in an instant. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, "Do me a favor." A long time later, Feng Yuan ended the call, slowly closed his eyes, and whispered to himself, "How many years has it been? The opportunity for the rise of the human race has finally come again. I hope that this time, it will not be like the last. At the same time, a system announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire Divine Dragon Empire. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to create an SSS level skill. This is hereby announced, and we hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Little friend Bai, how on earth did you manage to do it?" Feng Yuan, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again, his gaze filled with shock. Others might not be clear about it, but he knew exactly what creating a skill meant. Existing skills within the myriad worlds did not count. This meant that Bai, relying on his own strength at the 8th tier legendary level, had created a brand new skill through his comprehension of the laws. Of course, there was another possibility. That was that a similar skill might have existed in the myriad worlds before, but it had since been lost. Regardless of the situation, it was enough to demonstrate just how heaven-defying Bai's comprehension was. Chapter 558. The Disappearing Player. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to create an SSS level skill. This is hereby announced, and we hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Players immersed in the grand cause of leveling up were startled by this sudden system announcement, and the already lively region-wide chat channel became even more boisterous. "Did I hear that right? A self-created SSS level skill? Good heavens! I haven't even learned a single S-level skill yet, and Big Brother Bai is already able to create his own skills. And it's an SSS level 1 at that. I feel like every time the Myriad Worlds game tells us to learn from Bai, it's a blatant mockery. Who could possibly learn to do the things he does? Just how much more content is there in the Myriad Worlds game that we don't know about?" Same question. Ever since Bai went to the Myriad Worlds, It's been the path of comprehending laws, creating small worlds, and now self-creating an SSS-level skill. Won't he be able to create living beings next? As a die-hard fan of Big Brother Bai, even if the Myriad Worlds game said he could give birth to children, I'd believe it. The Myriad Worlds must have many opportunities. I'm really envious of Big Brother Bai. Don't just be envious. If you've got the guts, go there yourself. Haven't you seen that Yu Yi Jinmi and Mengri have all gone? Hey, you're really talking without feeling the pain. To withstand the energy tearing of the cross-boundary teleportation array, your base main attributes must exceed 100. 0. What do I have to go with? If you can't go, don't be sour here. Isn't Big Brother Bai getting these opportunities entirely through his own efforts? Internet troll. The person was just saying they were envious. Where did you hear any sourness? Alright. Everyone is from the Divine Dragon. Give me some face, and don't hurt the harmony. Just as everyone was heatedly discussing this, another system announcement rang out. Blue Star Region announcement. Self-created skills can be taught to others. As long as the learning requirements are met, there is no limit to the number of people who can learn them. As soon as this announcement was made, the region-wide chat channel hadn't even reacted yet, but the chat channel of the Dark Knight mercenary group instantly exploded. Holy crap! Self-created skills can actually be taught to others. Doesn't that mean we all have a chance to learn them? Isn't that obvious? We in Dark Knight are Commander Bai's personal guards. How could such a good thing exclude us? It's a pity Commander Bai went to the Myriad Worlds. So, we won't be able to learn it for a short time. What does that matter? With the Commander's strength, I'm sure he'll be back before long. I never thought I'd have the chance to learn an SSS level skill. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. It wasn't just them, even Feng Yi Xiao Xiao, Sanchi King Feng, and Han Bei, upon hearing this system announcement, had a look of anticipation flash across their eyes. Although they possessed SSS-level talents and were all unique hidden classes, they had yet to acquire a single SSS-level skill. After all, they did not have Sumu Bai's catastrophe talent or rule-level treasures like the Death Codex. At their current tiers, aside from their own talents, they did not yet meet the requirements to master an SSS-level skill. However, unlike the ordinary members of Dark Knight, what they were thinking about was how to improve their strength as quickly as possible and strive to meet the requirements for the cross-boundary teleportation array as soon as they could. With the unification of the No. 7 God-forbidden land now complete, and layered with various rewards from the past, the total bonus for monster grinding EXP has exceeded 100 times. The group felt very confident that they would be able to head to the Myriad Worlds in a short period of time. Although they knew they would be at the bottom of the food chain upon entering the Myriad Worlds. As the saying goes, newborn Kevs are not afraid of tigers. If they didn't even have the courage to go out and venture forth, what face would they have to continue following the big boss, Bai? They were all people who had witnessed Bai's true strength, and in their hearts, they held an endless yearning for the Myriad Worlds. Moreover, each of them had their own aspiration. They did not want to remain under Bai's wings forever. Even without the announcement regarding the self-created SSS rank skill, they would have still found a way to head to the Myriad Worlds. Because only a broader world could provide more resources to significantly boost their growth speed. The appearance of this announcement naturally stirred up a huge sensation in the regional chat channel. Countless players expressed their envy toward the members of the Hegemony Guild and the Dark Knight mercenary group. Many players who had just joined the Shenlong Empire also began to rack their brains to apply for entry into the guild. For Han Bei, the more members in the Hegemony Guild, the better. Of course, if these outsiders truly wanted to join the guild, simple contracts were indispensable. After all, a sense of belonging is not something that can be established in a short period of time. The ruins of the Sakura royal capital, compared to other bustling areas, this place appeared exceptionally silent. This abyss, which covered a vast area, had no resources to speak of, and no one had visited it for a long time. At the bottom of the abyss, the frequency of spatial tremors became increasingly dense, and tiny spatial rifts appeared more and more frequently. Strangely, Feng Yuan was completely unaware of everything happening here. That energy, which was completely different from that of the God-forbidden land, had now permeated the entire bottom of the abyss. It was just that this energy seemed to have been in a state of dormancy, without revealing the slightest fluctuation, except for being incompatible with the energy of the God-forbidden land. It showed no abnormalities. It was precisely because the energy did not exhibit intensity exceeding the saint extinction level that the restrictions of the God-forbidden land did not react in the slightest. Their existence seemed to mask the spatial tremors and the constantly appearing tiny spatial rifts here. This was perhaps the reason why Feng Yuan had never been able to sense them. After all, under the influence of the God-forbidden land's restrictions, he was merely a professional at the peak of the 10th tier saint extinction level. Therefore, everything happening here had remained unknown to everyone until a player with extreme curiosity arrived here. Although he was not on the Blue Star region's level leaderboard, he possessed an S-rank talent. Through the high-level mount dungeon opened by the Shenlong Empire, this person had even obtained a golden grade flying mount. It was precisely because he had this mount that he wanted to explore whether there might be any opportunities at the bottom of the abyss. Looking at the bottomless giant pit, a flash of excitement crossed the player's eyes, and he yanked the reins in his hands. Wang Kai, let's go down and take a look. Woof! Accompanied by a dog's bark, the player rode a sturdy, winged dog and flew toward the bottom of the abyss. There was no then. After this player went down, he never made another sound, and even his mount showed no further movement. One man and one beast seemed to have vanished into thin air, never to appear again. However, his disappearance failed to stir up even a ripple in the God-forbidden land. The Sakura ruins also showed no changes, continuing to exist quietly, like a giant abyss-like mouth, waiting for the next prey to come knocking. Humans are always full of curiosity and a desire to explore the unknown. Often, the more inaccessible a place is, the more people want to approach it, attempting to find some sort of opportunity. This vanished player might not have been the first, but likewise, he would certainly not be the last. Chapter 559, Life Dreamscape, The Undead Realm. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Land of Destruction. The moment the star dome was put away, Sumyubai crushed the emerald green orb in his hand. In the next instant, 7 dazzling, brilliant emerald green beams of light erupted from the orb, enveloping everyone present. Immediately following, the beams tore through space and departed. Disappearing along with them were Sumyubai and his group. This was the guidance of the light of life, which could directly allow them to enter the special spatial interlayer where the flower of life grew. During the guidance, Sumyubai and the others felt as if they had entered a narrow spatial tunnel, with everything around them changing at high speed. After a long while, everyone felt a flash of light before their eyes, and suddenly, they had the sensation of having their feet on solid ground. At the same time, a series of system prompts rang in their ears. Prompt: you have entered the life dreamscape. Prompt: you have obtained the time-limited BUFF high-level light of life. This BUFF will disappear after 24 hours. Please hurry to find the flower of life. Prompt: catastrophe trait activated. The effect of your high-level light of life buff is increased tenfold. The moment he entered the life dreamscape, Sumyubai felt the pores all over his body open involuntarily. Every cell in his body seemed to be greedily sucking in the endless life energy here. Prompt: you have absorbed a wisp of life energy. Max HP come 100. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Sumyubai was stunned on the spot. Afterward, he didn't even have time to check the effects of the high-level light of life or the surrounding environment before he immediately opened his status window. Soon, a look of disappointment flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. He saw that in the HP column, it was still that pitiful 1. In contrast, Bingxuan and the others were comfortably enjoying the increase in life energy. Sumyubai sighed and moved his divine sense, wanting to inspect the situation here. But in the next instant, Sumyubai was horrified to discover that he could not project his soul power outward here. Yulan and Ling Yu also discovered this situation, and the group exchanged glances, immediately becoming much more vigilant. In the dream of life, everyone is restricted to using only their eyes to see. Moreover, the towering, cloud-piercing trees here, combined with the pale green life energy permeating the air, severely obstruct one's line of sight. Although there is only one flower of life, there is more than one life beacon. This means it is highly likely that other players are present here as well. Of course, The flower of life certainly hasn't been plucked yet, otherwise, the dream of life would cease to exist. Even the life beacons would dissipate the moment the flower of life is plucked. This really is a peculiar place. Sumubai whispered softly, waving his hand to release several skeletons from his internal world, preparing to have them scout the surrounding situation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment these scourge skeletons appeared, wisps of white smoke suddenly rose from their surfaces as if they were being scorched, and their HP began to drop frantically. The speed of the depletion was so fast that even Sumubai was left stunned. If not for the layer of pale golden energy on their surfaces, these scourge skeletons might not have lasted even 3 seconds. The impact is this severe. Sumubai frowned deeply and waved his hand to recall the scourge skeletons. Although these were only the weakest scourge skeletons, the suppression effect of the dream of life on undead creatures still exceeded his expectations. My lord, life and death are natural enemies. Undead creatures can barely take a step here. Yulan spoke up to explain. Sumubai was puzzled. This flower of life clearly grows in the undead realm, yet undead players can't pluck it. There is no helping it. A treasure like the flower of life is simply not something the undead race can enjoy. Yulan nodded. It doesn't actually grow in the undead realm. The dream of life is a special space, and it just so happens that the entrance to this one is located in the undead realm. Hearing this, Sumubai couldn't help but turn to look at Bingshuang. The latter immediately explained, Master, I have awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline. I am no longer a pure undead creature. Having said that, she added, however, this place also has an extremely strong suppression effect on death attribute laws. If that's the case, Sumubai frowned. I am the Lord of Death. Can I still absorb the flower of life? My lord, you are not of the undead race, so your body will not reject the flower of life. Yulen spoke softly, then furrowed her brows slightly. It's just that there don't seem to be any past cases of a Lord of Death class absorbing the flower of life. So, I don't know if there will be any specific impact. Hearing this, Sumubai was about to speak when he suddenly felt his heart jump violently. This is the incomplete heart of chaos. Feeling the beating of the heart of chaos, Sumubai's brow inexplicably smoothed out. Since we're already here, let's find the flower of life first. He looked at the group. You all go and scout the vicinity to see if there are any other players present. Be careful. As his voice fell, Bingshuang, the Angel Sisters, and the 3 Signal Light brothers immediately headed in all directions. Along the way, under the buff of high-level light of life, they continuously absorbed life energy. Only then did Sumubai check the effects of the buff. High-level light of life affected by unknown factors, effect increased tenfold. 1. Significantly increases your affinity with life attribute laws. 2. In the dream of life, you will constantly absorb life energy. Max HP come 100,000 per second. 3. In the dream of life, the power of life will significantly increase the speed at which you condense your divine body. 4. When within 100 kilometers of the flower of life, the light of life will provide you with guidance. 5. Your success rate for plucking the flower of life is increased to 500%. Duration: 240 hours. An unprecedented light of life. The effects of the cataclysm never disappoint. Even something like a success rate can be directly increased to 500%. What more is there to say? The only thing that needs to be done now is to find the flower of life. Just as Sumubai closed the panel, Ling Yu's call suddenly came from the right. Extra update provided today. Chapter 560. Trent corpses, my lord. Someone has been here. Ling Yu's call suddenly came from the right. Sumubai immediately moved his divine sense, and with a death domain shift, he appeared by her side. Inside the dream of life, although his soul was suppressed and could not be projected outward, Sumubai's soul amplification remained unaffected. While the others were scouting the surroundings, Sumubai directly amplified everyone's souls. This consumption was a mere drop in the bucket compared to his soul points, which totaled over 2 trillion. My lord, look. Ling Yu pointed her finger toward a spot not far ahead. Looking closely, it turned out to be a patch of tree remains on the ground. There are actually wild monsters here? Sumubai raised an eyebrow. Those things in front were not real trees, but the corpses of Trents. Their root systems were extremely developed. tangled together to form legs. And there were two special branches on the sides of their torsos, just like human arms. Even on the main trunk, there was a faint human face with distinct features. However, these trends all had a deep wound on their bodies that struck their vitals. From the surrounding environment, it could be seen that there hadn't been any fierce battle here. These trends seemed to have been killed in a single blow, with faint shadow energy remaining at the wounds, preventing their corpses from decomposing for the time being, without exception. These corpses were all Saint Extermination level bosses. This was the strongest boss level that the Myriad Worlds game could create. They could at most reach the peak of Saint Extermination level combat power by relying on powerful attributes and skills granted by the system. These trends should be the most basic guardians of the Dream of Life. Ling Yu thought for a moment and said slowly, "If one cannot even deal with these trends, then one has no qualification to pluck the flower of life, my lord." Ling Yu was right. At this moment, Yulan and the others also caught up. Although they hadn't encountered any Trent corpses, they had run into living Trents. What was surprisingly strange was that those living Trents not only refrained from attacking them, but actually performed gestures of welcome. The group quickly realized that this must be the effect of the high-level Light of Life buff. While it wasn't particularly useful, it could save them a lot of trouble. After all, no one knew how vast the Dream of Life was or how many Trents existed within it. The most critical issue was that this place not only suppressed one's soul but also made flight extremely difficult. Even when Bing Xuan reverted to her true form, she was only 100 meters long within the Dream of Life, and her flight altitude was less than 1,000 meters. Sumubai, relying on his world power which far exceeded that of an ordinary intermediate god, could only hover a few thousand meters off the ground. This was almost meaningless, as none of the towering trees that filled the surroundings were less than 10,000 meters tall. Moreover, maintaining flight here consumed an excessive amount of world power. After a moment of contemplation, Sumubai waved his hand, collecting the Trent corpses scattered across the ground into his internal small world, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Keep searching. Let's see the path the other party took." The suppression within the Dream of Life was too strong, and Sumubai currently had no leads on finding the Flower of Life. So, it was better to look for other players first. Just because he had no clues didn't mean others didn't. In any case, the high-level Light of Life was bolstered by the catastrophe trait, giving it a duration of 10 days. So Sumubai was in no rush at all. The dense life energy here, while unable to restore Sumubai's maximum health to normal, could suppress the collapse of his body. Ever since entering the Dream of Life, Sumubai had discovered this fact. The collapse, which originally had less than a week left due to his soul's further elevation, had not only stopped its countdown but was even slowly extending the time until his collapse. Upon hearing this, Bing Xuan and the others began to scout the surrounding area. Soon, the group discovered more Trent corpses. Sumubai didn't turn any away. He injected them with the aura of death and directly stored them in his internal small world. Following the trail of Trent corpses, the group began to explore the known Dream of Life. The presence of the high-level Light of Life made their journey smooth and unobstructed, as if they were on an outing. They encountered no obstacles at all, and their speed of advance was much faster than expected. The only thing Sumubai regretted was that the top-tier system map had lost its function here and could not display any information. Because of this, the map's catastrophe trait also failed to take effect. Otherwise, there would be no need for such trouble. As soon as the map was opened, he could immediately locate powerful players within the same map, and fortunately, there were no ifs, and the group had to use the most primitive method to find clues. Sumubai walked leisurely through the forest that blotted out the sky, his hands clasped behind his head. He wasn't idling as a hands-off leader. His spatial ring flickered constantly as essence of soul orbs appeared one after another, only to be completely absorbed by him. At the same time, Sumubai moved his divine sense, catastrophe, target, law of death transfer. He had been in such a rush to enter the Dream of Life that he had forgotten to attach the catastrophe trait after his sublimation. Now that he had some free time, Sumubai finally remembered. Prompt: do you confirm the consumption of 9.0 points of soul power to separately attach the catastrophe trait to it? Confirm. As Sumubai moved his divine sense, His maximum soul power instantly decreased by 9,000 points. The energy of the catastrophe was as unreasonable as ever, appearing out of thin air and causing Sumyubai's soul to tremble instantly. Immediately afterward, he felt his comprehension of the law of death transfer path leap forward by countless levels. Soon, a few lines of small text appeared beneath this law path. Catastrophe trait. 1. When you invoke this law, the effect is doubled. 2. Your comprehension ability is doubled when studying this law. 3. Once you have comprehended this law to over 30%, you will be able to transfer the death crises of others. Requirement. The target's soul must not be stronger than yours. I can even transfer other people's death crises. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. However, for the time being, this effect was useless, as his law of death transfer had only just reached 0.01% comprehension. Without a stroke of luck like the infusion of origin power, even with his high comprehension of 272 points, reaching over 30% was not something that could be done overnight. Master, that guy in front of us seems a bit strong. Bing Shuang's voice suddenly rang out. Sumyubai pulled back his thoughts and looked ahead. The next moment, he frowned, because apart from the previous Trent corpses, there was one corpse that was clearly very different. It was still a Trent, but it looked much more human overall, and its size was several times larger. Even though it was dead, the corpse still emitted a faint pressure. This was the pressure of the true god realm. A faint golden light flickered in Sumyubai's eyes, and he immediately discerned some information from this massive corpse. Chapter 561, Another Asura Mark. Ancient Trent Demon Corpse. A being fused from massive amounts of life force and countless saint extermination level Trent bosses. Although it lacks a complete law, it possessed a terrifying combat power equivalent to the mid-stage of a lower god during its lifetime. Special products like the ancient Trent demon only exist within the dream of life. Theoretically, a large number of ancient Trent demons can continue to fuse under the influence of life force. So, there really are bosses above the saint extermination level. Sumyubai frowned. Although the ancient Trent demon was a product of fusion and could only exist within the dream of life, it was certainly not a player. And to reach the combat power of a mid-stage lower god without complete law power, one could imagine how strong the ancient Trent demon's divine body and soul must have been. However, this was not the reason why Sumyubai was frowning. What truly made him feel somewhat troubled was that the wounds on the corpse of this ancient tree demon were no different from those on the surrounding saint extermination grade Trents. They were still one-hit kills, permeated with a faint aura of shadow power. In other words, the player Sumyubai was chasing was capable of instantly killing a mid-stage lesser god creature even under the suppression of the dream of life. He couldn't help but look at the angel sisters. After you defuse, can you achieve this here? The two sisters pondered for a moment and nodded. Seeing this, Sumyubai felt much more at ease. But he still wanted to be more certain. So, he turned his head and asked Amon, "Can we perform a reverse summon here?" "Boss, there's no way to perform a reverse summon here." Amon shook his head. "The dream of life is too unique. One must have a life beacon to enter." Hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed in Sumyubai's eyes, but upon second thought, this was quite reasonable. Otherwise, if a single demon race player entered, wouldn't they be able to reverse summon other demons inside? In that case, how much significance would the life beacon hold? One must know that after entering this place, even players inside one's internal small world cannot be released unless they also carry the mark of the light of life or a life beacon. Of course, the Scourge Legion does not count as players. They are merely Sumyubai's summons. And fortunately, the life force here is too dense, and the Scourge Legion is of little use. Amon's words caused Sumyubai's brow to furrow once again. In this way, the only high-tier combat power left in the team was Lanyu, and her appearance time was limited. Sumyubai's heart sank. He had originally thought that with his high luck stat and the authority of the goddess of luck, he would surely be able to pluck the flower of life upon entering. But how did he fail to consider that there might be more than one life beacon? Fortunately, he had comprehended the law of death transfer before coming. As long as his divine soul power was not exhausted, he didn't need to worry about falling. Now that he was already here, he could only take things one step at a time. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. He waved his hand to collect the corpses of the ancient tree demon and the various Trents. signaling the group to continue forward. Only this time, the group did not specifically follow the trail of Trent corpses, but instead changed direction. However, none of them sensed that on a towering tree not far away, a slender figure was standing quietly on a branch, watching Sumyubai's group with great interest. Even Sumyubai had not perceived her existence in the slightest. After a long while, Sumyubai and his group finally walked out of the sky-blocking forest and entered a vast, boundless garden. However, while it was called a garden, every flower here was larger than the trees in the forbidden land of gods. The wild monsters here had also changed from trents to flower demons. Due to the high-tier light of life, these flower demons did not actively attack Sumyubai and his group either. Sumyubai had no intention of attacking either. The existence of these flower demons could still be used to obstruct other players, even if they, as Saint Extermination grade entities, couldn't play a major role. They could at least serve as a warning. After all, as long as a battle takes place, there will inevitably be disturbances or combat fluctuations. Not long after entering the garden, Sumyubai indeed sensed the fluctuations of battle. However, these fluctuations did not come from behind them, but from not far to the front left. Just as he was about to send Bengshuan to investigate, the space ring on his hand suddenly flickered with a faint light. The next moment, a piece of equipment Sumyubai had almost forgotten actually emerged on its own. It was none other than the Asura mark. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his ears. Notification. Another Asura mark exists nearby. Sumyubai was stunned. Asura mark. He had been in the undead realm for so long, and this was the first time he had encountered another player possessing an Asura mark. This left him extremely puzzled. Logically speaking, obtaining an Asura mark was not difficult. One only needed to kill 10 million creatures within a short period. Very few people in the forbidden land of gods could achieve this. But in the myriad worlds, this was not difficult at all. Why had he only met one after so long? Could it be that there were other conditions besides killing 10 million creatures in a short time? Before Sumyubai could resolve his confusion, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. TSK. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. The newcomer had a tall figure, arms crossed over his chest, and 5 pairs of pitch-black wings swaying slowly behind him as he looked down at Sumyubai and the others from above. This was clearly a fallen angel at the Master of Lo's realm. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly fell upon Yulan, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yo, so you little traitor are here too. It seems that even if I don't manage to pluck the flower of life this trip, the ticket price was worth it. My lord, be careful. Yulan frowned slightly and immediately stepped in front of Sumyubai. Ling Yu also took a step forward, standing beside Yulan with a grave expression. Without a word, the two women prepared to fuse into Len Yu to face the enemy. But before they could begin the fusion, the fallen angel at the Master of Lo's realm moved first. Don't be in such a hurry. Wait until I take this guy's Asura mark. Then I'll come to deal with you and your little lover. Before the words faded, a rich blood-red light erupted from his body, from beginning to end. This guy hadn't even glanced at Bengshuan or the 3 Signal Light brothers. In his eyes, a group of Saint Extermination grade ants was simply not worth caring about. At the same time, the Asura mark on Sumyubai's palm also shone with a dazzling blood-red light. In an instant, the blood-red light enveloped both of them, rapidly forming an independent space within the dream of life. Boom! The attacks from Bengshuan and the others landed on the blood-red light immediately, but they failed to cause even a ripple. It's useless. This is the Asura god space. Unless your strength exceeds that of the Asura god, it is impossible to break. Lan Yu shook her head, her expression somewhat ugly. She hadn't expected to run into this guy here. Who exactly is that arrogant guy? Bengshuan clenched her fists, feeling a desperate craving for strength for the first time. Lan Yu looked at the blood-colored space before them, gritting his teeth as he said, he is Kaviro, a madman among the fallen angel race who is second only to the peerless geniuses of the same rank. Chapter 562, God-Slaying Space, Duel with Kaviro, Bonus Chapter, Notification. You have entered the God-Slaying Space. Notification. The God-Slaying Space prohibits departure by any means. It can only be closed when only one living creature remains. This was a spherical space filled with blood-colored killing intent. It was not particularly large, with a radius of only about 10 kilometers. At the center of the space's ceiling, 5 Asura marks formed a small circle, rotating slowly. One of them came from Sumubai, while the other 4 belonged to that fallen angel at the Law Lord realm. This meant that the opponent had killed at least 3 other owners of Asura marks. This was the first time Sumubai had been dragged into the god-slaying space, and the first time he learned that the Asura marks possessed such a function. The title God Slayer sounded powerful. It was clearly a powerhouse on the same level as the God of Death. Of course, he had to be weaker than the God of Death, otherwise, the God of Death would not be known as the strongest upper god. However, Sumubai had no heart to think about such things at the moment. His gaze was fixed firmly on the fallen angel not far away, his mind racing for a countermeasure. Kaviro Fallen Angel Race Fallen Heaven Divine Kingdom 10 Winged Angel O Lord Realm Vitality 99 Stars Divine Soul Peak Lower God Divine Body Peak Lower God Combat Power Late Stage Middle God Laws Dark Erosion Law Killing Law Destruction Law Dark Fallen Law Death Extinction Law Weakness. Once he enters a combat state, he becomes like a mad demon, ignoring defense and focusing solely on offense. A madman among the fallen angel race who is second only to peerless geniuses of the same rank. He takes pleasure in killing and his goal is to become the next god of Slayer, which is why he has never used any other divine title. Kaviro's status window was laid bare before Sumubai's mystic heaven eyes, a peak lower god, and his combat power was as high as a late-stage middle god. Sumubai couldn't help but tremble in his heart. One had to know that inside the god-slaying space, he had no helpers. With his current strength, winning a one-on-one duel against this opponent was almost an impossible task. TSK. That treasure you have for concealing your aura is quite good, even I cannot see through it. Kaviro was in no rush to attack. He stood with his arms crossed, looking at Sumubai with disdain in his eyes. How strong could someone who kept company with a group of Saint Extinction level ants possibly be? So what if he couldn't see through his strength? At the very least, he didn't feel a shred of pressure from the other party. Sumubai remained silent. With a thought, he quietly tested the wheel of time and space. The next moment, a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The wheel of time and space could be used. It seemed that the god-slaying space could not block an incomplete row-level treasure. With this, he had become the one holding the initiative. Even if he couldn't win, he could leave this place at any time. Thinking of this, Sumubai completely relaxed and looked at Kaviro. You really do talk too much. I intended to show mercy and let you live a little longer, but since you don't appreciate it, then go to hell. Killing intent flared in Kaviro's eyes as his 5 pairs of wings flapped behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a sky full of pitch-black feather blades shot toward Sumubai. Each feather blade was shrouded in dense dark divine power and the power of the killing law. Killing feathers, is that it? Sumubai sneered, and a massive phantom instantly condensed behind him. Death's arrival. The terrifying fluctuations of the death law descended in an instant, directly crushing the divine power and the power of the law on the killing feathers. The phantom of the materialized death law merged into Sumubai's body. As long as the power of death was not exhausted, he would not die. This is the power of a law. How is that possible? Kaviro's pupils dilated instantly. He looked at Sumubai in disbelief, his attack even coming to a halt. He never expected that this guy, who looked like he posed no threat at all, could actually mobilize the power of a law. But he soon calmed down, a look of madness appearing in his eyes. No matter what treasure you possess, it will all be mine soon. Except for the moment the power of the law descended. Kaviro hadn't felt a shred of threat from Sumubai. Therefore, he was only shocked for a split second before launching his attack again. Cold, dark divine power and all 5 laws were unleashed at once. Such a terrifying attack was simply something Sumubai could not dodge. Although he also possessed a peak lower god's divine soul and could see Kaviro's attacks clearly, his body could not keep up with his reactions. However, in the state of death's arrival, Sumubai didn't need to dodge at all. Being immortal is just that willful. Kaviro's storm-like attacks landed on Sumubai, but other than knocking him back, they failed to inflict any damage at all. Although he became more alarmed the longer they fought, Kaviro had no intention of stopping. "I don't believe you can maintain this state forever." Boom. As Sumyubai was sent flying, he moved his divine sense, and the death scripture suddenly materialized in his hand. Only one person could leave the god-slaying space alive. So, he wasn't afraid of the opponent seeing his secrets, because he had already found a way to kill Kaviro at close range. Kaviro instantly sensed the aura of the death scripture. This dense aura of death caused him, who was about to enter a state of madness, to suddenly snap back to clarity. The death scripture. Kaviro's exclamation echoed through the god-slaying space. His pupils were wide as saucers, and the rhythm of his attacks was disrupted as a result. Following this, Kaviro suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. I never expected this deity to be so lucky. With the Death Codex in hand, the position of a heavenly prodigy is within my grasp." Judging by his tone, he seemed to have already considered the Death Codex as something already in his pocket. To this, Sumyubai merely gave a cold smile. "Who gave you that confidence? And, with your strength, how much of the Death Codex's power can you even unleash?" Kaviro sneered. "Once the power of death is exhausted, this deity will take your dog life, just by relying on you." Sumyubai let out a cold snort. With a flicker of his divine sense, the Death Codex immediately began to shimmer with a gray-black light. The next moment, a dense surge of death energy poured madly from the Codex, and high above, the phantom of the manifested rules of death condensed once more. Only this time, the phantom directly extended to terrifying palms, lifting Sumyubai and Kaviro up respectively. Immediately after, a light of death flickered within the pupils of the death rule phantom. Kaviro's pupils constricted. He felt as if he were being suppressed by a supreme power, and he stared at the terrifying phantom in utter shock. What kind of technique is this? Extra chapter delivered today, chapter 563. The overbearing scales of death. In an instant, the entire blood-colored space fell silent. The look of extreme shock on Kaviro's face was frozen in place. His entire body was suppressed within the palms of the death rule phantom, unable to move a muscle. Two beams of gray-black light shot out from the pupils of the death rule phantom, instantly sinking into the souls of both men. The soul points within the Death Codex plummeted rapidly, materializing into reality and drawing in a vast amount of death energy, which condensed into a pair of scales between the palms of the rule phantom. Death Judgment. This was a new ability added to the Death Codex when Sumyubai broke through to the 7th rank, and it was also capable of mobilizing a portion of the power of the rules of death. Although their physical bodies remained in the palms of the rule phantom, their souls had already appeared on the two ends of the scales. The judgment of the scales of death was related solely to the soul. Physical bodies and combat power could not exert any influence on the result. After his soul appeared on the scales, Kaviro regained his senses, but his soul trembled incessantly under the vast power of death. A long-forgotten wave of fear rippled through his soul, which Sumyubai, on the other side, could clearly sense. "What have you done?" Kaviro, who had previously been certain of his victory, no longer had any thoughts of looking down on Sumyubai. He had never seen such a terrifying technique before. Even the prodigies of the fallen angel race, who possessed a tiny fraction of the authority of the rules, could not unleash such a powerful technique. Most importantly, Kaviro had no idea what would happen next. Even if Sumyubai had suddenly displayed the strength of a median god or even a superior god, Kaviro, a madman, would not have felt a shred of fear. But this unknown technique had completely shattered his psychological defenses. In this moment, Kaviro felt as if he were nothing more than fish on a chopping block, completely devoid of any power to resist. However, the effect of death judgment would not end just because he was afraid. Sumyubai's soul stood quietly on the other end of the scales, leisurely waiting for the result of the judgment. In any case, he would not suffer any losses. This was like a gamble. The worst-case scenario for his side was merely losing a few points, and there was only a 1/3 chance of losing. The other 2/3 of the probability meant either a draw, where the opponent would become his believer, or the opponent would be defeated, ending up severely injured or dead. No matter how one looked at it, he was not at a disadvantage. The pupils of the rule phantom continued to flicker with the light of death, and the pressure borne by Kaviro's soul grew increasingly heavy. The entire scales of death began to sway slightly, as if it were determining which side was the victor. With the tangible pressure of the rules of death, combined with the mental strain, Caviero's soul began to distort. What exactly is this? Caviero's soul face was twisted, as if he were enduring immense agony. And even his soul voice stuttered. In contrast, Sumubai was completely unaffected, maintaining his calm and indifferent expression. The pressure of the rules of death was aimed solely at Caviero. Sumubai was even able to leisurely mobilize the divine power of death to condense a throne behind his own soul. When he first saw the description of death judgment, Sumubai had thought this ability was merely a punishment for imbalance and that the method of judgment was quite fair. As long as the opponent's soul was stronger than his own, there was a high probability that the judgment would not succeed. But after using it this time, Sumubai realized he had been too naive. How could a technique created by the Death Sovereign be intended for a fair comparison of soul strength against an enemy? Under the heavy pressure of the rules of death, the soul on the other end was clearly being suppressed to a great degree. When their souls first stepped onto the two ends of the scales of death, Sumubai could clearly feel that Caviero's soul was stronger than his own. Although both were souls at the peak of the inferior god stage, he had only just reached this realm, while the other party was already on the verge of breaking through to the median god realm. The gap between them was obvious. Now, after just a few breaths of time, Caviero's soul had clearly weakened, becoming almost on par with Sumubai's. Once death judgment was unleashed, the attitudes of both parties did a complete 180-degree turn. Now, it was Sumubai who sat with his arms crossed on the throne, looking at Caviero with a playful gaze. I still prefer that unyielding look you had earlier. Why don't you go back to that? Caviero's soul trembled violently. If his physical body were present, he might have been so angered by Sumubai that he would have vomited blood. But now, he could do nothing. He could only struggle to hold on under the terrifying pressure. As his soul grew weaker and weaker, the scales of death slowly tilted down towards Sumubai's side. Caviero felt his perspective gradually rising, and while the pressure he endured became increasingly heavy, his soul felt, conversely, more and more weightless. At the same time, the fear within him was constantly being magnified. The further the scales of death tilted, the more Caviero felt he was drawing closer to death. Click, vaguely. He felt as if he heard something jamming. It turned out that the scales of death had completely weighed the spiritual souls of both parties. At this moment, Caviero's soul had been hoisted high, almost lifted right before the abyss-like maw of the Phantom of the Law. Die, die, die. The sound of death exploded instantly within Caviero's soul, echoing continuously. Immediately after, his soul shattered abruptly, transforming into a stream of energy that was swallowed into the belly of the Death Law Phantom. Simultaneously, the Phantom of the Law and the scales of death slowly dissipated, and Sumubai's soul returned to his body. The feedback provided by Judgment of Death was displayed on the virtual light screen before his eyes. Judgment target Caviero. Peak lower god judgment duration 7 seconds. Judgment cost 70 billion soul points. Determined by the opponent's strength. Judgment result. Victory target is dead. Following this, a series of system notifications rang in Sumubai's ears. Notification: Death Law effective. You have successfully absorbed 0 points of soul power. Notification: Soul extraction effective. Soul points come 1 billion. Notification: You have obtained God Crystal times 100. Notification: You have obtained extra large space ring times 1. It seems I still underestimated the overbearing nature of the law authority. Looking at the data on the virtual light screen, Sumubai couldn't help but click his tongue. Although on the surface, it appeared that the soul points consumed to kill Caviero using Judgment of Death were far greater than the harvest, but in reality, it was quite the opposite. This point was precisely the most monstrous aspect of Judgment of Death. Sumubai even had a feeling that as long as he possessed enough soul points, he could forcibly judge a true god at the intermediate god realm right now. For every second the scales of death were maintained, the opponent's soul would be suppressed and weakened further by the law of death. Provided there were enough soul points to consume, one could completely suppress the opponent's soul to a point weaker than one's own. Then there would only be one outcome to the judgment: he would win, and the opponent would lose. Such an heaven-defying method even if the consumption was a bit high. So what? Chapter 564. Why not just go rob someone? The only problem now was that Sumyubai did not know the maximum duration the scales of death could be maintained. Otherwise, in his view, with his own soul points reaching over 2 trillion, he might even be able to forcibly judge an existence at the level of Brian in his prime. It was just a pity that the cooldown time for judgment of death was very long, even though Sumyubai's soul had now reached the peak of the lower god realm. He would still need to wait 6 days before he could use it again. It was originally 7 days, and it only shortened to 6 days when he condensed his soul. Following that, all the way from the early stage of the lower god realm to the peak, the cooldown time of this authority had not decreased in the slightest. Sumyubai estimated that it wouldn't be until his soul broke through to the intermediate god realm that this authority would shorten its cooldown again. By comparison, the authority stolen from the Goddess of Luck had no such thing as a cooldown. It was just that the Goddess of Luck's authority also could not be actively used, except for the time the Blood Realm's secret domain was destroyed. Sumyubai didn't even know if he had ever triggered the Goddess of Luck's authority. By comparison, he still preferred the Death Authority that he could control autonomously. With a thought, he closed the Death Descent state and cast his gaze toward Kaviro not far away. This guy's soul had already been devoured by the phantom of the Death Law, and there was no longer a trace of life force on his body. His divine body remained undamaged, still maintaining the expression and posture from before the judgment. Even his constricted pupils showed no change. It was just that Kaviro's pupils had lost their luster, and he had completely turned into a corpse. Sumyubai took a step forward and arrived directly in front of Kaviro's corpse. Looking at the 5 pairs of pitch-black wings behind him, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Ever since Mingri, he hadn't created any new undead creatures for a long time, as an existence second only to the prodigies of the same rank within the fallen angel race. This guy was certainly qualified. In any case, after breaking through to the 8th rank legendary level, the number of undead creatures he could create had also increased to 8. Sumyubai decided to give one of those slots to Kaviro. Thinking it, he did it. With a thought, he instantly mobilized a massive amount of deathly silence chi and injected it into Kaviro's corpse. After a true god dies, their divine body will not be quickly decomposed by the Myriad Worlds game. Instead, it will persist for a very long time. However, their talents cannot be perfectly preserved. The reason Sumyubai was able to do this was entirely due to the cheat-like means of his calamity profession trait, to perfectly preserve the corpse of a peak lower god. The amount of deathly silence chi required was clearly an astronomical figure, but for Sumyubai, this was a piece of cake. An endless stream of deathly silence chi emerged from the helmet component of Eternal Silence Calamity and was rapidly injected into Kaviro's corpse. Gradually, his plump divine body withered, and his pupils began to sink. Even the 5 pairs of pitch-black wings behind him gradually lost their original luster. Notification: you have consumed 333 million points of deathly silence chi to preserve the target's corpse. How ugly. Looking at Kaviro's appearance after being modified by the deathly silence chi, Sumyubai couldn't help but curl his lip and complain. He's practically on par with Mingri. However, he also understood that the appearance of the final created creature had nothing to do with how he looked at this moment. What kind of undead creature Kaviro's corpse would give birth to would still be determined by his talent. System prompt: the deceased's cultivation level during their lifetime was at the Lawmaster stage peak lower level god, possessing an SSS rank talent. By consuming 333 trillion soul points, you can reshape a brand new divine soul using this corpse, perfectly preserving and enhancing its SSS rank talent to be more compatible with the new divine body. System prompt: based on the compatibility of this corpse's SSS rank talent, you can create the following top-tier undead creature. Option 1. 9 Nether God of Slaughter. Click to view required materials. How much? Looking at the soul points required to reshape the divine soul, Sumyubai couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had slaughtered the entire Blood Realm secret realm previously, yet he had only harvested a little over 20 trillion soul points. Now, reshaping actually requires consuming 333 trillion. Why don't you just go rob someone instead? Currently, the storage limit for soul points in the Death Codex is only 50 trillion. Sumyubai shook his head helplessly and waved his hand to store Cavallo's corpse into his internal world. The matter of creating the fourth undead creature would have to be put on hold for now. After the shock, he also understood why the consumption was so high. Because of the bug-like nature of the profession catastrophe trait, the reshaped divine soul would inevitably be at the peak lower-level god stage. This was beyond doubt. As for the divine body, after Sumyubai checked the materials required to create the 9 nether god of slaughter, he understood the situation. With so many law-level materials, if the fourth wasn't a peak lower-level god after being born, then his cheat would have been for nothing. He casually copied the list of required materials and sent it directly to Vivian. Sumyubai's communicator vibrated shortly after. Mr. Moon Knight, some of the materials you need are very rare, but I will find a way to collect them. Vivian's voice sounded perfectly normal, yet it still carried a hint of charm. From the way she addressed Sumyubai, it was clear that this succubus was currently in a public place. It's fine. You can look for lower-tier substitutes as well, but the quantity must be large. After giving his instructions, Sumyubai ended the call. Not all Saint Extinction level materials could be successfully freeloaded into law level ones. Although Sumyubai's high luck stat meant the failure rate wasn't high, it was still necessary to prepare more. Besides, Saint Extinction level materials weren't expensive anyway. Lowering his wrist, Sumyubai looked up at the 5 Asura marks still spinning in the air. Although Cavillo had fallen, these Asura marks still maintained the existence of the god of slaughter space. Clearly, they were waiting for Sumyubai to collect them. God of death, god of slaughter. I wonder just how strong these peak true gods, who are only second to the sovereigns, really are. Sumyubai recalled the scythe of the death god he had obtained earlier and whispered to himself. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and his figure instantly appeared beside the 5 circling Asura marks. With a thought, the one that originally belonged to him flew into his palm. Immediately after, the other 4 Asura marks followed suit. System prompt. Congratulations to player White Knight for obtaining Asura Mark X4. System prompt. The god of slaughter space will close in 10 minutes. You may also close it early. Countdown 9:59. Countdown 9:58. The countdown ticked away slowly. But Sumyubai was in no rush to close the god of slaughter space. He first checked the attributes of the other 4 Asura marks and found that they were exactly the same as the one he originally possessed. Following that, he randomly selected an Asura mark that hadn't been freeloaded yet and focused his mind. Catastrophe, Target, Asura Mark, Chapter 565. Mark of the God of Slaughter, Bonus Chapter. As the Catastrophe talent was activated, a ripple of law energy suddenly appeared out of thin air in Sumyubai's palm. This low ripple was very similar to the slaughter law that Cavillo had previously manipulated, but there were some slight differences. It gave the impression of being somewhat more advanced. Immediately after, Sumyubai was surprised to find that 2 of the 5 Asura marks in his palm had vanished into thin air. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. System prompt. You have obtained the law-level treasure mark of the God of Slaughter. System prompt. Congratulations on collecting 9 Asura marks and successfully fusing them into the mark of the God of Slaughter. Your original title Asura has been upgraded to Substitute God of Slaughter. Substitute God of Slaughter. When wearing this title, the slaughter effects caused by divine power and divine soul power are doubled. The killing intent you accumulate will cause a powerful deterrent effect on enemies. System prompt. A 10,000 worlds human race announcement will be made shortly. Looking at the mark of the God of Slaughter and the other 3 Asura marks in his palm, Sumyubai felt completely confused. Normally, the Catastrophe talent would upgrade treasures out of thin air, but for some unique items, he would directly seize them by force, just like the Death Codex. Although the mark of the God of Slaughter was certainly far inferior to the Death Codex, Sumyubai could barely understand that this item was unique. But why didn't the other 3 Asura marks disappear? And previously, he had always obtained the title first, and then been rewarded with the mark. Why was it the other way around for the mark of the God of Slaughter? Filled with doubt, Sumyubai decisively checked the information on the mark of the God of Slaughter. Mark of the God of Slaughter incomplete state law level treasure requirement. Fully comprehend the law of slaughter God of Slaughter ashes. In order to challenge God of Death Bach, sought help from the Sovereign of Destruction. With his assistance, he condensed his life's work to forge this high-level law-level treasure. Incomplete state effects. Manipulating the law of slaughter becomes easier. Divine power consumption is significantly reduced, and the power is significantly increased. Special. The power of the mark of the god of slaughter is divided into 9 parts. Only by fusing all the marks of the god of slaughter can one obtain the complete power. When there is another owner of a mark of the god of slaughter nearby, you will receive a notification. The regret of Ash's life was that just as he finished forging the mark of the god of slaughter, Bach had already fallen, again with this routine. Sumyubai couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy, the god of slaughter Ashes, really lacked any fresh ideas. From the initial human butcher mark, which was a 9-in-1, to the current mark of the slaughter god, it was still 9-in-1. In other words, there are a total of 81 Asura marks in the myriad worlds. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something. When he first obtained the Asura title, the myriad worlds game did not reward him with an Asura mark. He had originally thought that since he had freeloaded his way into upgrading to the human butcher mark, the myriad worlds game had simply skipped that reward. Now it seemed highly likely that the Asura mark he had freeloaded back then was actually snatched directly from the myriad worlds. He wondered which poor soul that had been. Sumyubai grinned, his gaze shifting to the other 3 Asura marks, a golden light flickering deep within his eyes. With the eye of the profound heaven activated, he also unraveled the doubts in his heart. It turned out that to obtain the Asura title and acquire the Asura mark, besides needing to kill 10 million living beings within a short period, there was another condition. That was, the creatures killed could not be of a lower rank than oneself. For Sumyubai, this was not a problem at all, because it seemed he had never killed a player of a lower rank than himself. But for top-tier races, this was quite difficult. Take a genius of a top-tier race. For example, they were born as saint extinction-level existences. Even if their infancy and growth stages were counted as 2 ranks, their infancy would still be equivalent to an 8th rank legendary level. Killing 10 million 8th rank creatures in a short time during infancy was a task of heaven-defying difficulty. Even if one had sufficient strength, gathering so many 8th rank creatures together to be slaughtered in a short time was no easy feat. One could imagine just how difficult it must have been for that guy Cavillo, as a member of a top-tier race, to obtain the Asura mark. Of course, it wasn't necessarily easy for low-tier races either, because their own strength was very weak. The reason Sumyubai was so relaxed was entirely because he was cheating. With a thought, he selected the remaining 3 Asura marks this time. Catastrophe. Notification. You have obtained the law-level treasure mark of the Slaughter God ×3. The next moment, the 4 marks of the Slaughter God suddenly vibrated, an attractive force appearing between them. Immediately after, the 3 newly snatched marks of the Slaughter God were devoured by the first one. Sumyubai clearly felt that the remaining mark of the Slaughter God had grown much stronger in aura. However, since he had not comprehended the law of slaughter, he was unable to mobilize the power within it. Flipping his hand to put away the mark of the Slaughter God, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and actively closed the Slaughter God space. The blood-red killing intent that had permeated the surroundings vanished into thin air, replaced by life energy that filled the entire dream of life. Master, my lord, boss, 3. Bingshuan and the others gathered around immediately, though their gazes weren't focused on Sumyubai, but rather searching for something. Where is Cavillo? My lord, are you injured? Boss, did that guy run away? Once we get out of here, I'll ask Big Brother to hunt him down. Big Brother loves hacking people like that the most, listening to everyone's chatter. Sumyubai raised his hand and clenched it. All right, enough. It was just a mere Cavillo. He is already dead. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze in place, staring at Sumyubai with eyes full of shock. No way. That was a peak lower god, and he had clearly been in his prime state. The sovereign wasn't even at the 9th rank yet, and he had taken the guy down all by himself, and so quickly. Although they were his own people, they never expected that the sovereign's strength had reached such a monstrous level. Enough. Continue searching for the flower of life. Sumyubai waved his hand and turned to head in the direction from which Cavillo had come. However, his heart grew increasingly vigilant. The ancient tree demon that had died earlier had been permeated with shadow power. This was clearly not Yahello's doing. Extra update delivered today, Chapter 566. Could the system have a bug? In the myriad worlds of the universe, there are three major races known for their numbers. The mechanical race, the Zerg, and the undead race. As long as the powerhouses of the mechanical race possess sufficient materials, they can mass-produce endless mechanical legions. These mechanical legions have no individual thoughts and cannot be considered living beings. They are entirely controlled by the powerhouses of the mechanical race. The Zerg are slightly different. This race is ruled by a very small number of Zerg queens. Each Zerg queen can consume resources to create massive amounts of Zerg warriors. They share a single thought network, each one fearless of death, existing solely for the Zerg queen. As for the undead race, it goes without saying, regardless of the race, the corpses of the dead have the potential to give birth to new undead creatures. The numbers can be imagined. Mechanical legions, Zerg swarms, and the undead scourge are all renowned throughout the myriad worlds of the universe. Beyond these, the demon race, ranked second on the myriad races ranking, is second only to these three in terms of numbers. However, the demon race is not a monolith, a fact evident from the dragon race's departure from them. Further down, there are some races that are equally vast in number but very weak. Naturally, this includes the human race. In addition to the numerous forbidden lands of the gods, countless humans still survive throughout the myriad worlds of the universe. For example, the planet Tianquan, where Liu Yun resides. This planet is one of the few in the myriad worlds where humans are completely in charge, neither enslaved by powerful races nor kept as livestock for blood food. The moment Sumu Bai freeloaded his way into upgrading the mark of the slaughter god, a system announcement suddenly rang in the ears of every human player. Myriad Worlds Human Announcement. Congratulations to the human player Bai from the 007 Forbidden Land of the Gods for successfully fusing the mark of the slaughter god and becoming one of the substitute slaughter gods. This is hereby announced. In an instant, the entire planet of Tianquan was in an uproar. I never expected that our human race could produce a substitute god of slaughter. Forbidden God Zone 007 is awesome. Bai is awesome. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. From now on, Bai will definitely be targeted by other substitute gods of slaughter. Alright, stop worrying about things that haven't happened yet. Bai has already triggered the myriad worlds announcement several times. There are already so many people eyeing him. What's a few more substitute gods of slaughter? That's true. One doesn't worry about debt when there's too much of it. Still, I hope Bai has better luck and doesn't run into other substitute gods of slaughter too soon. They say those guys are all lunatics. Sigh. After all these years, it's been so hard for our human race to produce a prodigy. I hope he can truly grow up. Didn't the Gale Sword God go to protect his path? I wonder if he has found Bai yet. The players of the Tianquan Star were unaware that the Gale Sword God, Liu Yun, had indeed found Bai, but it was completely meaningless. His strength was not only insufficient to protect Bai's path, but he was actually saved by Bai instead. It was no wonder the players of Tianquan Star couldn't imagine this. After all, everyone knew that Bai had only just broken through to the 8th stage, a lower god having no qualifications to act as a guardian for an 8th stage legendary class professional. Who would believe that if it were said out loud? Many planets, small worlds, and forbidden god zones inhabited by the human race felt very complicated emotions upon hearing this announcement. There was excitement and thrill, but also worry and melancholy. But regardless, these people had already come to view Bai as the future hope of the human race, because from ancient times to the present, apart from Bai, no other human had been able to cause such a sensation across the myriad worlds multiple times. It could be said that as long as Bai did not fall midway, the human race would inevitably ascend to the myriad races ranking in the future. The only difference would be his position on the list. Regarding this point, the hidden powerhouses of the human race were already raring to go. The reason they dared not expose themselves was entirely because the current human race lacked a needle to calm the sea, a stabilizing force. Without a powerhouse truly strong enough to deter other races, the human race dared not reveal their full strength. After all, there were no shortage of races among the myriad worlds that were eyeing the human race like tigers watching their prey. They would absolutely never stand by and watch the human race return to the myriad races ranking. And now, Baiyu was clearly seen by all human powerhouses as the best candidate for that stabilizing force. From the moment Baiyu first triggered the myriad world's human announcement, humans across the universe had already begun to take action. Liu Yun was not the only one who wanted to secretly protect Baiyu's path. He was simply lucky enough to find Baiyu a step earlier. Of course, not all human players were like this. There were also some who had no reaction at all upon hearing the announcement, having long since become completely numb. These people had been enslaved and kept in captivity for who knows how many years. The Dark Domain, the Scarlet Realm, the Sea of Blood, and the Blood Garden were examples of this. The humans here had been thoroughly domesticated. The myriad world's human announcement ringing in their ears could not bring about even a trace of emotional fluctuation. In the eyes of these people, they were born to be food for the blood race. Resistance had no meaning. Just like pigs raised in a pen. How many pigs raised by humans would ever resist under the feeding of the blood race? Even though many 10th stage sane extermination level human players had been born in the blood garden, it was meaningless. They were merely large pigs with strength, but no knowledge of what dignity or freedom meant. From the moment of their birth, they have been kept in this blood garden by the blood race, never having had any contact with the myriad worlds. Resistance. What did that even mean? What Baiyu? What myriad worlds announcement? What mark of the god of slaughter? These people simply did not understand the significance of any of it. Their thoughts had long been firmly imprisoned through countless generations of captivity. To these people, receiving their daily feed and eventually becoming food for their captors was their life's destiny. It was not just here. There were many such places throughout the universe. The blood garden built by the blood race was merely a microcosm of it all. Likewise, the blood race as a species was only one of many on the death list. This time, Sumyubai had clearly only triggered the myriad world's human announcement, but some non-human players were left dumbfounded. The destruction domain, the power domain, the death domain, the myriad demon domain. In these domains, in different great worlds and among different races, at the same time, within a certain secret realm, on a battlefield filled with the flames of war, a mechanical race powerhouse had just reached out to receive the mark rewarded by the myriad worlds game. Immediately after, he suddenly widened his eyes as he watched that mark vanish from his palm into thin air. Where the hell did my massive Asura mark go? The mechanical race powerhouse looked around in suspicion and uncertainty, but he could not sense the presence of any living creature. Yet, the Asura mark he had just obtained had truly vanished into thin air. He hadn't even had time to check the attributes of the Asura mark. Following that, several jets of scorching steam erupted from the top of the mechanical race powerhouse's head. Several cannon barrels suddenly extended from his body, and he began to fire wildly at the battlefield that was already devoid of any living things. The reason this guy went berserk was entirely due to the system notification that suddenly rang in his ears. Notification: you have lost the Asura mark. The Asura title is now ineffective. Damn it all. This was a title and mark he had just obtained. What on earth was the myriad worlds game doing? Could it be that the system had a bug? Chapter 567. The Berserk Golden Winged Sovereign. He was not the only unlucky soul. When Sumyubai promoted his first mark of the god of slaughter, only 2 Asura marks had disappeared from his own hands. But this thing required 9 Asura marks to be fused. In other words, at the same time, besides this mechanical race genius, there were 6 other unlucky souls in the myriad worlds who suffered the same fate. Of course, it was also possible there were fewer than 6. After all, no one could say for sure whether the catastrophe talent would directly snatch Asura marks that hadn't even been awarded yet from the hands of the myriad worlds game. Just how heaven-defying this unique forbidden grade talent truly is, even Sumyubai, its owner, has yet to fully grasp. Moreover, these people were not even the unluckiest ones. The true suckers were the victims of Sumyubai's subsequent free ride. Somewhere in the starry expanse of the myriad demon realm, who is it? A sharp roar suddenly erupted. Violent divine power, laced with thick killing intent, carried this voice across an immense distance even in the vacuum of space. Immediately following, a dazzling golden light ignited in the depths of the starry sky, and terrifying energy swept across the entire sector in an instant. Boom, boom. Bang! Explosions rang out incessantly, and planet after planet turned into a meteor shower under the force of this terrifying energy. Even those planets harboring life, protected by powerful barriers, were left teetering on the brink of destruction. What happened? This divine power. Oh no. It's the Golden Winged Sovereign. Quick, quick! Send the tributes over immediately. We must not let the Golden Winged Sovereign go mad here. For a time, the players on the nearby planets trembled in fear under this terrifying divine might. Although they had no idea what had happened, they dared not be the least bit negligent, fearing that a single misstep would lead to their deaths at the hands of that powerful madman. One had to remember, the Golden Winged Sovereign was a god of slaughter who had once devoured an entire divine kingdom in one go. When this guy went mad, he didn't care if you were of the demon race or any other. He would eat you all the same. Who the hell could afford to provoke him? Yet, they did not know that this time, the rage was clearly not so easily appeased. The reason the Golden Winged Sovereign had gone berserk was that he had sensed his mark of the slaughter god had suddenly vanished into thin air. Furthermore, even the title substitute slaughter god had directly become invalid after his outburst. The Golden Winged Sovereign quickly calmed down. Who could silently take the mark of the slaughter god from me? A flash of terror crossed his eyes. Could it be one of the sovereigns? As soon as the thought occurred, the Golden Winged Sovereign shook his head. No, even a sovereign couldn't do it. The Myriad Worlds game has rules. Unless they kill me, it is impossible to obtain the mark of the slaughter god. At this point in his thoughts, the Golden Winged Sovereign's expression froze. But the mark of the slaughter god was indeed gone. Had the Myriad Worlds game gone haywire, the same thing was happening in the Destruction Realm and the Death Realm. Within these two great realms, two other high gods at the Law Sovereign stage were equally baffled and frustrated. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand how their mark of the slaughter god had been perfectly fine just a moment ago, only to suddenly disappear. There was a common piece of knowledge in the Myriad Worlds. Those who possessed the mark of the slaughter god were all lunatics, and unless absolutely necessary, one must never provoke them. Now that these three madmen felt aggrieved, they naturally had to vent by unleashing slaughter. Of course, with their strength, they couldn't devastate an entire realm, but if they truly lost their heads, overturning one or two great worlds would be no problem at all. Sumyubai could never have imagined that his single free ride would simultaneously trigger a bloodbath across three major realms. Life Dreamscape. Sumyubai and his group were still searching for traces of the Flower of Life. Because of the high-grade life light, they traveled unimpeded, without being attacked by any trance or flower spirits. The wild monsters here seemed to view them as their own kind. However, apart from Cavillo, Sumyubai had not encountered any other players. He hadn't even come across the corpses of any trance or flower spirits. It was as if, besides them, Cavillo was the only player in the Life Dreamscape. But Sumyubai knew very well that there was at least one more player here, because those initial trance were definitely not killed by Cavillo. Therefore, he did not lower his guard along the way. Aside from continuously absorbing the essence of Divine Soul, Sumyubai kept his attention focused on his surroundings. Bingshuan and the others were also on high alert, guarding against any sneak attacks. But the journey that followed was surprisingly smooth. No obstacles, no enemies, no unexpected situations. Whenever they encountered a fork in the road, Sumyubai would either choose a direction at random or let the three Signal Light brothers decide. Since there were no clues anyway, he might as well leave it all to luck. In this regard, Sumyubai had plenty of confidence. High luck stats, the authority of the goddess of luck, plus the good fortune brought by the three Signal Light brothers. If he still couldn't find the Flower of Life under these conditions, then there was really nothing left to say. They walked like this for 3 days. Under the guidance of the high-grade life light, abundant life energy surged into everyone's bodies at every moment. Increasing the maximum HP was merely the most trivial effect of this energy. Its true power lay in its ability to help Saint Extinction grade beings condense their divine bodies, significantly accelerating the process. Even the rate of Sumyubai's physical collapse had been greatly alleviated over these 3 days. Although his maximum HP remained at only 1 point, the countdown to his body's collapse had been extended by another month. Not only that, but Sumyubai could clearly feel that the incomplete chaos heart within him was more active than before. Thump thump, thump thump, the steady, powerful beating seemed to have brought about some changes. However, the status window for the incomplete Chaos Heart showed no changes at all. Sumyubai touched his chest, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Could life energy repair the incomplete Chaos Heart? But Sumyubai didn't take it too much to heart, because from the very beginning, he had never intended to repair this thing step by step. As long as he had sufficient resources, a single catastrophe would easily restore it to its complete state. The one making the fastest progress here was Bing Xuan. Having awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline, his semi-divine body was constantly undergoing transformation compared to everyone else. He was the creature closest to condensing a divine body. Over the past 3 days, Bing Xuan had absorbed a massive amount of life force, and his demigod body had already reached its limit. As long as he took one more step, he could truly condense a divine body and cross one of the thresholds of the Lawmaster realm. The group continued their search this way, and another 2 days passed. Just as Sumyubai and the others crossed a long river and entered an oasis, the surface of their bodies suddenly flickered with a verdant green light. This was the guidance from the light of life, meaning the flower of life was within a 100-kilometer radius. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. "I've finally found you." At the same time, Bing Xuan suddenly reverted to his true form, soared into the sky, and let out an involuntary roar. Woo! Chapter 568, Condensing the Divine Body. Bonus Chapter, Owu. Bing Xuan's sudden reversion to his true form gave the 3 Signal Light brothers a huge fright. "Ah Bing, what kind of madness are you having?" Bing Xuan clearly had no time to pay attention to a Meng Dot at this moment. His body, which had been suppressed by the dream of life to only 100 meters in length, was growing rapidly. To 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. In just a few breaths, Bing Xuan once again became a star-devouring beast that blotted out the sky. At this moment, the suppression effect of the dream of life seemed to have lost its hold on him. The rich life energy in the surroundings surged into his body frantically. Yulan and Lingyu looked up, gazing at this shocking scene, and whispered softly, "The divine body has begun to condense." Sumyubai also looked up with interest. This was the first time he had seen a creature condense a divine body with his own eyes. Brian's divine body from before was not even in the same category. That guy had merely used a large amount of low-grade materials to refine a vessel for his soul. The Lich's true form had always been nothing more than his phylactery. Far behind the group, a shadow had been following them like a phantom the entire way. Watching Bing Xuan's fully restored true form, a strange look flashed in that person's eyes. Does a genius with such strong bloodline power still exist among the dragon race today? However, her gaze quickly shifted away from Bing Xuan and landed on Sumyubai once again, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. "I didn't expect that coming in for a stroll would actually lead me to the flower of life. My luck is truly not bad." At this moment, although everyone was watching Bing Xuan condense his divine body, they still did not lower their guard. Despite this, no one was able to detect the presence of this person. Bing Xuan absorbed energy so quickly that a large number of emerald green vortices formed on the surface of his body. Woo! Accompanied by a resonant dragon roar, Bing Xuan's body gradually began to turn transparent. First the dragon scales, then the flesh and blood, the meridians, and finally the bones. Bing Xuan's body was disappearing into the air, bit by bit. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath. Breaking and then rebuilding, this was the final step of condensing a divine body. As long as one could successfully cross it, it was equivalent to possessing an immortal body to a certain extent, even if the body were completely blasted into slag. As long as the divine power was not exhausted, it could be reconstructed in an instant. Just like Victor on the abandoned planet, even though his divine body had been blasted into a sky full of blood mist, he was still able to recover. Of course, this kind of recovery consumed a significant amount of divine power and soul energy. Once it reached the limit, a true god would still fall into a deep slumber or even perish. Therefore, this was not immortality in the true sense. Nevertheless, a creature that had crossed this step was no longer a body of flesh and blood. In terms of the life level of the physical body, it could be completely considered transcendent. If one were to further condense a divine soul and fully comprehend a path of law, they could completely step into the Lawmaster realm and achieve the status of a true god. However, condensing a divine body was not 100% successful. In fact, the probability of failure was much higher. According to the statistics of the myriad worlds, if all races were calculated together, the probability of successfully condensing a divine body was only 1%. The higher the ranking on the myriad races ranking, the higher the probability of successful condensation. For the top 10 peak races in the myriad worlds, the success rate for condensing a divine body could only reach about 30%. This was almost the limit, of course. Failure did not mean immediate death. In most cases, players who failed to condense a divine body would drop to the early stage of the saint extermination level, and the difficulty of attempting to condense a divine body again would increase significantly. Therefore, under normal circumstances, experts at the peak of the saint extermination level would only attempt a breakthrough after making thorough preparations. The reason Bing Xuan attempted the breakthrough directly was because he was full of absolute confidence in himself. Just at this critical moment of condensing the divine body, a voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Huang Gui and Lu Mao had their eyes wide open, pointing at the place where Bing Xuan had disappeared, and said tremblingly, Big brother, is a Bing dead? Bang, bang. Ah Meng gave each of them a hammer. I tell you to broaden your horizons, but you prefer to chase cats and tease dogs. Shut up and watch carefully. The two rubbed their heads in grievance, staring longingly at the high sky, still not reacting to why they had been hit. The next moment, both of them widened their eyes again. Yay, Ah Bing isn't dead, woo. Another resonant dragon roar sounded, and the wind and clouds in the high sky suddenly changed. Powerful divine power appeared out of thin air and began to reshape Bing Xuan's body. The winding, slender dragon bones, the dense meridians, the flesh and blood filled with vitality, and the brilliant golden dragon scales. Everything that had disappeared now reappeared, and it was many times stronger than before. The originally pitch-black dragon scales had now turned completely golden, and the wings on his body had also completely disappeared. After successfully condensing the divine body, the ancestral dragon bloodline within Bing Xuan awakened further. He was no longer a Nirvana dragon emperor, but had become a true divine dragon, a five-clawed golden dragon. The commotion from Bing Xuan's breakthrough was not small, and it naturally attracted the attention of all the creatures within the Dream of Life. Apart from the Trance and Flower spirits, who regarded him as one of their own, the other players also discovered the situation here. There was no clue regarding the whereabouts of the Flower of Life, but the powerful bloodline energy within Bing Xuan had caught the attention of these players. Such dense bloodline energy, if it can be refined, it will surely allow my divine body to advance even further. We didn't find the Flower of Life, but capturing a dragon like this makes the trip worthwhile. The Dream of Life is vast, but the number of players is small, only a handful. However, without exception, these players are all true gods at the Law Lord stage. Among them, there is even an existence at the intermediate god stage. Luck is a mysterious thing. It is hard to say that Sumubai and his group encountering Cavillo had nothing to do with the Asura mark. As for the other players, they had searched the Dream of Life for 5 full days without encountering a single one. Now, because of Bing Xuan's breakthrough, all the players within the Dream of Life have gathered here. Coincidentally, this is exactly the area where the Flower of Life exists. Today's bonus chapter is here, chapter 569, A Changed Race. Wow, so cool. Watching the 5-clawed golden dragon in the high sky, Ling Yu couldn't help but cover her small mouth and exclaim. Amon curled his lips. Bing is really stealing the spotlight. But big brother, Bing really does look much cooler than you right now. Huang Gui spoke honestly, and Lu Mao immediately added. He was cooler than big brother before. Bang, bang. Amon gritted his teeth. There's no need to emphasize such things in the future. Sumu Bai was also stunned for a moment by Bing Xuan's appearance after condensing his divine body. This is a 5-clawed golden dragon. What Chinese person could see this and not be excited? It must be said that the changes brought to Bing Xuan by the ancestral dragon bloodline are truly immense. As of now, he can no longer be associated with undead creatures at all. The powerful bloodline energy has even directly changed Bing Xuan's race. Bing Xuan, demigod level Mount 5-clawed golden dragon, top tier dragon race, a level 300 loyalty. 100 You are his faith. Loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Sea, land, and air. 10,000% vitality. 9 stars. Soul. Peak Saint Extinction Level Divine Body Early Stage Lower God Combat Power Demigod. Law of Death and Annihilation 9 Pattern Ultimate Divine Power. The divine power contained within the lower god body is enough to support the consumption of a divine battle, but the Peak Saint Extinction Level Soul still cannot perfectly control the divine power. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. The ancestral dragon bloodline within the body is fully awakened. It will cause your physical body to continuously transform. In the future, you may be able to become the new ancestral dragon among the myriad worlds. Just after breaking through, his vitality has already reached 9 stars. Sumyubai exclaimed, "Good heavens! The ancestral dragon bloodline is truly extraordinary." When Padi first appeared, his vitality was only 9 stars. Now that Bing Xuan has just condensed his divine body, he has reached such a level. It is simply inconceivable. However, unlike Sumyubai, Bing Xuan is actually held back by his soul. Before condensing his divine soul, he cannot yet unleash the full power of his divine body. Coupled with the fact that the law of death and annihilation has not yet been perfected, his combat power remains at the demigod level. Of course, compared to those who have just broken through to the lower god stage, Bing Xuan still has a chance to win. After all, a vitality as high as 9 stars is not just for show. After successfully condensing the divine body, the suppression effect of the Dream of Life took effect again, but this time, Bing Xuan's size stopped after being suppressed to a length of over 1,000 meters. Amidst the flickering golden light, Bing Xuan transformed into a half-human form and flew back to Sumyubai's side. "Master, I succeeded." At this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement. Sumyubai nodded slightly. "Not bad. Next, seize the time to comprehend the law of death and annihilation, and strive to truly break through to the Law Lord stage as soon as possible." "Yes." Bing Xuan nodded excitedly. Still immersed in the improvements brought by his divine body, he has already successfully crossed one of the 3 major bottlenecks to breaking through to the 11th tier Law Lord stage. For the remaining divine soul and complete laws, the only thing he really needs to work on is comprehending the laws. Condensing a divine soul might be difficult for others, but Sumyubai now possesses a cheat like the Sea of Death. The difficulty has plummeted. However, while in the Dream of Life, the 10-fold effect of the high-level light of life must not be wasted. It won't be too late to let Bing Xuan enter the Sea of Death to condense his divine soul after absorbing the life energy here. It is not just him. The Angel Sisters and the 3 Signal Light Brothers all need the tempering of the Sea of Death. Although the 2 sisters have successfully condensed their divine souls, they can still advance further within it. After all, the strongest soul impact in the Sea of Death reaches the level of a sovereign. Only Sumyubai, this cheater, doesn't need to go through such trouble. He doesn't even need to enter the Sea of Death, as his divine soul is being tempered every moment. Over these 5 days, Sumyubai felt that his divine soul had become much more resilient. If he were to judge an enemy of Kavla's level again, it would no longer take as long as 7 seconds. It is just that he has not yet felt the existence of a bottleneck. It should still take some time for his divine soul to break through to the early stage of an intermediate god. Sumyubai looked at Bing Xuan's golden dragon head and raised an eyebrow. "How does it feel to have your bloodline return to its ancestors?" "Better than ever." Bing Xuan raised his dragon claw and clenched it lightly, feeling the power brought by his brand new divine body, his eyes flashing with brilliance. At this moment, although he still comprehends the law of death, there is not a trace of an undead creature's aura on him. When condensing the divine body, the powerful bloodline energy of the ancestral dragon completely reshaped Bing Xuan. He, who once belonged to the undead race, has now become a pure member of the dragon race. Even the top geniuses among the dragon race with the strongest bloodline energy could not be more pure than Bing Xuan in this regard. Moreover, the ancestral dragon's bloodline energy is still subtly tempering Bing Xuan's divine body. In this regard, he could be considered to have opened a cheat code. His divine body would continue to grow stronger indefinitely. As for exactly how far it could be elevated, that was not something that could be determined at this moment. After all, neither Sumyubai nor Bing Xuan knew what level of existence the ancestral dragon was. On this point, Even in Bing Shuang's inherited memories, there was no specific information. Witnessing Bing Shuang's racial transformation with his own eyes, Sum Yubai couldn't help but recall what Zhu Xingchen and Hui Jian had once said. No wonder they were no longer considered pure humans after fusing their bloodlines. It turned out that powerful bloodline energy could directly change a creature's race. Before long, Bing Shuang had completely adapted to the power brought about by his breakthrough. He looked around excitedly, but immediately curled his lips in disappointment. In such a massive dream of life, why is there no one here for me to practice on? Hearing this, Sum Yubai also frowned, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Logically speaking, aside from that mysterious shadow-type powerhouse, it was impossible for the dream of life to contain only Yahello. But if there were truly other players, the commotion caused by Bing Shuang condensing his divine body was clearly so massive. Why hadn't it attracted a single person? Regarding this, Sum Yubai felt it was highly illogical, but regardless, the group truly hadn't sensed even a shred of another player's presence. After a moment of contemplation, Sum Yubai shook his head. No one is also a good thing. Let's go. It's time to find the flower of life. As his voice fell, the light of life on everyone's bodies began to flicker slightly. Following Sum Yubai's signal, the group immediately moved rapidly in different directions. Although the light of life could not directly point out the location of the flower of life, the closer they got, the deeper its radiance became, and the frequency of its flickering would accelerate accordingly. Relying on this, Sum Yubai quickly locked onto a direction and headed straight toward the location of the flower of life. As the group moved quickly, Sum Yubai suddenly raised his hand and frowned. Stop, something is wrong. At the same time, the emerald green glow on everyone's bodies dimmed slightly. Yulan also noticed the anomaly immediately, her delicate brows furrowing. The position of the flower of life is moving. Has someone beaten us to it? Bing Shuang rubbed his dragon claws, his eyes filled with excitement. He was just looking to fight a Lord of Laws to test his current combat strength. Chapter 570. Finally seeing the flower of life. It is also possible that the flower of life moves on its own. Sum Yubai narrowed his eyes slightly. When entering the dream of life, the Myriad Worlds game had never hinted at a time limit. The duration of the light of life had nothing to do with whether one could stay here. After all, if one entered using the most ordinary life beacon, they wouldn't even have the light of life buff. The purpose of the light of life was to increase affinity with life-type laws, absorb the life energy here, and increase the player's success rate in harvesting the flower of life. Even if one were to be expelled after staying here for a long time, that duration would definitely not be short. Thinking about it this way, it was very reasonable for the flower of life to move on its own. Otherwise, the flower of life would have long since been successfully harvested by other players. The more Sum Yubai thought about it, the more he felt his theory was correct. The powerful suppression of the dream of life, the massive number of trends and flower spirits, their fused products, and the addition of a moving flower of life. This was the reason why this dream of life still existed to this day. If the flower of life were truly harvested, this interstitial space would collapse and cease to exist. Without needing Sum Yubai to command them, the group tacitly chose different directions to depart. Based on the changes in the light on their respective bodies, they quickly re-identified the direction. Sum Yubai took the lead, bringing the group toward the direction where the flower of life had moved. Regardless of the situation, we will understand once we see the flower of life. In the distance, a shadow followed like a phantom. She had been trailing far behind Sum Yubai and his group, attempting to follow them to find the location of the flower of life. The few players who had been attracted by the power of Bing Shuang's bloodline had long since been silently disposed of by her, including that powerhouse at the intermediate god realm. No one had been able to react in her hands. Eliminating these true gods one after another did not affect her following Sum Yubai and the others in the slightest. Not even a trace of power fluctuation had been emitted. These true gods were all killed in a single strike, until the moment they perished. They didn't even know who had killed them. After all, this was the Myriad Worlds, not a novice village like the God-forbidden land. When under attack, the Myriad Worlds game would not act like a nanny and prompt you as to who the attacker was. Otherwise, wouldn't those law-level treasures that hid information lose their meaning? Watching from afar as the emerald green light on Sumyubai's group flickered, the existence in the shadows lightly furrowed her brows. The flower of life is truly cunning, no wonder I could never find it. She had also happened to obtain a high-grade life beacon by chance. And she was well aware that without the blessing of the light of life, the probability of finding the flower of life was almost zero. But she had still chosen to teleport to the Dragon Mountain God Kingdom and enter the Dream of Life. Before seeing Sumyubai's group, she had originally just wanted to relax inside, because the environment here was truly far better than the lifeless undead realm. Due to certain reasons, she spent her years wandering through various great worlds in the death domain. After accidentally obtaining the high-grade life beacon, she simply decided to give herself a vacation. But after seeing Sumyubai and his group, her thoughts changed. Although the flower of life was of no use to her, the item was of high value. Who would refuse something picked up for free? Since I've helped you deal with so many flies, it's only reasonable for me to take the flower of life as a reward, right? Watching the light radiating from Sumyubai and his companions grow increasingly brilliant, the entity in the shadows curled the corners of her lips, her eyes curving into two crescent moons. To her, this was nothing more than a game. Moreover, if she hadn't intervened from the shadows, these little ones might not have necessarily gotten the better of that intermediate god from earlier. The only thing that puzzled her now was how the leader had managed to finish off Yahello. She had heard a thing or two about that madman from the fallen angel race. Although his strength was relatively weak, he was, at the very least, a standout among peak low-level gods. Even though the treasure hiding the leader's information was powerful enough that even she couldn't see through it, she was certain that the other party had definitely not yet condensed a divine body. I wonder which junior from the god race this is. He certainly has plenty of good things on him. The entity in the shadows looked at Sumyubai's back, a few guesses forming in her mind. In her view, the other party must have utilized some life-saving measure provided by a powerful figure of the god race to successfully kill Yahello. Furthermore, this measure must have been astonishing. Otherwise, given Yahello's status within the fallen angel race, how could his own life-saving measures have been ineffective? Thinking of this, a look of contemplation flashed across her eyes. It seemed she would have to be a bit more careful herself. If she were to capsize in a gutter, it would be a massive embarrassment. Sumyubai was completely unaware that his every move was being watched by the entity in the shadows. He also did not know that because of these speculations, the entity in the shadows had changed her plans. The flower of life moved very quickly, and it followed no discernible pattern. 1 second, it was moving rapidly toward the north. The next, its direction had shifted to the east. Fortunately, the distance of each movement was not far. Relying on the tenfold sensing range of the high-level light of life buff, Sumyubai and his group firmly locked onto the direction of the flower of life. Even so, it still took them an entire day to cover the mere 100-kilometer range before they finally laid eyes on the legendary flower of life. This is the flower of life. The moment she saw the flower of life, Deng Shuang couldn't help but rub her eyes, letting out an exclamation. It wasn't because the flower of life was too peculiar. On the contrary, this thing was far too ordinary. If not for the intense reaction of the light of life, who would have guessed that the legendary flower of life could be so plain? Judging solely by its appearance, if you were to toss this flower into any random flower bed, no one would ever guess that it was the flower of life. One could even say that any other flower within the dream of life looked more like the flower of life than this one did. Two simple green leaves set off a pink flower bud that was on the verge of blooming. This was the complete appearance of the flower of life. Yulan and the three Signal Light brothers were also somewhat surprised. The flower of life, just this. Only Lingyu, upon seeing the flower of life, felt a slight tremor deep within her beautiful eyes, and immediately after, she entered a state that was profound and mysterious. Yulan noticed Lingyu's change at once, and a look of joy flashed across her face. "My lord, it seems Xiaoyu has realized something." Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lingyu. "At last, there is one among you who is compatible with the life-type laws. With the blessing of the tenfold high-level light of life, everyone's affinity for life-type laws had been greatly enhanced. However, until now, only Lingyu had gained any insight. One can imagine just how difficult it is to comprehend the laws of the supreme rule system, even at the entry level. It is enough to weed out 99% of Saint Extermination level powerhouses. After telling the others not to disturb Lingyu, Sumyubai turned his gaze toward the flower of life. Golden light flickering deep within his eyes. Mystic Heaven Pupil, Chapter 571. The strongest Saint Extermination level ancient tree demon, bonus chapter. The place where the flower of life grew was lush with vegetation, and everything was filled with the aura of life. Its plain appearance seemed somewhat out of place against the backdrop of blooming flowers. Flower of life law level treasure. A strange flower containing vast vitality and the power of life type laws. It can be used to quickly repair damage to a divine body or significantly increase the speed of divine body condensation. Special effect. After using the flower of life, your affinity for life type laws will be increased. A rare treasure of which there is only one per realm within the same cycle. To successfully pluck it, even with the blessing of the high-level light of life, you will need to face some challenges. Challenges? Sumyubai frowned. What kind of challenges? Wrestle. Just then, the tall, lush flower bushes on both sides suddenly began to move. Immediately after, a humanoid creature appeared before Sumyubai and the others. Its appearance was very similar to the corpses of the ancient tree demons they had seen before, but it looked much more like a human. Ancient tree demon special creature. Saint Extermination level boss vitality, 9,999 stars divine soul, peak intermediate god divine body, peak intermediate god combat power, mid-stage intermediate god. Law of regeneration 9 pattern ultimate weakness, fire type mutual restrained death type. A product born from the fusion of a large number of ancient tree demons under the blessing of life force. It only exists within the dream of life. To pluck the flower of life, you must first defeat it. Friendly reminder. Although the high-level light of life can prevent the ancient tree demon from using its full strength, it will still stop you from plucking the flower of life. Good grief. It really is unreasonable. Looking at the information for the ancient tree demon, Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp. A Saint Extermination level boss with vitality as high as 9,999 stars, is this reasonable? Both its divine soul and divine body were at the peak of the intermediate god level. The only thing preventing it from becoming a true god at the low master realm was its path of laws, which had only reached the 9 pattern ultimate. I have to say, the Myriad Worlds game is truly rigorous. It said it could only create a Saint Extinction level boss. And it really did just create a Saint Extinction level boss. It's just that this guy's combat power is truly a bit off the charts. Under normal circumstances, such a creature shouldn't exist in the Myriad Worlds at all. Even Sumyubai, a cheater like himself, didn't think he could be this strong when he was at the Saint Extinction level. However, this also highlights the importance of complete laws. The ancient tree demon's status panel is so luxurious, yet its combat power can only reach the mid-stage of a mid-level god. There's no helping that, after all, it cannot grasp complete laws. Brian was also a peak mid-level god back in the day, and he had comprehended 11 laws of the death element alone. The combat power of the two is simply not on the same level. Sumyubai even had a feeling that Marcus and Bellis from the Blood Realm Secret Realm might have a chance to defeat this guy. Even so, the ancient tree demon still possesses the combat power of a mid-level god. Upon seeing its strength, Bingchuan, who had been eager to try, instantly lost his spirit. Although he is combative, he has self-awareness. This guy clearly isn't someone he can handle. It's better to just stay behind his master and act as a cheerleader. I wonder how much power the 10-fold effect of the high-level light of life can save the ancient tree demon. Sumyubai whispered to himself and slowly approached the flower of life. The death transfer law had long been bound to some of the calamity skeletons in his internal small world, so he wasn't worried about any accidents occurring. This thing lacks complete laws, to put it bluntly. It relies purely on the power of its formidable divine soul and divine body. Its methods of attack could never be as varied as those of a real player. 1 step, 2 steps. The distance between Sumyubai and the flower of life grew shorter and shorter. Yet the ancient tree demon still showed no reaction. It merely glanced at Sumyubai with curiosity before turning its head to look in another direction. It was as if, in its eyes, Sumyubai was completely one of its own kind. Is this the gold content of the catastrophe trait? Sumyubai couldn't help but sigh. because he had already reached out and touched the flower of life. Not only did the ancient tree demon not attack, but it even turned around and began to patrol the surroundings. This behavior was just like it was acting as a guardian for Sumyubai. What does the high-level light of life failing to do have to do with my tenfold high-level light of life? Notification. Do you wish to harvest the flower of life? Notification. Your success rate for harvesting the flower of life this time is 100%. Determined to be a guaranteed successful harvest. Friendly reminder. Once the flower of life is successfully harvested, the dream of life will collapse within 30 minutes. The moment he made contact with the flower of life, the system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. The unreasonable tenfold effect of the catastrophe trait turned the original 50% success rate directly into 500%. Even the system notification of the Myriad Worlds game stuttered for a moment, eventually only reporting 100%. However, since the duration of the high-level light of life had not yet ended, and Ling Yu was still in a state of sudden enlightenment, it was clearly not the best time to harvest the flower of life. Therefore, Sumyubai decisively retracted his hand. The next moment, with a thought, he activated the wheel of time and space. Time-space lockdown. The next moment, an invisible ripple of time and space swept across the surroundings, instantly turning the nearby area into a zone where one could enter but not leave. Notification. You have locked down the time and space within a 10-kilometer radius. Unless you permit it or the opponent possesses the power to break the lockdown, they cannot leave by any means, and outsiders cannot enter through teleportation-type methods. Lockdown duration, 13 days, 6 hours, 39 minutes, 59 seconds. At the same time, the shadow in the dark, who had been watching Sumyubai intently, suddenly froze. What is going on? Why did that guy suddenly stop harvesting? Hurry up and harvest it. Only after you finish harvesting can I swoop in and take the ready-made prize. Immediately afterward, her pupils shrank slightly. That ripple just now. Extra update for today. My dear patrons, please support with gifts. Chapter 572 Ling Yu's Sudden Enlightenment. That ripple just now. The figure in the dark had her pupils shrink slightly, clearly sensing the fluctuations of the time-space lockdown. This little guy is truly vigilant. He actually locked down the surrounding time and space. Is he afraid that someone will snatch the flower of life and run? But, since when did the god race produce such a wealthy and extravagant junior? Her gaze sharpened, and she muttered to herself. Unlike the enemies Sumyubai had encountered in the past, this person not only detected the power of space but also had some perception of the power of time. A treasure capable of mobilizing the power of time, even within the god race, would definitely be considered a top-tier supreme treasure. With such a setup, no wonder he dared to come to the dream of life. Looking at Sumyubai's back, the existence in the dark nodded imperceptibly, but soon, a curve appeared on the corner of her mouth again. It's a pity you're unlucky to have run into me. So what if there's a time-space lockdown? I don't need to run. Although Sumyubai had been wary of the powerhouse using shadow power, he had been unable to sense the other party's presence until now. Now that he had used the wheel of time and space to lock down the surrounding area, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the time-space lockdown could not prevent people from entering this area, apart from a sovereign, no one could hope to leave without his permission. Shadow-type powerhouses are best at stealth. With the time-space lockdown, there was no way for the opponent to take the flower of life away right under his nose. And this was only the first layer of insurance. Immediately afterward, Sumyubai waved his hand to take out thousands of essences of divine soul. And with a thought, he cast them around the flower of life. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the essences of divine soul submerged into the earth, leaving behind only tiny holes. The next moment, these holes all began to flash with golden light. As the power of the divine soul surged, the golden light within the holes began to spread and rapidly connect. In just a moment, an extremely complex formation condensed into existence. Sumyubai's eyes glowed with golden light, and the vertical pupil in the center of his forehead opened accordingly. Mystic Heaven Array activate. System prompt. You have successfully deployed a micro-sized, low-level Mystic Heaven Array. Current activation level of the Mystic Heaven Array 5% and 10%. This time, The coverage of the mystic heavenry was limited to only a few dozen meters around the Flower of Life, compared to the one he had deployed in the Blood Realm Secret Realm. It was far, far smaller. Consequently, its activation speed was incredibly fast. In just a few breaths, the mystic heavenry was fully operational. A powerful sealing force manifested once again, but this time, it was a complete lockdown. Nothing could enter, and nothing could leave. In other words, unless the mystic heavenry was destroyed, no one other than Sumyu himself could get close to the Flower of Life. Phew, I hope that guy isn't a high-level god. Sumyu exhaled a breath of stale air, pondering to himself, "My lord, rest assured. It's just a single Flower of Life. It shouldn't be enough to attract the attention of a being at the high-level god realm." Yulan spoke softly, and Amon, standing to the side, nodded in agreement. As geniuses from top-tier races, although they had never plucked a Flower of Life before, they had certainly seen enough to know how it worked. While the Flower of Life was an extremely rare low-level treasure, at the end of the day, it only helped in condensing a divine body. At most, it provided an added bonus of increasing one's affinity with life-type laws. Such effects were already useless to powerhouses at the high-level god realm. Moreover, there were very few successful cases of plucking a Flower of Life across the myriad worlds, and each attempt consumed a vast amount of time. For a high-level god, the effort and the reward were simply not proportional. Therefore, it was basically impossible for a high-level god to enter the life dreamscape to pluck the Flower of Life. "I hope so." Sumyu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the Flower of Life once more. If possible, he would have liked to use the mystic heavenry to transfer the Flower of Life directly into his internal small world, just as he had done in the Blood Realm Secret Realm, but unfortunately, this was a living thing, and it could not be transferred directly. Furthermore, if the Flower of Life were to disappear, the entire life dreamscape would collapse, which was not the result he wanted. Under Sumyu's watchful gaze, the two emerald green leaves of the Flower of Life suddenly lit up with a faint glow. The next moment, it simply vanished from its original spot. This was the Flower of Life's method of movement. However, this time, it clearly couldn't move very far. The mystic heavenry vibrated slightly, and the figure of the Flower of Life reappeared, having moved only a few dozen meters. Faced with the sealing effect of the mystic heavenry, it tried several times, but it could only circle within this small area, unable to escape no matter what it did. Seeing this, Sumyu stopped paying attention to the Flower of Life and turned to look at Lingyu, who was still in a state of epiphany. "There are still a few days left. Try to absorb as much life energy as you can." His gaze swept over the group. But Sumyu ultimately didn't suggest that they try to comprehend life-type laws. Aside from Lingyu, the rest of them didn't look like they had the aptitude for it. Bingshuan and the others exchanged glances, then sat down obediently around the Flower of Life, frantically absorbing the life energy here with the help of the high-level light of life effect. Sumyu also sat cross-legged on the spot and began to study the incomplete heart of chaos within his body. Ever since entering this place, this rule-level treasure had become slightly more active. But that was all. Sumyu had yet to discover any other differences. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the effect of the high-level light of life had less than a day remaining. Sumyu slowly opened his eyes, a flash of disappointment deep within them. In the end, he still hadn't figured out what changes had occurred to the incomplete heart of chaos. Lingyu also awakened from her state of epiphany, a clear look of joy on her face. After entering the life dreamscape, she had keenly sensed the existence of a certain life-type law. However, comprehending a law often required a certain catalyst. For the first few days, she always felt like something was missing. It wasn't until the moment she saw the Flower of Life that Lingyu finally found that catalyst. After 3 days of epiphany, she had successfully comprehended a new path of law. And it was not an ordinary life-type law of metamorphosis. This path of law is one of the main branches of the life rule. As your level of comprehension increases, you will gain greater control over the power of life metamorphosis. The law of metamorphosis belongs to the supreme rule life. It is extremely difficult to mobilize and even more difficult to comprehend. Current level of comprehension, 0.1%. 0 mark show you, not bad at all. You directly comprehended one of the main branches of the life rule. Sumyubai cast an appreciative look at her. The latter's pretty face flushed slightly. If it weren't for the high-level light of life bestowed by you, my lord, I definitely wouldn't have been able to comprehend it. All right. We're all on the same side. No need to be humble. Sumyubai waved his hand with a smile and asked with interest. What are the specific effects of the law of metamorphosis? This law allows life to undergo metamorphosis, permanently enhancing future potential. As Ling Yu said this, she suddenly sighed. It's just a pity that I have comprehended too little. It won't have much effect for the time being. Don't worry. You'll be able to put it to use very soon. Sumyubai gave a mysterious smile, and under the confused gazes of the others, he turned and walked toward the flower of life. It's time to pluck the flower. Chapter 573. What's the point of playing like this? The effect of the mystic heavenera went without saying. The flower of life had tried for 3 whole days and still hadn't managed to escape the area of a few dozen meters. Later, it simply gave up on escaping, as if it had resigned itself to its fate, and stayed in place. The eternal tree demon had not appeared again either, as if it had completely forgotten its duty to guard the flower of life. The effect of the tenfold high-level light of life was completely beyond Sumyubai's expectations. He stepped across the profound heavenera and reached out toward the flower of life once more. Far from resisting, the delicate, dew-kissed flower actually bowed its head, actively leaning into Sumyubai's palm. Notification. Do you wish to harvest the flower of life? Notification. Your success rate for harvesting the flower of life is 100%. It is determined to be a guaranteed success. Friendly reminder. Once the flower of life is successfully harvested, the dream of life will collapse within 30 minutes. The system prompt rang out again, but this time, Sumyubai did not pull his hand back. Instead, he began the harvest immediately. A surge of incredibly dense life force erupted from deep underground, creating a tug-of-war against Sumyubai's palm, desperately trying to prevent him from taking the flower. The two forces were locked in a stalemate, like a game of tug-of-war. At the same time, a figure hidden in the shadows narrowed her eyes, watching Sumyubai's movements without blinking. This little guy has the blessing of high-tier light of life, so his success rate for harvesting the flower of life should be over 50%. I hope he doesn't make me wait all this time for nothing. Her gaze held a faint trace of anticipation. Although the flower of life was of no use to her, the thrill of getting something for free was her favorite thing. Before she broke through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm and became a true god, her original profession was that of a thief. The resistance to harvesting the flower of life was immense, and the high-tier light of life buff on Sumyubai's body began to take effect. As the rich, emerald green light shone, it enveloped him entirely, including the flower of life in his palm. Sumyubai felt the resistance brought by the life force vanish in an instant. Immediately after, the entire flower of life was uprooted by him. Rumble. In an instant, the entire dream of life began to shake, except for the area where the flower of life had been. Terrifying fissures tore across the rest of the land. Endless life energy converged, crazily pouring into the flower in Sumyubai's hand. The 2 green leaves glowed, rapidly growing larger and slowly wrapping around the bud at the very top. At the same time, the existence hidden in the shadows moved. Her figure vanished completely. Even her shadow ceased to exist, and she approached Sumyubai silently. As a massive amount of life force was injected, the 2 green leaves wrapping the bud slowly faded away, replaced by a fully bloomed flower of life. Just by holding it in his hand, Sumyubai felt waves of dense life force surging into his body. The intensity was no less effective than the tenfold high-tier light of life. Notification. Congratulations on successfully harvesting the law-level treasure, Flower of Life. Notification. Since the Flower of Life has been harvested, the Dream of Life will completely collapse in 30 minutes. Please head to the Dream exit and leave the spatial pocket as soon as possible. As the system prompt sounded, Sumyubai's expression suddenly changed. Who's there? Crack. The next moment, a rift was torn into the profound heaven array. Yet no player's voice or aura appeared. Such immense power. Sumyubai was shocked. The opponent had shattered the profound heaven array in an instant without revealing a shred of their aura. This was definitely not something an ordinary high god could achieve. Have I been cursed by the goddess of luck, with such high luck, plus the authority of the goddess of luck and the 3 signal light brothers? he still managed to encounter such a powerful high god here. It was hard for Sumyubai not to think he was suffering from a backlash. It seems that stealing certain things isn't necessarily a good thing. No sooner said than done. Sumyubai immediately stored the flower of life into his internal small world. At the same time, a golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. The S-shaped mark on his forehead split open, revealing a golden vertical pupil, profound heaven eye. As long as the creature's strength was not above the law lord realm, all disguises, invisibility, and similar effects would have nowhere to hide under the profound heaven eye. After activating the profound heaven eye, Sumyubai finally saw the intruder. The person appeared to be a seductive young human woman. No, not human. With such terrifying strength, she must be a member of the god race. Sumyubai's pupils constricted, but it was too late to react, because the invisible woman had already reached out and brushed past him. All of this happened in a split second. From the moment the profound heaven eye was broken to Sumyubai activating the profound heaven eye, Bingshuan and the others had only just reacted. Moreover, in their line of sight, they couldn't see the enemy at all. The opponent was still in a state of invisibility. By the time they reached Sumyubai's side, the woman had already withdrawn her hand and put some distance between them. A look of bewilderment appeared on both of their faces at the same time. Sumyubai had been prepared to use his death transfer, but he found that nothing had happened. He didn't even feel a thing. He hurriedly checked his status carefully. Indeed, there were no changes. What exactly was this person trying to do? More than 10 meters away, the woman, still invisible, was equally stunned. What is going on? The cloud-drifting flower-plucking hand actually failed. Are you kidding me? Is my 998 points of luck fake? Could this guy's luck be even higher than mine? As the woman pondered, her gaze couldn't help but drift toward Sumyubai. With that look, their gazes collided. This little guy can see through my invisibility. The woman was slightly taken aback, then her eyes narrowed. Why does the golden vertical pupil on his forehead look somewhat familiar? At the same time, her panel information appeared before Sumyubai's eyes. Shadow Empress Caroline Shadow Race. Freelance Bounty Hunter Stateless Top Tier Shadow Creature Law Lord Realm Vitality 86 Worlds. Divine Soul. Peak High Level God Divine Body. Late High Level God Combat Power. Peak High Level God Laws. Shadow Element Law. Shadow Concealment Law. Shadow Shuttle Law. Shadow Illusion Law. Weakness. Physical strength is slightly weaker than others of the same rank. A member of the Shadow Clan who had been drifting outside. She suddenly returned years ago and challenged countless geniuses of her generation within the Shadow Clan, achieving a perfect record of victories. In the eyes of the Shadow Clan, Caroline has a high probability of challenging the God of Shadows in the future and taking their place. After reading Caroline's status window, Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp. A peak high-level god. What's the point of playing anymore? Danger ahead. Time to bail. Chapter 574. How do you have this thing? Bonus chapter. Master. What's wrong, my lord? Be careful. Who is it? Show yourself if you have the guts. I am on. Never cut down those who hide their heads and show their tails. Me too. Bingshuan and the others instantly surrounded Sumyubai, their gazes scanning the surroundings. But with their strength, how could they possibly see a hidden peak high-level god? Open your minds. Sumyubai's expression was solemn, his voice echoing directly in everyone's minds. In any case, the purpose of coming here had already been exceeded. If not now, when would be the time to leave? If it were a mid-level god, Sumyubai might have considered a fight. After all, so many days had passed, and Death Judgment had finished its cooldown. But Caroline's divine soul was at the peak high-level god stage. There was no need to even think about it. His 2 trillion plus soul points would definitely not be enough to consume, since there was no chance of winning. What was the point of staying, even if he wouldn't die? There was no need to look for trouble, right? Without the slightest hesitation, Sumyubai moved his divine sense, intending to pull Bingshuan and the others into his internal world, and then use teleportation for a tactical retreat. But the next moment, his expression stiffened. Notification. The target is affected by the shadow binding law and cannot be pulled into the internal world. Since when? Sumyubai's expression froze. He hadn't even seen when the opponent had made their move. It wasn't just the inability to pull Bingshuan and the others into his internal world, even displacement skills like Death Domain Shift had lost their effect at this moment. To leave, the only way was to summon a space-time portal. No matter how strong the opponent was, they were still at the level of a lawmaster and could never affect the wheel of time and space. However, summoning a portal took time, even though Sumyubai's strength had increased and his speed was much faster than before. That little bit of time was enough for Caroline to kill Bingshuan and the others several times over. Although Sumyubai wouldn't be in danger of losing his life, he couldn't bring himself to abandon Bingshuan and the others and run away like a coward. The moment the retrieval failed, he changed his strategy. The death scripture instantly appeared in his hand, and terrifying death energy condensed into a phantom behind him. Death descends immediately after. He prepared to use death judgment again. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least stall for some time. Anyway, even if the judgment failed, he wouldn't lose anything. As long as he could give Bingshuan and the others a chance to escape, that would be enough. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, locking on. And fortunately, he couldn't lock on. Caroline's figure instantly vanished from where she stood. Even though the pupils of Zhuanshan could see through her information and concealment effects, the speed of a peak high-level god was no different from teleportation in Sumyubai's eyes. Even his divine soul power couldn't keep up with her speed. Moreover, the pupils of Zhuanshan were currently only a law-level ocular technique, and their effects were incomplete. If he only used his divine soul power to scan, Sumyubai couldn't sense Caroline's presence at all. Only the vertical pupil between his brows could see her completely. In an instant, Caroline had appeared behind Sumyubai. At the same time, a cold, clear voice rang in his ear. "Little brother, don't be so nervous. Big sister won't kill you all." This voice truly didn't contain a hint of killing intent. But Sumyubai felt his hair stand on end and spun around abruptly. But Caroline's figure had already disappeared again. Her voice could only be heard by Sumyubai alone. Bingshuan and the others were still completely confused. However, Ling Yu and Yu Lan had already completed their fusion, and the Chaos Angel Lan Yu joined the battlefield. Yet, it was of no use. Although their strength was infinitely close to a mid-level god after the fusion, they were still powerless against Caroline, a peak high-level god. Therefore, Lan Yu did not attack blindly. Instead, she held a longsword burning with demonic and holy flames, her expression more solemn than ever. She was attempting to mobilize the authority of chaos. But with her current strength, the chance of success was slim to none. Yet, Lan Yu still wanted to try, because this was the only way she could help the sovereign right now. Dozens of meters away, Caroline looked at her palms in disbelief. Failed again? How is this possible? Could this little guy from the god clan be the lover of the goddess of luck? Her gaze couldn't help but fall on the death scripture in Sumyubai's palm, and he even possessed the complete death scripture. Following that, her expression tightened, and she glanced slightly at the suddenly appeared Lan Yu. Since when could holy angels and fallen angels fuse? And their strength had increased so much. What kind of creature was this angel that looked neither holy nor fallen? At this moment, Caroline felt her worldview being strongly impacted. Sumyubai saw Caroline's figure again, just as he was preparing to use death judgment while she was distracted. Caroline's figure vanished from the spot once more. Then, that cold, clear voice rang in his ear again. "Little brother, big sister isn't so easy to judge, you know. Don't worry, I'm just playing around. It'll be over soon." Before the words had even faded, Caroline had disappeared again. Clearly, she knew the effects of the death judgment. Regarding this, Sumyubai was not surprised. It was just that ever since he entered the Myriad Worlds game, he had never been toyed with like this before. Although he could use teleportation to leave at any moment, Sumyubai felt extremely unwilling to do so. The shackles of the shadow law, is it? Sumyubai's gaze sharpened as he injected divine power into the incomplete heart of chaos. He didn't know if it would work, but he wanted to give it a try. Using divine power to replace mana, he mobilized the power of the heart of chaos in the same way he activated the chaos domain. The next moment, a terrifying elemental force instantly surged outward. Affected by this, Lan Yu suddenly raised her long sword high, and the light of chaos flickered across her body. The powerful shadow law that had been binding everyone around them vanished into thin air in an instant. Just at this moment, Caroline suddenly appeared, holding a scroll in her hand, and asked in surprise, "How do you have this thing?" At the same time, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ear. Today's extra update is here. Special thanks to Godfather Blood Rage Taoti for the Great God certification. Chapter 575. Say that name again. Who is it? Although the incomplete heart of chaos failed to break Caroline's shadow binding law, under its influence, Lan Yu successfully mobilized a trace of chaos authority. The moment this rule-level power took effect, the shadow binding law lingering on everyone's bodies instantly dissipated. Sumyubai immediately moved his divine sense and directly pulled Bingshuan and the others into his internal small world. However, the system notification that suddenly sounded in his ear left him slightly stunned. Notification: the item painting from the bosom in your inventory has been stolen. Painting from the bosom. What kind of thing is that? Since when did he have such a bizarre item in his inventory? At this moment, Caroline suddenly exited her stealth state, her figure appearing directly before Sumyubai's eyes. She held a scroll-like object in her hand, her eyes filled with astonishment. How do you have this thing? Without Bingshuan and the others to worry about, Sumyubai no longer had any reservations. At this point, he was in an invincible position and could leave whenever he wanted without any issues. Of course, it was only invincible. Wanting to defeat Caroline, who was at the peak of the upper god realm, was clearly wishful thinking. However, with no further worries, Sumyubai was in no rush to leave. When his gaze fell upon the scroll in Caroline's hand, he almost couldn't help but laugh. So, it was this thing. This wasn't a scroll at all. It was clearly the hand-drawn painting that the old geezer had forced upon him the first time they met. What was this abstract painting called again? Right, it seemed to be called Vicious Wolf Pouncing on a Cow. Vicious Wolf Pouncing on a Cow. Sole artist, Hui Jian. Limited time return. Looking at the painting in Caroline's hand, which was worse than the level of a 3-year-old, Sumyubai's expression suddenly became strange. Judging by that tone, Caroline seemed to know Hui Jian. It was just unclear what kind of relationship the two had. If they were old friends, then that would be a happy ending. But given the old geezer's personality, Sumyubai felt it was more likely that they were enemies. This was Sumyubai's immediate thought upon seeing the painting. At the same time, a thought flashed through Caroline's mind. First, there was surprise. The cloud-drifting flower-plucking hand had finally succeeded. Then, there was bewilderment. Her target was clearly the flower of life. So why had she stolen this thing instead? Immediately following that was immense confusion. This thing, which she didn't even know could be called a painting, looked unsightly. Yet why did she have an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it? And this signature, sole artist, Hui Jian. This name also seemed very familiar. Had she finally found a clue to her lost memories? At this thought, Caroline's breathing quickened. And for the first time in a long while, a look of nervousness appeared on her face. Sumyubai keenly sensed the change in Caroline's expression and formed a few guesses in his heart. He thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Do you also know the old senior Hui Jian?" Hearing this, Caroline's delicate brows furrowed. After hesitating for a moment, she said uncertainly, "I should know him, right?" The corner of Sumyubai's mouth twitched. Knowing someone is knowing them. Not knowing is not knowing. What does should know him mean, however? Looking at this reaction, the other party probably wasn't the old geezer's enemy. Glancing at his communicator bracelet, Sumyubai raised his hand. "How about I ask Senior Hui Jian?" Okay. Caroline nodded heavily. Although she tried her best to appear calm, the micro-expressions on her face betrayed her inner turmoil. Seeing this, Sumyubai directly dialed Hui Jian's communication. Miraculously, ever since arriving in the myriad worlds, Hui Jian, who had never answered his calls, actually picked up for the first time. "Kid, didn't I tell you not to look for me after coming to the myriad worlds?" Hui Jian's impatient voice came through the communicator. What he was doing was too dangerous. So, he didn't want to drag the Bai kid into it. So much so that every time Bai tried to contact him after entering the myriad worlds, he had turned a deaf ear. He didn't know what had gotten into him today. Perhaps he just happened to be free that he actually answered. But his intention was also to warn the Bai kid one more time. However, before Hui Jian's warning could be uttered, Sumyubai suddenly spoke. "Old senior, Do you know an upper god of the shadow race named Caroline? The next moment, the communicator suddenly went silent. Immediately after, Sumyubai heard rapid and heavy breathing. After a long while, Huijian's agitated voice sounded again. Say that name again. Who is it? At the same time, Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Frost Prison Planet. The goddess of luck was strolling through Frost Prison City. At this moment, she appeared completely harmless, with no fluctuations of divine power emanating from her. Just like an ordinary person, that would be true, provided this wasn't the divine capital of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, but rather a place like Pirates Bay. With her innocent and naive appearance, the goddess of luck would undoubtedly have been targeted by many slave traders. Of course, even if the goddess of luck didn't use a shred of her power, that profound and mysterious authority of luck would cause anyone who set their sights on her to fall into all sorts of inexplicable crises. And knowingly, the goddess of luck had arrived at an open-air market. People sold all kinds of things here. There were magnificent, opulent shops. And there were also people who simply set up stalls directly on the ground. The goddess of luck showed great interest in all of this. She had spent years in the city of dreams, hearing and seeing only the most high-end and sophisticated things. Conversely, these extremely ordinary things were things she had almost never come into contact with. She had originally come here to find the thief who had stolen her authority of luck. But at this moment, her focus had clearly shifted somewhat. Just as she was excitedly preparing to find a stall to take a look at, her expression suddenly froze. The authority has been used again. This damn thief. How can they be so frequently favored by luck? The goddess of luck wrinkled her delicate, dainty nose, and starlight flickered deep within her eyes. The next moment, she was slightly stunned. So, they've already run away. No wonder I couldn't find you. At this moment, the stall owner had just looked up, preparing to greet a buyer. But before he could finish his sentence, he stood there, dumbfounded. The owner rubbed his eyes, refusing to believe what he was seeing, and muttered to himself, "Damn it. Did I party too hard at the fragrant pavilion last night? Why am I hallucinating?" Shaking his head, the owner fiddled with the items on his stall and leaned back in his seat once more. As for the goddess of luck, she had already vanished from the spot. Not far away, Brian's pupils constricted slightly. It was that powerful member of the god race again. The restrictions in Frost Prison City were extremely powerful. Even ordinary upper gods could not perform displacement here. What exactly did this person want by coming to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom? Although he had not yet reclaimed the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom from Raphael, in Brian's eyes, it was only a matter of time. Now that such a mysterious god race powerhouse had appeared, it naturally caught his attention. However, given his strength, he was destined to be unable to figure out the goddess of luck's purpose. Standing in place and deep in thought for a long time, Brian reached out to straighten his cloak and silently turned to leave. Behind him, Yu Yi and the other two followed quietly. At this moment, their levels had already quietly risen to the level 300 cap. For sane extermination grade beings, levels were never an issue. Only the path of laws was what mattered most. Chapter 576. How could I possibly be a simp? The virtual image projected by Sumyubai's communicator could only be seen and heard by him. Therefore, while he was conversing with Huijian, Caroline just stood there quietly, doing nothing. When Sumyubai turned on the video function and let Huijian see Caroline, the excitement on the old man's face could no longer be concealed. "Little brother Bai, do your old brother a favor." Hearing this, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Something was wrong. Something was 12 times more wrong than usual. When had this old man ever been this polite when talking to him? Could Caroline be his old flame? The more Sumyubai thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. The only doubt was that Caroline didn't seem to have a deep impression of Huijian. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but look at Huijian with disdain. Was this old man a simp? After a moment of thought, he said earnestly, "Old man, take my advice. A simp is a simp, and if you keep simping, you'll end up with nothing." Before Sumyubai could finish, Huijian interrupted him with a string of curses. This time, he had returned to his usual tone. "Get lost. What would a little brat like you know? How could I possibly be a simp? Ah yes, yes, yes. You're not a simp. Sumyubai curled his lips, wearing an expression that said, "You're absolutely right." However, Huijian seemed to have no mood to mess around with him and said directly, "Cut the crap. Just tell me, are you going to help or not?" "I'll help, since you've asked." "How could I not help?" Sumyubai smiled. "Tell me, how should I help? You haven't used that sword energy I left you before I left, have you?" Hearing him say this, Sumyubai suddenly remembered that sword energy he had forgotten about. It wasn't that his memory was bad, but back then, he hadn't even finished the epic path and his tolerance was limited. It was just a mythical grade sword energy. Even with a free upgrade, it would only reach the Saint Extermination grade. Ever since he came to the Myriad Worlds, Sumyubai's strength had skyrocketed countless times. He had even directly taken control of Brian as his gold medal thug. So Huijian's sword energy had naturally fallen out of favor. With a thought, he sensed the shadow-chasing sword energy, which had almost no presence left, and Sumyubai nodded. "I haven't used it yet, just as I expected. You little brat stopped caring about my sword energy after coming to the Myriad Worlds." Huijian grumbled, then continued. "Use your talent to upgrade that sword energy to the law grade, and then release it directly." Hearing this, Sumyubai was slightly stunned. Law grade. Can the sword energy withstand it? Huijian himself was only at the Lawmaster realm. Sumyubai felt that the mythical grade sword energy he released would struggle to withstand such a massive upgrade. "Just go ahead and upgrade it." Huijian waved his hand. "Don't worry. I know that upgrading it by 2 tiers is a huge drain on you. Next time we meet, I'll take you to steal old man Yumu's wine." What kind of decent person would talk about stealing wine with such righteous confidence? Sumyubai's mouth twitched, but he still followed Huijian's instructions and focused his divine sense. Cataclysm, target, shadow-chasing sword chi, sublime it to stages. Soul power transformed into energy, crazily pouring into this strand of shadow-chasing sword chi. The aura emitted by the sword chi also rapidly grew powerful. Meanwhile, far away in the Titan realm, inside a small spacecraft drifting in the endless starry sky, Huijian sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. He was focusing his mind, sensing the strand of sword chi he had left within Sumyubai's body. However, due to the immense distance and the fact that the sword chi was too faint, he originally shouldn't have been able to sense it at all. But after Sumyubai used the sublimation, Huijian quickly gained a slight connection. Yet, this connection suddenly began to weaken again after only a moment. Good thing I still have a backup plan. Huijian's divine soul surged, and a small black and white token suddenly manifested before him. The next moment, his divine power suddenly began to pour into it rapidly. Life DREAMSCAP. Crack. Faintly, Sumyubai seemed to hear a sound of breaking, just as he had expected. The myth-grade shadow-chasing sword chi simply could not withstand the terrifying enhancement of a 2-stage sublimation. Moreover, the second stage was low-grade. This was completely incomparable to the myth-grade. But immediately after, Sumyubai's expression suddenly shifted in shock, because the shadow-chasing sword chi, which was on the verge of shattering, suddenly seemed to be filled with power once again, actually restoring itself to its original state. The power of sublimation continued to pour in, and the shadow-chasing sword chi became stronger and stronger amidst the cycle of destruction and repair. Soon, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: you have lost 50.0 soul diamonds. Notification: you have obtained the temporary law shadow clone. Law shadow clone. This is not a path of law you have comprehended, but one derived from shadow-chasing sword god Huijian. Therefore it can only be used once, upon release. The power of the law will condense into a shadow clone of Huijian. The clone can borrow a portion of the original Huijian's power, with strength reaching up to 1/10 of the original, lasting for 10 minutes. All consumption of the shadow clone will be borne by the original body. A shadow clone with 1/10 the strength of Huijian's original body. After reading the information on the sublimated shadow-chasing sword chi, Sumyubai suddenly felt reluctant to release it. Liu Yun seemed to have said that Huijian was a powerhouse at the upper god realm, and Sumyubai felt that this old geezer was very likely a standout even among upper gods. A shadow clone with 1/10 of his strength would likely reach the combat power of an early-stage upper god at the very least. It might even be a mid-stage upper god, however. Sumyubai ultimately chose to release it. At worst, he could just have the old geezer give him a few more strands of sword chi later. At this moment, he still had to help him with this favor. But before releasing the sword chi, Sumyubai moved his divine sense once more. Catastrophe target, shadow clone law. Attached catastrophe trait. 9,000 points of soul power. Sumyubai could still afford the loss. He wanted to try and see what kind of catastrophe trait could be attached to this temporary shadow clone law. Soul power transformed into the power of law, rapidly pouring into the sword chi-shaped shadow clone law. Soon, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: you have lost 9,000 points of soul power. Until this moment, Caroline still did not show the slightest sign of impatience. The shadow-chasing sword chi existed within Sumyubai's divine soul, whether it was the previous sublimation or the subsequent attachment of the catastrophe trait. Caroline could not see any of it. The only thing she could sense was the energy and law power surging around Sumyubai. Although these powers did not seem like something Sumyubai should be able to release, Caroline did not pay it any mind. She only wanted to figure out who Huijian was and why he brought her such a sense of familiarity. Compared to recovering her lost memories, nothing else was important. Sumyubai could not spare any attention for Caroline at the moment, impatiently checking the newly added catastrophe trait of the Shadow Clone Law. Chapter 577. Just how strong is the old geezer? Bonus chapter, Log Shadow Clone Catastrophe Trait. 1. Clone strength increased by 100%, but the consumption borne by the original body remains unchanged. 2. Number of uses increased to 5 times. Current available uses, beautiful. After reading the catastrophe trait, a flash of joy immediately crossed Sumyubai's eyes. Excluding this time, there were 4 uses remaining, which was completely enough for him to use for a long time. With the Shadow Clone Law, Sumyubai had gained another major trump card. If he encountered a situation like today's in the future, releasing the old geezer's clone would definitely be of great use. And the fact that the clone's strength would double was simply an unexpected bonus. As for the consumption remaining unchanged, Sumyubai didn't care too much. After all, it was the old geezer bearing the consumption, not him. Seeing that Sumyubai hadn't released the sword chi for a long time, Huijian's virtual projection couldn't help but remind him, "Kid, hurry up and release it. What are you dazing for? Also, why are you suddenly so happy? Why do I always get the feeling that I'm about to be scammed by you? Am I that kind of person?" Sumyubai rolled his eyes. "Why the rush? You're so overbearing when asking for help." Although he said that, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and released the powerful sword chi from his divine soul. Jung, in an instant, a crisp sword hum resounded through the gradually collapsing life dreamscape. Following that, a brilliant sword light suddenly appeared on the horizon, instantly cutting through the sky and arriving before Sumyubai. The power of the Shadow Law was mobilized by the sword chi, gathering together. In the blink of an eye, a dashing figure appeared between Sumyubai and Caroline. The appearance of this clone was identical to Huijian, the only difference being that he looked a bit darker. It was normal for a clone condensed from the Shadow Law to be a bit darker. After the clone appeared, it did not make any movements, as if waiting for Sumyubai's command. Sumyubai was just about to ask Huijian what to do next when the other party suddenly ended the communication. Immediately after, Sumyubai felt the connection between himself and this avatar sever. Is this the old geezer taking remote control? Sumyubai was slightly stunned. A golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened accordingly. At the same time, he did not forget to deactivate the death descent state. Although the power of death was no longer as scarce as before, it was still far from the point where he could maintain the death descent state recklessly. As the eye of Zhuanshan opened, the status information of Huijian's shadow avatar appeared before Sumyubai's eyes. Shadow avatar Huijian vitality, soul, non-divine body, combat power, early stage lesser god. Laws, same as the main body duration, 9 minutes 59 seconds. This is merely a shadow avatar, though it can borrow a portion of the main body's power. Why is the combat power only at the early stage lesser god level? Sumyubai was dumbfounded for a moment, but he quickly realized the reason. It must be because this avatar was not borrowing the maximum amount of power from the main body. Sure enough, the next moment, a terrifying wave of power erupted from within the shadow avatar. The combat power column on the status panel changed accordingly. Mid-stage lesser god, late stage, early stage median god, mid-stage dot. In an instant, the shadow avatar's combat power soared to the peak of the greater god realm. Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp, staring at the shadow avatar before him in shock. Just how strong is the old geezer? 1/5 of his power is enough to reach the combat strength of a peak greater god. Is this even right? How? At this moment, the shadow avatar also let out a puzzled sound. To think it could unleash this much power, clearly, he too was shocked for a split second by the amount of power his avatar was able to borrow. Old senior, what's next? Sumyubai hurriedly spoke up, but was interrupted by a wave of Huijian's hand. There's nothing left for you to do. He didn't even ask why the power borrowed by the avatar had doubled. Stepping forward directly to stand before Caroline, I thought. Huijian's eyes were filled with excitement, looking at Caroline, who was within arm's reach, with deep affection. Upon seeing Huijian, the latter also stood there in a daze, and knowingly, a crystal-clear tear slid down the corner of Caroline's eye. Who exactly are you? Her voice trembled, and her heart was in utter chaos. She clearly felt that the person before her was very important, yet she couldn't remember anything. This feeling made her feel extremely distressed. So, you really have lost your memory. Huijian's expression was complex. He raised his hand as if to stroke Caroline's cheek, but hesitated. After struggling for a moment, he ultimately withdrew his hand and let out a sigh. As long as you are alive, that is enough. I will find a way to help you recover your memories. Having said that, he suddenly changed the subject. Kid, you should go first. Give us some private space. Hearing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but curl his lip. You old geezer. You're quite good at burning bridges and discarding the donkey once it's finished grinding the grain. Although he was grumbling, Sumyubai's movements were not slow. He turned and left immediately. However, Huijian's next sentence before he left made him stumble, nearly falling flat on his face. Caroline, over these years I have painted many of our past memories. Once you see them, you will definitely remember. With his back to the two, Sumyubai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. With your abstract style of painting, it would be a miracle if anyone could understand them. If he didn't leave now, Sumyubai was afraid he wouldn't be able to stop himself from laughing out loud. He decisively moved his divine sense and vanished from the spot. Teleportation. The exit to the life dreamscape was not hidden, it even had a conspicuous marker. It was a verdant pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. Sumyubai's figure appeared directly within the pillar of light and subsequently vanished from the life dreamscape. However, while he had been brought here directly by the light of life, he did not return to his original location upon leaving. Notification. You have entered the Death Realm Undead World Dragon Mountain Divine Kingdom Pale Dragon Tomb. The system notification rang in his ears. Before Sumyubai could even take a look at the environment of the Pale Dragon Tomb, the voice of Bing Shuang suddenly echoed in his mind. Today's extra chapter is here, Chapter 578, Pale Dragon Tomb, Inside the Internal World. After Bing Shuang and the others were taken in, they did not stay on the continent as they had in the past. This time, they were thrown directly into the Sea of Death by Sumyubai. The trip to the life dreamscape, although only 10 days long, had allowed everyone to take a huge step toward condensing their divine bodies under the buff of the tenfold high-level light of life. Although not as fast as Bing Shuang, it could still be called a fruitful harvest, except for the sisters Yulan and Lingyu. What the others lacked most right now was precisely an improvement in their souls. The current Sea of Death shimmered with a golden radiance. Bing Shuang and the three Signal Light brothers were currently at the very edge of the Sea of Death. Even here, the soul impact that existed every moment had reached the peak of the Saint extermination level. For every distance they advanced toward the center of the Sea of Death, the effect of the soul impact would increase. If one could withstand the soul impact within 1 kilometer, they would be able to enter the area with the intensity of an early-stage lesser god. At this moment, the 4 of them were completely submerged in the sea, their eyes tightly closed, their souls constantly vibrating. They were resisting the soul impacts coming from all directions, from their positions. It could be seen that although their soul realms were both at the peak of the saint extermination level, there was still a gap. Although Bing Xuan had successfully condensed her divine body, she had only managed to advance about 500 meters. In contrast, the three brothers of Amon were less than 100 meters away from the 1-kilometer limit. It was obvious that in terms of the soul, Bing Xuan, who had been born for less than a year, was not as strong as the three Signal Light brothers. This was only because he was a semi-god level creature. Otherwise, with such a rapid breakthrough, he would have been able to advance at most a few dozen meters into the Sea of Death by now. The outermost area was the calmest part of the Sea of Death. Once one crossed the 1-kilometer threshold, the soul impact escalated directly into the realm of divine soul impact. Even a lower-tier god who had just broken through to the realm of a lawmaster would not find it easy if they ventured inside rashly. The sisters Yulan and Lingyu were currently at a position 2 kilometers from the edge. Their eyes were tightly shut, silently enduring the divine soul impact brought by the Sea of Death, constantly tempering their own divine souls. The wings behind the two women were folded, each feather trembling slightly, causing their bodies to sway gently as well. Enduring the divine soul impact was no easy feat. However, this was the way the Sea of Death tempered the divine soul. Only through rigorous tempering could one reach a higher level of mastery. Of course, this improvement was not infinite. Although it was said that the energy of the divine soul impact at the center of the Sea of Death could temper a soul up to the realm of a rule sovereign, that was the limit of the Sea of Death, not the limit of the players. If every player had the potential to temper their divine soul to the rule sovereign realm, that would be absurd. Enduring divine soul impact for a long time required unparalleled willpower. If one exceeded their own limit, the divine soul would collapse. Moreover, resisting the divine soul impact also required a constant consumption of divine soul power. After enduring the impact for a period of time, everyone needed to temporarily leave the Sea of Death until their divine soul power recovered before they could temper it again. Through this cycle of tension and relaxation, the divine soul became increasingly resilient and powerful through constant consumption and recovery. This did not include Subugmu Bai, however. As the owner of the Sea of Death, his divine soul power was constantly recovering. As long as he adjusted the intensity of the impact to match his recovery speed, he could enjoy the tempering effect of the Sea of Death indefinitely, until his divine soul reached its limit. Having received the tempering and infusion of origin power multiple times, his current divine soul at the peak of the lower-tier god realm was still far from Sumubai's upper limit. The three brothers Frost, Signal Light, and the others along with the Angel Sisters were also still a long way from their limits. They were already top-tier geniuses of their respective races, and after following Sumubai, they had embarked on a path of cheating. The tenfold high-tier light of life was one instance, and now, enjoying the divine soul tempering of the Sea of Death at any time was another. How far everyone could go in the future depended entirely on how much Sumubai could cheat for them. Deep on the seabed, countless skeletons were arranged in neat rows. Each of their surfaces shimmered with a golden luster, resembling a sleeping golden legion. However, these undead were merely Sumubai's summons. They did not actually possess independent souls. Therefore, the divine soul impact within the Sea of Death had no effect on them. Likewise, it naturally provided no tempering effect. What truly brought them improvement was the most primitive effect of the Sea of Death. More than 500 meters from the edge, Frost suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of confusion deep within them. This orb hit so familiar. The next moment, his voice echoed in Sumubai's mind. "Master, can you let me out?" Frost was panting heavily as he spoke. The burden brought by the soul impact was clearly significant. Sumubai frowned. "Don't just think about playing all day. Stay in the Sea of Death and condense your divine soul as soon as possible." "It's not that, Master. I feel like this place is very familiar." Sumubai had not blocked Frost and the others' perception of the outside world. So the moment they left the dream of life, Frost had sensed the aura of the pale dragon tomb. Familiar. Sumubai raised an eyebrow. With a thought, he released Frost directly from his internal small world. When the latter appeared in the pale dragon tomb in his half-human form, he stood there in a daze, light seemingly flickering within his pupils as if he were contemplating something. Seeing Frost in this state, Sumubai chose not to disturb him and instead took the opportunity to observe the surroundings. Although this was not the Frost Prison God Kingdom, it was still within the undead realm, and death energy was omnipresent. However, compared to other places, the death energy within the Pale Dragon Tomb was many times denser. The ground beneath his feet was of an unknown material. It was neither soil nor rock, nor was it metal. In short, it gave a very peculiar feeling, and everything nearby appeared pale, with no living creatures present. Not even a single plant could be seen. There was only desolation and deathly silence. After leaving the dream of life, Sumyubai's top-tier system map finally became useful. Notification: player has arrived in a new world. Map is loading automatically. Soon, the map of this place appeared on the virtual light screen before Sumyubai's eyes. Before this, although Sumyubai had been prepared, he still hadn't expected this. The so-called Pale Dragon Tomb was not the massive graveyard he had imagined, like the Drained Blood Realm Secret Realm. This was also an independent secret small world. However, while the Blood Realm Secret Realm was divided into 9 continents, the Pale Dragon Tomb was different. There was only one complete continent here, but this single continent was much larger than all 9 continents of the Blood Realm Secret Realm combined. It was long, winding, and layered, looking just like a divine dragon coiled up, as expected of a dragon tomb. It really is quite intimidating, Sumyubai whispered to himself, a few speculations inevitably rising in his heart. Could this dragon-shaped continent actually be the corpse of some powerful divine dragon? Chapter 579, The Uniqueness of Frost. As soon as this thought emerged, Sumyubai immediately shook his head. He must be overthinking it. How strong would a dragon of such size have been in its lifetime? If that were truly the case, how could it have been left here all this time? Let alone the Dragon Mountain God Kingdom. Even the Lord of the Undead Realm could not possibly occupy this place. Looking at the overall map of the Pale Dragon Tomb on the virtual light screen, Sumyubai's divine sense stirred, and he instantly switched to the area he was currently in. Pale Dragon Tomb 4th layer, southwest side, primordial wilderness. The entire Pale Dragon Tomb was divided into 12 layers in total. Currently, he and Frost were in a certain map on the 4th layer. This should be the entrance to the Life Dream Realm's spatial interlayer. Sumyubai waved his hand, closing the map. His gaze swept around, but he found no clues. It wasn't until golden light flickered in his eyes and the vertical pupil on his forehead slowly opened that he vaguely saw a twisted spatial rift. Clearly, Caroline and the others only managed to enter the Life Dream Realm after crushing the life beacon here. However, the flower of life had already been plucked by Sumyubai, and this special spatial interlayer was rapidly collapsing, and would cease to exist in over 20 minutes. Although Old Deng and Caroline were still inside, the former was merely a shadow clone, and the latter possessed the combat power of a peak high god. So Sumyubai had no need to worry. He merely glanced at the twisted spatial rift and no longer paid attention to it. Instead, he turned his gaze to Frost, who was still in a daze. To Sumyubai's disappointment, the ever-victorious profound sky failed to discern anything from Frost this time. Sumyubai couldn't help but frown, looking thoughtfully at Frost, recalling the circumstances of his first summoning of her. If it weren't for the Calamity talent, his greatest gain from the Forgotten Land would have only been an epic grade bone dragon. But Sumyubai continuously cheated. First, by freeloading, he upgraded the epic grade special item Dragon Skull Pendant dropped by Undead Bone Dragon Carcass into the legendary grade special item Frost Horn. Later, he had a flash of inspiration and tried to freeload Frost. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. As a result, an epic grade boss ultimately brought Sumyubai a mythical grade mount. At that time, Sumyubai only thought Frost was an independent creature, not an ordinary summoned creature, which was why she could be upgraded again. Later, using Calamity to enhance the wild monsters and bosses in the Divine Forbidden Land also confirmed his thoughts. But after entering the Myriad Realms, Sumyubai increasingly felt that something was amiss. Excluding the wild monsters and bosses created by the Myriad Realms game, among true living beings, apart from Frost, none of the others could be entirely enhanced by Calamity. With his thoughts reaching this point, Sumyubai couldn't help but look around again. Will I find the answer here? However, regarding this, Sumyubai didn't hold much hope. Just then, Frost, who had been standing dazed in place since coming out, suddenly spoke. Master, I feel something here calling to me. Can you confirm the location? No, only a vague direction. Frost shook her head, her eyes carrying a hint of longing. I want to go see. Lead the way. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Frost immediately transformed into a 100-meter-long divine dragon, and the familiar throne condensed above her head. The next moment, Sumyubai's figure appeared on the throne. Frost immediately soared into the sky, heading in the direction she sensed. The suppression within the pale dragon tomb, although far less severe than in the life dream realm, still had powerful restrictions in the air. After flying to a certain height, the space above became incredibly solid, making it impossible to advance further. The purpose of this restriction seemed to be specifically to prevent anyone from flying directly from the first layer to the top of the 12th layer. To ascend to higher regions, one could only fly by following the winding continents. Of course, the restrictions here couldn't limit Sumyubai's teleportation gates and instant movement. However, Frost didn't know the exact location, so they could only search slowly. Just the map of primordial wilderness alone was already very large. But as they flew along, the scenery below was completely identical. It seemed as if nothing existed here. Notification: you have entered Windbreak Canyon. It wasn't until they entered another map that the environment changed. However, Sumyubai still didn't see any living creatures. Even the wild monsters and bosses created by the Myriad Realms game were completely absent here. What puzzled Sumyubai was that Frost was not flying towards the top layer as expected, but was taking him towards the lower layers. Soon, a white light barrier connecting heaven and earth appeared ahead. Frost's speed did not decrease in the slightest, and she directly crashed into it. This light barrier had no teleportation effect, it merely served to separate two layers. Notification: you have entered Pale Dragon Tomb 3rd layer. After crossing the light barrier, Sumyubai clearly felt that the suppression effect of the Pale Dragon Tomb had lessened. The higher one goes, the stronger the suppression effect. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. If that were the case, the suppression effect on the topmost layer would even surpass that of the life dream realm. Why was this place so special? Frost followed her senses all the way, flying rapidly. After being freeloaded and upgraded to mythical grade, she had no past memories whatsoever and was a completely new life form. The only knowledge she possessed came from the inherited memories in her mind. Therefore, Sumyubai didn't bother to ask her. Instead, he looked directly at the communicator on his wrist. His divine sense stirred, and he sent a message to the Bounty Hunters Guild. Calamity of 10,000 races. Purchase intelligence on the undead realm Dragon Mountain Divine Kingdom Pale Dragon Tomb. The Bounty Hunters Guild quickly replied, and meticulously divided the intelligence on the Pale Dragon Tomb into 3 grades. Sumyubai didn't even look at the price and directly chose to pay. But immediately after, he was met with an embarrassing situation. Sorry. Insufficient balance detected in your card. Payment failed. Sumyubai patted his forehead. He had never failed a card payment before. So much so that he momentarily forgot that all the money in his card had been withdrawn and given to Vivian to make more money. So many days have passed. I wonder if Vivian's matter has been handled yet. A glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. With a sovereign-grade starship at her disposal, Vivian's movements should be quite convenient. At this moment, Sumyubai took a look at the prices listed by the Bounty Hunter's home. Pale Dragon Tomb Intelligence Tier 1, 10 million soul coins. Tier 2, 10 million soul crystals. Tier 3, 10 million soul diamonds. So expensive. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. 10 million soul diamonds were equivalent in value to 1 billion soul crystals. Under normal circumstances, even a true god at the peak of the lower god realm would find it difficult to have such a large amount of savings. Just like that faceless man who posted the assassination mission, given his hatred for Victor, he could only scrape together 500 million soul crystals even after emptying his entire fortune. Later, when the mission difficulty increased, he had to use a life beacon as a reward. From this price, it was clear that the Pale Dragon Tomb was definitely not simple. However, a mere 10 million soul diamonds was just a drop in the bucket for Sumyubai. He raised his communicator and dialed Vivian directly. Chapter 580. Introducing someone to you. Bonus chapter. Master, do you need money? Vivian's soft, sweet, and intoxicating voice quickly came through the communicator. Judging by how she addressed him, It was clear there was no one else near her at the moment. Yes. Sumyubai nodded. How is the task I entrusted to you coming along? This servant has already been transferred to the undead realm headquarters and is currently processing it. However, to withdraw such a large sum of resources at once, even here, it will take some time. Fine, transfer 10 million soul diamonds over first. The wealth Sumyubai had entrusted to Vivian included over 45 billion soul diamonds alone. 10 million soul diamonds was merely a fraction. Skimming a little off the top like this was of no consequence. The money makes money plan had already begun, and Sumyubai's wealth would soon expand to an astronomical figure. Soon, Sumyubai's communicator received a notification. His Death Realm bank card, which had a zero balance, suddenly had 10 million soul diamonds added to it. Vivian gave a charming smile and bowed slightly. Master, is there anything else you need to instruct this servant to do? Just make sure the resource withdrawal is handled well first. Sumyubai waved his hand and was about to end the call when someone else suddenly dialed in. Looking at the name displayed on the communicator, a smile suddenly appeared on Sumyubai's face. He spoke to the slightly disappointed Vivian. I'm going to introduce someone to you. As he finished speaking, he connected the call and merged the two conversations. Vivian was startled, curious about who her master was going to introduce.